But yeah, let me read this. 2 Peter 3:5. They deliberately forget that God made the
Energy
heavens
equals
by the word of his command, and he brought the
mass
earth
times what?
out
What's this
from the.
P? Should I get a headline?
Yeah, let me just get this out real quick. They deliberately forget that God made the heavens by the word of his command, and he brought the earth out from the water and surrounded it with water.
Well, that could be a process that actually happened. Though you see it happening in Hawaii, you see it happening all the time. That's how land, like that. There is a naturalistic process to describe exactly what you just said.
Nope. There's the reason I read that, right? It's challenging your worldview of the vacuum of space. Because what that's stating is that instead of the vacuum of space, what we have is a cosmic ocean
Okay.
that the earth came out of, right? So when he separated the waters above from the waters below,
Do you know
right,
the term?
he included a firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below. Understand that we're submerged right now in a cosmic ocean, not a vacuum.
So you understand that the vacuum of space is colloquial, right?
Yeah, there's
You know
still
that.
some. Yeah, it's not completely
But
void of matter. I understand.
yeah, so it's not going to be like a pure vacuum. Like it's a colloquial. It acts like one because of the lack of particles. Those lack of particles is due to you could call it pressure gradients because you're not going to accept gravity. But you realize like nothing you said violates anything that you're talking about. Like it has nothing to do with the vacuum of space. Water, land coming out of water. That's how Hawaii is formed. If you look at crazy thing is if you look at Alaska, you can see this hot spot on the earth that like pushes up a lot of land and magma and all that other stuff over time. And you see these little spots forming as the plates move over the top of it. It's really crazy. It's crazy stuff, but it requires accepting the facts of what's been discovered. And there's nothing you said that says the earth is this age. There are many fields of sciences and outcomes of results of tests that says the world is 4.5 plus or minus a few billion years old.
Yeah, I'm not denying that you can interpret the biblical creation through a scientific framework, right? That yeah, I'm not taking that away from you.
I don't even really necessarily care like about that because like
Then
what
don't
if one
talk.
of the days in creation like was much of a longer period of time? I don't
Then
know, like
that's
'cause it seems like the day is like a segment of some sort.
that's
I don't know.
that's just more mental gymnastics to make the earth
Not
fit a
really. I'm
narrative.
just
Yeah, it
saying
is.
like that it's not
It really
like
is.
if the earth itself, like when God created the earth, or he basically what did he do? Receive the water so that the land could form. And you know, if that took a long period of time, I mean, okay, I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, it's not. Maybe to me, it's not that important. But I don't
So
know. Maybe
Taylor,
to
how
some
old do you
people,
think
I
the
mean,
earth is? Taylor, how old do you think the earth is,
I
in
don't
your
know.
opinion?
I don't
Do
know
you
when
think
God exactly created the
do,
earth, or
do
if it
you
was a
think the
time period
earth
of one day, like a 24-hour period, or not, because there wasn't the
do you
sun.
think the earth was created last Thursday?
No,
Okay,
I think that we can know things,
okay,
and
so do you think the earth was created more than 10,000 years ago?
like I said, like people have asked me this before. I'm not sure exactly when God created the earth and if it was a 24-hour day as we experience it. I'm
I
not sure.
understand that. I get what you're saying there, but the
yeah,
question is like if you were to bet and you're going to say, "Hey,
I
I'm going to
don't
put a
know.
dollar on this," um, would you say that the Earth is younger or older than 10,000 years?
I think that once the sun was created, it could be 24-hour days. But before that, I'm not sure what exactly a day was to God because time could be
Taylor,
different.
yeah. Can I
so
like
that's why I say
hang
it's
on,
anywhere
hang on.
between
I
24
just want
hours
to
to a
answer your
thousand
question,
years. Because a day to God
Taylor.
is 1,000 years.
why does it take God any period of time to complete an
He
action?
didn't have to. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever fully know
So,
until we die.
like,
I think
isn't
that'll
it kind of
reveal.
like a weird thing that like it would take God a certain amount of time to complete an action? Isn't that kind of weird?
No,
Could be to you, maybe. I mean, I'm
What
not.
what's
I'm not.
what's
I'm not 100% sure what it
what's
was like.
what was the limitation that prevented God from creating Earth
He could have. He could have very
instantaneously?
well done it in a 24-hour period.
there are certain
Well, the
limitations though.
24-hour period is not instantaneous.
There are certain limitations.
Well, explain that. What limits God?
Logic,
Well, God created a
What's
world
what?
of logic and limitation.
logic.
Right.
So,
So
Go ahead,
yeah.
Riggs.
so then
No, it's
explain
your-
Hold
to
on,
me.
let Riggs go, dude. Let Riggs go, dude.
Well, explain to me the time process of creating an Earth. Like what was it that logic prevented that stopped him from creating the Earth in an hour as opposed to a day?
You expect us to like answer to you how God did
No,
like
just
do you
the
expect us
logical,
to answer how God did and does
just the
everything in His
logical.
mind? Like we're
No,
not. Like I'm not God. I can't tell you everything definitively.
no, not that. Just the logical reason why it's impossible for him to do it in an hour. Not
I
why
don't
did
think
he
it. I
take the
don't
20.
necessarily think it
Not
would be.
right.
That doesn't
Not
mean that's
why
how
did
he
he.
had to do it.
I'm not asking why he took 24 hours. I'm asking what's the logical impossibility of him doing it in an hour.
I mean,
I'm trying to
I don't
explain it to
really
you, dude.
think necessarily there is one now. Lion can explain his statement. I don't know. I don't
So
think there would be an
I'm
impossibility.
gonna give you an olive branch, dude. All right, because we should read Second Ezra chapter 6, and I brought this up before. There are certain things that even Yah can't do because we have a logical creator, right? He's coherent, he's computational. So everything that he does has to compute, right? If it's illogical, it won't compute, right? And there are certain things that even the creator is limited because he's a logical creator. And logic is actually something that there's no workaround, dude. Like there's not another possibility in another universe with other laws, with other laws of logic. Maybe this would be possible. That's not possible. So he
Lion.
created the
I'm asking you
universe
for
in
the
a way that was logical, and he created
what's the,
yeah. So I'm trying to
Lion.
explain to you.
there's only one
Lion,
way that
Lion.
coherency can manifest.
Right. What's the logical error
Calm
in
down,
creating
bro.
no, I'm calm.
You're
What's the
interrupting
logical
people though.
because you're not answering the question. What's the
You're right. Calm
logical
down.
what's the logical possibility that makes it possible for God to make Earth in 24 hours versus the logical impossibility that God can make it in an hour?
So in his infinite wisdom, he's been able to weigh out all the variables needed to factor in, right, in his logical calculations, what would be the ideal avenue to creation, right? And in that in his reasoning, right, he reasoned that the world needed to be made not instantly, but over a period of time. And if you actually look in the scriptures, it answers this in the scriptures why human beings take a certain amount of time to be born and grow old, right? Why didn't he just create everybody at the same time? Why didn't he just destroy Satan, right? These things are answered in the scriptures. Now I can't give you a Bible lesson right away, but he describes it as like a woman. Can a woman give birth to 1,000,000 kids or whatever, or 10 kids at once, all fully grown?
All fully grown? No, that's weird.
Right.
But
so
are you asking for like the logical impossibility of that happening?
No, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but sometimes it's not the
Well, I
ideal
can tell you the
avenue
logical
to take. But
impossibility
here,
of it.
I'll give you a little bit.
Oh no, I can tell you the logical impossibility of a woman not giving birth to 10 full-grown people. I can tell you the logical impossibility.
Yeah, I got that from Ezra, but hold on, I'm trying to find another verse. Give me a sec. Go ahead, keep talking.
I'm just not hearing the logical impossibility of God creating the earth in a second compared to an hour compared to the day. You're not bridging the gap.
I got you, bro. Hold on, give me a second, dude. trying to find the verse. Because it describes a process of the earth bringing forth life that kind of sounds like evolution. But right here.
Wait, I thought life came after the earth. So we're not talking about life. We're just talking about just earth itself.
So here, verse 43 of 2nd Ezra chapter 6, it says, "For as soon as your word went forth," right, the heavens and everything was created by his word through some type of mystic perturbation. I don't know, but it says, "For as soon as your word went forth, the work was made." As soon as his word went forth. So as soon as the perturbation left his voice, right, his work was made. For immediately, not millions of years later, not billions of years later, for immediately there was great and innumerable fruit, and many diverse pleasures of for taste, and flowers of unchangeable color, and odors of wonderful smell. And this was done on the third day. Upon the
Are we
fourth
doing
day,
Bible study or?
upon the fourth day, you commanded that the sun should shine, and the moon give her light, and the stars should be in order, and gave them charge to do service unto man that was to be made. And upon the fifth day, you said unto the seventh part, where the waters were gathered, that it should bring forth living creatures, fowls and fish, and so it came to be. The reason I bring this up is because we have a combination of him creating life, bringing forth life from the dust of the earth, and also allowing his creation to bring forth life through naturalistic processes. In this case, he commanded the waters to bring forth life, the ocean waters themselves, and that the ocean waters brought forth birds. That's counterintuitive for a lot of Christians, right? But if you look in Genesis, Genesis actually says the same exact thing, that the birds came forth from the oceans. So what we see here is both, a creative process that takes that allows the creation to also bring forth life. And that would take time, or not necessarily, but he made it so that took time. It says, "For the dumb water and without life, it's stagnant, it's dead, there's nothing in it. For the dumb water and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of Elohim."
Nice.
So in one instance, we see that the vegetation with the fruits came forth instantly. In the other instance, so you can have both in the same paradigm. One does not negate the other. In the other instance, we see that the waters brought forth life. And it doesn't say immediately, it just says they brought forth life. And then eventually you get to man. On the sixth day you commanded unto the earth that you should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things. And after these things, Adam also, whom you made Lord or Adonai over all your creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom you have chosen. And he created Adam with his hands, with his own hands. So unlike the birds and the fish and the beasts that he allowed his creation to bring forth, right, through the waters and the dust, Adam he created with his hands.
So God doesn't have very big hands then. I mean,
I'm trying to give you an olive branch, bro.
I don't know. You completely avoided my question.
I'm trying to
At
tell
no
you that
point,
things.
at no point
things-
did you address the logical impossibility of God creating it like in an instant compared to over 7 days of creation.
No. In this specific case, it's not about it being illogical. It's what's ideal, right? And for him, it was ideal naturalistic processes to come forth, right? Through the commandment of his word, right? So he still allowed the waters to bring forth life, which would have taken, the processes would have taken time, up to 1,000 years. I would say, if a day is 1,000 years to God, we're dealing between a 24-hour period that we see today and 1,000 years in God's realm.
So how does a God that lives outside of time have a day one for him?
What do you mean?
Dude, God created a world that has time. Look, if you don't begin granting some things, then this is not like a productive conversation.
He just said day one could be like 1,000
But it
years.
has to make sense to grant it, right?
So no, he just said day one takes 1,000 years. I can grant him that. Fine, day one is 1,000 years for God. No problem. Granted. That still gives God a time scale of day one. So that's kind of like counterintuitive.
Yeah, well, I don't agree that day one took 1,000 years, but look, all I'm saying is that at every point that there's an answer, you're not granting, like, honestly, you're not going to agree with any of these points. You're not going to.
Well, yeah,
you're not going to agree that God is like, at no point. Well, yeah, at no point you're going to agree to any of these things. But if you're going to actually investigate it, you need to grant some things. Otherwise, it's just going to be contention after contention, like constantly.
Well, that's the point of a conversation. Why are you tongue-lacing?
Great point, Riggs. How do we investigate how long the Earth has been here? How do we investigate it?
Well, hold on. To answer your question, so the first day wasn't the first day for God; it was the first day for our realm. So
there's other realms.
Yes, dude. There's other realms. There's layers.
Do other people live there?
There's that, even within the Christian paradigm, the New Testament. There's 3 heavens, bro. 3 Shamayim. Our Shamayim and the immediate sky above us was created on the first day. Doesn't mean God, it came to existence on the first day. Our existence came into existence on the first day.
What was God doing before?
I have no idea, dude. These are deep philosophical questions.
But just chilling by himself.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, why the fuck would you say that?
Well, tell me, Riggs. Tell me what he was doing.
No, but you're asking some things that nobody can know. Like, some of these things are logical inference. Some of them are lore. And then you ask some dumb shit like that. Like, no one can answer that.
Like Lord of the Rings lore? Or like, what do you mean by lore?
Like, you're just very low effort trolling. It's just dumb.
How is it low effort trolling? He's asking questions. Like, these questions are relevant to the conversation.
No, what you say, what was God doing before everything else?
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Riggs,
what do you mean? That's a good question.
That's not trolling.
Riggs,
trolling.
It's not my fault that straightforward questions make your religion look silly.
Well,
that's
what
not
happened?
my fault.
What happened?
He's not even.
What was your black hole doing before it was a black hole?
A sun. It was a sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what was it before the sun? And what's everything?
It was a cloud. It was a cloud.
What was the end of your universe?
It was a cloud of matter. It was a cloud of matter before it was a sun.
Yeah, and then what was it before that?
Before that, it was particles and energy fields.
And we go back to the Big Bang. What was before that?
Before that was a fundamental building blocks of the universe, which is energy fields.
What came first, gravity or mass?
Energy fields always existed.
Riggs, the difference is
they always existed.
Riggs, the difference is that the universe doesn't have a purpose, so it doesn't need a reason for why things take so long. God apparently does have a purpose because he's an agent, which makes the whole outside of time and choosing when to create things and taking a certain amount of time to create things and creating the universe to make it appear like it's billions of years old and to tell you that it's only 6,000 years old. That's the problem.
You haven't established that the universe has no purpose. This is your own personal conclusion.
Yeah. Based on evidence, yes.
There's no purpose based on evidence. Are you kidding me?
No, there doesn't seem to be a purpose the way we humans understand purpose when it comes to the universe.
That's your opinion.
Why
I think there's a purpose.
based on what's the purpose of the universe?
What is the evidence that there's no purpose? Are you kidding me?
What is the purpose of the universe?
You need to answer
What's the
my
purpose
question.
of you saying it?
What is the evidence of what is the evidence for no purpose? The way the universe is structured, it does not care about humans. It does not seem to aim for a specific thing, right?
That's not the case
Seems
at
like
all,
it
bro.
does, 'cause everything's perfect for life to come about.
Right?
No,
the
it's
universe
not.
is set up in
Universe is
such a
perfectly
way.
Literally
So-
called the
Come
Goldilocks
on, guys.
zone. These guys
I mean,
are
y'all
like,
are.
oh, there's no
Come on,
purpose.
guys. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get in, and everybody's just talking over each other. To say that their universe doesn't have a purpose is a negative claim. How do you prove a negative claim?
Are you asking me?
Just
Yeah.
anyone that's asking for evidence that the universe has no purpose. Why would we be able to produce evidence that has no purpose?
To say it has no purpose is the claim.
You're taking the positive that there
Yes,
is
the universe
no purpose to the universe.
Seems to not have a purpose due to a myriad of factors, including the way the universe looks, works, the laws of nature. It
No,
does
man.
not seem to have a purpose the way we humans understand purpose.
You'd have to ignore all the purposefulness of the universe to claim such a thing. You would have to literally
don't understand what
deny
you mean.
the uniformity in nature, the irreducible complexity, the gold, everything, the homeostasis, right? The stability, all these things for life to exist have to be justified.
Actually, I
One of
changed
those
my mind.
uniformities of
It seems
nature-
that the universe has a purpose to go to for all matter to go to lowest energy state. Sorry, yeah.
What's
I changed my
your
mind.
purpose, Zoidberg? What's your purpose?
Wait,
My
Just quickly,
purpose
just quickly. Yeah, what's your
Just real quick.
specific
is
purpose?
to replace all white people in Europe.
One of the
Okay, cool. So
uniformity
you
of
have a
natures that you
purpose,
talk
right?
about, Lion,
One-
is the speed of light, which says that the universe is billions of years old. So you don't believe in the uniformities of nature.
What?
No, I do, and
Okay.
this is one of the biggest lines of evidence to support the intelligent design is purposefulness. Everything that exists, right, has a cause, and the reason that things were caused to exist is because they have a purpose. So unless
Even
you can
Zoidberg.
provide me something that exists that has no purpose, go ahead.
So yeah, and it gave birth to you guys. And I don't know, whatever you wake up in the morning and your purpose is to get out of bed and eat some cereal or something. Like it's all purposeful. Gave birth to you guys, so it's just kind of a weird
What gave
statement to say
birth
that
to
it has no
us,
purpose.
guys?
It's
I
like
don't
it's
get it.
meaningless and nothing.
You make a meaning for yourself. Humans make meaning for themselves. Why are you guys afraid
Yes,
to make
and
meaning
the
in your
universe-
lives?
The
Look,
universe
it's real
made
simple.
you,
It's real
right?
simple.
No.
I enjoy
Yes.
life.
Incorrect.
I enjoy life.
The
I enjoy
universe made you,
traveling with
Zoidberg.
my life. I enjoy these things. In order to do those things, I realize I live in a reality where I need currency, money to be able to do those things. So I work for a living to pay for those things because that's what I enjoy doing.
So if you have ever looked into the teleological argument, right, which would include irreducible complexity, they evaluate nature and its purposefulness. And then you guys are saying that nature doesn't have a purpose. You literally would have to deny your whole reality to suggest such a thing.
Lion, can you show me one structure of one creature that's irreducibly complex?
One structure,
Of one creature that's irreducibly complex, yes.
the lipid membrane of the single-celled amoeba.
That's an irreducibly complex structure, a bunch of
Yeah.
fat cells?
Yes, sir. It's a lot more complex than a bunch of fat cells.
Okay.
Look into the work of James Tabor. And 80% of
I've looked into it.
Yeah, real quick, hold on.
80% of biochemists happen to be theists, dude.
Yeah,
Because they
Okay.
realize how impossible
Sure.
this shit is. Go ahead.
Hey,
Sure, but
Lion.
they're theists, and also they do it what is it? Origins of life research, right? where they completely ignore God. How is that possible? Because they can be good scientists and theists at the same time.
Real quick before you open that up, like just an example of a simple thing would be like a fly, like irreducibly complex. Like it has to be that way to do its function, right? Or like a bee.
No.
No.
Really? So if you take off 2 bee legs, it can't be a bee anymore? It can't fly around anymore? That's like one of the dumbest examples of irreducibly complex I've ever heard.
No, bro, you don't understand. It's not just about the legs, though. It's about the organism overall.
So you know that fat is hydrophobic, right?
Don't they need the legs to vibrate?
Well, no. I mean, I tell you what, that's a fair point, and maybe I'm mistaken. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of something, but like, well, how about like a bee without legs? Like, like what about? I mean, but irreducibly complex, it limits it. It's a bad answer. Forgive me, but I just trying to think of something like that. Actually, if you think about it in collection, like a bee and what it provides and what it does.
They need
I
the
don't
legs
know.
to vibrate, don't they?
I don't know. I don't think. I'm sure they could
But
probably survive.
that's you giving.
It's a bad example, I think, though. Forgive me. I don't want to argue the
point.
point if it's a bad example. You know what I mean? But I
You're
just made me
wise.
think of something like that.
You're very wise.
Dude.
You guys conflate the fact that intelligent design allowed for his creatures to be resilient and robust and be able to survive in various environments and adapt. And you guys think just because you can lose an arm, you can get blown up by a grenade and still survive, that all of a sudden irreducible complexity debunked. That is the silliest, most foolish.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you don't see how retarded that is.
So I thought we weren't supposed to use that word anymore. But secondarily, you said the outer membrane of cell walls are irreducibly complex, correct?
The lipid membrane.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Lipid is fat, right?
Yes.
So is fat does it like water or does it not like water?
It does. It's hydrophobic. Yes. What's your
Precisely?
Well,
And so
lipids
they will
actually join on. Don't they connect the water with the fat? Isn't that like one of the processes that lipids do specifically?
Yeah, lipid is it's a phospholipid. It's hydrophobic on one end and hydrophilic on the other. That's what causes it to arrange itself in that bilayer that's the membrane.
Precisely. Left lane is 100% billion trillion correct. How is that system irreducibly complex?
So I'll post the charts in a second, because what you're trying to do is trying to lead the audience into thinking that's just some type of fat, right? And that's all it is. No, it's a lot more complex than just some type of fat held between two cell walls.
Left lane totally made it even more complex. It talked about how there's a positive and negative end, and how the positive ends align, and it creates an encirclement essentially because of gravity.
Right, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
It's structured, and you get into structured water in the plasma. There's also, it's not just a lipid membrane. There's also a plasma layer when you actually break it down.
So that's something that
structured water. But
past that
no,
lipid layer?
this is intelligent design. But hold on.
Are you saying that the membrane could not come by natural means over millions of years, billions of years?
Correct.
So you think that the membrane was suddenly created at one point, and that's it?
Yes, sir.
That's no intelligent design. Then, if that's the case, then of course you can invoke irreducible complexity. But there are ways that these things, like vesicles, like the proto cell membrane, amyloids, this could have been step by step created by nature.
Yeah, what about a seed?
What about the seed?
Also, by the way, the lipid membrane, I'm reading research right now that deals specifically with this argument because apparently creationists use this argument a lot. So there is data on it, and it says spontaneous self-assembly of phospholipids when placed in aqueous water-based environment will spontaneously arrange themselves into a bilayer due to their amphipathic nature, having both hydrophilic and hydrophobic parts. The hydrophobic tails orient towards each other away from the water, while the hydrophilic heads face the water. This forms a basic enclosed vesicle. It's not irreducibly complex, but
Yeah, what about a seed?
What do you like? I would say that would be very complex, but it's a package of information that's already delivered.
Right.
You know,
Right, but it's irreducibly, like you can't nullify any part of it without, like, destroying the whole of it.
what do you mean by nullified, though?
I mean, like, you can't start pulling off the legs like a bee, let's say. Like,
Well, obviously, if you destroy a seed,
No, of course not.
It's gonna
Oh my
lose
God.
its function.
So
But
therefore,
the question
it would
is,
be
how did they end up?
irreducibly complex. That's the
No.
fucking point, right? Is that
No.
Yeah,
because-
yes, it would.
No, the problem is you're starting with a living organism of today and claim that that is a reducible complex. That is, to me, a fallacious argument because what at least evolution tells us is that there's been a gradual evolution, Hox genes giving us the body parts, like for the limbs. So if you go by, yes, everything was created at one single point, finished, ready to go, okay, then you can evoke irreducible complexity. But if you go by evolution, you can't.
No
And
shit.
the evolutionary history of seeds indicates that pre-seed reproduction was spores, and that you had modifications to spore reproduction until you had something distinct, which was which was the evolution of the seed. And even the seed itself went through multiple different modifications before it got to where we are today, and there are different seed types today.
Correct, yeah. There's still seeds with hard shells, there's seeds with soft shells, outer layers, right? Multiple seeds depending on the environment, depending on the evolutionary pressures they experience, they develop different. Seems like a rational thing.
Really, this whole argument of irreducible complexity is one that needs to go by the wayside, because the more science learns about things, and the more they break down, now that we have access to genetic codes, and it's easier to figure out where things came from in terms of this particular sequence of the gene is here. It did this. It seems to be related to this one over here, which is a less complex variant, and they can follow the evolutionary lineages. There's nothing that's irreducibly complex. There just may be things that we don't have the evolutionary history of yet. And repeatedly saying, well, what about that one? Well, what about that one? Well, what about that one? Isn't really an argument.
That's I don't know why you say that, because even DNA itself is irreducible complex. RNA itself, the simplest RNA transcoder, right, is irreducibly complex.
that's not.
No, they're not. Wrong
That's
again.
not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not something
An organism can lose genes.
Your robot left life.
Yeah. An organism can lose genes and still live a healthy life.
That's not. Did you hear what I said? The transcription process for RNA to replicate itself. That process, the robot responsible for replicating the RNA is irreducibly complex.
No, it's not.
That's also not true, because RNA can be autocatalytic and self-replicating without having to have a protein transcriber.
Okay, so when you try to demonstrate self-assembly, right, it's never been done, dude.
Yes,
You guys, even when you include, no, what you have is amino acids forming, and then you just because you have already amino acids there, you think, oh look, now we got RNA replication. No, dude, no, you don't. You still got a lot of steps to go before you get to that RNA replication.
Well, why is it that one
No,
find
they've already
amino
shown
acids,
replication of
amino acids
RNA.
in meteorites and in comets? They do find amino acids. So
Right.
that means
amino
acids. That means that amino acids can exist naturally. Does not have to be made by anyone.
So, Lion,
Where's
are you under
where's
the
Taylor
impression?
at? Is she still in
Lion,
here?
Are you under the impression that RNA is made of amino acids?
Dude, I'm not saying it's. Listen, whether it's ribosomes, nucleotides, amino acids, why you always have to like catch me in a technicality, bro? Like I'm not a biophysicist.
You just said that RNA.
Biologist.
Yeah, you just said that RNA can't be autocatalytic and that it can't self-replicate. When that in fact is untrue, and your response to that was to say it makes amino acids. Do you think RNA is made of amino acids?
It's made of proteins, bro.
It's made of ribonucleic acid. It's not made of proteins.
No,
you don't really know. You don't really know what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. I'm not a biophysicist, but I have researched the topic. I've studied the topic. You're being disingenuous by stating that there's no proteins involved. Ribosomes are essentially made of protein, dude. Is Taylor in here? She can back me up on this.
No,
that's not true, though.
No,
yes,
we were talking about RNA, and RNA is not made of proteins at all.
Is anybody qualified in the field to back me up on this? Why are you guys being so difficult right now?
Qualified in the field, and RNA is not made of proteins.
Yeah. Lion, why did you start an argument if you don't know the field? Like, just wait until Tyler comes back and then consult with him.
No, I do know the field. I knew though the field. They're gaslighting me, acting like there's no proteins at all in RNA replication when there indeed is proteins. There's protein synthesis.
Lion,
that's how you get DNA. I know you guys are triggered. That's how you get TNA into RNA.
How is proteins made? How are the proteins made in a living organism?
Okay, but Stefan, I'm asking you, don't interrupt him because he's the only interlocutor and you guys are like 3-4 people. Okay, so it's just he has to by definition speak more than you guys. Thank you.
Sorry.
Can we at least establish whether proteins are involved in RNA replication or not? Because apparently we can't even establish
RNA are the subunits of a protein, Lion.
It's what it's made of.
Yeah. RNA does not necessarily require an assembly by a protein structure. There are papers and there are experiments showing that it can be self-assembling. Now, when it comes to in modern times in cells that we have today, we have these evolved proteins, but that doesn't get you away from where you were stating that. Let's say from where you were stating that RNA is composed of protein or amino acids. Not. It's ribose, which is a sugar phosphate group, and a nitrogenous base. There's no protein.
All right, but you're trying to catch me in the technicality, and I'll grant you that. I'll give you that. But essentially, RNA is a protein, dude. It turns into protein, bro.
It gives you the information to create certain proteins. Yes, but it is not itself a protein.
Oh, fine. Okay, but what's it turn into?
It gives you no. It gives you the information.
What's RNA turn into? What's
DNA
RNA turn into?
Eventually.
DNA. Hold on. Because I know you guys. I'm granted you what you're saying, but you're trying to catch me in a technicality because of some ego trip. At the end of the day, what happens with RNA? What's RNA turn into?
No,
hang on. One at a time. Okay, let Lion finish.
Everybody hang on. Lion, is an engine a car? Just answer that question.
No.
It's the same thing as saying that RNA is a protein.
I already granted you that. But what's RNA turn into?
I don't know. Can somebody
DNA? It turns to DNA.
No, that's not true. RNA does not turn into DNA.
In evolution, it does.
What does it turn into? So what? Dr.
An mRNA, an mRNA is red. by the mitochondria, and then the protein is created.
It's
So it's
not
like
read by the mitochondria.
yeah, isn't that so? Like a messenger RNA is given information what kind of protein to be produced.
So what creates the protein? Is that the ribosome?
Yeah.
Ribosomes
Okay,
transcribe RNA.
Wait, say again. Sorry.
I said ribosomes will make a protein from sequences of RNA strands.
Okay, so an RNA is like the blueprint for a protein.
Yes.
Okay.
The ingredients. Yeah.
Is it the raw ingredients for protein or
what they are?
It's not. It's not the raw ingredients. That would be similar to saying that a blueprint is a pile of steel.
Okay, I think I understand. So RNA is like the instructions. The ribosome is like the manufacturing plant, and it pumps out a protein when you feed in the RNA.
Yeah,
okay.
sort of.
Got it. If that's the case, then okay, I got it. All right.
But I really do hate that Lion says things as though they're fact. When he's told, no, everything about that is wrong, here would be the correct way to do it. His response is to not take on board that he was telling people incorrect things, and rather just says, oh, it's a technicality. No, when you are saying things that in no way reflect the truth of the matter and you're corrected, that's not a technicality. That's showing that you don't have the first fucking idea what you're saying. I gotta go.
No, dude. No, I already conceded to it, by the way, that you on a technicality, when you catch on a technicality, that RNA itself is not protein per se, but RNA is the building blocks for protein. It turns into protein, it turns into DNA that are made up of ribosomes, nucleotides, and amino acids, bro. Like you can catch me in a technicality based off the ontology of DNA and amino acids, fine. You can have that. But at the end of the day, even within the RNA, right, the building blocks of the RNA itself, you can't replicate that in nature through natural means. You have to control the conditions. You have no. Even with
let him finish. Let Lion finish. Go ahead. You can't replicate that in nature.
So there's a replicator, right? That replicator that does the translation or the transcription. I think transcription is the technical name, not translation. The transcription itself is irreducibly complex.
No, it's not. In fact, proteins can be made slightly different and still function as normal. That's another wrong thing. So it's not irreducible complex. But you went through quite a few things. RNA does not become DNA, for one. The other thing is amino acids are found naturally, like in space. So that's the supply of the building blocks for RNA exist naturally. They don't have to be made by anyone. So again, you're talking about you would by technicality. Well, you better be quite specific.
It's difficult debating you guys because you state things that your own model doesn't even suggest. We know, according to your own model, that RNA is the older version, right? So before you had DNA, before DNA could walk, figuratively speaking, you needed RNA. And now you're telling me that no, there's no connection between DNA and RNA. That DNA did not come from RNA. That's what you're stating. When you in the main theory, according to evolutionary biology, RNA is the antecedent to DNA. So what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, bro? When you're denying your own model?
Yeah, I think accusation of malice are probably not for that video. But maybe addressing primary literature would help this conversation. What do you guys think? Guys?
I'm about to back out, dude. I'm like a little bit. I gotta go to work. Dude, I'm getting up right now.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Also, oh, sorry, I'm like, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say so I don't, I'm not at all well versed enough in this to totally get it. I do believe that certain chemicals can, that chemical configurations can result in, what I guess is called self-assembly. I believe that's been demonstrated in the lab. I don't know, I don't know the specifics that are involved. So I don't know how applicable that is to, biology. I'm not well read enough.
I mean, I think that's fine. It just seems like
Taylor is supposed to give us a talk on abiogenesis at some point. I don't know if she's still planning on doing that, but she asked about doing an event.
Taylor?
Yeah.
She's in here.
Is she in here?
When did you ask her?
I don't know. She's not in here right now.
Oh, no, but she's on screen.
Okay.
I can see her at the bottom.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, she'd ask about doing an event, and I would for sure host it. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, I think she'd be up for that.
Yeah, she just has to give me a date and time. That's it, and I'll set it up. And it would be a stage event, so she would be in control of the, of the conversation.
You have here, you have catalysis, as in ribosomes, genetic information transfer, mRNA regulation, miRNA, and protein synthesis. All this involved with RNA replication. And it says here, regarding creationist defense, a massive RNA protein complex responsible for synthesizing proteins, like 300 different proteins. The ribosome includes RNA that is catalytically active.
Catalytically. Catalysis.
Catalytically active. No single component can produce functional translations on its own. So it is suggested that it began on its own through some type of miraculous self-replication, self-assembly that is suggested by evolutionists. But this idea has only been slightly demonstrated to even be possible. And I know J. Ace has posted research papers on it, but they've never actually carried this out. It has not been demonstrated. Only parts of that process have been demonstrated to be possible on their own.
Okay.
Isn't that kind of funny? The scientists have found different steps of the process, not the whole process, but several indicating steps how things are made naturally. Does that heighten the possibility that abiogenesis happen or not?
No, because the level of complexity could not have arisen step by step through small modifications in that process of contingency, right? You cannot, you can't get, you can't.
Hang on, why not?
If Taylor was here, she could get more into the nitty gritty regarding the conditions that would be needed. You need various conditions for different parts of the part that does the transcription, right? It's made up of parts that, in order for those parts to be created, they have to, the conditions would be polar opposite. So for like one part of the transcriptor, you need certain types of conditions, whether it's acidic, and then in another part of the transcriptor, you would need like an alkaline environment. So you need both polar opposite environments for different parts of the thing that does the transcription.
That's just the ions at the end of the molecule, if it's positive or negatively charged, which gives it a alkaline or acidic property.
The point is that this, whatever does the transcribing, right? That part it seems to be irreducibly complex. And the only way for this process to have been even possible, right, is if it was all created harmoniously in working order at the very beginning, right? This whole process.
Are you sure? So there's no way that this can be built up gradually, step by step.
There might be a way, but it's irrational to suggest that there's a naturalistic explanation for something to have come about through small modifications when it doesn't have any advantage. It's not advantageous at all until the process is fully formed, interconnected.
Until advantage? What's that got to do with it?
You wouldn't have any transcription at all going on. You wouldn't have any translation at all going on without this process fully formed and work in order.
But you could have self-replicating prior to that.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You wouldn't have any self-replication, no translation, no transcription without this process.
No, hang on.
Order.
I think you
misunderstand. What would you have for the millions of years? What would you have?
One at a time.
Yeah, I think you misunderstand the difference between the two things with subjects we are talking about. I was talking about self-replicating molecules. You are going into how the cell works by the mitochondria. That's two completely different things.
No, I'm talking about ribosomes. Ribosomes, self-replicating ribosomes.
So the part, like essentially what my understanding is that the machinery that, or the parts that make up the machinery, there is machinery that is required to make those parts.
Ribosomes
so the building blocks,
ribosomes are thought to be independent cells that were absorbed and then just basically took over.
Yeah.
It could turn out to be a what's the big word? When two animals work together, what's the name of that? I'm clanking on
symbiosis.
Symbiosis.
But I mean, that would imply that there's machinery there to take over in the first place. So I'm trying to work out like the origins.
It's a much later process than the beginning of life. This is like, you had two independent cells, and then one basically invaded the other, then took over and became a symbiosis.
Well, I think we're on the question of where did that initial cell come from at the moment.
Well, you're talking about ribosomes now, so you're talking about a fairly complicated system already in place.
The machinery of the simplest RNA replicator is way more complex than you guys are giving credit, and it wouldn't have evolved over millions of years through small modifications. The machinery itself.
Why not?
RNA
because it's far too complex.
RNA self-replicate on the montmorillonite bentonite. Just because
but that's an environment that's creating those chains of proteins, right? Like it's the environment bringing that forward. We're trying to like work out essentially this machine that is self-replicating. I mean, it would seem to me that the parts that make the machine need the machine in order to make the parts. So it's a chicken or egg situation.
No, not really. Just because these systems don't exist in the current world because they've been outcompeted by the completed system doesn't mean they don't exist.
Or you mean
means they don't exist even under what you just
You mean they didn't exist?
It didn't exist. That's correct. Because they've been outcompeted now by the cells that the more complete.
So
cells.
no evidence, right?
I mean, it's like saying birds don't exist because the dodos are gone, right?
Oh, hang on.
No, it's not, because the dodo wasn't the origin of all birds.
So I'm an actual.
Okay, or whatever. Sure, so we can do that too.
I'm an actual biochemist, and I have posted in the Research Omni chat over 100 papers, not only describing how protocells are made both in a lab and in nature under natural conditions, but how all the 4 classes of biomolecules came about. Right? We've already done all this stuff.
No, it's you.
Autocatalytic sets of RNA have already been made both in the lab and in nature. Systems chemistry, all of this stuff has been done. Amino acids, ligating into proteins, all that's been worked out. I have like hundreds of articles that I've posted about this stuff in the Research Omni chat. You can look at it and see how it's all done.
I was looking
None
into
of
it the
this
other day.
stuff is a mystery.
But Jace, let me ask you a question. Is RNA a protein complex?
No, RNA is a nucleic acid. It's its own class of biomolecules. Proteins are made from amino acids, which is a different class of biomolecule.
That's all I was
RNA,
wondering on.
Ribonucleic acid kind of gives you, in its name,
And
tells you what it
it's
is.
not hard to get RNA self-replicators. It does it on its own. In your own body, RNA already has biologic functions, right? DNA does not, but RNA does, and RNA will self-replicate itself. And this has been shown over and over again. Like, denying it is just silly.
No, I'm not denying that RNA is capable of self-replication because that was the way it was designed. But that process requires certain type of stable environments, right? Very specific environments just to get the replicator. Yeah, just to get the replicator
It's been shown
itself.
prebiotically under both hypothesized reducing conditions and oxidizing conditions, at acidic conditions and basic conditions. Any kind of prebiotic Earth scenario you can imagine, RNA has been shown to emerge naturally and self-replicate. All of this has already been done. There's no question about it in biology.
Well, there's
wouldn't the fact that the ribosomes in the RNA is the fact that it's catalytically active, wouldn't that affect its development in nature if it was just in a chaos of primordial soup?
RNA is just a molecule. Ribosomes that's a type of enzyme that requires also proteins. It's partially made of protein and partially made of RNA. When you're talking about abiogenesis, we're not talking about ribosomes. That's the result of evolutionary processes that come about later. And that's already been shown too, how ribosomes came about. All of that is known as well. But that's not part of abiogenesis. RNA on its own, just the molecule RNA, has catalytic function and is able to self-replicate itself. It doesn't need a ribosome. The RNA can do it on its own without a ribosome.
You got any Frankensteins out there yet, JS, that you can credit yourself with?
Well, people like David Demers and Lee Cronin have made like protocells and stuff, and a bunch of other people too. But they're
have they? I remember Lee saying that he did not make a protocell.
Oh, I posted his papers about it. He even
Jack
did
Shostak also did not say that he made a protocell. I remember, like I follow these guys as like academic.
Yeah, I don't know about Shostak. He's more of like a systems chemistry guy. But Cronin did it with literally rust and table salt. So, and I posted his paper about that. He's also on one of Dave Farina's videos talking about how he did it. So I don't know why he would say in a different video that he didn't, unless that video was from before 2021 when he actually.
So
did it.
if I Google, did Lee Cronin?
So read the paper. The paper is in the Research Omni chat. Lee Cronin's paper. You could read it. He talks all about it.
I think
he's also in one of Dave Farina's videos. So I don't know what video you're talking about, but it must have been before. It must have been before. It must have been before 2021 when he did this, because he did it in 2021.
The statement is like basically he made a protocell, not like the Luca, not like the
20.
Like,
hang on, man, you guys
2025. Lee Cronin and his research group are actively involved.
Luca is not a protocell. Luca is an evolutionary.
I understand that. That's what I think the statement was. He made a protocell, not like the one that
cursory Google search.
He made a bio, and it doesn't matter what Google said, dude. I've posted his research. Literally, he's the author of the paper where he's talking. He shows you how he did it. It's a primary scientific article. It's in the research Omni chat. Like, it doesn't matter what Google says, bro. I get your.
Can you not interrupt me, please?
Okay,
Ace?
Yeah, let him finish.
So it says Lee Cronin and his research group are actively involved in the quest to create artificial life forms, often referred to as protocells. They haven't announced the creation of a fully synthetic living cell that meets all the criteria for life, but they have made significant progress in the development of protocell models and systems that mimic key aspects of living cells.
Yeah, because he's not claiming to make a cell, he's making protocells, which is not a cell. Protocell doesn't meet the 7 or 8 criteria that biologists have, right? He made a protocell, as I've been saying, right? So don't strawman me that he didn't make cells. He's not claiming he made cells. He made protocells out of a bioinformatics system with rust and table salt. That's how easily this stuff forms naturally. You can do it with rust.
So not a cell.
The definition, it says protocell is a hypothetical experimentally created precursor of a living cell. It is an organized chemical system that mimics some, but not all, the characteristics of a modern biological cell, often considered a crucial intermediate step in the abiogenesis origins of life research process. And the previous statement I read was saying that they have not created a protocell, but they're working on it. And this is 2025.
It said, that statement you read said they didn't make cells because cells are the result of evolutionary processes, right? Abiogenesis deals with protocells, how these things, the precursors came about, because evolution really starts even at the chemical level. Before you even get to protocells, you already have an evolutionary process going on. But a real cell that we would consider meets all the criteria comes further down the line, and that stuff there's models and all sorts of hypotheses for how all that came about. But we're talking about abiogenesis, which deals with protocells, right? So don't strawman that he didn't make cells, because nobody's claiming that Lee Cronin made cells. He made protocells.
We have a video of we have a stream of this chat. We can revert and listen to what I said. And I'll read the statement again. Verbatim. Lee Cronin and his research group are actively involved in the quest to create artificial life forms, often referred to as protocells. They haven't announced the creation of a fully synthetic living cell that meets all the criteria for life, but they have made significant progress in developing protocell models and systems that mimic key aspects of living cells.
Yes, so
they have not made a protocell.
Dude,
they have developed. They have made significant progress in developing protocell models and systems that mimic key aspects of living cells, which is amazing.
He made a protocell model, dude. That's a protocell. His model of a protocell involves molybdenum and iron rust and table salt, right? That's his model that he made, right? So he made protocells. He didn't make fully synthetic living cells, is what that statement is saying.
So I've also read, because I like philosophy so much, and I like definitions of words, and I like semantics a lot.
Hang on.
Hang
on, buddy.
I'll read the definition again.
It doesn't matter what
fair.
Google says. It doesn't matter. Why are you talking over me, man? It doesn't matter what Google says, right? Because I've posted Lee Cronin's authored research on the topic. You can look where he shows you how he made this molybdenum, rust, and table salt protocell, right? So it doesn't matter if you're going to straw man that he didn't make a living synthetic cell, because he's not claiming to do that, right? The research is there. It's
Can
in
you
the
slurp one more
research
time?
Omni.
What does he mean by model?
So a protocell A definition of a protocell. I'm going to read the definition of a protocell model as well. A protocell is a hypothetical or experimentally created precursor of a living cell. It is an organized chemical system that mimics some but not all of characteristics of modern biological cells, often considered a crucial intermediate step in abiogenesis processes. Right, so now I'm going to Google the definition of a protocell
so
model.
that's exactly what he did. So that's exactly what he did with rust and table salt. Right? He calls it a model. The keyword experimental from that little thing that you read, he experimentally made a protocell model with molybdenum, rust, and table salt. He made a protocell. He calls it his model of the protocell because we don't know the exact composition of the first protocells. We haven't found like fossil evidence of what the exact protocell in abiogenesis was. But there has been many different protocell models that have been made. David Diemers is another one who did it, and he did it using lipids and RNA, right? So that's more biological material compared to Lee Cronin using rust and table salt. That's not really what our cells are made of nowadays. Whereas David Diemers did it using the things that our current cells are made of, lipids and RNA.
You got to share the mic,
like
dude.
that.
You've been repeating yourself.
So, Mr. JS, you're being antagonistic, so I'll purposely also be antagonistic towards you. It seems that the definition of a protocell does not fit the definition of a protocell model. They're different things. It appears that Lee Cronin has developed, which is amazing again, good on him, a protocell model, but he has not developed a protocell. Those are not the same thing. You tried to deceive me and lie to me. I disapprove of this, and I dislike when people do that.
All right. Well, that's just simply not true.
I don't even know what you guys
made a
are arguing
protocell.
about. I'm not.
I'm just reading definitions on the.
Right.
No, he made a protocell model.
You read his paper. He made a model.
I'm trying to elucidate the claim.
Wait. Let Jace finish. Okay, so Jace posted papers. Jace, what is your problem with what Zoidberg said?
He's trying to say that he didn't make a protocell. He did. Okay. He made a model protocell using molybdenum rust, iron rust, and table salt. That was the composition of the protocell that he made. Right? It's a model protocell. Hang on, Omni. I'm not done.
Yeah.
It's a model protocell because the protocells in abiogenesis were likely made from biological materials like RNA, proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, the things that our current cells are made from. And David Diemers is a different researcher who has made protocells that way. He's made model protocells that way. So saying that they haven't made protocells is wrong and incorrect. You can read their papers. I have posted them. They show you exactly what they made, how they did it, how you can replicate it yourself. And I do have to take off now. So don't lie about me that he didn't make protocells and blah, 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 because that's just bullshit.
JS is never here for a conversation.
As my opponent demonstrated, he is in bad faith. He did lie to me because developing a protocell model, unless we use in science model differently in different fields, is different than a protocell. Now, I'll give you something about my field. I do a lot of stuff with language. I love language, and the propagation of that is I love semantics and I love philosophy. I do language analyses, especially when it comes to natural language processing, and I do mathematical linguistics. One of my masters is in mathematical linguistics. Now, I feel there is a significant difference between a protocell model and a protocell, and I feel it's a great accomplishment of Lee Cronin to make a protocell model, and we should not besmirch his work by lying about it. I think a protocell model is amazing, and I can't wait for Lee Cronin to actually develop a protocell. But those are not the same thing. J. Ace, mister, you are a liar. Thank you.
Guys, okay, let's drop it. I can't tell whether it's, a model car or a model of a car. I don't really know. So I would have to read the paper.
You can Google definitions on you just Google the definitions of a protocell in Abiogenesis, Origins of Life Research, and a protocell model, and again, in Origins of Life Research, and see the difference. There's clear definition difference. I can post them if you want.
I think it's misleading.
I'm
it's misleading. It attributes some kind of like accomplishment that hasn't been actually achieved yet.
I'm reading the paper, and it sounds like Zoidberg is correct in this. I mean, it is impressive what the model
absolutely
seems
impressive
for what is actually possible, but it does seem like they were looking for mechanisms through the model of how these things reduce and combine. But I'm not seeing anywhere that it was actually physically done.
If Zoidberg was right next to me, I could hug you right now, dude.
Yeah, Jay's had to go, but he's typing everywhere. So later, bitch.
I could hug Zoidberg right now. I'm ecstatic.
I'm amazed by science. I love science. I love Origins of Life Research. I track Jack Shostak's work. I track Lee Cronin's work. And I think it's amazing that they developed a protocell model. They did not develop a protocell, and that takes away from his monumental titanic accomplishment to lie about it. But Mr. J.A.'s, you can continue writing if you want.
No, it's all right. He's not here. Let's not talk about him. But
he's here.
Okay, I had a question for Lion. If we're, go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I was just gonna say, read, look at the research, the papers. That's what I'm probably going to have to do if I want to get to the bottom of this. I'm not sure I'm going to, but
according to cursory just research on Google, the definitions of both things are different.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't disagree that the definitions would be different. It's just that I'm not, I mean, the research papers say he did something.
Yeah, he made a model, which is amazing. He illustrated like possible functionality of protocells.
So I have a question for Lion, because you often bring up this irreducible complexity thing. It feels to me, and well, I'll just say it, I guess. So it seems to me like you're still operating under an assumption that evolution has sort of a goal in mind. When you say that X, Y, Z components are necessary completely and function together for something to have a set function, having the set function is the assumption that I think is unwarranted. Something can have less than the sum of its parts and have a different function, and that wouldn't preclude some sort of some progress still to be made where these things are still functioning, just not functioning in the way that they're meant to function today. Does that make sense? That was a little convoluted, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. There's a name for it. Can't think of it right now. It has utility. The parts, the individual parts, for example, of the RNA replicator. That thing before it was an RNA replicator, before it evolved to have the ability to replicate RNA, had other utility. It had other utility prior to that.
For example,
but,
yeah.
That's this. Yeah, but what's the name of that? What's that called? I forget.
I don't know. I just know the opposite is irreducible complexity. But like it's a bad DNA replicator, but it's a good something else, right?
No, hold on. I'm trying to remember the name. I remember reading it before. It's called the idea that he's putting forth right now has a name, has a title.
I'm not sure.
Are you talking about vestigial organs?
No.
Or vestigial structures?
No, it's before they're anything necessarily.
Oh, it's called exaptation. Exaptation.
Okay.
So it says here, most molecular biologists and evolutionary scientists reject the concept of irreducible complexity, and they have a critique, they have a rebuttal. And their rebuttal is known as acceptation. Evolution often works through acceptation, where parts originally used for one purpose can be repurposed or had another type of utility prior to that, to whatever it was.
It actually is. Yeah, it actually is often mentioned with vestigial structures, as I'm looking at it. So I don't know. The irreducible complexity thing never quite made sense to me for that reason.
But you have to have
those expectations that he was talking about. You see the formation of an eye. You see it in different creatures formed for different reasons. You have divergent evolutions that ended up with similar structures but not made the same way. You see these things across, and to say they're irreducibly complex is looking at the end product, not at what they're trying to do with those protocells that they may or may have not created. They're trying to see, what could have been here before. Hey, look, we have every piece of what could have been here before, and like the microbiology of it, the evolutionary process of it, that could have happened. And look, we got this. And when we look at the fossil record, we can confirm these adaptations over time.
No, that's not the case at all, bro.
What do you mean?
So
what do you mean it's not the case?
You have to be able to show this, not just infer it through induction, right? You can't just infer shit because
what do you mean through induction?
There might through observations of the fossil.
I didn't know what induction meant. I'm sorry.
Induction means like observation of geology or natural processes. Okay. You can't just infer that because things are robust, have multiple usefulness, purposefulness. Not all of a sudden you get mutations or what's it called? I can't think of the technical word. No, not adaptation. It doesn't even matter, bro. Go ahead. I lost my chain of thought.
But aren't we both doing that though? Like, you don't have physical evidence of the designer. We can't give you a physical manifestation of a monkey turning into a not monkey, for example. Like, the things that are being requested on either side are typically not very easy to demonstrate in a lab. What we're talking about here is what makes more sense ultimately, right? I mean, like, all the arguments against evolutions are basically evolution debunks, right? Why this doesn't make any sense. I feel like the bar isn't as high as we have to demonstrate something, but it's simply like, here's why this makes sense and is more reasonable to assume.
Yeah, so I think that life came from life, right? That creation came from a creator. You guys say that creation created itself. So I actually have the evidence on my side to suggest that life came from life. You guys think that life came from inanimate matter.
I disagree. I'll tell you why I disagree. Every situation that we look at, everything seems to have naturalistic causes. For this to be the one exception would either, in the best case, be begging the question, and in the word, actually, I think that's really all it can be. I don't know that I don't know what evidence you're saying is pointing to something all of a sudden having a supernatural or metaphysical cause, regardless of whether life came from life ultimately or came from parts that became life. It's still going to be a naturalistic cause, shouldn't it? And if it isn't, should science, I mean, are we talking about science in the first place? Like, isn't this a scientific question we're talking about, or do you not think that's what we're discussing?
Yeah, so you can appeal to the possibility that creation could have created itself, but that's logically, that's illogical. It's not even, it's illogical to suggest that creation created itself.
Well, I think I just outlined why it's perfectly logical.
It doesn't follow cause and effect.
I don't know what you mean by. Sure, it does. I mean, you say life creates itself. The implications of that might be illogical, but that's not really what anybody's suggesting. What we're suggesting is that there's naturalistic processes by which components came together and life emerged as an emergent quality of these things. It's not life that didn't exist created something that now retroactively created itself. Like that would be illogical, but that's only in the terms in which he chose to express it.
No. This is literally like, it's literally irrational to think that something could come about by itself. It's like you creating yourself. That doesn't happen.
That's not
even if you tried to somehow appeal to naturalistic mechanistic processes, the premise is faulty. The idea that even through mechanistic processes that life would arise by itself is illogical. But you guys try so hard.
In the face of
you try so hard to do it.
Complex intelligence, literally everywhere. In the face of that, you have to prove otherwise. You have to prove that there wasn't an intelligent design.
I have a question.
And we await the evidence. Like you guys have made great progress, just not there yet. Good luck.
Okay, so could God have?
Yeah, I mean, you're also leaving out the billions, the couple of billions of years of the process of chemistry and physics happening in the way things come about.
It just doesn't make it the case. So
I have a
good luck,
question.
like I said.
Could God have put
But that's
all
not
of these
what
processes?
lying is, leaving that out.
No, I'm not.
Could God have put these processes in place? Could God have made the universe the way it is? Could God have done all of these things?
Yeah, but that's not the argument, bro. We're trying to exclude. We're excluding God from the equation. That's the problem.
I'm not.
You're excluding.
How?
You're
How?
excluding the source of creation, and you're trying to rationalize creation creating itself without the source, which is God, right? That's what God is. It doesn't have to be the God of Abraham, right? The God, the source. You're trying to exclude that altogether and come up with mechanistic processes where life could have came about through itself.
Okay, so is there a naturalistic process for birth, for human birth? There's a naturalistic process that explains that, correct?
Yes.
Is that me, like me describing that process? Is that me taking God out of that process?
No, you have to understand. Going back to the contingency argument, you have to go back to the source of all life, right? So how did that process come about? The process of sexual reproduction.
There's a long story for that. There's a story for that, and I don't want to get into that. But if I can describe, hold on, bud. If I can describe the process of how a baby forms naturalistically, and that doesn't remove God, why would that be the case in the case of evolution, be it monkeys to humans, cells to plants, whatever it is? Why would that not be this? Like, how does that not coincide?
I'm trying to explain to you. You have to look at the macro scale, right? Don't hyper focus on one little process which is sexual reproduction. You have to go back to the beginning. What designed the process of sexual reproduction? How did that come about? Right, Rick, the contingency argument. How did the process of sexual reproduction come about, or even asexual reproduction?
Let's see, bro.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, if I describe the naturalistic processes of a process that you accept, it's not taking God out of it. But if
if we see, make it real simple. If you see a Lamborghini,
I don't.
We will no. If we see Lamborghinis everywhere, I will grant you it's possible that the universe there was enough time to create that Lamborghini. I grant you that. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that somebody made it. I will grant you it's possible, but you need to come up with your answer before you just say that, oh, well, it is the case.
You should always assume that someone made a Lamborghini. That's a human creation. We're talking about genetics and organisms that have derivations of their genetics over time that lead to the processes we see today.
Yeah, you're not giving credence. Even in evolution theory, your credence is that this is a better design than the previous. Whatever model I was before,
it's a better design,
less apt than the one I have now.
It's more suited for the environment. for that current environment.
Okay, well that's microevolution, not macro. Okay, but if you want to formulate your argument either way.
Can you explain the difference between the two of micro and macro, please?
No, all I'm saying is that if you're gonna attribute, dude, we're like so many divisions away from the point. But all I'm saying is that if you see, excuse me,
you got us off topic, to be clear. But go ahead.
No, the topic is that you guys don't give credence that there is design right now, like and you have to prove otherwise. There is intelligent activity currently happening, and you have to produce an idea otherwise. But you can't just say that there isn't as your baseline.
To that intelligence, it's called natural selection, and there's intelligence behind that. That's backed up by data. So we do give credence to intelligence.
Where did the first intelligence come from then, buddy?
Oh my God.
We don't know, and that's the point, is that you're trying to shift the burden.
No.
To say that everything has intelligence, everything has design is the claim. Everything that we know about the world is that things happen naturalistically. You're saying that there is a cause that is not natural. That's what requires evidence. You're trying to shift the burden back on us.
What caused Lamborghinis?
We know what caused the Lamborghinis. It's not analogous to evolution. I hate that example.
Do you think? Well, no, it's a great example. Do you think with enough time that Lamborghinis could have just formed?
That's not how anyone says evolution works.
I have a question. How do you make Lamborghinis? Do Lamborghinis go to factory and have babies, or do you assemble the parts?
No, God creates a guy with a last name Lamborghini, and he designs it.
He got a company, and he designed it.
A portion of Ferrari's fuck, and that's how we get Lamborghinis.
Yeah, but at the same time, how do you think new Lamborghinis? Like, do you truly think like the movie Cars is real, or do you think they're assembled?
No, God created a person who made the movie Cars. The thing is, I'm willing to grant that you guys got a case, but you have to come up with the formulation of intelligence in the first place.
No,
how did you get any uniformity? Yeah, how did you get any coherency?
Okay, so what if
where did it come from?
What if I could?
How did like useful function come to be?
So to you, what if I said this? What if I said God created absolutely everything that we know and can understand today? Could you work from that framework?
It's the baseline. You guys are in the position of proving otherwise.
You asked me a question about where I can find intelligence, right? And I said, what if I worked on the framework that God created everything that you can know and understand today? Could you work on that framework?
Everything that exists, and this is the point.
So God created everything that exists. Okay.
No shit.
Okay, perfect. Can you work on that framework?
Can you work in it?
I'm asking. I can. Yes. Can you? Can we work together in that one framework?
Well, there's no information in God did everything. God did everything. That's your explanation. There's no argument there.
It's fine. It's fine. But if we work in that framework, it's fine. So God creates everything that exists. Do you think things that existed today were the same in when they were created?
I can't prove that. I have no evidence otherwise.
Of it being what? Do you think everything is the exact same today, or do you think things are different than they are or different than from what they were in the past? Which one is it?
I think things adapt to the current nature of their situation.
So how do you think that process happens?
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, we just because you have change, right? Just because you have adaptation doesn't mean that you have macro evolution, dude. And I know you think that you can, if you give enough time, you give enough chronos, right? That change will equate to macro evolution, and that's just not the case.
Okay,
this is the gambler's fallacy. You think that if given enough statistics, if you just if you roll the dice a few more times, you could win. In reality, you could roll the dice indefinitely and never win. Never win.
I get what you're saying. And so let's play. So do you believe in the biblical flood?
I'm not biblical.
So no, you do not believe in the biblical flood.
Not Riggs ain't a Christian, dude. As far as I know.
Oh, that's awesome. So do you believe that there could be billions of years of time over the earth and things like that? But Riggs isn't Christian, but I'm supposed to sit here and say that God is the intelligible source for absolutely everything. That's the framework we're working off of. So now that's why I asked.
Dude, it's the baseline. We have to prove otherwise.
But you do not believe in the biblical flood then?
I think that the earth could have flooded, sure.
So you do believe
there's evidence of water and erosion, and dude, I lived in El Paso like most of my life. It's almost a mile up from sea level, and there's seashells and all kinds of shit everywhere.
That's what happens. There used to be a sea there over time. There was a huge sea
in the high desert. There's a sea in the high desert.
You know, the Sahara Desert,
4,000 foot elevation. There was a sea
there. The Sahara Desert used to not be a desert. It used to be a tropical rainforest.
What's the elevation of the Sahara Desert?
I don't know that offhand.
Yeah, is it a mile off of the ocean sea level?
I don't know offhand. I don't.
Yeah, well, El Paso is a mile off the ocean.
Okay.
Up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, elevation.
I mean, how do you get just seashells everywhere? I don't know.
Do you know what the Himalayas are? You know what those are?
What about it?
So that you find seashells on the top of the Himalayas. They're taller than the mountains that you'd find in your region. And the reason why that happened is because of plate tectonics.
Maybe. There could be an element of that.
Yeah. But back to, so do you believe that the biblical flood happened? Yes or no? That's the question.
I think there could have been flooding, and I think there could have been plate tectonics.
Was there a global flood that killed everyone but a man and his family? So why am I operating off of the framework of the Bible being the source of intelligibility if the stories in the Bible that are given to you aren't things that are intelligible?
That's nobody made that argument. I already told you it doesn't have to be the God of Abraham, dude. Right? When we talk about God, we're talking about source, dude. The uncaused cause. That's it. The Greeks had the same idea,
God, you talk about why do you bring the Bible up every time you speak of God?
I come from a Christian paradigm, right? But you don't have to come from a Christian paradigm. The precept and the tag argument does not require that you come from a Christian paradigm. The point is that creation cannot create itself. If you're going to talk about cause and effect, right? The effect cannot precede the cause.
You might have a point if you're talking about the creation of the universe, but that's
so how can life create? How can life
create the beginning of life? I don't think is
so within your own logical framework. How can life create life?
The prime mover, right? The prime mover doesn't have to be the God of Abraham. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I'm trying to explain to you, right? The prime mover, what we call source, and God doesn't have to be the God of Abraham, dude. I already told you earlier. The fact is, it's illogical to suggest that life came about by itself, through itself, right? You can't have the effect precede the cause. So to solve that, we have the prime mover, which is the source, the uncaused cause that caused reality to exist. And when he caused reality to exist, he designed it intelligently.
Yeah, faith is different than God. You guys need to figure that one out.
Hugely.
Well, if I've understood correctly, I lost it. Never mind.
So you said that a creator can't create itself, correct? Because who created the creator?
No, I said creation. Creation cannot create. Creation did not create creation. That's illogical. It's irrational.
So how does within that exact same illogical, irrational framework does the phrase life creates life make any sense then?
Because when the prime mover created reality, he created it intelligently for it to reproduce. So when you invoke sexual reproduction or asexual reproduction, that's by design.
Okay.
He created it that way, and it couldn't have come about through small.
But you realize the first organisms did not reproduce sexually at first, right? You know that
it couldn't have come about through small modifications over time, dude. It was intelligent design that way.
And that's but you realize the first organisms did not reproduce sexually.
You say that.
Asexually. In your model, it was asexual reproduction.
Precisely, yes.
But follow the lion's logic all the way back. It goes back to poof. There's a man. That's what he's saying.
But even so, if you say that God created the universe intelligently, couldn't he have created a mechanism whereby pieces come together and form life?
Yes.
Couldn't that have just been part of it? So
yes,
then there should be, so if we look, then what we would see is a naturalistic means by which non-living things come together and create life.
Yeah, but that's a separate argument.
Doesn't mean there's no God.
Well, that's theistic evolution, which is it's more rational
No, it's not.
than completely excluding the creator altogether, which is what most evolutionists believe. They try to completely exclude the creator. Yes, yes, you do. So people like
hold on, wait, hold on. If you say that God could have created the universe in such a way that he set everything in motion, then stood back, then everything that we observe from inside the universe should have a naturalistic mechanism by which we can explain it. Should it not?
Okay, but I'm trying to explain to you, bro. Like people like Matthew Learns, right? He's a Christian, but he believes in theistic evolution. That's a more rational position than completely leaving out and excluding the creator and leaving it up to random chance.
I'm completely.
What I said does not do that, though. What I said does not do that. I don't understand what the problem is here.
So if you're invoking and you're justifying evolution through a creative process that the creator himself is guiding the evolutionary process, that's a more rational position to hold.
No, not guiding. He designed it in such a way that it all works through natural mechanisms.
That's still a better position to hold than to exclude him altogether.
You don't need to include him at all.
Say that there's no way that life can create life in that worldview, right? That you would have to accept that there's a way for non-living components to come together, and afterwards you have life.
My point here is you have to justify evolution, right? And how do you justify that? If you invoke the creator, that's awesome, dude. Right? That's cool.
God created a universe in which evolution is just a natural mechanism.
Now you're making sense, right? Now you're making now that's a reasonable, rational position that the creator either guided the evolutionary process or he set up creation in the beginning, right? Like a chain reaction for it to unfold and unravel itself. But either way, it's intelligent.
Ways.
Either way, however you want to chop it up, right? It's intelligent design.
No,
but it's not the kind of intelligent design that you're suggesting, where there's constant input from the creator, right?
Here we go.
He set up the rules at the beginning, and then he stepped back and watched the whole thing unfold. All of what we would observe from the inside of that would appear to us to be naturalistic, correct?
Dude, is existence still happening? I mean, why would anybody assume the creator left?
Why would anyone assume he hasn't?
That's awesome, dude. I'm glad that you actually we're getting to some middle ground now where you're willing to invoke the creator in the creative process, even if he designed it in such a way for it to unfold through a chain reaction, right? That's by design. That's intelligent design, whether you realize it or not.
But if you say that, every argument you've given in the past half hour is null and void. You're looking for evidence inside the universe at all of these different junctures of processes. That's not where we should expect to see any manipulation from an outside being, if that's what happened at the very beginning.
No, you don't understand that what Riggs brought up, right? The uniformity in nature, right? The relative homeostasis, stability that we see from day to day.
All written into the rules.
You have to justify why that's even possible.
They're all written into the rules. The universe was written to be consistent, to be understood, to be scientifically investigated. All of that was set in place by the prime mover, and then he fucked off, and now all we have left is this thing that we're in as our data set. And everything that you've said so far, if that's the case, would fail.
Fine, dude. But at the end of the day, you're still invoking a creator to justify the uniformity in nature.
No, we're not.
To be clear, I'm invoking it to show your argument is fallacious.
No, it's
No,
not. It's
we're-
not. That's a more reasonable position to hold, dude, than just say, "Oh, it's just random."
So
You know,
this is the
giving them.
thing. This is the thing. If evolution is real, it doesn't mean God is real. If evolution isn't real, it doesn't mean God is real. You know what I mean? Like those two things are
No,
exactly precisely.
You're not
That's
following.
Lion's argument. But
We're
it's
not tracking. You're not tracking. You're not tracking, dude.
You're
I
not
mean, he's
tracking
kinda
your own
right. I
argument.
don't agree with that,
But that's what I'm saying at the end of the day. It's this. It's we're not sitting here saying God did or did not do anything. We're saying here's an observation. This is the evidence of why this observation is the result of what it is over time. There's been no statements of God. There's no need to make a statement of God. Just like we're talking about childbirth. You're the one who's doing the put God here, put God here, put God here.
No,
Put
man.
God where God needs to be. Let
No.
God.
You need to justify. You need to justify these positions, bro. You have no justification for the uniformity in nature, for the complexity in nature, for the stability, the purposefulness. You just, we don't need God. Well, then what? How do you justify all of that?
How do I justify all of the complexity in nature, the uniformity,
the laws of nature, the computational?
What are the laws of nature, Lion?
All the laws, whether it's thermodynamics or the laws of motion.
All
right?
those things. Yeah.
Logic, even logic, the laws of logic. You know,
where do those come from? Is the question.
Yes, you have to justify all of this.
Why do I have to justify that? To show you that there's genetic similarity of you and other creatures that prove relationships, and there's also fossils that are in strata that prove these things. Why do I have to justify that aspect of it to show you this part of it?
No, science doesn't prove anything, and you're only making inferences based off of the geological record. That's not proof of anything, dude. You still have not justified the complexity, the uniformity, the harmony, the stability. You have no justification.
That's another field of science.
You have no reasonable position except it's just random. It's just there's no
I think
there's no reason.
I think the claim is that there's I guess what we're calling out is that you guys aren't willing to acknowledge that there's like an atheistic agenda to the conclusions that are made within the story of evolution.
There's an atheistic.
It seeks to self-fulfill its own I'm sorry.
It really doesn't.
No, I'm telling Renee,
think
he
so.
was religion out of science because he's atheist. He's thinking that there's no
I'm not an atheist.
There's no meaningfulness to anything.
I'm not an atheist.
Well, and a lot of the people in this room they would fight to tell you that nothing matters, and they would come here and say that they
That's
got
not
fired
true.
and that they
No,
want
they
to kill
wouldn't.
themselves because there's no meaning.
That's
heard
not
that
true.
in
You
here
you as a human being make meaning
Yeah,
for
well,
yourself.
We had a PhD in here yesterday saying he want to kill himself
not-
because nothing
Wait, hold on,
matters. So
Rix.
fuck you.
Rix, are you ignoring what I said? I said we as human
Are you ignoring
beings
what I
make...
said?
No, you talked about a PhD that wanted to
your
kill himself.
cosmological model creates nihilism.
I'm talking about the fact that you as a human being, through your experiences, external stimuli, define meaning for yourself. Maybe you want to devote yourself to a religion or to art or to engineering, right? And that gives meaning in your life, maybe to a family, right? To a child. That is how we make meaning for ourselves. Meaning does not pour into our minds like it's some
Why
sort
do
of
those
like
things have meaning?
ambrosia from the gods.
Why do those things have meaning?
Because they make you feel in a specific way, and when you like that feeling, you give that feeling like more encouragement. You kindle it so you can have more of it.
The universe gave birth to you. You gave birth to the meaning, and then you're inflecting back upon that, right? But it's
No,
still
the universe did
coming
not
from
give
the
birth
creation
to me.
itself.
That's just absurd.
Oh, dude, if you don't get that,
Where'd you come from?
Where I come from my mother and father, to be quite frank. from their mothers and fathers, right?
They didn't come from the universe.
What do you mean by come from the universe? You mean like just because we're material things?
Beings.
I know, man.
Part of
the
universe.
Desperate.
One at a time. I couldn't hear the Arabic letters, guy.
I'm saying you're reaching, dog. When you say you don't know what I mean by universe, it's crazy.
So universe as in the whole thing we exist in, right? That's what you mean.
Yeah, the thing that created you, that gave birth to consciousness.
The universe did not do any such thing. You can maybe you can argue that because of the universe and because of its mechanisms, I also exist. But to give birth is anthropomorphizing something that doesn't make sense to anthropomorphize, right?
Why are there mechanisms?
I usually like do a lot of like ichthyoist positions where when we talk about these things, they just don't make sense to me. They're incoherent, right? Like these concepts of like the universe giving birth or things outside of the universe, and I'm supposed to know them as they're my personal thing, right? They don't make sense to me.
Taken literally, you come from the universe, dude. Why are you miscontextualizing everything?
No, it's worse than that. Because
it's important to know what you mean by come from. Sorry, Mano. Go.
No, that's the point. Is the come from part. Like to say you come from the universe suggests that we're somehow distinct or separate from it. We are in the universe. We're a part of the universe. The universe. Was it Alan Watts who said the universe peoples like an apple tree apples? Right? There's no coming from. Right? We come into the universe, if anything. And even that's misleading.
So does the universe have a beginning or not?
No. Not in the way you're thinking of it.
Well, in your own models, bro, they've modeled it in a way that the universe had a beginning, dude. Big Bang.
So time and space.
We can only measure
the universe. Anything you apply to time outside of the universe is a meaningless statement.
We can know certain things around the singularity point, which like then expanded, right? But we have no grasp on things before that.
You don't even know.
Let me help.
How do you know that there
is
is one singular point in the universe?
You just said
How do you know that?
Hang on, Jesse. Wait 1 second. Let me help Zoidberg. You said we can know. Let me let you into a little secret. Let me let you into a little secret. You can't know anything without God.
Right.
Yeah. Do you understand that?
So how did you verify that there was a singularity?
Through scientific inquiry.
Right.
And through, I mean,
presume a model.
We have a model that
say shit that you don't have evidence of. You got to know when you're talking out of your.
Would you like me to respond, or would you like just to talk at me? Because I feel like you don't want to have a discussion, just want to talk.
No, I'll just clarify my point one more time for you. You don't have evidence of a singularity. You invoke it, but you don't have it.
Yeah, I can give you a million philosophical arguments for God, and they're all brilliant. But I mean, there's nothing really better than my own intuition, which is not an argument, and I wouldn't make it an argument.
I don't give a fuck.
But there's nothing really better out there than my own intuition. But the simple fact is, if you just think you just randomly just came together, some chemicals bounced together, and here you are. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, you're having to go into the very intelligence that you were given to then deny the higher intelligence that gave it you in the first place. It's really fucking stupid. So
literally zero people say that we just randomly came together. I don't know how many times
that isn't it? That's your option.
Some guy saying that the cause of all things
or it's random. What's the other option?
Natural selection.
Yeah, random.
No, that's not random. Fuck's sake. There's a self-organizing mechanism to the universe that just seems to be present, whether we can explain it or not, whether that was set in motion by God or not. There's a self-organizing mechanism of the universe by which things tend to select themselves into existence over other things.
Self-organizing. So things cause themselves, which is never proven.
No, that's not what that means. And it's what I was trying to say to Lion earlier. You can't say that because there's a set of components that then come together to create a thing that thing was there before. It wasn't there before. Those sets of components aren't the same thing as what are afterwards. It's not the thing making itself.
Let me just ask you: is it guided or not?
It doesn't seem to be.
If it isn't,
Whether it
then
is,
how? No, listen. Very simply, if it's not guided, how the fuck can I then go into my own head and then come to a conclusion about anything and trust it?
I don't see how those two things are connected at all.
So I would say for semantics to be governed, not guided. There are laws like natural selection will select for certain things due to environments. You know what I mean? There's certain laws that will lead to the outcomes, but it's not guided in the regards of like someone putting something here or doing that. But I would say you could say it's governed.
Isn't there a fine-tuning argument about the universe?
What the hell's that?
The hell is that?
Go ahead, Andy.
Somebody needs to eject. Yeah, eject, man.
But beneath this calm exterior, Finland is making strategic moves that reflect.
Somebody mute that guy.
The world is.
Omni. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm here.
Oh, I think we thought you.
Yeah, we can all hear that.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know. Yeah. We know what you've been listening to.
Oh, yeah, well.
You got some flight simulator going on? Someone's telling you to eject.
Norwegian porn.
No, I was listening to Finland prepares for the worst with Russia. Something that I was told could not happen.
I wish they would attack Finland. I wish the Russians would attack Finland. That
Dude,
would
you've
be
got like
amazing.
some sort of like maniacal outlook on the world. Like, I want to see war.
No, I wish, because finally we get to have the excuse to actually stop this like brutalist regime.
You pick up the
brutal
gun.
regime.
You pick up the gun.
Yeah, I will. I might actually. Yeah, I might. I actually might. I actually might.
Cool.
You know?
Have a great life.
Can we
This
get
is-
back
this
to
is
the,
what- Yeah, let me get back to this. This is what C.S. Lewis says. Suppose there was no intelligence behind the universe. In that case, nobody designed my brain for the... Frank Turek slightly stood in front of the text, so it's not easy to read. In that case, nobody designed my brain for the purpose of thinking. Thought is merely a byproduct of some atoms within my skull. But if so, how can I trust my own thinking to be true? But if I can't trust my own thinking, of course, I can't trust the arguments leading to atheism, and therefore have no reason to be an atheist or anything else. Unless I believe in God, I can't believe in thought. I can never use thought to disbelieve in God.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis is a well-known apologist.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect
How
sense.
can you trust the thought? If it's
C.S. Lewis
randomly
is a well-known apologist for chrono-Christian
No, but the universe has an arrangement of logic by which rules and laws by which it operates. You have emerged from that, and for you to say that it has no rational implications, dude, you're a product of your environment. Your environment is created by the laws of physics.
Right, but that doesn't mean that they're arbitrary or random as they function today, right? To say that the only thing I would disagree with that is that when he says merely, right, it's not just a collection of atoms and molecules. These things functioning together actually have.
But you're saying at its core it was. That's the problem. Your baseline is flawed. Like you're saying at its core comes down to a roll of the dice.
Yep.
We don't see that anywhere.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't. Go leave a baby out in nature. Let me know how many times out of fucking 7 billion that it would actually survive by itself.
A modern baby.
Go all the way down to quantum mechanics, and it's nothing but dice.
Leave a baby outside for 7 billion different times. Let me know how many times it succeeds by itself.
Yeah, like I said, when you get down to the basic
And
mechanics,
just address Andy's and Riggs's
It's a stupid
argument.
point. He knows it. It's a stupid point. He knows it's a stupid point. He brought
No,
it
no,
up.
he's
No,
referring
it's a
to it
great
as
point.
dice and
No, it's a
chance,
stupid point.
right?
You know it's a
No,
stupid
but
Do we
you're
really
right. You're
expect
right.
No, it's
that
just
to
a,
solve
it's just
an
a
argument?
numbers
Solves
game,
the
guys.
problem.
If you leave the baby outside, you know,
Stupid
it's just a
point.
number
You
of
know it's a
times.
stupid point.
Eventually, it's going to work.
You know it's a stupid point.
I'm using the same logic.
No, you're not.
Sorry, I got a phone
You
call.
take you're
So-
you're taking it to an absurd
So
level. and
NASA,
you know
your
it's
argument
absurd.
is not.
No,
So,
my
if you
thing is
look
that
this
his
up-
argument is absurd. He knows it's absurd.
Oh, it's good
Nah,
enough
Riggs-
for
Riggs-
yeah. It's
he
absurd
posited
for
it
me, but
because
it's
it's
not for
absurd.
you. Okay, got it.
Why don't you guys just own it? Why don't you guys
Because
own
it's
it? dude?
absurd. It's absurd.
No, because
point, Lion.
if you
argument.
he
if
posited
you look
it
it up,
because it's
if you look
absurd.
it up,
Yeah.
dude, what is the main driver for evolution? Now, granted, natural selection is
Natural
on the
selection.
list.
You
Genetic
forget
drifts
that
on the list. Genetic drifts
evolution-
on the list. Gene flows on the list.
Evolution
right?
is a pop.
But guess what? The
evolution-
number one.
Evolution
guess
is
what
a
the nu-
population thing, not an individual thing. Sorry.
All right. Guess what the number one drive for evolution?
Natural selection.
No,
Random
that's
mutation.
number
Ra-
two.
ra-
That's number two. Guess what
Random
the-
mutation.
Random mutation. Thank you. Why don't you guys own it?
so
Why you guys
it's
always?
natural.
Why do you have to be disingenuous?
No, we do because you don't.
Why do you
understand
have to be? You
Population
can't just
thing, it's not
ignore
an
the natural
individual
selection part.
Natural
You don't-
selection is number
you-
two. It's not the leading driver for evolution.
Yeah,
The
It's
leading
absolutely
driver is
necessary. You can put it
mutation.
anywhere on the list. If you take that out, you
Random
don't have evolution.
mutation is number one, dude.
Nope. No, not really.
Doesn't
Random
matter.
changes
You're
in
already gonna put it on the list.
Yeah,
If you
never
take
been
out the
demonstrated, by the
natural
way.
selection, You don't have
Alright.
evolution.
Yeah, random
Can I say
mutation, no
something?
selection process. There's no reason for it.
Just own it. Don't be. Listen,
Never
it's
been
your model,
demonstrated.
bro. Why are
Totally
you scared?
incoherent.
Yeah,
totally
you telling-
unfounded.
This is funny. This is funny.
Actually
we have Lion telling us to own
ridiculous.
stuff. We have Lion
Oh,
telling us
so-
what our position is. Talk about a
Just
straw
own
man.
it, bro. Why are you
Okay,
scared?
You built a good
Lion,
straw man.
What's your
You built a good
position,
straw man.
Nancy?
Guys,
What
there
do
was
you
somebody
mean?
trying to get in, and instead of you
I
all
want
talking
one
over
person
each
to
other,
speak at a time.
I
God
want to
dang.
recognize Phil's opinion.
Ryan, you listed four things, right? Mutation, that in those different orders, right? So why that is the case, why mutation is where it is, it's that every generation has a large amount of mutations that happen just from gene coding error in the birth process. So that's why mutation's number one.
Why does that happen?
Second, why do
If you don't
genes
have a
code?
selection if you don't have a selection process, though, there's no reason for the population.
There's nothing to
change.
select from, precisely. So of that process of just the transforming of one individual becoming a kid and that whole process, there could be a massive environmental change. There could be many different external factors that would lead to one of those natural mutations that randomly happen just through the natural birth process that becomes more advantageous than others.
Dude, I'm trying to be merciful. I'm trying to be kind, dude.
Yeah, he's belaboring the point.
I'm not belaboring the point.
Bro, Renee, listen, bro. Before asexual reproduction or sexual reproduction was even possible, right? What do you have?
What do you mean? I don't understand the
Before before selection, before
you're
natural selection, right? Before any mating pressures or anything like that. What do you have, dude?
You have a straw man being built by you. That's what we have.
So okay, so I don't know what you're talking to me about. So
I think he's saying you have mutations without the sexual process.
Yes, you do have
combining two
mutations. Yes, you do have mutations without the sexual process. You'd have coding errors within the gamete that's let out or whatever. I'm sorry, that's still sexual.
I'm trying to explain to you, before you have an organism that's able to reproduce, whether it's asexual reproduction or sexual reproduction, before you can have that possible, before natural selection can actually fully be an actualized potential, what you have is just random mutations, whether it's biological physics, right? When you go earlier, we're talking about RNA, dude.
Yes, so within that process, you have self-coding. You remember we were saying that?
Yes.
In that process, in that process, there could be a coding error, and that next thing has a coding error, and that coding error became more advantageous to produce a certain protein. So yes, it's all across there, and it never DNA does not copy 100% perfectly every time. Like that's why mutation is number one. It's not because it's like we need like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and fucking like nuclear radiation poured on people or something like that. It's part of the natural process of just gene flow.
Yeah, but before any of that, right, you have spontaneous, self-assembling, self-replicating chemical molecules, dude.
Yes.
Right? So before you can even get to natural selection, you already have something that is, to me, is illogical, which is what the point is. It's random. You have this randomness to it. And what Andy, what me, with Riggs, what we're trying to tell you guys, bro, this is not this process is not random. It's by design, by an intelligence. It's the only way, dude.
You know, pick your flavor of intelligence.
Makes no sense.
Pick your flavor of intelligence, but you have to concede that it at least exists and it's not random.
Yeah, random mutation doesn't invoke intelligence. I don't know where you get that.
I am open to your arguments, but you got to fucking have good ones. And it hasn't been proven, hasn't been showed to be the case. And you guys, the arguments you do have are incoherent and unfounded. You barely just have models of aspects of possibilities. There's literally nothing that gets close to actually being coherent.
In a friendship mutation, where's the intelligence in that?
Leftlane, you're using it right now.
intelligence and
You're
mutation
using
got
that
to do with each other?
intelligence to then deny the higher intelligence that gave it to you in the first place. Do you see how ridiculous that is?
No, that's circular right there. You're intelligent because
that's
there's
what
a higher being that's intelligent.
You're going into your own intelligence, brother. Do you see what I'm saying here?
No, I'm not. I'm asking, where's the intelligence in a friendship
You're using
mutation
it now.
caused by
he's not
UV
What's
radiation?
intelligence and mutation got anything to do with each other?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure that shit out.
If you can't see that, then I don't know how to help you, brother. It's fucking
if you use circular, you're using circular reasoning.
No, it's self-evident.
You're going into that very intelligence
That's
to
not an argument.
deny intelligence made this place. I mean, hello, I made you.
It's a base. It is a base
process.
axiom, though, Leftlane. If you think it's "I think, therefore I am," right? There's the intelligence now. It's an axiom.
That in itself is circular too.
Leftlane, what caused you to behave like a human being instead of a cat?
Yeah, that I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, the proper answer is time.
No, the proper answer is the fact that he's a human being.
Yeah, the proper answer is
That's
time.
a silly question. What is that
you said it.
even
We've used a lot of your arguments against you. You say it's incoherent. That's our point.
You aren't using our arguments. You don't understand our arguments. You strawman every argument that we put forward.
Oh, so you
You're not
cherry
using
pick
our
your
arguments,
argument
you're using...
unless it doesn't fit your story? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're not our arguments, is what I'm saying. You're claiming to use our arguments against us. You're not. You're misrepresenting and misunderstanding every argument that's been put forward.
Yeah, I
That's why they don't
disagree.
make sense.
Random is pretty clear.
Yeah, you guys keep denying. I don't know. You guys deny the randomness to your model.
Nobody denies the randomness, Lion.
You did.
We all agree
Riggs brought up
random
how your model
mutation.
runs on randomness,
Deny
and I
also
corrected
that
you. I
there's
said the
natural selection.
Yeah, can we point
but
out
you
also
were denying.
that
You were
mutation,
denying the randomness. You were denying the
No
randomness.
one's denying the randomness.
mutation implies
You are.
entropy,
Okay,
right?
let me take a
And
poll
we've
in the
got a
room.
gathering of
Everyone here is
informational data.
denying there's randomness.
Cats are
You've
pretty
got
successful in
mutation.
nature. I think maybe we should have a human cat. Maybe with enough time.
Stupid argument.
Well, every time you say
I
it is all
agree.
random, then when you use science, you say it's all uniform. So don't you see you're in a contradiction
Yeah,
here?
exactly.
No,
They cherry
that's the
pick their
problem.
own
We don't say
conclusion.
we don't say it's all random. We say there's an element that is random. Randomness is there. It's not the whole thing. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay. Can you have uniform randomness?
Yes.
Can you explain what the fuck you mean by that?
When
Yeah,
you have an
that's what
equal and
you're
opposite
stating.
reaction, is that random?
One at a time.
I never said uniform randomness. What do you mean by uniform randomness?
Say we have a set of
Mutation.
randomness and there's a set within the randomness that is uniform. That would have to be your position.
That's horse crap.
I don't even know what that means.
That's them making an argument.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what
isn't the
what you
main
mean by
driving
there's a
force
set that's
behind
Are you
uniform
granting
within it.
randomness? Are you granting randomness?
Let me provide you with your argument, and then I'm going to, fight against that straw man and say that you're wrong.
It wasn't a straw man. It's my understanding of what you're saying. So define how you find it to be random.
You got it wrong.
Left Lane, didn't you just get upset for interruptions and going one at a time? Yeah. So if I ask you, what kind of randomness are you asking about? And then I say, when you go to do science, you beg the question of uniformity. That's not a straw man. Okay. That's it. That's the actual position you hold. So what type of randomness are you talking about?
How many different types of randomness are there?
Exactly. Thank you. You have made the point for the other side.
I would just go with one, random.
Yeah, opposite of uniform, correct?
No.
Okay.
They're two distinct things. There's randomness and there's uniformity. The opposite of uniform is not necessarily random. It's like saying the opposite of fair is purge.
Well, think about this, okay? Your uniformity would be inside the set of randomness then, right? If you're saying overarching, there's randomness, but then there is a certain type of uniformity in the form of laws, every action causes an equal reaction. All of this stuff being uniform, that we can predict the future based off the past. But it's all within a big set of randomness.
Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. You have it backwards. So the universe is itself, let's call it predictable. I wouldn't say uniform. The universe is consistent, let's say. Within that, there are processes that are random. Yes. It's not uniformity within the random. There's randomness within the consistency of the universe.
So you're saying there's coherency?
No,
what defines what defines that?
Dude, manufacture totem. Can you get better awareness? Can you hear yourself what you're saying?
Yeah,
I'm going to say coherency and lab.
So manufactotum, can you tell me what random means?
Chance, you could say, not necessarily predictable. There's some kind of randomness, maybe that is, but I would say unpredictability or chance.
As opposed to
like logic versus illogic?
Perfectly predictable, and I would hesitate to say logical. I would say logical is a different thing.
They just can't say it.
It has to do with.
I don't know why you're so.
They just can't say it. They would do anything to not say it.
Because
accountability is a bitch, guys. This is what you're really running away from.
No, we're not going to stop you.
Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm talking out of my ass. I just disagree with how you're defining these terms.
The position is ultimately to escape accountability, because otherwise you actually have to think that if there is meaning and there is purpose and there was creation, then that you must have fucking denied it the whole time. And so what does that mean? That means accountability. Jesus. Oh no, anything but that. Stupid. It's such a feminine worldview. You guys fucking
nothing to do with a moral argument, and fuck's sake. So it's nothing to do with morality. The whole issue is staying consistent in language, right? If we want to communicate effectively, we have to be speaking the same language. We need to mean the same things when we use certain words.
Well, yeah, when you responded logic to, as opposed to randomness, I would say logic is evidence of a creator. So that's just my opinion.
No, I specifically avoided the term logical.
Sorry,
I didn't agree that logical was the opposite of random.
No, it's just the idea that, it's not random because there's something intelligent causing it.
Look, you are the logical being that has been brought forward in the logic of the universe. I mean,
yeah, man. Can you at least concede that uniform could be an antonym to a random?
In certain contexts, yes, but not this one.
If I make an observation, the term random is a tiny bit misleading. It would imply, for example, that if a person were to have a child, they could just as likely sprout wings as they would have a slightly larger spleen. And I don't think that anybody considers that there is total randomness in the way in which any of that is meant to work.
Wait, why is that not a possibility in your worldview? Why is that not a possibility in your worldview? A random mutation of wings developing on a human? Why couldn't that happen in the future?
Because that would be your example of a tornado in a junkyard, making a 747. So to make wings, you would need.
What are you talking about? Why are you going off on a red herring?
It's not a red herring. I'm answering your question.
I asked a direct question to the gentleman that was just talking.
So you're cutting him off because you don't think he's answering your question. You're cutting him off.
If you want him to answer, that's fine.
Oh my God, that does. With all due respect, Tori, that does seem a bit of a. How can I say? It's like a false representation of their sort of evolution model, doesn't it? So.
I want to know the reasoning in their worldview why that is an impossibility.
I was telling you.
This change is incremental. I mean, to start off with, any change is incremental. You don't.
I agree that some change can be incremental, but you guys are, like I said, this is the macro thing. You're making larger leaps of conclusions with no coherency.
Let's give the green guy, Professor. Hold on, give him more room. Yeah, I'm trying to get you more room.
I want to hear what he has to say because I think it's interesting to go from gills to lungs is a pretty big step. Why not non-wing to wing?
Listen, I'm personally not an evolutionist. All right. However, to answer your question,
what? I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. Holy shit!
Hold on, let him talk. Let him go.
Just to answer your question, in the early development of the fetus, there are structures that are identical to gills. They develop into lungs during the course of gestation. Strictly speaking, they don't have to. So you might occasionally get people born with vestigial lungs in the same way in which you get people born with vestigial tails every so often. However,
I disagree with that already.
There has never been an instance in which people or anything that people think that we could have ever been simply had wings for us in order to simply develop them in one shot. There's no one shot of anything within the theory of evolution. Everything is always incremental.
So you're going off the principle
perfectly as they are.
Yeah. So you're going off the principle of induction. Since it hasn't happened in the past, it's less likely to happen in the future because it seems that nature is uniform in a sense that way. But I could also agree with your statement about, in the ingestion, like when the fetus turns into. I would argue that's where this whole evolution story came from in the first place. Your parents had a big bang, and then you developed into a human, and then they just widespread that same acts of events over the macro scale.
It's just wrong, isn't it?
No, you started off not representing what he said, and then supposing that you said what he said, and then you continued from there. You started out misrepresenting what he said.
Oh, I'm sorry, you could clarify. I understand that he was interjecting to tell me I misrepresented it, so I moved to another point.
Well, from observation of the way in which things are different from one generation to the next, we what's the word? We reproduce mutatively. We're not identical to our parents or our grandparents. Otherwise, we'd all be identical. So there is mutative development, change. Now, there's only a limited amount to which that can simply happen, given that the mechanisms that exist for doing it. And so therefore you don't get somebody just sprouting wings because there's no route for it. There's no mechanism for that to happen. There is
Well,
a
it depends on
mechanism.
how you
People getting
define
slightly larger
identical,
spleens
really.
over time, for example. I mean, the example which I like to give is that of the Bajau people. Now, the Bajau live at sea. They live and work at sea. They sponge divers, clam divers. They can hold their breath underwater for about 14 minutes. You can't manage 3. None of us.
That's not true. I can manage over
practice.
10 minutes.
But you could practice that. That's something that could be practiced within a lifetime.
You can saturate
one
your blood with
lifetime.
oxygen. It takes practice. Within 30 minutes, I can do 5 minutes. Within a week or more, I can do over 10 minutes.
You're lying.
I'm not lying.
Okay. I'm not trying to say it's impossible and that it can't be done with training. They seem to be being born with the ability to be able to do that. And the reason, turns out, is because their spleens are about twice the size as anybody else's. Now, the spleens didn't just get twice as big in one go, because if it did, you'd have an enlarged spleen relative to the rest of your body. And
that means the information is there for every person.
Right, the information is already present.
Let him finish.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, that can't happen in one go. If it does happen, it can happen in one go. I'll take it back. Generally speaking, if you have an enlarged spleen, that's a problem. But if it gets larger over time, because Daddy had a slightly larger one and Granddaddy had a smaller one and so forth, because it happens to be a marker of success, that the result of that is that you can hold your breath underwater for longer, because it's the way in which it recycles blood. You end up in a situation where you have a population that, on the whole, has spleens twice as big as everybody else's, and the added with the added benefit that it happens to be useful for their living conditions, and their living conditions have promoted that particular development, and the mechanism that has worked is slightly larger spleenage. Either way, it doesn't happen overnight.
They don't prove anything, dude.
Nobody, I don't think anybody here is saying that, though.
Yeah, nobody's denying like
the whole thing with the wings.
adaptation.
Yeah, the whole thing with the wings is an analogy. That eventually you get to wings. We're not saying right in one generation from wings to no wings, or no wings to wings. That's not the point. And I'm not I'm not denying adaptation. Right? We know adaptation is a phenomenon. It's real. We've seen it even in short periods of time, just 1 or 2 generations. But the thing is, will adaptation lead to macroevolution, speciation? Right. That's what we debate. And because you have to understand, right? Like there's a lot of people, there's a lot of Christians in here. We don't deny adaptation. Adaptation is actually a product of design. Go ahead.
I'm going to say 2 things, all right? And then I'll stop. One is that the point about the wings was that the word random implies that could happen. So a degree of randomness in terms of given what's possible randomly among that is what people are normally talking about when they talk about random. They don't mean, literally anything can happen. The other is a more sort of theoretical question. If our Bajau people started to, occasionally people are born with webbed fingers, and generally we think this is the result of inbreeding, and it's ridiculed, and it's not socially something that we want. Kind of useful if you live underwater, though. So if it started happening for any reason, we could postulate that in a few generations' time, basically the whole Bajau people would likely have them. However,
depths of heat.
Is that dude hot mic, or is he trying to get in?
I don't know.
Matt dude.
Are you still on the first point, or are you on the second?
Sorry.
One second, I'm really done.
All right, dude, no worries.
It's okay, go ahead.
So there might come a point in the future, in theory, okay, according to evolution, that those people will be unable to reproduce with ordinary humans because there are enough changes that it's no longer compatible. Are they still people? Or do we have Homo aquaticus? Or do we still consider them to be human?
You're missing the point.
That's just a theory, okay? That's just a question. If they are eventually getting to the point where there are enough differences between their genome and everybody else's genome, and so they can no longer reproduce together, what's happened? Are they still people? But anyway, that's just speciation for good measure, okay? That would be speciation, quite right, among humans, which is not something we normally consider. But I'm going to shut up now, okay?
But you had a second point, you said.
Well, that was the second point. The first one was that randomness shouldn't imply total randomness, as literally anything can happen. It's from the available choices, it's random. So if you've got you've come to a split in the road.
Yeah, but before the web,
right.
but that doesn't make it. I understand your point. Okay, I get it. But before the webbed finger person existed, and there was no webbed fingered in person, then yeah, the randomness occurred. And now the only reason you're saying that could occur in the future is because you've seen it happen a couple times. But before that, you didn't have that evidence.
Well, that's true. If you haven't seen it before, that's not evidence. Evidence is something generally that you've seen. But as it happens, people are sometimes born that way. It's
was
not
the first person born with webbed fingers?
I don't know. I mean, I understand it happens in Norfolk a fair amount. It's a kind of local joke around here.
I mean, could it just be like a genetic problem, or like exposure to some kind of chemical?
I understand it's a big thing in Innsmouth.
Well, if you look at your hand, all right, let's just do it. Look at your hand. The skin between your fingers is to a greater or to a lesser extent floppy.
But you're saying that eventually they won't be able to reproduce with another human, dude, because they have webbed
no, I'm not saying
fingers.
that. I said what happens if that happens.
That would be classified as a random event occurring, seeing that it's never occurred in the past. So that means random mutations, anything is possible.
Yep. And that was his first point that you completely missed.
No, he said it's not. He said it's within the set of the things we've observed. However, if there was never observed a person with webbed fingers in the beginning, and then all of a sudden a person with webbed fingers came along, that would be random outside of the set of things that can occur.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be random.
Completely missing it.
It wouldn't be random.
Unless there's a reason to select for people with webbed fingers. I don't know, maybe the entire world floods or something, and people with webbed fingers will get more food and survive better. There's no reason that webbed fingers will become common.
But it wouldn't be random. It wouldn't be random in the aspect of the fact that we are tetrapods, and when you look at those tetrapods, those were fish, and you see the webbings and things like that. So the genetic capabilities are there for that process. There's processes that happens that remove webbing from kids' fingers and stuff. Like you see it happening, and it's because of evolution. But you won't accept that.
That was an arbitrary decision to make, to call yourself a tetrapod. That was based on just
all our
real quick,
tetrapods.
I was actually going to bring this up. That within the human genome, the potential to grow gills, the potential to be able to regenerate limbs, the genes are actually in there. They're dormant. Right. Theoretically, through CRISPR technology, theoretically, you could activate the genes, and you could have a human without including fish DNA. You could theoretically wake up those dormant genes and have a human produce skills, because the genome is in there.
Yeah, we
for that capability.
One time.
And I'll give you an example. Yeah,
I think you misunderstand.
That's not the case.
At about 4 weeks.
That's not. I'm saying it's all. This is all theoretical, right?
No,
but if you look, like,
observed.
There are dormant genes, right, already in our genome for all types of shit that vertebrates have and amphibians have and other species.
Yes.
I don't think
you're
you.
talking
it
talking
was
science
split
fiction
the
now.
way you think
It's
it
really,
I wish we could stay on track, man.
so with like CRISPR and stuff, like part of that dormant gene things, it's more it's easier with CRISPR to actually activate things than to like produce things. Because like even when you look at like the tetrapods, like when you look at a bird, those are our arms. You can see you can see all the same bones essentially in a bird's wings, you know? So like systems and things form based upon like kind of very hard coded genes that you kind of can't get around at some point and keep like the same organism. Like but you're 100% correct. You can like, but you could like the person would not be viable, but you could
Yeah.
like do it and like have a person born with gills, and so, you know what I mean. So like
There's a
Yeah, so who
specific
wrote the
gene,
code,
for
man?
example.
Who wrote the code? And you're going to say the code wrote itself, which is just, I don't know what's wrong with you if you say that.
Oh my
the
god.
gene responsible for regrowing limbs in amphibians and certain
in
crustaceans,
lizards,
right?
yeah.
And in lizards is actually present in the human genome. It's dormant.
Maybe.
Why is that the case if we're not related? Yeah, that's the question.
Because apparently when it's activated, it has before it becomes recessed or dormant, it has a purpose in the embryonic development.
Yes. Yeah.
So we see these genes already. It's not like they're novel proteins. It's not that they're novel mutations. No, by design, these genes already exist in the genome.
Yes, but the question is, why would we have the same genes of an amphibian and of a reptile? That's the question.
I already explained it to you.
That look, when it
because
comes to
God
things
has
like
limited-
this,
because
there
God
are
has limited imagination.
bitch, shut up, bitch.
Our genes.
There comes to be certain designs that are useful. The thing that's created this place has found certain designs useful. He chooses which ones you get to use.
That's
Actually,
fine.
so God has
our
limited
genes
imagination. Got it.
How are genes passed down? Remember, you earlier were talking about for like Lamborghinis, right? Our genes passed down. How would we get these genes that God made that are in reptiles, that are in amphibians? How are they passed down?
So it's through translation, through replication, by design. These processes are incredibly complex. It didn't come about through random chance. This was designed this way. The creator designed different creatures, right, with common design.
Why
Just
would he do
because
that?
there's
Limited
this is known as
imagination?
this is the common design argument. You might not like it, but it's
so
logical. So
God is limited.
you could create different creatures, right, with similar blueprints. Does that mean
why
that
didn't he?
though those creatures have similar blueprints, does that mean that we all came from a primordial amoeba?
So God has a limited palette, right? He can only paint with certain colors.
Lion,
Have
how
you
are
seen the
genes?
complexity? Have you seen the diversity
Excuse
in
me.
animals, bro?
Yes,
Don't
fine.
tell me God's not creative, bro.
Lion.
Yet they all have
How
similar
are genes passed
God is a
down?
boss.
How are genes passed down?
Well,
I
yeah,
already
meiosis 1 and
explained
2
to
that create 23 chromosome germ cells in a sperm.
Taylor, please, I'm
Same
not speaking
process
with you right
happening
now.
in the egg. And then the
No,
sperm
let
and
her
egg
talk.
to make 46 chromosomes, and that'll
Okay.
make you.
Awesome. Lion, so if genes are passed down through sexual, probably selection, genetics, like a creature made it with another creature, and then that creature had a kid, then that kid had a kid, and like all that stuff, would you say that's a very semantic, high level process of how genes are passed down?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you even asking right now?
I'm not talking.
Say what you're trying to get him to say. This is stupid. These question games.
Sex passes down. Yes, but okay. What's your point?
So if we have those genes that you said that are dormant, that are in amphibians and reptiles, how did we get them?
I just explained this to you. It's called the common design argument. Have you ever heard of it?
Right, God only can paint in certain colors, right? You know, he has a limited imagination, apparently.
Have you seen the diversity in animals?
Yeah, they're all related to one another. Amazing, isn't it? They all have common features. These features can trace back.
Something you can never create.
Gills at one time too. About
So let me explain this. So common design. similarity doesn't mean that we all descended from a common ancestor.
Oh, but it means God has a limited imagination. He can only do certain things.
And it's not an all or nothing fallacy. And just because you can have relatives, just because you can have sexual reproduction, where you can have
we share 98%
you can have a
our
descent,
genetics with
right?
chimpanzees.
Just because you have an ancestry, right, doesn't mean that all of a sudden common design debunked. Because I know you're going to go with this. Oh, well, are you and your father related? Did you guys have common genes? Yes, we do. And just because you have an ancestry doesn't mean that all the creatures on the earth came from a common descent.
Yeah, except that it looks that way. It does appear that way, that we the further away things get from us, the less common genetics we have.
So your common design argument doesn't address the fact that humans and other organisms have genes for things that we never will use ever, like those gills that were already mentioned.
Well, we do have gills. Everybody had gill, I think, at 4 to 6 weeks gestation.
That's not true.
It's very true. Go look at it. This is another proof of evolution you guys don't like to talk about.
There's no gills. There's no gills, dude.
Yeah, we did. Every human embryo has gills, I think, at 4 to 6 weeks, if I remember right.
No, they have something that resemble gills. They're not. They're not gills, dude.
They're
gills. They're not.
They breathe through their gills in the womb.
No, but they have gills. You know, I'm sorry. I guess you are a biology graduate student, and you don't know about this.
You say their gills are functional?
I don't think they're functional because you're breathing through the amniotic, but nonetheless they're there.
I remember they used to say that ontology recapitulates phylogeny when referring to like the gill growth in like when you're a fetus or whatever. But that's not considered to be true anymore, isn't that the case?
Yeah, so there was a lot of misconceptions. We grew up watching, like, there's some images of a zygote that looked like a lizard. That was a fraudulent depiction that was perpetrated for like 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Pharyngeal arches. They looked like gills, but now that we know they're not actually gills, they have a superficial resemblance.
So we were speaking about.
Hold on,
genetics.
real quick. The New Scientist: How Fudged Embryo Illustrations Led to Drawn-Out Lies. You ever heard of this?
This is what I said before.
Yeah, it's amazing how
they draw conclusions that legitimize their dog shit logic.
Okay, so we were talking about genetic codes that we have in our genome that are dormant, correct? Genetic codes that are in reptiles, that are in amphibians.
Yes.
So you postulate that someone designed us with their genetic code for our functions, and then we don't need them later. And like, I don't understand your.
No, they are used. They're essential. So that HANT2 gene that's present in certain amphibians that allows them to regrow limbs. That's we need that gene in the embryonic development. Yeah. But then it's turned off.
But is it turned off for the? But it's not turned off for the other animals though. It's turned off.
No,
for
it's
us.
not. Certain animals, it remains. It remains expressed.
Okay, so that was a specific design by God.
Dormant quote unquote genes actually have functions. We're still learning about more functions that DNA actually has that they thought was useless junk.
Yeah, a lot of it. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised. But what I'm saying is you're saying that we are designed intelligently, but we have DNA. I understand Taylor and say it's not all junk. We don't know, and I agree with that. We've gotten more and more discoveries across the board, but it doesn't look as if it looks as if we are related to these creatures more than someone cut and paste a bunch of other things and try to put us together.
It's not that.
We are
it's
related.
not that
We all use the same DNA. I mean, we have this. Whoever designed life used it with the same fundamental code for biological organisms, which happens to be very functional. And obviously, it works because guess what? We have a variety of animals. They're all able to reproduce and sustain themselves. There have had animals, go extinct for one reason or another, but we see a flourishing, living population here on Earth. So whatever he did, it worked. It's great.
Yeah.
In that whole whatever he did, it could be in descent with inherent design of natural selection, leading us to where we are today.
You would just have to demonstrate how that would happen. You'd have to reproduce that and show that this is a plausible mechanism to get biodiversity like we have today.
Yeah, that's one hypothesis.
So we are proving that specifically with the talking about random mutations in biodiversity. And we can prove that with genetics and evidence that we show you and tell you. So that's exact.
You have an example?
Of interrelatedness between species of what?
No, the evidence you just claimed. You just said that we have evidence, and so I'm just asking what that evidence is.
The evidence that we've been presenting for the argument that you apparently been listening to. That's why you're speaking right now, because you were listening to the argument.
For
right?
your previous statement.
It's there because I said the word.
So, for example, a piece of evidence.
Embo, is that
can
you?
I say it?
Hot micing?
Yes. No, I'm not hot micing.
No,
I'm
it's
just speaking.
We can't hear you, Lion.
Somebody's hot micing. Let me just move him real quick. Hold on a second. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. I have to fix that. Go ahead.
So can I speak now? So a piece of evidence for the possibility of speciation would be ring species, which is basically what happens where you have like a geological barrier in the middle of some area, like a mountain range, and then you have species that basically kind of populate around that thing but cannot climb it, so they kind of go around it in a ring, and then those species, when they like go around it, they because there's enough distance around that thing, around that mountain range, they basically become another species gradually, because there is a limited transfer of genes between them over this long distance. And when this ring closes, like they make a full loop around it and colonize the entire area around it, that first species and the last species that close the ring, they can no longer reproduce because they are enough genetically different, even though every single other one, if you like take a piece of that ring, will be able to reproduce. So that is an evidence of speciation that was observed.
Yeah, but it was observed after the fact. They're saying that they think that these two species that can't reproduce, or whatever example you're giving, they're making a postdiction on that.
Oh, so what? Stop it, Taylor.
They came from an original population, though, right?
Yeah, how can that not be a post-diction reaction? You have to prove that.
So
hey,
what?
here's a salamander
if you
or
look all,
whatever.
oh
I agree.
God,
I think we're
seriously.
agreeing. I think we're agreeing, and we might be arguing. But what I'm saying is, it has to be a postdictive. It doesn't. You can't prove
Yeah, you
prior
can't
to the
predict
fact.
evolution.
Yeah,
Evolution is not a predictive thing.
Precisely. Yeah, you can't prove that
Not predictive. It doesn't make predictions.
that this species won't
So we
be
can't
able
look
to
back in
reproduce.
history and see stuff, Taylor?
Not if you don't agree.
What?
Are you talking about a postdictive study?
What do you
Where
think?
you're looking at something that happened after the fact?
I see. So looking back at the fossil record isn't proof of evolution either, right?
I just said, are you talking about postdictions?
Dude,
Something
there's
that happened after.
Looking back at history.
Is postdiction bad? Is it a bad thing? Is it no? Does it like null the hypothesis because it's postdictive?
Knowing the hypothesis would require an experiment.
Oh, be quiet. You cannot
I
be a
really-
biology graduate student.
Moderator? Anybody? Oh, not lying. Okay, so what did I say just now that was wrong or a lie?
That says that you're a biology graduate student.
Okay, so nothing I said just now was wrong or a lie. You're just questioning my credentials. Is that the case?
You just don't respond to him. That this is all he outputs.
Question your
is
credentials
that.
based
Just
on
don't
what
respond
you
to
know
him.
about biology.
Cut it out, Nasa. You're not going to be part of the convo. Cut it out.
Right, because she's.
No, it doesn't matter your because. You're gonna
Asking
cut it
anything
out.
about
That's
her,
it.
just stick to the subject, please. Thanks.
Well, if she would know more about biology, I might be able to
I said
agree
was
with
right.
you.
If you knew about biology, you would know that what I said was correct just now.
Either you got a point or you don't.
So Taylor, you know biology. Do you study in the field of like what specific field of biology?
Cell biology.
Okay.
All right, which one of you guys are biologists?
I'm neither. I'm not. I'm asking.
Okay,
I was
so
going to ask
then
my
what's the
question.
I
question
had
you're
my
Could you
hearing?
shut
committee
your
meeting
mouth,
yesterday and it
please?
went very well.
My question to her, because she asked for evidence, and I was going to try to speak to something potentially in her field because I'm going to bring evidence from the fossil record. You have evidence from the fossil record to explain almost every transitional form from water to all the way to humans. You have transitional forms that show you why birds are dinosaurs. You have transitional forms that show, like little leg buds. You still have creatures in the ocean that have little leg buds running around. You have all of these things of evidence in biology, essentially. The question to you I have is, why do you would you accept that as evidence without making it is it predicted post-ictic, and just see it for yourself and then explore it for yourself?
Yeah, I would take a controlled experiment as evidence.
You can't really do a controlled experiment because of the amount of time, and that's the thing. I think that when you're
Have you Lindsay's E. coli study? Lindsay's E. coli study, where he's doing exponential growth of E. coli and
I
expediting
love
the.
that experiment. Yeah,
Okay, well, then you understand.
that wasn't really controlled, but that is proof of evolution. Would you accept that proof for evolution?
What type of evolution?
There
Because
is
all he
one
saw was a
type of
gene get
evolution.
transferred under a new activator, but it's not creating new genes. That's the problem I have.
Okay, and I think that's more of a semantical argument that you might want to explore a bit, but at the same time, it shows that there's diversity in a creature's genetics. You just talked about it over time, correct?
No, it just put a gene under a new activator. But
That's not
we're not
diversity
making
in their genetic.
no, it's not. It's just
Okay.
rearrangement of the genes instead of creating new ones.
Okay. So now we're just arguing semantics a bit. Would you
No,
agree
we're
with that?
arguing about genetics.
Okay. So specifically with like fossil forms, um, are you familiar with Lucy? It's a fossil that was found that has transitional elements
Lucifer?
from. I no, I think it's a female, Lucy. I think it's the name of the creature.
How many bones do they
It's a
find?
species called Australopithecus afarensis, and Lucy is the name of that particular specimen. It's not the name of a species. It's just that one
Yeah,
skeleton they named it
that
like
one.
that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. They have a bunch of bones. They have a bunch of different. They have a lot of different artifacts. But are you familiar with it, or are we going to get into like questions like minutia like that, like how many bones and things like that?
I mean, yeah, I would like to know more about Lucy. Do you know about it?
I know a bit about it. You find a species that has genetic features that is indicative to not only living in trees but also walking upright.
So how would I know that if this was theoretically a full organism found, that this wasn't like some genetic corruption happening versus a naturalistic process of evolution?
What do you mean genetic
Because I
corruption?
believe in
What
the
is it?
Bible, Genesis 6,
What the
that
fuck
there
does
was
it even
genetic corruption.
mean?
No. So real quick, when you say the genetic, what does that mean? What is the genetic corruption? What does that mean?
Well, biblically, I think that genetic corruption happened, which led to the flood.
Okay, so you're talking about like Nephilim coming down and
Yes.
having Lucy as a kid. So
No,
if you
there was all kind of different, because all the flesh was corrupted, so they had a lot of corruption happening. Which had to reset. God had to reset with the flood, according to the Bible.
I asked you earlier if you thought the world, if you would make a bet, was older or younger than 10,000 years, and right now it's kind of really relevant to where we could take this conversation based upon your conception of that time frame.
Well, I'm not sure how long the first segment was in the creation of the earth, because there wasn't the sun at that time, so I don't know how long that day would have been. But after that, after God created the sun and the moon to rule over the day and the night, then those could be like 24-hour periods. In terms of the creation of the earth, I'm not sure how long that took exactly, or how long that time period was for God. I that's all I know.
So if like right now we say it's the year 2025, you know what I mean? Like we created like a time stamp and we said, you know, these years after this moment, that's how many years have happened. And then there's years before that moment and before that moment. So right now, like you can kind of both agree there's 2025 years, at least the earth could have been created, right? But before that moment, do you think that there were at least 1,000,000 years? Would you say that's a very high number?
So Genesis 1:1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." I'm not sure how long ago in human years that happened. The earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep. XYZ.
So
So
would
on and
you
so forth.
think that so just like I said, just we're shooting it out there. Would you say 1,000,000 years is a very no way, no way, no way 1,000,000 years? That's too much time. Would you say that, or would you say maybe there's more than 1,000,000 years? Where would you kind of go in regards with that?
I don't think it matters for the sake of the conversation about
It
evolution
does.
either way.
It truly does. It truly does, especially for the
This is
sake of
way before the
evolution.
creation of humans. The creation of humans happened after the 24-hour day and night was established.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be relevant.
All right. So I'm just asking a question. Like I said, like we can both agree that we both live in the year 2025, right? That is it. That's
Some people say the calendar was changed and this and that, so there could be discrepancies within that, but I would say yes. For the sake of
okay.
the argument.
The thing is, like you and I are having the conversation, you know. So like that's why we're building this frame of reference to speak to. So we can agree that, like, I agree that it's been 2025 years since a period of time in which we put a 0 point on. And before that, I would say that there's billions of years of time that are unaccounted for. That's my opinion. Would you agree with my opinion, or would you disagree with my opinion?
I think what we would disagree on mainly is how long ago man was created or life was created.
That's fine, but would you agree with my opinion that there's billions of years of time before that arbitrary moment where we said 2025? Would you agree with me or disagree?
I would just say I disagree. I don't know.
Okay.
I would just disagree for the sake of moving on because it's getting really annoying. I'm not sure how long ago in human being years God said, created the heavens and the earth. I'm not sure.
And
I don't
so
know.
if you
I
don't
think
believe
time
about
is
like
completely
6,000
different.
years if you add up all the begats.
Form of time in that period. God operates on a different time scale, in my opinion. So,
Okay, that's fine. And so, and I'm not trying to annoy you. I'm trying to get a common framework. So you would believe that the Earth is younger than which I would believe, right? So when I'm telling you this, I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm trying to talk within your framework of understanding. Do you understand why I'm doing this? I'm not trying to badger you. I'm not trying to do anything.
yeah, we'll just move on. Just say yeah. I'm gonna say yes.
It's not based on anything you can observe. It's part of the story that she believes in. We can't observe that the past like that.
Yes, we can.
What do you mean by we
No.
can't observe the past like that?
Like all the stuff that you can think is like credible evidence.
A fossil?
It's no, not a fossil.
That's one of the things I'm speaking of.
Maybe
that's specifically what I'm talking about.
There's people
right
who say
now.
that loose, yeah, but what I'm trying to clarify is that there's a group of people, I know it may be shocking to you, that think that a lot of this evidence and a lot of these fossils are created or staged as propaganda to support the worldview which you're trying to uphold.
I know, just the whole, just
Okay, so I'm sorry, Taylor.
The evidence you
Taylor,
don't like.
do you believe that the fossils and the things that I'm speaking about were created by some factor or outside source to manipulate my thoughts, apparently, to see it in a different way, or potentially manipulate your thoughts?
No, not manipulating anybody's thoughts. I think genetic corruption happened from the Watchers.
Okay.
They call it the
Okay.
bone wars.
That's fine.
Bone wars.
So she doesn't believe that there's like some force like making fossils and burying them deep down in the ground and stuff like that.
Force? No, that's not what I'm
I have a
saying.
question. I have a question. So if those fossils like Australopithecus, Afarensis, and Homo erectus and species like that are an effect of an inbreeding of those watchers with like humans, Homo sapiens, that would mean that Homo sapiens would have to exist at the same time as they exist.
No.
Why in those lower layers do we find only fossils of those different species of humans and not Homo sapiens? We never find Homo sapiens along with them.
Well, that's perfect.
Biblically speaking, when the flood happens, everything would have been covered, and would be in deeper layers.
Have you ever seen the results of the
I
flood,
believe.
Taylor?
So we are
I
humans.
Huh?
Have you ever seen the
So
results
we
of
are
the flood?
humans. We find many fossils of different animals, of dinosaurs, of bugs and stuff like that. But we never find humans in the layers you'd claim as the flood layers.
Well, apparently we find human-like bones.
Incorrect. What? Have you ever seen the results of a flood? The results of a
Don't
flood
y'all
do
say
not
we
give you
found Lucy?
the results of a flood.
That is a
do not
human-like
give
bone.
do not give you the layers that we have in the fossil record.
And then yes, you do find human-like bones. Exactly.
Incorrect.
Taylor is correct. You do find human-like
No, Taylor's
bones.
wrong. There's no dinosaur fossils and human fossils found
Oh,
together.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That's not correct. What I'm saying is you do find human-like bones in the fossil record. That's 100% correct. But you don't find them next to dinosaurs. You don't find them next to any creature like prior to us that you would want to say that would exist during a global flood.
So those transitional hominid forms like Australopithecus, they are already above all of this stuff like dinosaurs. And but humans in their modern form, Homo sapiens, are found even higher. You don't even find humans along with those what she would call Nephilim.
Yeah.
You see a transition from them to modern humans over
That was just a
geological time.
possibility. She just put that forth, bro. If you look at Homo erectus skull right now, dude, that thing, that's not a home. That's nothing related to us, dude.
Actually, it is. It's more
How?
I think it's an
related
ape,
to us
dude.
than chimpanzees.
Well, maybe
It
it's
looks
an
like an ape.
NASA show.
Yeah, I'll post an image
chimpanzees
of
are
a Homo
90
erectus, dude.
98%,
2016, dude.
Chimpanzees are what, 98% genetics to us?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is there a particular dig site y'all are referencing in like the layers, and we find this here and that this layer? Is there a dig I could reference and read about?
You should just look up Lucy.
Anyone.
Look,
Yeah, you just
I posted a Homo erectus skull.
That we can compare side by side. Like, here's what we found, then here's what we found, then here, and so on.
Yeah.
Do you know what the sacrum macrum is? Do you know what the sacrum macrum is? Taylor, do you know what the sacrum macrum is? Yeah.
The sacrum isn't that a bone?
Yeah, it's in the back of your head, right? It's where your spine connects to your skull.
Okay.
So on your dog, where do you think that is?
Why are you asking me that question?
Because it's part of evolution.
You're talking about the foramen magnum.
Foramen magnum. Sorry, yeah, foramen magnum.
Sacrum's at the
foramen magnum.
So foramen magnum. It's where your skull connects to your spine.
It's foramen magnum. Foramen being the hole, magnum being a big hole that your spine goes through.
My bad. Maybe it is.
But exactly what Left Lane said. That's the exact structure I was trying to talk about. Thanks. But on you, it's underneath your skull, right? That's because you walk upright. On your dog, it's to the. It would it be in the same spot? Would the neck go under and connect where it is? No, it goes right into the back. So when you look at Lucy's, you see a transition from a modern chimpanzee's position and a modern human's position, and Lucy's is right in the middle there.
Lucy's 3 feet tall.
What you're calling a transition is that's your hypothesis of what you're seeing. That's your interpretation. For all we know, it's a distinct, extinct ape that used to exist. That's all it is. It has unique properties to other apes, and it just happens that the foramen magnum happens to resemble one of a human.
That it has unique properties too.
I told you what I would accept as
Except when
evidence.
on the lowest layers, you find except when on the lowest layers you find only Australopithecus. Then on the higher layer you find like stuff like Homo erectus or Homo heidelbergensis or whatever is pronounced. Then on an even higher layer you find like Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. That is evidence that is only exclusive to one hypothesis. You cannot explain it with any type of creationism.
Bro, you don't have as many specimens as you actually think you have. You only have a couple hundred, dude. And honestly, you don't have like whole specimens. You only got pieces.
Yes, we do.
Of the no, you don't. You don't have whole specimens, dude. And if you look at Lucy right now, right, which is like you're like, that's the one that you guys say it's definitely a transitional species. Lucy,
do you know
go
the
look
reason
at
why?
Lucy, bro. Go look at Lucy.
So like what you said about having distinct features of other apes. Yes, Lucy did have that brachiation. There was potential that, you know, for some part of her, she's still knuckle walking, and you could see those things in the bones and stuff like that. But the most specific thing you have to understand from that statement is the patella and the alignment for upright walking. No other ape has that.
Say all these bones, but
Nah,
I told you what I would accept
you
as
don't know
evidence
that.
would be a controlled experiment. Because
Can
we
you
can
You don't
have
know
both.
that Lucy walked upright. You have no idea.
Yes, you do. You do the
No, you
bone
don't.
structure.
No, you don't.
Yes, you
Just
do.
like you don't really know how T-Rex walk.
The
You don't really know how
pelvic
any of these specimens walk.
Dude,
No, you don't.
do you know why
Hold
your
on.
hips are the way your hips are? Do you know like why your knee is why it is?
Yeah, the pelvic girdle is a direct indicator of walking upright or 4 feet, 4 legs.
Yeah, it's an indicator. It's an indication that maybe this organism walked upright. You can't confirm that with 100% certainty. To say that you can would be disingenuous.
What if they had
With that being said, hold on. Just because you had a greater biodiversity of, just because you had a greater biodiversity of life in the past, right? You had greater apes that are now extinct, and you're finding them in the fossil record, and you're like, look, we have a transitional species. Just because it might resemble closer to human beings, dude, us and chimpanzees, we're very alike. Does that mean that they're transitional species? No, like just because chimpanzees resemble us doesn't mean that they're a transitional species.
They're not. They're not a transitional species, and that's the thing. We're more alike bone structure to Lucy than we are to chimps.
Exactly.
The chimps don't have those hips. They don't have. They're for. I still going to fuck it up, left lane.
It also doesn't mean that all these fossils are real too. There could be fraud.
The problem isn't about greater biodiversity in the past. Because if you had biodiversity with all of the species we have nowadays, plus some other extinct species, then it could also work in creationism. The problem is that in the layers that are deeper, we don't find modern species at all. So we see a transition of those species transitioning into other species in the higher layers. You will absolutely never find humans in layers like Cretaceous, or Cambrian, or Precambrian. Absolutely never.
No, the geological strata is not as consistent as you would like to believe. No, it's not as consistent as you would like to believe. And this idea that you have this very organized, like classification of strata, where you have the Homo erectus exactly where you believe they would be, and then in the Cro-Magnon, and then Neanderthal, and all these intercellular species all organized properly according to your timeline. That's just not the case, bro. Stop lying.
Yes, that is 100% the case. It's been
across the record as explosions of life.
There's no explosions of life. You see,
no. Look, punctuated equilibrium is like the dominant theory. That's what creationists
Yeah, but you have to understand what a fossil is. What fossilizes, in your opinion, Taylor? Do soft things fossilize or do hard things fossilize?
Well, we have jellyfish fossils.
But that's a very hard jellyfish to find. That would be a very hard process. But on average, hard things fossilize more. What you saw in the Cambrian period was an explosion of shells, not life.
No.
Nature
You
was
also
only
had
cells found?
no. Wait. If I may, so what they're talking, what the creationists here are talking about is again punctuated equilibrium, Stephen Jay Gould's like theory of evolution, which has now been adapted for a long time, because the fossil record does more so support not gradualism, not the original Darwinian notion of evolution, where species, incrementally, progressively, at the more or less same rate, with time, morph and change. No, there's like millions and millions and hundreds of millions of years of pretty much the same kind of fossils, and then a natural catastrophe happens, and then you have radical change, right? Or when you have like a radical change in the environment with the Cambrian, right? So that's what they're talking about, like explosion of life. It's not really
Then
explosion.
poof.
They found more than just shells.
Well, with the Cambrian though, it's specifically because the animals started producing more and more shells. Those creatures existed before that, and 100% you are correct. Life does kind of plateau, and then you will see events that you'll see events that cause species to go like But the Cambrian wasn't just an explosion of life; it was essentially just an explosion of shells. Life
And I mean,
started,
yeah. And by the calling it explosion, it took like millions of years. That's kind of
on top of that,
Allegedly.
yes.
tens
On
of
top of
millions
that,
of years.
yes, yeah.
Well, I
But
don't know what I would accept as evidence would be a controlled experiment that the mechanisms are viable.
Oh, I mean, nature makes controlled experiments, right? The natural experiments happen, and it just so happens. I don't know if you know this, Taylor, a ring species. You familiar with that?
Yeah, we talked about them. The like the lizards.
Not just the
I mean, the
lizards.
lizards do
It's
well, do you have a name?
plants. It's different kinds of plants.
Yeah, they'll
It
have
is
3 different.
birds. It is fucking. We have examples of so many ring species.
Okay, so they'll have 2 different species next to each other, and they're assuming that they came from a
No,
common ancestor. Well, this would
no, they
happen in.
genetically tested
Hold
those
on, bro.
answers.
Why are you interrupting me? Okay, so they had the lizards, and then the particular example we looked up was about the lizards that they had 2 different species of lizards next to each other, and they were similar, and they were assuming that they, came from a common ancestor. And they
That's
said,
not
"Oh,
correct.
now they can no longer reproduce now."
No,
That's
they're
not
still
how.
living. The other ones are still living.
Yeah,
Great.
They're still living.
they
It's
weren't
That's
not
two
a
fine. I
different
didn't
guess.
species.
disagree with that.
It's
They
it's
weren't
not.
two
Amazing.
different species in the beginning. That's the
Yeah,
that's the
and
Do you
the
have
and the
evidence of that?
yeah.
yes.
Watch
Look
it
up ring
Yes.
happen.
species. Look up.
This
Just
is not
Google
a
ring
controlled
species.
experiment. This is why I would
Yes,
like a
it
controlled
is. It is
experiment
an
as
actual
evidence.
controlled experiment
No, it's not. You're
of
crazy. So
speciation.
what was the control variable?
Oh, the original. I guess you could say the original
Control
The
species.
original
experiment.
species.
Crazy.
Yeah.
No, it's not a controlled experiment.
You just start naming out variables and control variables and claiming that things aren't experiments that are experiments. That's not a good argument.
So what you do in this experiment, you'd put an E. coli under selective pressure. You'd have E. coli not under selective pressure. And then you'd see, okay, can the ones under different selective pressure have adaptations that can make them survive their environment? Can they have new proteins? This is a perfect example.
That's what we have exactly with ring species. We have the original population, of which members stayed in one geographical location, and then we have the progressive changes genetically of 2 branches of the same species originally, migrating around a natural barrier, and at the end we see that they've changed genetically so much that they cannot produce viable offspring.
That is not
The
a
different
controlled
species.
experiment. It's not a
Yes,
controlled
they
experiment.
are, because you can compare
All
them
right, until you
to
look it up, I'm not
the
going to
original
continue.
populace that didn't have this
That's
pressure of
post-victive.
this selective pressure, right? The original population didn't have the selective pressure of being like under a different environment.
Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Does anybody know what a controlled experiment is?
Yeah, the
I do, but I don't know why you're
are
asking.
the variables that vary among different environments.
Yeah, which is what this shows,
Oh my
right? You have a
gosh.
population that was not exposed to these variables, right? And it stayed the same.
So what variable?
Why is
They're
that your
all
standard?
individual.
The environment changing, the environmental pressure,
Which was what?
them migrating to a different environment.
Okay. The environmental pressure is them migrating. Okay, thanks.
To a different environment.
Yeah,
Hello.
gotcha.
Different environment,
Why is that
environmental
your,
pressure.
That's not a control group, Bo.
why is a controlled experiment, right? Why is a controlled experiment your bar for this particular claim?
Because we can establish cause and effect. So
gives
if we
her
want
an
to say
out.
that, if we want to say the biodiversity we have, or we can get this type of biodiversity from natural selection through mutation, then you'd have to show that. You'd have to say, okay, through, environmental selective pressures, can we get novel proteins that could lead to biodiversity?
Right. So
You'd
that's
have
not
to demonstrate
specific
that
to ring
mechanism is
species.
plausible. That's
Right. So
not
you're
a
asking
controlled
for a
experiment. This is
controlled
so
experiment
stupid.
to
You
do.
need to
You're
look this
asking.
up before we continue.
You're right. So you're asking for a controlled experiment to do with evolution in general, right? Not
Yeah, the
specific to ring
mechanism is
species.
being plausible. So we can establish that this is why we see these different species.
So you can understand, though, that he's not putting this forward as an independent claim. This is in support of evolution, right? This is part of the body of evidence that supports those mechanisms.
What is?
Ring species. That's an example of something that we can look at that seems to corroborate the claim of evolution.
Okay, so it's not a controlled experiment. And I've
That's my
looked
point.
into ring
Why are you
species, and
asking
we
for a
never
controlled experiment to do with
physically
ring species?
happen.
It's a natural experiment. What's the problem with that?
No, it's not.
That literally is the
I
definition
don't know
of
what else
natural
to
experiment.
say. I don't know
You
what else
have
to
no,
say except for no, it's
you
not.
have no alternative explanation to explain the same phenomenon if evolution wasn't possible.
How do you know that?
Because it's just impossible. If you have an explanation, then give it. Why would there
What
be a
evidence do you
ring
have for your
of
claim?
species that can all interbreed except two species at one particular place in that ring? That doesn't make any sense if evolution is impossible. Why would the distribution look like that?
Why is it not possible for me to have an explanation?
Or give one.
Give it.
What
That's
do you
his
mean?
claim.
What?
He said it's impossible that anybody can explain this any other way, and I asked.
Go ahead.
That's his claim, not mine.
What?
Hold on. What happens to this ring? Hold on.
Hold
What happens to the ring species? You're asking for a thing, right? So what happens to these? Pick an animal, for example, and we'll do the ring species thing. Let's say a chicken. Let's say a group of chickens, right?
No. Do the greenish warbler. It actually exists. The greenish warbler.
Okay, what does the greenish wobbler turn into after all is said and done?
Warbler. We'll go pull the study and we can go through it.
No. It's a simple question, right?
Send it to me,
He's
Leslie.
going to do the Kent-Hovind thing, but it's still a lizard. He's going to do
Does
the
it evolve into anything else?
If anybody could send me a paper,
Taylor, just whenever they put you in this situation, just ask him that. In this ring species, does it evolve into something else?
Oh, yeah, he's doing the Ken Hovind. Oh, it's still a lizard.
This is not Ken Hovind. This is still a lizard, right? So that's it. You see that?
Yeah. It didn't evolve into a human or a bird, right? Or a
Well, this is where you laugh and giggle, bro, and lose. What does it evolve into? Nothing, right? It stays into a lizard. So your thing
different
dies right
species
there.
of lizard, or
What
different
kind of ring
species of
species are y'all
plant or
putting
bird,
forth?
because we have this fucking phenomena all across fucking the flora
Give me an
and
example
fauna.
of a ring species that you're referencing as evidence, so I can look into it.
You can look it up. Any of them.
Oh, look it up.
It's
Okay, I'm gonna add you to the list of
it's
people
so
who tell me to
popular.
just look it
It's
up,
so
but I can't
popular.
tell you to just look it
Okay,
up.
sure. I'll just give you the wiki article. It lists like several. Okay,
It's in there. There it is. It's in chat.
But what does it turn into? What does it turn into?
In your Noah Ark myth, why does the ancestral cat kind, the common ancestor to all of the felines, turn into different things? Why does it turn into a tiger, into a lion, into a house cat, into a fucking lynx? How does that happen?
That's not the question. The question is in the ring species outdoor experiment, which you were trying to explain to Taylor, right? The question is, hold on, don't get triggered and don't interrupt, bro. It's not going to work. Calm yourself down. Calm yourself down. The question is, what does that species evolve to? You're calling it ring species evolution. What does it evolve into?
It's still considered the same.
Who said your mom? Who said that?
But I don't know. But the thing is, like the green warbler, they're still birds, but they've become so genetically diverse that they can't interbreed anymore. But they're still green warblers. They're just different species of green warblers. Yeah, that is evolution.
No evolution in that example.
Evolution. That is evolution.
It's evolution in your mind only, because you just said, and I just proved to you that it doesn't evolve into anything. So there you go, game over. Sorry.
They speciate. If you don't understand this after all of this time that it's been explained to you, every which way.
Listen, buddy, you're not gonna get away with you don't understand, right? You just said it yourself.
For the love of God.
I made you say the word yourself.
I'd love to hear it, but don't do the fucking meta. For the love of God.
Ew.
He just doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the law of monophyly. That's why he builds this strawman, because he thinks it will change into something completely else, like a beaver turning into a bird or whatever.
I don't gotta think anything. That's your model. It's called evolution. When we press you, hold on. You gotta let other people talk. It's your model. You call it evolution. You started from Luca. Now, I can make you double speak all day long, right? Because I can just kill your argument right here. What did Luca evolve into? You're gonna tell me Luca always remained Luca. You have nothing. It's all double speak.
No, according to evolution.
Let's talk about double speak. Either it's our model and it's what evolution says, or it's somehow a debunk of evolution. Which is it?
Well, you don't have any evolution, bro. I just made you say it yourself. You said that in the ring species, they stay the same thing, right? So there's no evolution there. I don't know.
Yeah, let me ask Brooklyn about his paper.
What do you mean by thing? What do you mean by thing? That doesn't mean anything. There's no thing, quote unquote, in science.
I'm just interrupting Manufactorum. I was asking what the green warbler turned into.
He's replying to you.
What species is the green warbler now? Or what species came from it? What's the new species? Are they all just green warbler?
That's the question, Taylor. Yep.
What's the new species?
You'll have to look at the species. No, you'll have to look at the species name. It's in the study.
Yeah, it's right here. So PT trochaloidus, PT obscuratus, PT plumbipterus, PT ludlawi, and PT viridanus. PT viridanus and PT trochaloidus are the two species on the end. They're all subspecies of green warbler.
He's casting spells.
They're saying the Silopicus trichotiles turned into what?
That's one of the speciations that came from the green warbler. This is how taxonomy works, right? You have genus, families, I don't know what the fucking list is, but as you get more and more specific, those specifics can diverge. You're always whatever the larger umbrella term is, but you change whatever the more specific thing is.
Yeah,
that's why
you just discovered them,
meaning in this conversation.
You just discovered these things.
It's like a triangle.
Stay on point.
Yeah, it's like a triangle, a square, and a circle are different things, but they are all branches of shape. They are still shapes, a part of this bigger category.
Sure, which one was the OG then? Which one was the original?
So how long ago did this split happen? 10,000 years ago? Are you serious?
Well, we can calculate how long ago. We can calculate how long ago a split happens based on the measured rate of mutation, and then measuring how many mutations are between those two different genomes, and then basically just doing proportions, doing math. How long
yeah,
Do you know
it
that
would take
rates
for
of
this to
mutation
emerge?
have
DNA from
varied
10,000 years
vastly
ago. Is that what you're
in the
saying?
past?
This is
Do
stupid.
you have any proof of that?
That's why I want a controlled
The
experiment.
rate of mutation can change?
Exactly why.
Radically.
If this split happened 10,000 years ago, and they say the green warbler became this other bird, that's fine. But we can't just demonstrate. We can't see that happen. We didn't see that happen. Are they just saying because the DNA is similar, because they're similar, they're assuming that?
Because we didn't see it over a period of 10,000 years is your reason for throwing it out.
We're not throwing it out. We're just saying it's like
It's a post-diction.
it's evidence. It's not proof.
Okay, so this is why I want to control
in your
experiment.
story, because your story requires you to believe in the Noah's Ark that reduced all of the kinds to a population of only 2 specimens, and that would require it to split into all of the millions of species we have today. So you still have to believe in evolution, you just have to believe in an extremely sped up evolution at rates of mutations that were never observed in history. You have to believe that to a lion and tiger, a lynx, and stuff like that, like 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, like we can watch a dog breed. We can watch a dog like turn into many different types of subspecies that can still technically reproduce, but there could be physical barriers if that one dog's much larger than the other, but they're still compatible.
They're breeds,
Taylor. Yeah, I don't deny that.
Your God is a post-diction too.
But a tiger and a lion cannot have viable offspring. I mean, they have a viable offspring, but they cannot have one that can reproduce even further. Because a tiger exists, but it isn't fertile.
It says that tigers and lions came from the same species in the creationist model. I haven't heard anybody say that.
Genesis says that, and it's the biggest creationist organization.
No, they got one of
didn't
every
say whether the
kind.
tigers and
So
lions
they
are
picked up
one or
like
two.
all of those different types of lions and tigers, all those different types of birds, one of every kind, right?
Can you
No,
define what a kind is?
They believe that all of the felines are part of the cat kind.
It was a menagerie, okay? It's a big boat. It's a menagerie of all the other creatures. Deal with it.
You don't fucking believe that. Your problem is... Yes, exactly. Define the kind.
Hello?
Yeah. The definition of kind, it changes from creationist to creationist. I've heard the creationists say that all of the birds are the same kind.
You're picking up on the Noah's Ark story, and I'm just saying, like, that's not our argument. Just kidding. Well, I mean, it's not mine anyway. That's not the argument either. So you can't shoehorn in the Noah's Ark sort of principle of that historical interpretation and say that's the thing.
It is still relevant because all of the issues you say that are in our model, like for example that we cannot directly observe speciation, you still require it to be possible even in your model. So we could apply the same exact criticism to your model that all of these species couldn't diverge. And contrary to your model, our divergence of those species at least is consistent with the measured mutation rates, while in your model it has to be extremely sped up at rates that we have never observed.
All right. Well, if anybody has a controlled experiment, hit me up. But otherwise, I'm head out.
Yes, if you ask me.
You guys have nothing but a story, man. Understand that. You've been fooled. You have no evidence in the fossil record. It's just a story. And you even believe evolution without evolving. Like, you can't make that up. It's like purely comical, man. Seriously, think about it.
SE, according to the model of evolution, can you give an example of an organism of a species that isn't a part of its bigger ancestral category? Only one example. At least one example.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
You're saying that evolution requires a thing to change into completely another unrelated thing. So I give you a challenge. If that's what evolution predicts, then give one example of something that isn't no longer a part of its bigger ancestral category.
That is a meaningless statement. Listen, buddy. In your theory, you started off with Luca. The last common ancestor? Now, if you don't understand that that thing had to turn into another thing and then another thing and then another thing to have evolution, then you don't have critical thinking skills to be in this conversation. You can't have it both ways. You understand that?
Can you define a thing?
Well, wait a minute. SE, what's Luca? You don't mean Lucy, do you? What's Luca?
No. It's they call it the last common ancestors. They think we're the first, like the first cell, sort of a thing.
What, like an amoeba or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't exactly know what you. Oh, okay. I've never heard that term, Luca. What's that from?
That's what they call it. I mean, I
is
didn't like that. That's what they call it. Yeah.
It's a shortcut from.
But
last common ancestor, something like that.
Yeah, it's all the
Universal common ancestor.
Go
My
ahead.
name is Luca. I live on the second floor.
Yeah, last universal common ancestor. Yeah.
Yeah, so now, once they tell you that, right, there's no way out, right? Because they bring you to the first thing, right? Then after that, it's all doublespeak. Because you're going to tell them, okay, what did Luca turn into? Well, you don't understand. Luca evolved over millions of years until it couldn't reproduce. It's all doublespeak. It's all a script they've been given, right? And they have zero critical thinking because just think about it. It can't work. You can't have evolution without evolving.
Let's see. Are you cells?
What?
Are you cells? Are you made up of cells?
What? I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. If you can say that, yeah.
So that's why when he said we're not nothing other than our parent clave, we're still made up of the same things Luca was. We're just more complex.
Bro, that's not gonna get you away from this, bro. Do you not understand? Like a 5-year-old child could get this, bro. You can't have one thing staying one thing always and have evolution. Like there's no other clear-cut way to say this, bro. You're
You don't
just
have
wrong.
one thing.
What do
Yeah.
you mean by thing?
Call it anything you want, bro. Wordsmithing is not gonna get you away from this.
You are the one doing the wordsmithing. You're saying one thing turning into another thing. Those two things that you're using the same word to represent are two different things.
Bro, you can say it in your mind all you want. I'm going to say it in plain English so people can understand the stupidity of evolution. You start off with Luca. That's one thing. Call it whatever makes you feel good. Now, that one thing has to turn, please don't interrupt. That one thing has to turn into another thing to have evolution. It's that simple.
It doesn't stop being the first thing it was. It becomes, in addition to being that thing that it is, another thing. Not a different thing, but another thing. Do you understand that?
Exactly. Keep saying that. Keep saying that out loud so people could laugh. You keep saying that. One thing stays a thing and then turns into another thing.
You don't understand what I'm saying then.
Yeah.
So hang on a minute. Hang on. Manufactotum. There's still amoebas, right? I'm not sure. You help me out with this. There's still like these single cell things, right? I asked Manufactotum. Embo, with all due respect, you've got a bit of a thick accent. Brilliant English, but it's a bit thicker accent. Manufactotum. There's still these amoebas, right?
Yes, but I don't think we came from amoebas, technically speaking.
But so they're going to evolve into something then?
So amoebas are going to evolve, and whatever they evolve into could be a number of different things. Whatever the amoeba is classified as will the further generations will retain that classification, and their sub classification will delineate depending on how differently these branch away from each other. Does that make sense?
So we still got those things today, and they are going to, through environmental pressures, going to evolve into some more complex thing.
Yes. So you take mammals, for example, right? There's a mammal. I don't know what it would have been, something like a rat or a muskrat or something. And many generations down the line, there will be two different kinds of mammals, right? Like a cat and a dog, right? But they both are mammals. The first mammal never stopped having mammals. All down that line, they always had mammals. All their kids were mammals. Every generation was always a mammal. But at some point, we can now recognize two distinctions between cat mammals and dog mammals.
So there's a common ancestor to dogs and cats.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I don't believe any on it, so I don't mean to. If I'm sounding like mocking or like that, I don't mean it. Just sounds a bit silly to me. But okay.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
So, Luca, it wasn't an amoeba. People just calling amoeba everything that is just kind of like built in a simple way. But amoeba are actually groups that were derived relatively late. It wasn't an amoeba. It's like calling it a bacteria because bacteria is something simple and therefore Luca was a bacteria. It also wasn't the bacteria. It was something completely different.
What is it? Was it? I mean, I assume it was some kind of single-celled thing.
Yes, but this doesn't mean it's an amoeba. Amoebas actually aren't single-celled exclusively.
Nice. Thanks for the clarification. I didn't mean anything about your accent. Your English is really good, Embo, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, but the point Manufactotum said still stands, that you're basically always still a part of that parent plate. And let's, for example, say it on an example of, let's continue this example of mammals splitting into like felines and canines, into cats and dogs. As you would say that it is still a mammal, right? So if you could make this argument that it still requires like new information, I mean that it wasn't evolution because it's still a mammal, it's still the same thing. But at the same time, you would observe different characteristics inside of that group. Like cats have characteristics that dogs don't have, and vice versa. So there are characteristics. If you want to make this argument that evolution is impossible, like as he is trying, there's characteristics that are new, that are evolved, and characteristics that are still ancestral and common among both of those groups that split. And in order to make this argument, you would have to actually give a standard of what of those characteristics are impossible to achieve and what of those characteristics are possible to achieve. And then like show that those new characteristics are impossible to achieve. Because like let's say Lisa. Okay, go on. I was already speaking for a long time.
Let me put it to you this way, Andy.
Sorry. Go on, Essay. You're trying to
go ahead. I'll go next.
Oh, well, I mean, I like John Lennox's point, which he talked about in this interview he did with Alex O'Connor, which I can post if anybody's interested. But yeah, if God did it this way, then he did it this way. And do you believe in God, Embo?
Not in the Christian sense.
Okay, not in the Christian sense. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, sorry. Go on, SC. You were trying to get in?
Yeah, let me see if I can make an analogy, right? Take a car, okay? And take the various car parts, wheels, gears, lights, glass, wires, right? Now, let's say now they find parts like that on the ground, like in different animals, and they think that they evolved, right? This is what they're trying to say. But really, those parts, right, are interchangeable, right? Lungs, eyes, right? There's no proof of them evolving. It's like saying you see a GM or you see a van and you see like a little car and you say that evolved into that. It's sheer ridiculousness, right? Those parts are used by whatever, call it the creator, call it wherever you want. There's no proof that they evolved. You understand what I'm saying, Andy? This is what they're
doing. Absolutely. It sounds like a Kent Hovind sort of argument where the only thing a fossil teaches you is that something died. I agree with that totally. But I never quite understood why they say...
I haven't really listened that much to Ken Hovind, right? I heard one debate with that idiot there, the one that came here. But yeah, this is like logical things. Like you don't have to be Ken Hovind to realize that, you know, you need evolution. One thing has to turn into another in order to have evolution. I mean, that's just common sense. Like
it's the motivation as well from these people. Like to me, if it's a true observation and somebody's really done some diligent, good research, which maybe is the case, I don't know because I don't know enough about it. But I also see the underlying motivation. You know, as what's his name said, Frank Turek, science doesn't say anything, right? It's scientists that say things. So we have ways of interpreting. You know, we have different interpretations of data. But if like I said before, if this is the case, yeah, I mean, there seems to be some good arguments for it. I don't believe it, but it's an ongoing journey, isn't it? It is for me anyway. I could see I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think the true evolution is spirit into matter. And I think that the potential within each thing was already there for the micro adaptation. The tricky thing I think they've done is they've snuck in evolution, micro evolution. No, it's just adaptation, which nobody can argue about. Right? You can't argue adaptation. Right? That's just obvious. We observe that. That's the thing.
If I can respond to the car analogy, the reason why it's not analogous to biological life is pretty simple, because cars, unlike life, don't reproduce. In terms of life, we have actual mechanism that we observe of genetic mutations, of inheritance, the fact that genes are passed on into the next generations, and that those generations are slightly different, that make us know, not only believe, but know that this is something that is possible, that populations can indeed change over time. In terms of cars, they don't reproduce, so that alone makes it entirely not analogous, because unlike cars, we don't just like conclude that animals can evolve based on looking at this fossil record. We know they can evolve based on genetics that we even observe right now, and then fossil record is only additional evidence that only confirms that it indeed happened in the past, just as it happens right now. But we don't observe cars reproducing.
No, you don't. You said before that things don't evolve. You clearly stated that with Luca. So now either you're double speaking or you forgot what you said a while ago.
What you have is interpolation, extrapolation of the data, right? So when you do genetic studies, you're interpreting the genetic data with a specific paradigm in mind, a preconception in mind. That's all you're doing.
You're comparing the sequences. You're saying that this sequence is like this sequence. That's all you're doing.
No, so yeah, exactly. So just because there's similarities between all life doesn't mean Luca. That's an interpretation based off of the similarity in all genetics.
I think you're underestimating the nature of that similarity. It's not just because they look kind of the same. But if your argument is that we're just interpreting this, can you give a better interpretation for it? Like, you haven't proposed anything that
yeah, I have, and it's common design. You guys don't like it.
Okay, anything scientific though?
That is scientific.
Yeah, I'll give you something scientific and logical. Like I said, like, here we go. Well, it's a bit off the track because you have to start off with a creator, right? There's a creator.
And it's not science.
Hold on, I'm not done. The creator has all the parts, like the car part analogy, right? And it just assembled in different things. Like we have lungs, eyes, bones, teeth, and they're just assembled in a different matter. There you go.
I have a question.
Yeah, that's not science.
What are we calling science now, dude? What are we calling science?
Let Rennie go first because he's trying to get in, and then I'll go after him.
Yeah, really quick.
The natural world.
With Lion. So if I like, it's hypothetical, dude. I'll even do it this way. So let's just say my girl gets pregnant, and I get a pregnancy test, and there is your genetics in that child's DNA. What does that mean, in your opinion, happened?
Yeah, I already explained this, bro. Just because you have relations, right? You can track an ancestry lineage, right? You have ancestors. Doesn't mean that all life has a common ancestor known as Luca. You're jumping to conclusions. You're jumping to conclusion based off of correlation. Just because you have correlative data doesn't mean that your premise is true.
So like back to the scenario. Like, so now my girl has a kid, and it doesn't have my DNA, right? So the next generation, how could my genetic alleles be passed to the next generations if that's not how? Because I didn't pass my genetic alleles down. You did.
So you can have.
I'm sorry, really quick. I find those specific genetic alleles that are passed down due to that relationship simply because you guys are related through the genes. There's no other way for this ability to show that to be passed down in any other form or fashion.
That is totally irrelevant. Are you always going to be a human?
Me, yes.
So there you go. You're not going to evolve into anything, right?
My kids after me probably will too, and they'll be genetic. Yes, because that's not what evolution is.
What are your kids going to evolve into? What are your kids going to evolve into?
I don't know, but the thing is, evolution is not the next generation. Like, I think we've tried to say that 100,000 times. So yes,
you can say it 1,000,000 times, bro. After I'll give you 1,000,000. I'll give you 1,000,000,000 years. What are humans going to evolve into after 1,000,000,000 years?
Every single. No, I'd love this. So, if you look at the human form and you look at the fossil record, you would see a species that looked very similar to us that really didn't do many changes other than head size that existed for about 1,000,000 years. So if you were to just extrapolate backwards, you would say we would look very similar, but potentially our heads are going to get bigger. I mean, that's what you could extrapolate from the data. I don't know what's going to happen to the Earth. I don't know all those other environmental factors, but you could actually use data and make a statement towards what you said.
Are they going to get smaller?
Answer the question, bro. You just said a whole bunch of words. What? If I give you 1,000,000,000 years, what is the human going to evolve into? Please answer that question.
No one can answer that. That's not an answerable question.
I can answer that. So every single descendant of humans will always be a human. They will always be a part of the genus Homo.
There you go.
Always.
There you go, guys. Clear cut. Game over.
Well, let's say that, like the gentleman said earlier, the professor said something about sprouting wings. That they developed the ability to fly. Actually, there would be Homo aeronauticus, or one that developed gills. That would be a Homo aquaticus. Just different variations of the human.
How about in 1,000,000 years, what will be the dominant species on the earth? Similar to how like man is the one, right? Right now it's Homo, whatever.
It's gonna be hamsters.
It's gonna be hamsters. No, seriously though, like, cause this guy brought up the point saying a human will always be a human, but SC's asking for like, what will be the next advanced species out of a human?
That's going to be octopuses. They're going to take over. If they learn to socialize, that's it.
You see, SC, when you ask the question that they're really wanting, you see how incoherent and ridiculous they get. But this is what SC was asking. He's saying, like, okay, we were fish, and now we're humans, right? It came to this point. So what is going to come next?
We were still vertebrates. I don't know. What would be a new novel characteristic?
Okay, do you agree before?
Wait. I'm answering your question. Let me fucking answer. A new characteristic, a novel characteristic that we don't even know about, that would be advantageous for the whatever the being is. The
longer arms.
That would bring on
longer arms.
What we would still be vertebrates. We'd still be mammals. We'd still be human, and all that. All the sub characteristics we would still be.
Okay, yeah. I'm saying, what would be the advantage? You remember how, like, when everything, there was just fish, and then one walked out onto land, and there was no humans, and then it advanced into humans. You remember that? Like, what would be the next species after the human then that's going to advance and be better than a human?
If you think about, like, space travel or something like that. It would be something that had like a human that had like a really, really strong immune system and had very strong adaptations to radiation. Potentially one that had smaller limbs to show that like for blood flow and shit like that. I mean, the thing is you have to design this based upon environment way more than just genetics. The environment stays very similar to what we are today.
Okay, there's a solar flare. Bam. Now what do they look like?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. It would still, the environment in that case would still be very similar to what it is today. You know, we'd go back to like the Stone Age, but you know what I mean? Like there were humans in the Stone Age. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. So you're saying it could actually backtrack as well. Do you have any evidence for that? Have you ever seen evolution go backwards, or is that just your intelligence is evidence of that?
That's an interesting way to frame it.
There is
so
there's
there
evidence
is
of that.
yes, and I was going to say the fact that it's an attack on my intelligence that there's actually evidence of this happening. But the way you frame things, I think, is the reason why you get evolution wrong. There really is.
It was a joke, though, Renee. It was just
I get it. No, but I get that. But there really is no backwards and forwards in evolution. It's what's advantageous for the environmental conditions.
Yeah, I would say
and can reverse.
You're a roboting lion.
You got a robot lion. You got a robot left lane. So yeah, so basically I would say the same thing. Like the intelligent design is so intelligent that it's able to adapt to a multitude of environments, and all the information was already there since the very beginning.
Do you have any evidence of that? Because we have plenty of evidence for genetic mutations being possible. Like
I have evidence of the present moment.
No, but hold on. It's not what you guys think is genetic. Hold on. What you guys think is genetic mutations, that's already obsolete. That's archaic idea of adaptation. Epigenetics is the truth. Where genes are expressed. Yes, they're expressed. They're already present, or they can become dormant again. So an animal, right, there's certain environmental triggers that will cause the DNA to be expressed, and those same environmental triggers can then reverse themselves and cause the DNA to be dormant again. And in this way, you can reverse adaptation.
It's the way you're using the word.
Most of those are evolutionary mechanisms.
Yeah, it's also the way
I know, but there's a difference. There's a difference between micro and macro evolution, and you guys are conflating the two. Just because I believe in micro evolution and adaptation doesn't mean I have to believe in macro evolution. You guys can't seem to separate the two.
So what's
That's
the
not
difference?
the point. The point is you said that mutation and such is no longer the mechanism. It's an archaic idea. That's not true. Mutation, replication, what is it? Repetition, deletion, and whatever the fuck. And epigenetics, both of those are mechanisms. Yeah, both of those are mechanisms that contribute to evolution.
Yeah, yes, but what you guys used to think was random mutations actually is intelligent design, because the organism already has the flexibility, already has the code locked up to be able to adapt to its environment. Yes, it's resilient. It's the creator created the organisms to be resilient and robust in their environments, to be able to adapt over thousands of years by design.
Do you know what endogenous retroviruses are?
That's irrelevant, dude.
I'm asking a question. It has a very relevant and exact same statement that you made, that we have everything we need in us to exist. Do you know what endogenous retroviruses are?
The retroviruses are responsible in actually coding and helping express the genome. So they actually help in the process of epigenetics. He has no idea. What you guys think is a retrovirus that's like archaic or obsolete, kind of like vestigial. No. It's not actually vestigial. They have a very important job.
Lion, stop yelling. Lion, stop yelling and listen really quick, okay? An endogenous retrovirus is essentially a bunch of junk DNA that that it is basically because it's inserted into our genome. It wasn't there prior, and it's there after. And if it to be there after, that insertion happens in a gamete into one of your sperm or egg cells. So that information was not there prior, and you're correct. Those endogenous retroviruses have been used by mammals specifically for placental development inside the body. That wasn't there prior. That's why
here we go. Dude, you're reducing the complexity, right? The importance of the retrovirus. You think it's junk.
No, it's not.
Unbelievable.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. You've not heard a word I said if you said that. I even specifically
you brought
said
up junk DNA, dude, and you connected junk DNA with retrovirus. They weren't there before, and they're there now. How do you know they weren't there
before?
before?
What you're saying at the moment. You are literally ignorant on the topic, and you're fighting against something using incorrect words, terminology, and concepts. Figure your shit out before you get excited, man.
Dude, listen, that's not what I said. So I said it's junk because prior to that insertion into that genome, it wasn't there, and that species existed prior to that. And then after that insertion, especially when it goes into, only if it goes into a sperm or egg cell, it would perpetuate in that species. That's why I used the term junk. I wasn't trying to use it to trigger you, but that's trying to use it to describe it.
Fine. That's your interpretation. My interpretation is this, right? There are mechanisms at play within transcription, translation, and methylation, right? That include the duty of the retrovirus in helping carry that process out, right?
You're saying after the fact.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that.
Yes, you do. So in your talk, what you're talking about, right? Prior to that, and there's a process that I totally talk about, placental development in mammals. Prior to that, you there's eggs, dinosaur eggs, right? That was the process. There was an infection. This goes on, and then those new junk DNA, like I called them earlier, were used in other processes, and other things started happening and developing. I do know that, and that is shown with genetics. And the thing is you ask yourself this question: do viruses affect every animal? Like the same virus affect every animal? The answer is, I think it's no. I don't. So that's the two things you have to understand. Prior to that insertion, it was not in that species' genome, and then after that insertion, there were things that were done and used from that insertion of DNA that I called junk, that turned into other functions that organism utilized and passed down to its ancestors. And you can see these insertions in our genetic.
I'm not denying that, and that's why I'm bringing up epigenetics for a reason. You brought up retrovirus, right? What do you know what epigenetics is?
I think so.
Right. So somehow, right, for reasons that are yet not completely understood, human organisms are able to reserve some type of memory in the DNA, right? So whether it's phobias can be recorded, habits can actually be passed down to the offspring through some epigenetics that is yet to be understood completely, right? So retroviruses might be that method of preserving memories in the DNA regarding our phobia of height, our phobia of spiders, phobia of snakes,
but
alcoholism, all types of shit can be recorded into the DNA, bro. And you think that's all like random chance due to random mutation? No, it's not.
You're not on the topic of the argument we're having currently, right? So what I said was, you have a virus, an infection, something gets sick. While it's sick, that virus inserts DNA or whatever, I think it's RNA, inserts information. Like you said, I called it junk DNA, remember? into its genome at a certain point in a certain placement. And you can follow that point and placement throughout its entire lineage when you go down the other side of this. But that's what happens. And then after the fact, that creature has a kid. That organism, while things were getting cooked and put together, now have new features that are basically mutations that end up leading to placental growth for mammals.
I'm not denying that. I'm denying your interpretation of it. So your base premise that these retroviruses are some type of remnant, right? That happened in the past randomly.
It's a viral infection that happened in the past that infected a gamete of an organism. That's what happened.
All right, that's what you believe. That's your premise. I'm going against your base premise, and what I'm stating is that retroviruses are included in the genome by design, deliberately by the creator. He placed retroviruses as part of the epigenetic process. You think it's some type of remnant vestigial part that we just got through infectious disease.
The misuse terminology is so fucking bad.
So you're okay. So when
it's not junk, dude. It's not junk DNA.
If it's non-coding, and it's not used for anything other than structure, it's most often referred to as junk.
It's not actually junk though, because that's where there's like two layers. That's the surface layer where the no, because that's where you get that's where you get the passing down of behavior traits. That's where you get the passing down of phobias and traumas.
There's no evidence of passing down traumas and phobias. That's horseshit.
No, it's not, dude. Okay, go look up epigenetics right now. They've done studies on rats and alcoholism. They were able to pass down alcoholism to the offspring. That's just one. That's one of many examples of epigenetics. It's not just alcoholism, dude.
Is a symptom of traits.
It's behavior. It's behavior can be passed down to the offspring, dude.
It's a genetic acceptance of alcohol. It's literally like it happens in humans.
The hubris to say junk code as if we fucking figured everything out already.
Okay, but the I actually like concave, but what we're talking about, the term junk, and this is the thing you have to understand: the organism that was sick and got infected did not have this in its genomic code prior to that infection. Could we at least agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. Post-infection.
It's not necessarily infection though, but go ahead.
Okay. So post-transcription, we can use that word, I guess, of that information into the code. That information then did other things, like placental development in mammals. So when you make the statement that we are created perfectly with everything we need within us, that is not the case.
No, yes, it is, because the retrovirus was deliberately included, right? So the creator deliberately included the retrovirus to add to our adaptability in our environment and to be able to pass down information that wasn't originally there, like phobias.
So you're saying that God deliberately infected that animal with a disease then?
No, what you're calling a disease is part of intelligent design. It's not a disease. Viruses aren't inherently evil and detrimental to the survivability of the organism. Not at all. Retroviruses serve a very important purpose in transcription.
Mm-hmm.
You guys just want to throw everything out, dude. Act like it's all this is vestigial, this is junk, this is random mutation.
But
you're not using the words. You're not using words in ways that make sense. For the love of God, Lion, learn your terminology.
How about you actually rebuttal my point?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not actually making a coherent
That's not
point.
an argument. Not an argument. Not an argument.
Make any goddamn sense.
I'm rebutting the point, and I'm trying to be generous with the terminology. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you have to, like, this is the problem. it gets into a semantical argument, and this is why he's getting frustrated, because it becomes a bit semantical unless you accept these premises. Genetic to like yes, the retrovirus ended up being used, that whatever, but the process of the fact that it was not in the genome prior to that moment of whenever, and then post it had effects, should show you that we did not have everything in us that we needed to become what we are.
I already conceded that point, dude. Right? I don't know if you're listening. Are you listening to me, dude?
Yeah. Another thing is that retrovirus has to get into the germline.
We're listening to you, but the only problem is that the things that you're saying are incredibly sloppy. They're out of order. Often it shows that you have a complete misunderstanding of the concept itself. It is fucking ridiculous trying to figure out what in the fuck you're actually saying.
So I suggest that you look into epigenetics, because it's the latest field in genetics, right? And it's incredible stuff that they're discovering. So epigenetics refers to changes in gene expression, right? And
I'm
things
well
can be
aware of that.
so things can be added.
Stressors causing additional expression of genes. I'm well aware of what epigenetics is, but to say that it's the latest and greatest thing and that it is somehow replacing the idea of evolution is fucking stupid.
Dude, I'm rebuttaling what you guys are saying regarding random mutations. It's not
shit.
random. It's not random mutations, dude.
Random mutations.
The creator created our organisms in such a way that they're resilient, they're adaptable in their environment, not due to random mutations, but by design.
That's a nice philosophy. You have any evidence for it?
Yes, epigenetics. I'm bringing it forth, and you guys are denying it.
Epigenetics are not that. Sorry.
The underlying DNA sequence can be altered.
That epigenetics is not altering the DNA sequence.
Yeah,
once again,
the underlying DNA.
You're showing once again you don't know what it means. Epigenetics doesn't alter the sequence.
The underlying DNA, which can be passed on to the offspring, and can be recorded into the DNA.
Epigenetics is about expression without altering the DNA sequence. So you don't know the definition of it.
No, because there's layers to the DNA, and there's an underlying layer that can be altered.
No. Go ahead and validate that real fast. Okay, you've got your chromosomes. What's going to be the underlying layer of DNA besides those chromosomes? Go ahead.
It's chromosomes.
There's histone modification. There's methylation, right? Which doesn't alter the overall. It doesn't like you're right. It doesn't alter the code, right? Because the code's already there. It just can trigger things and can add.
Why can't you guys
somehow
just agree? Yeah, like he's just saying using existing parts. Like I don't know why you guys are.
He literally just tried to set. He's not because what he's.
Do you not understand that's what he means?
Look up DNA.
What he said, because he doesn't use terminology in a way that's understood.
Well, so you're not smart enough to figure it out, is what you're saying.
That definitions and it's floppy.
Because everyone else in the room is figuring it out. It's not like you.
They're getting it. These guys are all building a straw man and then fighting the straw man rather than evaluating.
The thing is that I actually agree with you. I'm conceding that you're correct. The code is not changing necessarily, right? The sequence is not changing. That actually goes against evolution, right?
Incorrect.
Because what you have is genes that are turned on and turned off that are already present in the genome, right? Through DNA methylation.
You know that evolution. Evolution predates. You know that evolution predates our understanding of genetics, right?
That's irrelevant. At the moment, he's getting closer to getting into gene expression, but he keeps every time we get a little bit further out from it, he'll switch topics around, or he'll not understand how one thing relates to the other, and it's just frustrating as fuck listening to it.
No, I've been saying this since the beginning, bro. I've been saying since the beginning. The genome already contains the code, right, within it. And environmental factors can trigger can trigger gene expression to
Endogenous
either become
retroviruses.
expressed or become dormant, right?
I just talked to you.
Yeah,
So
and
this
in the mechanisms that turn on and turn off genes include retroviruses.
No,
Everything
okay.
about you don't seem to understand what a retrovirus is in regards to endogenous retroviruses. Can you give your understanding of what that means?
Me?
No, not you.
A lion.
I don't know what you're trying to ask, dude. What's the difference between a retrovirus and a
What
virus?
is an endogenous retrovirus?
It's something that's so endogenous means that it exists within the body. It's naturally present within the body. It's endogenous, just like endogenous neurotransmitter, right?
Okay,
And then
so
retrovirus
please give me your definition of endogenous retrovirus. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to separate the two words. So a retrovirus is a precursor to modern day viruses, right? But it's some type of RNA replicator. No. Yes, it's some type of RNA replicator that can somehow trigger gene expression. No. You can't actually isolate a retrovirus.
Yes, you can.
I said regardless of trying to change the topics into isolating a retrovirus, you got endogenous retrovirus and its definition when it comes to the human genome completely incorrect. An endogenous retrovirus, when it comes to human DNA, is DNA that was generated by the incorporation of retroviruses into the DNA that has persisted through a germline. That is in no way, shape, or form what you're saying. There's not like a floating virus hanging out in the cell, getting ready to act as a mechanism. This is just remnant genetic material created from RNA from a retrovirus that was transcribed and turned into that was made by the cellular mechanism when the RNA from a retrovirus was read and its genome was copied and made into a compatible DNA strand that was inserted into a cell's actual genome. Now, if it didn't go through, well, I'm sorry that you disagree with the actual fucking definition. That's not going to change. It's not going to change anything.
No, because you still have viruses. This isn't junk. These aren't archaic. No, there are still viruses even today.
No, they're not viruses.
And are responsible for DNA replication and altering of the expression. Yes, even today, right now.
Incorrect.
Involved in epigenetics. Yes.
Incorrect.
So, Lion, you're not
epigenetics is not involved.
Lion, do you actually want the proper definition from the textbook?
All right, dude, fine, bro. Whatever, dude. Whatever, bro. Whatever. I disagree.
Why do you disagree with? You disagree with? Okay, so you disagree with the definition and use a pet definition. What fucking good is it for you to have a discussion where you're using a definition no one else does?
No, it's not. No, if you study epigenetics, I keep going back to epigenetics, bro.
Epigenetics.
It's not. There's no longer this idea of junk DNA and retroviruses. That's archaic. That's obsolete.
No,
You're about 30 years outdated, dude.
Incorrect.
It's like people that bring up Newtonian mechanics when it's been replaced 100 years ago. You guys are still going back to shit that was being perpetrated 30 years ago, dude. How about you stick to 2025 and understand that epigenetics used to be theoretical, right? Purely hypothetical. Now they've actually done experiments corroborating epigenetics as real, dude.
Yeah. Okay, but
yeah, but hang on. So what if they figure out what epigenetics do? So what?
Epigeneticists still believe in evolution. I don't understand why you think that you can say because epigenetics is a field there is no evolution.
Lion, can you explain maybe again in your own words what epigenetics is in your opinion and how it contradicts with evolution or how it replaces evolution?
Yeah, epigenetics by design allows organisms to adapt to their environment by causing genes to be turned on and turned off. Right? Genes that are already there, not novel genes, right? Genes that are already there. There's an underlying layer of DNA that can be altered. And
why did your God switch off our ability to produce vitamin C?
Well, yeah, let him please explain first, and then we can maybe interfere. It's a lot of interruption at the moment. So you said an organism can switch off and switch on genes that are maybe inactive or can deactivate them. Go on.
Right.
That's not evolution.
So how does that contradict with altering genes or gene codes by random mutations? How does that not work together?
No, so random mutations is a completely different mechanism for change, right? Epigenetics is intelligent design and action.
No,
random
no, it's
mutations
not. No.
is not.
Epigenetics is not design. It's just the way it works.
So I would give you the situation that epigenetics is the mechanism that genes that are there can be switched off or activated if they are inactive at the moment. But I would, on the one hand, not say that it's conflict anyway at all with mutations in general of the code, because it's only activating and deactivating genes. And the other thing is that you claim this is a possibility for an organism to change, which is also not, in my opinion, or in my knowledge, maybe someone else can correct me, anything epigenetics does. Epigenetics talks about the possibility of genes to being disabled by, for example, food or by other chemicals in your organism, your living, and so on. So it's also more a random influence on genes that switches off genes without canceling completely from code. This is not a decision of the organisms to enable or disable something. So, for example,
I just wish to,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wishing that our gene for vitamin C would be switched on again. That would be a nice trait.
Yeah, but so it's basically one factor of random variations. It's not directly a mutation because it does not change the code. It just comments a code out. So if you say like there are some lines of code that are just at the moment in comment, they are not active. But also this happens due to, for example, food change. This happens due to toxins in your blood. This happens due to stress situations and so on. So that can be that offsprings of some creatures that are living in a different area have a different rate of mutation due to gene disabling or re-enabling other genes compared to animals or creatures that are living somewhere else because they get different food. It's just an additional influence of altering offsprings.
Said a lot, bro. I don't even know what they're response to. Anybody else want to say something?
Is there any evidence that an organism can pick which genes are activated or disabled? So, for example, like in the winter, you get different offsprings than in the summer, and that is done by purpose by the organism. Is there any kind of, I don't know, evidence for this? Yeah, known change.
So epigenetics, right, basically has to do with programming and deprogramming of DNA. So you can actually program and deprogram something. And
of like already existing genes, yes? Of already existing genes, not new ones.
Correct.
Yeah. So evolution mainly works by new mutation and duplication and mutation of those, don't they?
Yeah, theoretically, but that's never been actually demonstrated.
Yeah, the Dropsilia geisha is a very good example. Dropsilia geisha is a good example of how by duplication and mutation of the new gene, the insect get new body functions, which gives it beneficial to hunt in new areas where their ancestor cannot do. That's a nice example of simple evolution and how that works.
No, that's simply not true. That's why Taylor has consistently asked you guys to provide an experiment where you have new novel proteins, novel code, novel genes being created. You have yet to demonstrate that. It's just theoretical.
I just told you.
No, dude, because when you end up
it's a duplication of an already existing gene. That gene has a mutation which gives new information which the creature did not have before.
No, you said it's duplicate. You said it's duplication of an already existing gene, dude. I'm talking about novel, brand new, completely novel mutation, completely novel, not mutation, completely novel code.
Okay, but if you have, for example, if you have, let's talk about source code. If you have a line of source code that adds 1 to an existing number, and that line is duplicated, that would mean in the end we have added 2. So we have changed the outcome of that code. And if you have a gene that is duplicated, so due to a copy error, when the RNA is copied or the DNA is duplicated by RNA, a copy error can cause new gene combinations. Anyway, there cannot be totally novel information because we only have these few proteins where the genes or enzymes, or I don't know the English word, these bits basically which the DNA is made of. There is just like this limited number of things, and they can combine in different sequences. And these sequences can be altered, can be changed. So you have a bit flip somewhere. That creates new information. So as well as we only have a limited amount of characters that we can put in source code, but still if you recombine them differently, these characters, new code appears.
Yeah, but you have to be able to
information.
That's actually a point against evolution, right? The idea that the code is limited, the recombination is limited. How do you justify the biodiversity in the world today all coming from one universal common ancestor that you guys refer to as Luca? So we all came from a single primordial amoeba or protozoa, right? How do you justify that when even right now you have genetic bottlenecks and roadblocks, for example, in hybrids? Hold on. Hybrids are sterile, dude. Most hybrids are sterile. How do you have speciation that can be viable and have viable offspring when consistently, when you try to do that, you end up with a genetic roadblock where the species can no longer reproduce?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Look at dogs. For fuck's sake, dogs are all. In the meantime, though, your incredulity is noted, but it's not really an argument.
No, you have sterilization in hybrids, dude.
Not in dogs. Sorry, dogs are big and little, and they're all still.
Even if you get 2 ligers, right, or 2 mules,
the corn you eat today,
they can't reproduce, dude. They can't.
The corn you eat today started off as a small grass that was grown and grown and grown and hybridized by Native Americans.
There's genetic roadblocks, bro. These are big problems in your model.
Your incredulity is noted. I got it.
Yeah, just look at cauliflower, kale, and so on. Cabbage all comes from the mustard plant.
Yeah, they're all the same plant.
We're not talking about plants here, guy.
Lion, the human genome is made out of 3.2 billion base pairs. These can be combined in any order. So you have 2, or I think was it 4 different base pair combinations? So it's 4 to the power of 32 billion. This is a pretty big number. So you can recombine everything in every different combination. And that's
are all these combinations viable?
A lot of this, wait a second, I'm nearly done. A lot of this is not capable of living. But still, there is a lot of these combinations that will create functioning organisms. So claiming only because there's a limited amount of combination could not cause our high variety of creatures on Earth makes absolutely just no sense.
No, it does.
Other thing is microRNA and I think it's called polydon. MicroRNA, which creates hairpins and can be read from both directions, and in fact they do create new genes.
You have to be able to justify sexual reproduction and speciation over billions of years, right? Without genetic roadblocks like sterilization that occurs in hybridization.
Again,
you guys have not been able to justify that.
We're not talking about hybrid.
The genetics are simply not compatible.
Actually,
They're not
they are, but
compatible.
that's okay. You know, okay, once again, you know that we knew about evolution before we had the mechanism for it, right?
Anyways,
and
going
you
back
also
to
have to remember that evolution happens within a population, not a single individual. It happens within a population, not a single individual.
Yeah, I know, and you would have to have two individuals, one male, one female, evolve in just the right way that they're still compatible and don't reach a genetic roadblock where they become sterile like hybrids do today.
Yeah, but okay. But just as
We're
an
not
example,
talking about
there are
hybrids.
mutations in humans where some people have a sixth finger. This mutation can also create a working sixth finger. So not just like the wobbly appendix sixth finger, an actual working sixth finger. That works. So this is a mutation in the genome that has happened in our human DNA. And this can be passed to offsprings. If the sixth finger would now be super sexy and would kind of, I don't know, for some funky reason, people with 5 fingers cannot reproduce as good or are not fitted so good to our environment than these with 6 fingers, I think would give us the situation that the 6-finger person could have more offsprings than the 5-finger person, because the 5-finger person could not, I don't know, peel a banana, but the 6-finger person could do it. And there are a lot of bananas, so the 6-finger person survives. So this 6-finger person has maybe even just a 50-50 chance to get 6-finger offsprings. Still, those 6-finger offsprings survive more than the 5-finger offsprings. And this causes mutations that are fitter.
Yeah, lactose
what is so hard
tolerance
to
is a good
understand
example. Yeah. I mean, 10, 15,000 years ago, when we started having cows, some people became lactose or was already lactose tolerant. They could drink milk. They had a much higher chance of surviving and having more offspring. And that's why most of the Western world today can drink milk, in fact.
You guys are so funny. Like, you appeal to deformities
pasteurization as well
as like a main argument.
I've heard people who's lactose intolerant can suddenly drink actual real milk as God intended it, not this pasteurized shit.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant. I can't digest it, and celiac, but I can drink real milk. There you go.
Holy shit, and celiac. Holy crap, dude.
Yeah.
You must be like a
I
fucking
still
nightmare to shop for.
I eat stuff which I shouldn't, just because if I abstain from it, then eat it by mistake, I'm fucking ill.
He's got the gay AIDS as well.
So regarding epigenetics and alcoholism, I wanted to. This is fascinating because I remember reading into this recently, and I want to share this with the group. So in animal studies, they've tested this, right? And it says here, in animal studies shows that exposure to alcohol can cause epigenetic changes in brain regions involved in reward, impulse control, and stress response. These changes can affect gene expression related to dopamine and GABA systems, which are critical in addiction pathways. Epigenetic changes have been observed in offspring of rats, suggesting a potential transgenerational effect.
Yes, and we know that, and we give you that. That's absolutely not intended change by the creature itself. It's influence of the food, which I said already 15 minutes ago.
What? The food? What are you talking about? I'm talking about like alcohol?
Alcohol, taking alcohol is also something that happens in animal life. For example, if fruits fall down and they start to ferment, if animals can still or would eat this food, they are exposed to alcohol. That can change their offspring's DNA activity. So this can cause DNA changes or activity of genes. Also, if animals move into another region and there's other food, and other food can influence also genes. So offsprings are different. Epigenesis is just a different, like small modification that causes different offsprings compared to really new genes.
But there's a troop of baboons what get drunk on exactly what you just said, and there's no change in that species whatsoever. They're baboons.
I think it's really disingenuous to keep
that
saying the
changes,
term.
but it can have influence on your offsprings.
That's fine. You keep saying new genes like there is such a thing. And
Good
second
question,
of all, you're appealing to deformities that don't always get passed down and actually get weeded out over time. So I like it's just a weird like because your other arguments suck, you appeal to deformities, which is fucking hilarious.
So are you hold on, just to be clear, Snooze, are you talking about like a fetal alcohol syndrome? Or like
No.
women drinking
No.
alcohol when they're pregnant?
No.
Okay.
No. Because this is
Why?
brain damage caused due to alcohol in the fetal blood. This is something totally different.
Yeah.
Here it is about if you drunk alcohol while your eggs or sperms have been produced, which means the genes in your eggs are altered. And if you then get an offspring, even if you are sober in that time, there may be disabled genes in these eggs, which cause a different behavior when your fetus is growing and the different programming.
The eggs develop while the female's still in uterus, right? So that could be like fetal alcohol syndrome or drinking while pregnant could cause your grandchildren to be different.
Oh, wait a second. The egg.
I wanted to make sure that wasn't what you were saying, just in case.
The pregnancy. The egg and the genetic code in the egg is created before the pregnancy.
Right, but then during that pregnancy, if you have a daughter, that daughter's eggs are developed while she's still in the womb, right?
Okay. Yeah, that may be true.
And a quick question. Are there any examples of like epigenetic things turning on that then a mutation leaves turned on and now they're not epigenetic anymore or off?
What do you mean? Like with extended generations? Like continuing the epigenetic programming?
Well, epigenetics is like a layer on top, right? But I'm just curious if there's any documentation of what started as an epigenetic change being kind of like solidified into permanence by a mutation that caused it to no longer be an epigenetic gene.
Well, the thing is, it is permanent, and it's not, regardless of mutation or not. It can be deprogrammed, but it is a permanent change in the DNA. It can affect, up to the third or fourth generation.
Yeah, and permanent would be longer than that. Permanent would be every generation. That's what I mean.
Well, when you say permanent, it's not like the code can be turned on and turned off, right? So it's still there.
Not all code can be turned on or off. That's what I'm saying. So is the code that can be turned on and off via epigenetics, has any of that lost the ability to be turned on or turned off and thus is now fixed?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Taylor that. Probably knows more about that. But regarding the rodents, real quick, it says here, for example, male rodents exposed to alcohol show changes in sperm DNA methylation that correlated with increased alcohol preference in their offspring. So the male, nothing to do with the females, pregnant or when at the conception, right? At the conception, the sperm has already fertilized the egg, and then she likes to drink alcohol, and then somehow that behavior is passed down. No, this is the male, dude. This isn't the male sperm.
Is there a female sperm?
I want to make the distinction that we're not talking about like women drinking alcohol while at the conception or anything like that.
Well, you know that if a woman has a fetus that's female, that fetus's egg cells develop while that female is still in the womb. So that's what I was getting at. Like, if that mom then drinks and exposes her fetus to alcohol through the blood, that fetus is developing its lifetime supply of eggs at that same time. So that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I get that.
Let me ask the evolutionists, what would you call a pig in captivity, returning to the wild and growing back its tusks and its hair? What would you call that?
I would say new to me. I would call that.
New to you? Well, look into it. That happens.
But it doesn't happen
But
right
it's
away.
the children.
It happens over
it's the-
generations.
Yeah, the children of the released pigs, not the same pig is suddenly not in a farm and now it's suddenly tusky and hairy. Its children could tend towards that, especially if it's
The children. Okay,
interbred with
what
the
would you
wild
call
population.
that? What would you call that?
No more selective breeding by farmers being applied.
So that you would call that whatever
Or
it is,
actually-
reverting back to its original form, right?
Not back
Or
to,
it
not
could
necessarily.
Or it could be like, how do you say, breeding with wild pigs and crossing genes, maybe?
I don't think that's the explanation.
Maybe
that's all I've
maybe
ever heard
not
it
a
is,
group,
is
maybe
breeding
not a
with wild
group of
pigs.
naked. Again? Come again?
That's all I've ever heard of happening is that escaped pigs interbreed with wild boars.
Yeah. That's why I mean it's new to me. I have never heard that a group of domestic pigs in the wild, kind of their offsprings are furry again. Or
That's true. Now, maybe I have it wrong. I don't know. Maybe I have it wrong, but that's what I've heard. When you get pigs that have been in the farms for generations, when they're released into the wild, then they revert back to their original form.
Those pigs don't. The pigs you release do not revert.
Their children, let's say, their offspring.
Yeah, so their lineage somewhere down the line which you're not tracking and you don't know their activities. And how do you know they're the offspring of the ones you released?
Well, are you
telling you
just
what? I'm
questioning
just
whether or
telling
not
you
this
what?
happens?
Sorry?
No, I just instead of playing ball, just be clear. You're just questioning whether or not it happens at all.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I can think
Not you, him.
Him, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that animals can have regressive genes, and also I think animals, when they're released back to the wild, will interact with the fauna of the wildlife.
Okay. So then your questions are
How would you-
pointless, or
Well, no,
Sorry,
they're
that's
hypothetical. They're hypotheticals used to demonstrate the fact that there are several factors here that you can't necessarily know are taking place. So, if you consider hypothetical questions demonstrating that there's a flaw in the assertion as useless, then that's a problem for you,
well,
no one
dude.
else.
Well, dude. Okay,
But
so if your
Is that what
assertion is that
NASA's
evolution
show
takes,
called
hold
incredulity?
on, Rob. Hold on, Rob. If it's your assertion that evolution happens over millions and millions of years,
Not my assertion. Not my assertion.
okay, well, that's the general consensus of the room. If we're going to have something revert over a very short period of time that's repeatable and an observed thing, like what? Like
Well,
where are we?
like
Where
I
are
said
we
to you,
being the ones that fuck up? I don't understand.
If a domestic pig can breed with a wild boar, yeah, then that's going to be an accelerated change in the offspring, isn't it? Not just down
Yes,
to
it can-
millions
it
of
can-
years. Sorry,
I
go on,
just
carry
checked.
on.
It can breed with a wild boar, and their offsprings are fertile.
Okay, so that's so why do we have to, when we're talking about that being a potential to happen, why do you have to suddenly bring up the incredulity of millions of years?
The incredulity of the position of evolution. Seriously?
Well, no, you just said millions and millions of years for something
Is
that
that what-
clearly
is
could
that what it
happen
sounds
between
like?
pigs.
Is that what it sounds
Yeah,
like?
yeah,
to
it
your
does.
ears?
It does. That's exactly what
awesome.
it sounds like.
I'll keep it up then. I'll keep it up.
Little little nonsensical gibberish interludes.
Just lick the nuts, bro. Just lick the nuts.
How does it?
How does that's it.
Look,
You're
the
not actually. That's the thing, isn't it? You say lick the nuts.
Why are you
You're not actually interested in the back and forth. You just want to wind people up.
No, I am. I am having a back and forth. Why are you grilling him about a position that you don't even disagree with?
What are you
like?
talking
If
about?
it does happen, if the phenomenon does happen, he doesn't say he knows all the specifics about it. He just says he knows. Like apparently, this is the case.
Yeah, and he said, "What do the evolutionists?" He just said, "What do the evolutionists think about it?" And I answered, "You idiot."
What about mutations on humans in basically a few hundred years? For example, if you look to the some 100 years ago, humans were smaller. Nowadays, we are taller. How did that happen? Could it have to do and typically that has nothing to do with are we super healthy? Are we super healthy or so? Because also in poor regions, people are taller than they were like hundreds of years ago. So may that be also just selection because female are more attracted to taller men than to shorter men, therefore means more reproduction of taller men. And the same kind of selective or how do you say artificial selection that we caused, for example, in wolves to create our dogs. How about dogs that are small could reach more food so they could breed more, so you get more smaller dogs? Where's the, I don't know, mind-bending issue there that a living advantage can lead to more offspring of the something that gives you that living advantage?
I don't know, man. I've dated tall chicks before.
Artificial selection is vastly accelerated over the thing that's proposed for over millions of years, isn't it?
It's just a false premise.
Yeah,
like
my wife's taller than me. She still loves me.
You ever climb that tree, bro? You ever climb that tree? What's up?
The wonders of God are incapable to grasp.
No, it's not that we don't entertain the idea. It's just unfounded. Like you have to assert 10 things to make your point that kind of sucks in the first place.
No, you don't. Well,
but
hardly anybody
that
agrees with you. So suck on
that. But you guys keep bringing up like things that we don't disagree with. Adaptation, we don't disagree with adaptation, guy. Microevolution is
adaptation, but adaptation does not happen because someone drinks milk. He is lactose intolerant, and suddenly he changed to a lactose tolerant species. Or suddenly, only because I drink milk and I shit a lot, my children are now lactose tolerant. That's not how it works. It can happen.
I'm not denying
lactose. It can happen that someone is lactose tolerant and therefore is more healthier than the others, and therefore creates more offspring. It's the same as dog breeding, but just by
it's not.
Kind of random adaptation and not by selection.
Exactly, dude. It's different. So you're saying it the same while talking about different mechanisms, right? So when we talk about selective breeding, when you talk about selective
dogs
breeding,
will be dogs, bro.
When you talk about selective breeding,
when we talk about tell someone to stop talking so much. So that's
I know what I'm talking about, but I'm actually coherent though in my argument. When I'm talking about selective breeding, right? We've demonstrated this. This is possible, right? We can have F1, F2, F3, F4 generations of plants of marijuana. For example, in the 80s, you had two strains of marijuana. They're very popular. You had Panama Red and Acapulco Gold. Now, do you know why those strains were highly sought after? Compared to today, those strains aren't even that. It wasn't just good marketing. These are specific strains that were hybridized and selectively bred by the Amazonians or the people in South America for thousands of years. Right? So they selective bred the cream of the crop, the cream of the crop, the cream of the crop over generation after generation after generation, perfecting the genetics, right?
Yes, correct.
That is possible. Nobody's denying that.
Yes,
we don't deny that. But the difference is that you think that through selective breeding or natural selection, sexual pressures that you can get one animal turning into another animal. That's never going to happen.
Lion, again. So Lion, the thing is that you kind of mix up is the people who do this selective breeding do not alter the code of the animals. The code of the animals is still altered randomly. If you have a dog and you want to have it with curly hairs, and you have one offspring that has curly hairs and 4 offsprings that don't have curly hairs, you will only continue breeding with the curly one. And the other ones will not have offsprings because you don't let them breed. So you are picking just the random mutation that you want to have to multiply. And from that, you again select those ones. And the difference between artificial selection and artificial breeding and natural selection is only the selection mechanism, not the mutation. The mutation happens just by itself. And the thing is that I don't understand why you can't grasp it. The nature can pick some advantages. For example, some woolly one against the naked one to survive a winter, and all naked ones will die, and the one with hair survives. It can also be just a change in behavior. It can be a change in behavior, that the instinct change, and some bear sleep the whole winter, and the others are active and then just die because they don't have something to eat. This is just natural selection versus artificial selection. It's not random mutation versus man-made mutation. That's not the thing.
But there's a difference. You're talking about plants which are natural, and then you're talking about dogs which have been domesticated. So it's not the same as a plant where you were right.
It's exactly the same, because on plants you can also do artificial selection, or you can just have natural selection.
Yeah, but if you're doing natural selection, then you're talking about a dog which has already been domesticated, so it's already been altered.
I'm not talking about natural selection in dogs.
It doesn't matter.
I was talking about mutation of animals. For example, let's assume polar fox. It's white, or a polar rabbit. It's white, so it does not get eaten so much in the snow. So if you have in a northern region where you have a long time, a lot of snow, those with white fur can breed more and will survive more than those with funky, I don't know, brown fur. And every idiot can see them in the snow. Why don't you get that?
Yeah, but you know, epigenetics.
How come we have rabbits of all colors then?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. You know that you could have an all-white coat, right? You can have animals that come from an Arctic with an all-white coat, and you can start putting them in an environment where you have spots or you have whatever, right? You'll start to see that the animal will start to develop a coat with spots or whatever, matching its environment, not because of survivability, but because of epigenetics, for reasons that are yet not completely understood.
Yeah, you can activate genes that are already there, just due to the expression. Like, you think any of these Olympian swimmers are ever just going to grow webbing? You think that's just going to happen? Come on, I mean, it's going to happen eventually, right? Just enough time. I've been having a great time. You guys have fun.
But just like the plants, right? So let's see, like dogs, you can have a Chihuahua and a Great Dane be so different in their sizes, in their behavior, through selective breeding, or a stallion, right? You can have a horse, a stallion of a horse, right? Through selective breeding. It doesn't mean that over time you're going to get a different animal. And I don't know why they keep using animals as examples and microevolution as example of macroevolution.
No,
false equivalence.
What I was trying to explain is, like, with a plant, that's in its natural state without it being modified or anything. That's natural. Whereas an animal like a dog has already been domesticated. I think there's no original dog. They've all been they've been crossbred, and then they become stable. The same as the plants. You know, if you're crossing plants, you cross them and cross them and cross them because you need to get that stable genetic. Otherwise, they go hermy or whatever, or they don't develop properly.
I agree with well, like, listen, I sympathize and agree with Lion's original sentiment was that, you know, these guys need to just own it. Like, just when you ask them what's their opinion, they should just respond, obviously, that my opinion is whatever the chemicals reacting in my mind tell me that they are, and I have no other choice but to agree to that. And there's no evidence of my belief, but I believe it to be the case. It's most reasonable that I used to be a fish.
Would you agree with this line? Say, like, if someone has 6 fingers, it's because obviously they've been fucking their sister. I mean, their cousins or something like that. And it's possible. That's
and it goes away. And it goes away with enough replication. That shit goes away.
But that don't mean that you've genetically changed. It just means that you're fucking your cousin or something. And it's but it's saying you shouldn't.
But every one of these lovely summaries you guys are making, right, don't match what everybody that studies biology and genetics thinks. So what's the point?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Just own it. You're not really thinking. You're just chemically reacting. So
No, you're not.
Your fault.
No, not at all. I'm thinking about what.
Go on.
No, so it was probably a chemical reaction shut him down.
That was
taxes
harsh,
off.
He ain't thinking. He just chemically reacts.
Do you know what it was? I think he's stems from a goldfish.
That was a loud some loud stardust there.
I think he stems from a goldfish.
Like I can't explain exactly the mechanism, but I know for a fact that it's just a mechanical mechanism, physical interaction. If it's any deeper than that, all we'll ever find is that that it's just another chemical reaction. Like, that's dependent on another thing, and it's going to be in a state of dependency, dependent on a physical, chemical, material interaction. And own it. And just, that's it. I can't explain
No
it.
thanks. Why do you think that we sit here and just talk to all this matured menstrual material like we do? Why do you think we do
that? You or him?
Well, our side of the argument, we're just sitting here talking to a bunch of menstrual material.
Yes, that's correct.
Stimulate your
But
brain,
they should be, for whatever reason, sympathize. It's not your fault that you think you ought to reach out to them to kind of break that mindset. You're in that, they believe you're in that chemical reaction dependency as well. It's not your, it's not your fault that you're trying to break through to them. It's just some sort of form of evolution going on.
I think Paz is getting told off. You on that Discord again? I told you you're not allowed.
I mean, you guys can give it multiple names. You could call it stardust, menstrual material, neurons, DNA, all this stuff. Everything that you do, you're just reframing the argument to push the envelope or push the goalpost even further to say that, like, something didn't create this place. And then just, you want to have so much control about your world and your environment, you're not willing to concede that it wasn't yours to begin with. It's just like, stop being a bitch. Something made this place, it is what it is.
Be happy. That's what I'm going to say. I don't understand why everyone has to figure it out. Sometimes it is what it is, and that's it. Appreciate the mystery.
Why can't it be mechanistic or deterministic and just be happy with that?
But it's not.
Another assertion.
Well, why can't you just be happy with it? Yeah, that's just an assertion, right? But you use it as an argument that
it's just
we are unhappy if you think you're somehow implying that you're.
If it were true, I'd be happy with it, but it's not.
Well,
Okay.
just because you say it's not true, the rest of the world doesn't agree with you. Fuck you.
Yeah, so you just have an appeal.
Consensus rules, I guess.
Exactly.
Educated and
consensus means
rules.
it makes me feel better when I
Study expertise, corroboration, that all rules. You dumb cunts in a room full of religious morons. No,
Riggs,
it's not
you
true.
got
You're the
Pazza
idiot.
triggered to fuck.
Yeah,
You know-
imagine
you know
having all
someone-
the consensus and all the people behind you and still
trigger.
being fucking wrong. How about that, bro?
Trigger.
Feels bad.
Triggered pirate. Triggered pirate.
Walk the plank, you dirty. You dirty
Pirates don't walk the plank. They make others walk the plank. You
You're a bad
moron.
pirate, though.
I'm a bad pirate. Arr. Abner's maybe. You dotards should be scully.
That's what I'm going to say. If you believe in the globe, will your head become global? If you believe in it too much, will it become globe shape?
Abner's
Well, they call it global thinking.
And you walk on an angle, like proclaiming it's your axis.
It's only a matter of time before your way of thinking falls down flat.
I don't know. I'm not really flat. I don't think the world's flat because there's too much undulation. But there you go. We're definitely not on
But
the
you just be pretending that the generalized shape, aside from the undulations, because you don't like being called a flat earther because everybody knows it's a moronic term for moron.
Is that why you're here, Pazza? Because you think consensus is going to save you?
No, consensus is not going to save me or you, but it exists irrespective. It exists irrespective of the nonsense that you guys try and assert each day.
Get back into character, sir.
Do you think consensus doesn't exist in any frame of argumentation?
No.
And do you think you're special for bringing that up?
No, neither do I infer that. You see how you're just letting your imagination run wild, even though it's out of control.
Well, it's like coming here and saying water is wet. So what the fuck are you trying to say?
No, I haven't said. What are you talking about? You're making shit up now, aren't you?
Oh, water's not wet?
I just come in here, said water's wet.
Is it like a powdery texture? Like what the fuck are you?
Wet
just
is like an experiential term, and
from what I've seen so far, you're absolutely rubbish at dismantling other people's positions.
Yeah, because he didn't say you said water was wet. He used it as an analogy.
We can all agree with this.
I want to pay attention.
I think the true problem is your limitations, like your mental limitations.
Yeah, and you're an intellectual, aren't you?
Hey, Paz, I listened to you close when New Year's came, and we flat earthers had to deal with reality. And I thought,
you're further now, Dan.
I thought
you're
you were
today.
I thought you were clear, precise, and kind towards flat earthers at the worst moment. And even though you were being honest, I don't think you were rubbing it in any way. So I noticed that at the time, January, a great deal, that you spoke a lot, but you weren't being an asshole about it. So thanks.
Oh, well, I was always being an asshole a bit.
No, you were a bigger asshole before it was.
What happened in New Year's?
It was in our face.
What happened
I
New
think
Year's?
all the Globers were sympathetic.
Did I miss out on New Year's?
You did, Shitsy. We didn't invite you.
What, you have a New Year's resolution?
No, I don't know what happened. I think there was a.
It was right after they stared at the sun for 24 hours, thinking
that's right.
It destroyed flat Earth. But here we are still.
No, the only way
down
to
Jonglers,
destroy
boy.
flat Earth is if you believe you're on a testicle.
That's it.
As long as if you believe you're on a ball, yeah.
God, your laugh's as awful as your rhetoric.
I don't know.
I love you too, bro.
I don't think it destroyed people.
We should all meet up.
I love my audience, my fan club. Love it.
Honestly, Paz, I think you were in everyone in their face, but I don't think you were an ass about it. And I think it was not. I found it to be quite interesting that you were like the first one to say, "Okay, fuckers, what now?" But you didn't say it with that kind of attitude. And it's what, 6 months later, and it's not. It's not like we figured out what to do with our energy. And what I determined mostly is that I didn't think I believed in anything, so it's like I was, I guess, not only atheistic towards religion, but in general, I just didn't believe in stuff. And that's all true. That would make me a true atheist. But I thought I was agnostic. And in fact, I did have bias. I did have beliefs. And as an agnostic, it's even worse because I don't believe in fucking anything. It leaves me completely empty-handed. So the flat earthers are having a hard time transitioning towards anything, and they are hunkered down, for a better sense. You know, they just can't really figure out where to put their mindset.
You know, Dan, I don't let you off the hook, man, with this agnostic, atheistic positioning on Earth, because this is a lot of flat earthers. They didn't, I'm not going to name names, but they didn't have any proof, right? But you are Mr. Mirror Flash. You had undeniable proof. So, how can you deny the proof that you know you have?
I can't deny it, but it doesn't outweigh the proofs they have. If we were shooting free throws, I can make a couple and they can make 8. Like, they've got that many more proofs than I do.
Pictures.
They can outshoot me. If we're going to talk about proofs, they can outshoot me.
You had the moon from Earth proof, didn't you? Or
What?
Earth from moon? The other day when you had your little video on, the green one with the green fog.
I'm pretty outraged. I was thinking about it, like, in terms of, do they ever show the Hubble? And they really did during the shuttle years try and show it. But in the ISS years, they don't show objects going by. They don't look up. They don't look down and show the local sky. And they don't show the moon. So there is something wrong with, I don't think it's manned. It just doesn't seem, with all the fakery, the weird wire shots and stuff. So in other words, if I blew out flat Earth, all of my arguments in the world still existed up until 10 years ago, before flat Earth. So, I mean, in some ways I can still carry on with the things I can prove. I am fortunate to have some flat Earth proof, or at least what I determined past, just to be honest, that if we say we see too far, it's a mathematical equation. But let's say that there's a factor to be included in that math that we didn't, and that would be magnification. If we're going to, for instance, if we're going to include refraction into a calculation, what if there's magnification and it made everything ×2 because it was, magnified on the at that level, that low angle, through all the resistance. So it's like, oh, fuck, our math needs to be ×2. And I don't think anyone's considered that, but that's probably why we say we see too far, because it doesn't match the math. But like I said, take into consideration a doubling, and all of a sudden you got to double the math, and all of a sudden it makes more sense without your refractive claims.
But mathematics don't give us our reality. That's only just if you want to speculate.
Yeah, and that doubling, that's distance doubling with no curve?
I don't know where to apply it to the formula. I'd have to look into it. But I just imagine just ×2 would be a dramatic difference. So, for instance, if we see those big windmills in the distance and you see the ones that look to be over the curve, it's weird because the props are the same size. How could it be that much further away and have propellers with the same length? It just can't. Same thing with the steamship going away. When you see the smokestack, it's like fucking huge. And it's like, it doesn't make any sense. If it had gone that much further away, it should have shrunk in size. So just like the moonrise, when it looks big, they say it isn't any bigger or closer, but it sure looks like it. And they say that's just perspective, but maybe it's not. Maybe when you're looking through that much lensing of atmosphere, it increases in it lenses. I don't want to say increases in size when I say magnification, but it goes through another lens effect.
They say it's psychological.
Yeah, I know, with the moon.
I don't believe that, but that's what they tried to say the other day when I was talking about the moon in Istanbul. It's bullshit. There's no way that your fucking brain can make that big. Impossible. It's just because it's going through a medium and its refraction or whatever is a phenomena of some sort, but it's not your fucking brain. Because he was trying to say, oh yeah, but it's, you see the mountains and you know the angular size of that, and that's what gives the illusion. No, you don't see the mountains. That's the thing. Because it's fucking dark. So that's ruled out.
All bullshit aside, though, they're still fucking with us with space. They're closing all the programs they've been talking about for the past 10 and 15 years. NASA's so inept, and it's been so inept, you know, looking at the shuttle disasters and the predictive problems that even made that thing sectional, you know, and the fact that they used those boosters in sections was all about finance. It was all to make it cheaper. And they fucked up with that. It was like mathematically stupid, and then they decided to reuse those boosters on fucking Artemis. Artemis, and they're just too dangerous to use. Solid fuel rockets can't be throttled; they can't be stopped, and they're time bombs in the 99% range. So, like, you'll get away with it 98 times.
Then, just a question out of curiosity. Do you think space is real, or in generally not?
I met an early satellite guy who was very strongly convinced in what I would call the local sky. You know, I'm a little confused about the word orbit and circuit, as they do mix it in with balloon circuits. I was shocked when I found out that most satellites, or many satellites, have propulsion and fuel, and that the dead satellites are because they can't stay aligned anymore because they've literally run out of fuel. And that shocked me a great deal. I thought they were all just floating about. I didn't think that they needed to be navigated to stay on track, but many of them did. So I understand now why there's so much space junk. And it's laziness. It's bullshit that we put crap up there. And if you look at Scanner Guy 1968 on YouTube, you'll see how much stuff's in the sky. And for some reason, they're not showing us the local sky at all. In the infrared spectrum, it's so busy. It's so fantastic.
So you agree that it's possible to be
Local
somewhere
sky,
there
yeah.
where there is kind of a low vacuum or so very low pressure and kind of floaty?
There's the planetary bodies. That before the stars come out, the planets are visible. So it would be, you know, one layer being Earth, the second layer being the sky that we breathe in, you know, the low atmosphere, and then the upper atmosphere seems to exist, and the planetary distances seem to be possible, but I don't think any of the other stuff has any validity.
Okay, but this all happens over this all like this kind of planetary area happens still over a flat Earth, or
no? I don't have a lot of evidence other than the measuring the ground. I don't have a lot of evidence of flat Earth. That's why I'm focusing on NASA a little bit. I don't believe they show us the Earth, you know, and it's just kind of interesting to note that they kind of, if I ask for details, in other words, you could go, oh, bullshit, there's all these satellites, there's everything. You flat earthers just want a camera on the moon. You just think, you know, and all that bullshit.
You're back to being a flat earther?
I'm always been a flat
No, I was just asking. It seems so. If I understood you then correctly, you see a big problem in the whole space program, and that NASA is actually giving correct information.
Yeah, yeah.
But you
That
still would say
the whole time, and that
it is
it's
possible
in the way
that there
of
is something.
It's in the
you
way
would
of
still
our
say
human
that there is-
history and human progress. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But you would still say there is something planetary-like, so Earth could also be some kind of a planetary, and stuff is up there.
There's definitely
this is an option for you.
a deep sky. There's definitely lots of stuff to see in the sky.
Okay, thank you for giving this explanation.
If anyone wants to go to YouTube, Scanner Guy 1968 shows a lot of infrared stuff. And in the past, if you go to Martin Stubbs, Martyn Stubbs, Martin Stubbs at YouTube, you could see all the infrared stuff that used to be readily available and openly broadcast from the shuttle bay door. But when they found out it was being recorded, they started scrambling it. So they've been scrambling infrared space. They don't show us. They don't look around. And when I asked astronomer Rob Parks, who runs an observatory, I go, what the fuck? How come you guys don't look at infrared? And he mentioned Chandra and stuff. And he goes, of course we look at infrared. I said, I mean in the local sky. And as an astronomer, he goes, oh, well, we don't look at the local sky. It was an interesting answer, He's like, oh, well, we don't look at the local sky. It's like, oh, okay. But really, to be honest, to bitch straight up, they don't show you shit from the space station. They just don't. They're not looking down. They're not looking up. God forbid they turn around and show you the moon, a satellite, Hubble, or anything in space. And that's amazing because some people claim that you can see satellites plain as day up there. But they use time lapse to show it. There's no real time stuff. And with all these launches off the Earth, if we had a camera on the moon, if we had satellites, if we had people in the ISS, we would see these launches come up from the Earth. And we don't. They show 2 Russian ones from 2018 that are time-lapse still shots from a Canon from 2000 still images. And there's a lot of post-production that was really pretty, but most of it's all done by one guy named Riccardo Rossi. So that's interesting to note. With all that platforming between the moon and ISS, they don't really show us shit. And I could stand on that as a human. I don't need to be a flat earther to bitch about that. In other words, you can't diminish me because I'm a flat earther for having matters of fact regarding what they don't show you. And that is the infrared spectrum. So if there's shit that we can't normally see that's there, I'm going to contend that gravity may be the same thing. There may be a whole range of energy that we just haven't been able to read yet. So whether or not it's a shape, I'm still kind of laughing at space-time because I've finally just learned it's not just hyphenated. I thought they could just hyphenate stuff, but evidently it's not space/time. It's space-time. And it just seems silly to me. And if in fact it's true, it would make more sense why we're arguing about the shape of the Earth, because you're looking through bent space. So of course it's going to look curved. Can I get a witness?
Are you arguing for space-time being a thing?
I don't know. It's kind of theoretical, isn't it?
No, he said. I think he's arguing against it, but no other Glober wants to speak up. I don't know.
Sorry,
national time, Globies.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I think you've heard. I think you may have heard that there is, tons of great evidence for space-time. So if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's okay.
Could it make a flat Earth appear curved? If you're in curved space, what would you expect?
So I don't think so, unless the flat Earth had a gravitational, an extremely high gravitational field that for some reason the rest of us weren't experiencing. I don't know how it would accomplish making a flat Earth look curved. I'm hesitant to say it couldn't because I don't I don't know.
You just got to remember, I've pointed a laser beam 30 miles, and you guys say, well, it must be curved because the Earth's curved. So if you're matching the Earth, your light must be curved. And that's it. That's been your hey, we settled you guys. Earth's curved, so your light must be curved. But all images of that don't, it doesn't look that way. It really appears like we could see that beam. When I do that thing at 5, 10, 15, 20, and you could just still see the guy going further away, it's I don't know. It seems like real science to me that we did. So
That's a fascinating concept.
So I don't know if we were fuck ups as flat earthers by including science into a faith-based thing, but we did. The people on the West Coast started throwing science at this, and it's caused me confusion now because I do have good science against a bad argument, or a good argument against a bad conclusion.
Yeah, and I haven't studied that experiment or the observation or whatever it's however it's described, but I definitely approve of doing that work. I think that's great that you're doing it.
So should I be embarrassed for introducing science or mistaken science, in other words, where we think we did things that were observable, measurable, and repeatable? Maybe the word measure doesn't belong there. Maybe it isn't as conclusive. And if it is, I'm trying to sort it out via math. Like I said, if there's some sort of doubling at horizon level optically due to the thickness of our atmosphere, then oh shit, the formula needs to be doubled. That's why we see.
We all know that the horizon moves around, doesn't it? That's the whole point.
No, the apparent horizon moves around. You have to corner these guys on the actual math. Forget the apparent horizon.
What I would do is get a shoe-bill type guy. Get a surveyor and set up that experiment again, and have somebody who's extremely well skilled in looking through, looking at optical measurements over a long distance.
Well, unfortunately, they insist on climbing mountains to prove it to me, and no one will launch a boat. No one. Bob won't do it in his backyard. He says, I got to go 100 miles, but he says he has proof at a half-a-mile lake in his backyard. Fuck him. Fuck you guys, all of you. Fucking go get off your ass and fucking go show an 8-inch drop.
Like I said, I think that's been shown. It'd
be badass. It's called a link. Produce. Go ahead. I mean, I can be a real dick on this one. I'd like to see that.
Why do you think it would look like?
We want the double drop. We want the double drop.
So it's not a drop. It's a deviation from.
You can have RGH yellow. No thanks.
Not only that, I don't want still frames. I want to see the progressive nature of the globe. And let me just describe again the Nat Geo issue. You got two observer heights, a guy on his belly and a guy standing on a tripod. Those mathematically should see something different at any distance. And as it moved from the marked distance of 1 to 3 miles, the progressive nature of the globe should have appeared in both cameras. And in all cameras at all heights that entire day, nothing moved at all. It stayed at exactly the same point with a couple inches of waves covering half of the first stripe. That's it.
Nada.
So two observer heights on the globe, two observer heights have to see something different.
You smashed it, Dan.
On that point, yeah, I got it there. But other shit flat earthers say I can't support. I can stand behind what I've seen and what I've done with my friends, but even that group isn't friends anymore. Nobody gets along. Nobody agrees on anything. And I don't want to say our work became a moot point, but it becomes a strong pillar in an otherwise awful foundation. You know, I don't know what to say. It's like having one good post needing four, you know, to make a foundation above. So I don't know what to do with that. But so that's why you hear me bitching about ISS. It's like, okay, fuck the flat earth for a sec. When can I get you guys as logical think tank? In other words, in a way, you guys are a think tank, right? So if I can get you guys to look at it for real, the ISS and space above us for real, we could start to talk about how it equates to history and our future. And you know, like that would make a lot more sense, because I don't think they're telling us.
So what do you think about amateur photographs of ISS and with a moon transit or sun transit or stuff
It
like that?
appears like something's there at the proper speed and size.
If I send my wife.
So, for instance, the panels are about 75 feet long. The Hubble is about 45 feet long. So if we could see those individual panels on the ISS coming across the moon, we could see the Hubble as well. In other words, it's available to see, even though it may be fast, but damned if it isn't predictable, and damned if there isn't anyone shooting it.
But it you have to calculate the distance. Or is Hubble
Well, I'm
at the
just
same
saying, if you
distance
can
as
see a
the
75-foot object against the moon called the space station, then you can see, you know, because of the contrast, then you could see the Hubble in contrast. That means whether or not it's lit
The
or
Hubble,
not. They're at
the
right
Hubble
angle.
doesn't transit the moon, and it's a lot further away.
It doesn't ever transit the moon, huh? And it's not further away.
No.
But don't pretend it is.
Hubble, where is Hubble?
Don't
Look
pretend it
up.
is. They're both.
Where is it?
They're both at the 250 and 350 mile range. So they're both considered 300 miles, no matter what you're going to mumble about.
350 miles, and the ISS is 260. So there's like 80 miles in between.
Right. So number one, they're close. They're only 100 miles apart. They have to at some point transit something nearer than further. And the idea of something never transiting the moon, do you really think that there's nowhere on Earth that the Hubble transits the moon, yet the ISS does? Right? So you're saying that there's never an opportunity. So let's say you're right. So why don't we go out of our way to view the Hubble in another way then? Like whether it's catching sunlight or whether you're concentrating on it, you know, whether it's from the Earth or whether it's from the ISS, there aren't really images of the thing, just the repair mission. So I realized that repair mission was all shuttle based. And back then they still used models, no less CGI, more modeling. So I think they were well prepared to deal with a Hubble inserted into the proper sky, you know. But today they don't even try. They just don't even try. That's weird. And same thing with stationary satellites for TV. There isn't an amateur astronomer who can look up and go, look, there's our TV satellite. It's stationary. It's predictable. It's always in the same spot.
Yeah, but what height are they at? What's geosynchronous orbit?
22,000 miles away.
Okay. I can see a car. I can see a car a mile away. It doesn't mean I can see it 1,000 miles away.
You can see 280 million zillion miles away.
Yeah. It's geocentric satellites are way too far away to see them on that distance, and they're way too small compared with the Hubble. I mean, I will give you this, that definitely Hubble would transit the orbit, not necessarily in our northern regions or so. And I think the Hubble orbit is different than the ISS orbit. So the good thing with the ISS orbit, it really covers basically the whole Earth except of polar regions.
Also, mathematically, the Hubble should have hit the
is-
ground a long time ago because they used to have to. It's unpowered, so they used to have to drag it further into orbit.
No.
all the time.
No. The Hubble is not unpowered. The Hubble has
Yes, it is.
built on thrusters. Wait a second. No, the Hubble has thrusters on board. However,
it's-
they are nearly never used. Wait a second. They have thrusters.
That's
However,
for
they
angle.
would only
It's
use
not for
them in
propulsion.
no. They have also lift thrusters. However, they use the cargo vessels to lift it up. Typically, the Russian cargo vessels to lift it higher in orbit. So when the Soyuz, not the personal capsules, but the how do you call it? The cargo capsules that went up from the Russians, they are docked at the lower side of the Hubble, and they are using the thrusters to lift the Hubble
Jesus
regularly in a higher orbit.
When do you
Not the
think
Hubble,
that's
sorry,
happened?
not the Hubble, sorry, the ISS.
Ah,
Yes,
suddenly
no, I
we're
was talking about the ISS.
Dan,
Sorry.
No
Dan,
wonder.
Dan, according to the Heavens Above website, which is a amateur astronomical freak, blog where everyone there is a complete nerdy astronomer at home. They've got a chart, a calculator, which will tell you the position for the next 6 days of Hubble in the sky. And according to the website, anyone with a powerful enough telescope can see Hubble with their telescope.
I was looking on there the other day. Do you have any pictures posted?
No. But what
Don't
the
they
key
have
here is
vlogs
that,
where people can post?
pardon?
Don't they have vlogs where people can post sightings?
Well, I don't know, but the point is that here's the key thing. Yeah, your community could get yourself a half decent telescope. Go to this website, look, see if there's anything a faint, fast-moving light at these coordinates every night.
So we have to prove your claim?
No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to do any of that at all. You don't have to. You don't have to
You
prove
just
anything that
said what
anybody
we
tells
had
you.
to do. Make up your mind. You just said what we
No,
had to do.
I said you could do it.
Okay,
You
but
could
yet
also
there's
contact.
already
You could also.
astronomer
Dan,
clubs. I don't need to go buy rockets to go to a rocket
go
club.
and-
I don't need to go buy balloons to go to a balloon
So,
club.
Dan-
I don't need to go buy a
No, you
telescope.
just. I know, Dan. You're going to give me a list. You're going to give a pointless list of things you don't need to do now.
The sky. Just produce
So
it, Baz. Don't talk.
Produce
it.
Why don't you contact the people on the forums and ask them to produce it?
Okay, because I have other things to talk about and other things that they're
Exactly.
not. Other things that they're not doing.
Totally
and other
demanding
things
zero effort.
That it's not zero effort. You hear exactly what I'm saying. Don't accuse me of zero
You're
effort. Now
demanding
you're being
people
a
shove
cunt.
stuff under your
Don't
nose.
be a cunt. I'm being factual. I'm going all over the map about what is real and why, as Globers, you should have an
While
interest in
sitting
real
with your
life.
thumbs up.
You should have an
Find out
interest in
anything.
real life. Your obsession
These
with
people do.
believing your
These people
space
do.
programs. You gotta
Would you like a
understand it's
link, Dan?
program.
Would you like a link to people you can communicate with who've actually seen it? Would you like that, Dan? Or you just sit, sit on your fucking thumbs up your ass as normal?
No, sir. But you're not going to convince me or anyone else that I'm sitting here with my thumb up my ass. I
You
make
are.
more
Because
sense than
you're
anyone here.
demanding that I give you images, and I'm telling you I haven't got them, but other people have, and that's the end of the story for you because I can't present it to you here.
They're called links. The chick comes on. The chick comes on and goes, "Hey, do you got a link?" And you have a fucking fit.
It's in chat, Dan. You're tagged in chat with two different links. One of them showing the Hubble transiting the moon.
Thank you. My God.
Oh,
Was that
dear.
so hard? That's what a think tank does.
No, it
That's
wasn't
how you-
hard. This is
That's how you don't get
Come
bent
on here and
off in the middle of nowhere. That's how it's done. Where is this? I don't see the link.
This is
I would imagine spending a morning on the Hubble bubble pipe, you could see anything.
Okay, so there's some kind of still shot he's trying to show here and some trajectory or some shit like that. Just be
Some
aware
shit.
that of the word real time. because when I mention it, I'm not going to be an asshole. I'm going to ask for eventually proof of things in real time. Now, if you
off other people with zero effort on your part, lazy
it's not zero effort on my part.
Where did you post it, Left Lane?
It's that picture of the moon. There is actually maybe something there. It's hard to see. I don't know what he's saying, but it's the expected trajectory. Whoever first said that Hubble would never go past the moon was a clown. So let's admit that. Clowning. Now let's go back to what I said. The panels on the ISS, if we were looking comparison, they're about 75 feet each one. The Hubble's about 45 feet. So pretending that it's too small to see isn't going to happen. The known path is going to happen.
The Hubble's actually higher too.
The fact that you should be able to zoom in and see it would, you just have to understand that you've got a platform up there less than 100 miles away from it. So when it comes around nearby, if the ISS truly is spinning around the Earth every 90 minutes, that's the other thing. Remember Artemis taking off? Artemis went around the Earth before spending 3 days to go to the moon and then coming back, but there is no images from the ISS. It's like,
why would you
the
expect
excitement?
Well, the ISS, because the ISS and anything in that orbit is going to be going around at the same speed. So if they're 5,000 miles apart, they're going to stay 5,000 miles apart. It's not going to be like, oh, look, here he's coming and passing me.
What are you talking about?
And regarding the lift,
low orbit too.
So regarding the lift, last time,
you guys
last time Hubble.
Yeah,
last time Hubble has been raised.
One of the lowest usable orbits.
So
it's
last
just when
time
I
Hubble has
asked
been
to be
raised in
simple,
orbit was.
"Gee, wouldn't it be nice to see rockets, leave the Earth?" And you're like,
Yeah, and we sent you the.
Of course, only a flat Earther would want to see that.
I suppose it'd be nice.
We sent you those
I
pictures,
suppose it'd
Danny.
be nice, but it's hard. I suppose it'd be nice, but it's hardly required.
We sent you those pictures, Dan, and you argue about frame rate, saying it's not fast enough.
He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough.
So last time you went off about how it wasn't taken as a video. It was only 12-second apart pictures, so it wasn't a fast enough frame rate or something.
He's just a big nuh-uh. That's all he is. Classic flurp. Nuh-uh. I need more cameras. I need it real time. I need a better frame rate. Nuh-uh.
You forget. I need a camera that is recording the other camera too at the same time.
Yeah, 1 second frame rate's not video. Yeah, that's it. 1 second frame rate's not video. 12-second frame rate. 5-minute frame rate. 7-minute delay to get from the satellite and process to. Not real time.
Yeah, the funny thing is, hey, calm down, Shoe Bill. The funny thing is, all y'all motherfuckers are just looking at the lights in the sky and making claims. That's it.
Yeah. Also with the claim of the 10-hour plane flights navigated by satellite and great circle routes with the South Pole and a 24-hour sun. Yeah. Blah blah blah.
Or using geostationary satellites for TV receiving without looking to them in the sky and without lights in the sky. You still can pinpoint a geostationary satellite and get a TV signal.
We have a vote whether to send Sherbill to fucking survey Mars right now. We send you up in a rocket. Fancy that? Sherbill?
Oh, Shitsky, please get on a rocket. Make it a one-way flight, please.
Oh, NASA. You're just so fucking nassery.
Come on, Shitsky.
Oh, hell yeah, listen, send me to Mars. Yeah, hell yeah.
Are you doubting the Shoe Bill? Who's doubting the Shoe Bill? Shoe Bill is amazing. He's a fucking.
I'm doubting Shoe Bill.
He did a straight line of sight. I think 550 miles or something. He across state lines. He's a G. He can do that. He can do anything he puts his eye to.
That's fucking.
He can spurg out a lot.
Wow, that's fucking amazing.
I mean, when have you ever looked 500 miles across state lines, Schlitzy? How about you?
I didn't say it was visual, did I? I said it was just a chord measurement.
Oh, stop it! Don't
Like this,
be
gee,
modest.
don't put your don't. Listen, you are amazing. I mean, dude,
Schlitzie
you can do
used an
anything.
auto level on his construction site, therefore he thinks he's a surveyor.
Listen, you little Nazi boy, fuck off.
Schlitz off.
And we're just talking about ubiquitous current state of the industry. You know, nothing special.
You showing up in front of your boyfriend again?
Just as an information regarding the Hubble, I was thinking, or I thought you were talking about the ISS. So the Hubble has been lifted last time 2009 by the space shuttle Atlantis, and so its orbit is reducing by between 1 and 3 kilometers per year, was it? And or per month. I think it was 1 and 2 kilometers per month. Still on this high orbit, it's a lot difference. There is a big magnitude difference in the air pressure, which is at the ISS. So it's 1 nanopascal at the ISS height and 0.01 nanopascal at the Hubble. So there's a lot of less drag up there. Where the Hubble is, and NASA said, okay, 2030 there needs to be another lift to increase the orbit again if they want to keep it up there. So the greater distance and the smaller size make a big difference in how often it has to be lifted.
Yeah, we get data from it, so that's not good enough.
Is it true that a full moon or near a full moon triggers emotions in people? Or is that just somebody came up with that?
If you
I think it's true. I was in this little village, and they have this rescue center for dogs. And believe me, when the moon goes full, the place it goes crazy.
I think we're on full moon, when Schlitzie is exposed to the moon, he grows a brain and becomes a glober.
Yeah, just for the day.
The reason I'm asking, I've never seen so many triggered people in one text. Like it's got to be the full moon or something.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, dude, you act like it's like everybody has the same full moon every night. It's crazy.
Well, it could also be that it's been 6 months since their famed final experiment, and we're all still here. Couple of switch sides because they were disingenuous to begin with, but as far as I'm concerned, I ain't going anywhere.
You're a lying piece of shit, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, what are your
I'm a lying piece of shit. Yeah, okay.
Maybe I didn't get the memo. I don't know what changed.
How do you explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Enlighten us.
How do you explain the 24-hour moon tomorrow? I mean,
why do I need to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Because it's impossible on flat.
I live in Canada. I have no reason to care about the 24 Antarctic sun. Thank you.
Okay,
if you care about the shape and the situation, yeah, you got. I mean, if you care about the shape of the Earth, you should
let me respond. Yeah, left lane, let me respond. The fact that I live on Earth, I don't need to worry about the sun and how it does what it does. I just know that it heats the ground that I need it to heat.
Amen. It's kind of biblical, that was, Rob.
So, Rob, you mean you don't believe it's a thermonuclear explosion, gas giant
like
ball
a
in a vacuum?
helium and hydrogen generating like ball of gas in a vacuum? No, I could care less about any of that shit. It is the life giver of our world. Without the sun, we wouldn't be here.
Fair enough, brother. I'm with you.
What it is, how it does what it does, irrelevant.
So what is your evidence for flat Earth, Rob? Why do you believe in a flat
mountains,
Earth?
Mountains. There you go. Mountains are flat. Fuck. This is fucking ridiculous. Why are you still here? The same reason I'm here, just to have a conversation with people. But the problem is, because I think that the Earth is flat but not flat, somehow I need to be derided because I see the horizon as a horizontal plane when I stand at the beach. But that's water. That's not Earth. That's water. So I just use flat Earth as a topic of discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about the opinion and the ideas of the people here.
Not bio, were you?
Safety, are you hot miking or are you just making funny sounds?
Oh, no, it wasn't me making that funny laughing sound.
I didn't say Slitzy, I said safety something or
Oh,
other.
sorry. I heard someone most probably recording fucking weirdos.
So what triggered everybody today? The Luca thing? Because, man, I've never seen so many triggered people in one day.
Damn, I missed it. What happened, bro?
Well, we were talking about evolution and how in their evolutionary story starts off with Luca. They can trace it back. And then we were saying how that one Luca would have to turn into another one. And they're saying, no, things evolve over a period of millions of years, but they stay the same.
SC Montreal, can I ask you a question? Did you know that they actually made a cartoon movie for kids called Luca, Luca?
No way, I didn't know that, bro. No.
I recommend you watch it. I'm gonna actually watch it before I watch it with my children to see what kind of programming they want to put into us. They being the people that made the movie. If anyone's wondering what I mean by they. It's called Luca. It's a cartoon movie for kids. I just found out about it not too long ago, and I just
Well, it has
when you guys brought up
gay...
Luca, it reminded me. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
It is a key character in it. The main character.
Pardon, what was that?
It has a key character in it. The main character, actually, the main character is gay.
Well, that's up to Rob to his children, yeah.
That's just bullshit. The main character is like a sea monster. It's not gay.
But he's attracted. It's a boy monster, I guess, thing, magical thing. Just like I mean, you're saying it's a monster, right? It's like fuck. What's the
underwater creature?
What's that movie? Little Mermaid. Yeah, Little Mermaid technically is a monster too, right?
Is it about evolution? Is it?
No,
no, it's not about.
Well, I haven't watched it. No, but I know that gay character. It's like little. I think boys.
So you haven't watched it, but you know that's a gay character, even so there is no gay character, and the main character is into a girl that's there, but you know it's gay, right?
I didn't say the main character is into a girl.
No, I say that dumbass, but you say he's gay.
Holy shit! Well, we know who here is
wait, I'm
allowing
sorry.
their
Why are you
children to
being mean
watch
to
it.
me? Why being rude to
Yep.
me? I'm sorry, sir.
Because he obviously puts this
Because
shit in
you
front
are
of his kids all
SC
the time.
Montreal, this is
because
gold.
you are bullshitting about a movie that you haven't watched, and you just say, "Oh, the boy is gay."
Nobody
but
talks shit
he's
about My
actually
Little
in love
Mermaid.
with a female character there, a female human.
What?
Weird.
In Luca?
Yes, in
Sure,
Luca. Yes.
Have you watched it?
Yes.
It's just reverse Little Mermaid, man. That's all it is. It's reverse Little Mermaid in Pixar instead of Disney. That's what it is. He's
So
not gay.
nothing to do with evolution. What we were talking about.
It has
No,
nothing to
it's
do with evolution.
Yeah, it's some kid who's a
Like,
sea
it's
monster who, when he
It's
goes
just
on
about
land.
these
Hey,
sea
hey,
humans,
everyone.
basically
Like I said,
similar like the sea people from Harry Potter. So these are the people living under the sea, but when they exit the water, they automatically become human-like.
Well,
But
listen,
the parents tell the boy,
but
never
isn't that
go,
how evolution happened?
never go over
We all came out of the water, right?
It's not about evolution. They are just changing, and they look like normal humans. So once they
Yeah, and it's just
they look like
coincidence. It's
normal.
just
Can you shut
coincident.
up?
Hang on.
Can you shut
It's
up
just
while I'm
coincidence. Hang
explaining?
on.
Wait a minute, guys.
It's
You gotta go
just
one at a time.
And not
coincidence.
interrupt? Why do you interrupt?
Yeah, hang on, Snooze.
Hold
Hang
on,
on, Snooze.
hold on, guys.
Because
Please,
I
let's
started
snooze.
this whole conversation. I should be able to get to respond and
So
not have
because you
Snooze
started the
keep going
conversation,
and
it's
going
fine
and
to
go.
just
Okay, go
interrupt
ahead, Snooze.
someone when he brings
Guys,
something to
guys,
the
I'm gonna mod
conclusion.
this. Hold on. This is what's gonna happen. Hold on. Snooze is gonna go, and then Rob, and then thanks. Go
So,
ahead, Snooze.
thank you. Long story short, that's this underwater people, similar to the underwater people in Harry Potter, which are basically looking like people but have a different face and they have a tail. They are swimming underwater. The parents tell the boy, never go to the surface because they are all evil creatures and so on. But
Hey, we
one
don't
day,
need a synopsis of the movie, though.
Oh, come on.
Let him finish, Rob. Let him finish, and then you'll go.
Gets to the surface, learns sees there are kind of another underwater creature that's living over the surface. They now experience this new world over the surface. The boy sees a girl, is attracted to the girl, has some kind of adventure with the girl, and then in the end, happy end, the boy goes to a school with the girl over the surface. There is no gayness. There has nothing to do with evolution. It's just about like strangers coming to a different world and adapt and live with the other people.
Are you done now? We need
let Rob go now. Yeah.
You're up now, Rob.
Just stop. We didn't need the movie synopsis. I brought up the movie.
It's the worst one I've ever
Because
heard.
listen, come on, Slitzy, please. Because you guys were talking about Luca. It's a movie called Luca. So that's the tie-in right there. And then it doesn't have anything to do with evolution, but yeah, you say we evolved from fish that crawled out of the water called Luca.
Very good. All right, I'm up.
Right? Like, so I'm not trying to say it has anything to do, but the people that made the movie called the fish Luca that comes out of the water, like they say in evolution. Luca came out of the water. Fuck's sakes.
All right, now just so we don't.
I think it was just because he was Italian, bro. I really do. Like I'm telling you, it's a cute movie, dude. Like check it out before you let your kids watch it. You know? Oh, sorry. That's it. My bad.
No, I mean, it's just because Snooze has taken a very strong stance on this. I'd like to read directly from the Pixar and from themedium.com. It says Luca has sparked a debate on whether the main characters Luca and Alberta are gay. While the film doesn't explicitly state that they are gay, many viewers interpret the relationship as a queer-coded representation, with the director admitting that they considered having a gay romance. The film focused on the friendship and the challenges of hiding their true selves, which some interpret as allegory for the LGBTQ. Okay, so right here it says many viewers see the film as pointing to the intense connection between Luke and Alberto, their physical affection, and the parallels of the film, Call Me By Your Name. The director's perspective, the director, Enrico Casarosa, stated that they did, in fact, consider making Luca and Alberto gay, but ultimately focus on the friendship and the pre-romance aspect of the relationship. The voice actor who plays this says that Jack Dylan Grazer says, who did the voice of Alberta, stated that Luke and Alberta are currently just friends, but implied that he would love to see them fall in love in the future. So I don't know where Snooze is getting his not gay from, but the film producers say gay. So just know that don't trust Snooze.
Listen, it's not, man. I saw the movie because I have little nieces and nephews, and I'm telling you, like Rob, I understand how people are about letting their kids watch a movie, and I would totally support you wanting to take a look at it first and see if you think it pushes those narratives that you don't want your children to learn, and I understand that, but I promise you it's just a dumb freaking Pixar movie that, you could read anything into some of the Pixar movies if you really wanted to.
What kind of promise is that? Is that backed by like a value or a dollar amount or something?
What do you mean? No, I'm just saying he can look at it first and see what his own judgment is before he lets his own children look at it. That's what people have a right to do, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was just wondering if you're willing to put money on it.
I mean, I went right to the director himself, who says that he wanted it to be a gay relationship, but then took that as a backseat and said, let's just show how they would eventually become. It starts with friendship first, and then they'll be gay later. Maybe in the sequel. I mean,
see how the movement's going.
Snooze, do you have anything to say for yourself? Would you like to apologize to the room for your affirmations of the not gay movie view?
How about Disney movies are gay inherently?
This is Pixar.
How do we go from evolution to gayness?
I don't know. It's just if Snooze were to jump in and adamantly, assert his knowledge of a fact such as evolution. Just remember what he did with the Pixar movie.
Hey, how come there's gay? How come there's gay people in evolution? If it's supposed to be like the most successful, replicable product, how come gay is in there?
So sorry, I was interrupted by a call, but before the call, you were referring that they were considering making that a gay relationship. They were loving to see that, but they are just friends. So in the movie, they are just friends. There's no gayness. There is not a topic of male love or something like this in it. So considerations of the filmmakers to make it LGBTQ or something like this has nothing to do of what the film right now is.
Is LGBT plus Q, is that anti-evolution?
Obviously not.
I mean, I would think that they are specifically anti-evolution. They want to
unrelated.
They want to support regressive traits, to say the least.
You think they'd be all for it?
I think, well, they would have to be anti-evolution, right? Because it doesn't actually reproduce.
What say you, Snoozle?
There's a lot of quiet people right now.
That is actually a good evolutionary question. Come to think of it.
Are you saying that there's something inherently wrong with gay people? Is that what you're saying?
Nobody said that.
Yeah,
No.
they suck at producing
how does that relate to evolution? Was that a design or
who
how did
does
that
not
happen?
reproduce?
Well, I think the implication
they're fucking horrible at reproduction. How about that?
Yeah, the implication.
Yeah, wouldn't that be detrimental to evolution? If you think about it, like.
Well,
are you saying gayness proves intelligent design?
They can
Is that
still
what we're getting at?
Are you saying that gay people cannot reproduce? Is that what you're saying? Because that's just wrong.
What do you mean that's wrong? What do you mean that's wrong?
They can't reproduce with one another, but they can still reproduce.
I'm not saying they can't reproduce. I'm saying it's not a successful strategy for reproduction.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's not a strategy.
There was a news article a little while ago. My dad gave it to me.
Is there new, what do you think, Riggs? Is their new tagline going to be that that only the wrong survive, or something along those lines?
I'm just glad to
That was a
find out
good one.
that
one made me laugh.
we don't have an instinctual want to reproduce, is what I'm hearing here. So that's kind of cool. You guys are coming to that realization, or is that why men are disgusting? Is it instincts, or can you actually control your behavior?
How about only or survival of the wrongest? I think if I were to approach it honestly, I think that it is guilt or some sort of like if I were to honestly, I think it's some kind of guilt, some kind of like self-hatred that that then you express it in this way that's unnatural, disgusting, because you hate yourself and you want to destroy yourself because you know that or you think or you believe that you're a bad person, maybe because something bad happened to you and you blame yourself or yada yada yada. There is a correlation between people who are traumatized at a young age and their sexuality later in life. So I mean, I do think there's like a tie together. I don't know if you can call that evolution if you want, but there's some kind of like, I'm not deserving of life. This is what I would have to do. Yeah.
Now, that doesn't make sense because you have it in animals as well. There's homosexuality in animals. So, I mean,
You dirty dog.
Gay penguins. Gay penguins.
No, there's homosexual animals. I mean, it's a fact.
I don't think. I mean, you'd have to elaborate on that. I mean, do they? I don't think that's the case.
Well, there's these species of baboons, I think, and some other ones that don't. Because we've had this combo before many times. I just can't remember the animals, but there's quite a few of them.
You've always seen dogs stuck together.
For whatever reason.
Well, what do they do?
It's part of nature, for whatever reason. So make what you want out of it. The fact of the matter is, it's part of nature.
It can't be part of nature because it's literally unnatural. So I mean, it's definitionally not part of nature.
Well, then we have a paradox because it seems to be there.
Now, like, what are they? What are the?
You might actually. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, you can go with that, but I was going to ask because I mean, I'm not familiar. Like, what are the behaviors that they're demonstrating? Are these relationships? I don't know. Are these just one-offs? I don't know.
I haven't really gotten that close into it, bro. It doesn't really interest me that much, but I remember in conversations like this, people brought up a list. There's a list of animals. Now, I don't know if they have mates for life or whatever, but it happens.
Yeah, but is that due to their preference? Because isn't that what you're talking about when you say gay? It's like a sexual preference. So like now you're basically saying like, I've talked to an animal and I found out what its preferences are, and it has a mind just like ours, and it's gay.
I'm not making that connection. I'm just merely saying that there is homosexual behavior in animal species. That's all I'm saying.
Homosexual, isn't that have something to do with Homo sapien?
Okay, then let me rephrase that. Same gender sexual. How's that?
Okay. People don't choose to be gay?
Animals have genders?
Do they not? Male, female? What would you call it?
Well, I mean, I've seen with a dog, right? With especially
biological sex.
Yeah, especially with like a puppy dog or like a young dog. Like it's known that like the dog will, in order to like instantiate its dominance, like hump the other dog down. Like like I humped you, you're my bitch. Now get as a dominance type of thing.
Dogs, they don't hump. They make the other dog submit.
Right. Yeah. So is it about sexuality or is it about power?
That's about alpha. Who the alpha is in the pack. Every pack has an alpha.
Yeah, so could that be by some like dainty viewer from the outside saying, "Oh, look, they're making love," when it's really just administering dominance over another.
Yeah, in the dog world, there's nothing more
dominant than dominating another man.
Well, that's for alpha male position. It's not a sexual thing for dogs.
You get that in the jail. Jail time.
It's who the shot caller is in the group.
Yeah, I hear it's like that in prison too. It's not a sexual thing though.
Not at all. Yeah.
Sister brothers.
So
Yeah, I would
evolution.
argue against it. Yeah.
If this is part of evolution, to me it seems like why would that be part of the plan? Doesn't make sense, right? If evolution is about breeding and carrying on the species, yeah.
Strong social structures help the species survive.
Because if you believe in religion, it's by design, right? If you believe in evolution, it's also by design. There's no way around that, is there? Unless you claim it's what would you claim in evolution?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to speak up, the evolutionists, but I'm seeing like a correlation between, the studies that have been found where, when you're younger, you're abused or you're traumatized, etc., and then you then associate like that weakness as like a womanly feature, even like, or if it happens to a woman, she then will then exhibit that feature, and then she, maybe she likes women now because, the roles were reversed to her and they're traumatized, or him or her or whoever. So it seems to be like this correlation with the animals, where they instantiate dominance over one of the other, and then the same thing happens. They're like, well, okay, now I observe my surroundings. I must be associating with that particular group who has these attributes. It seems to be sort of the same thing. So it seems to be like a mental problem, like a.
Yeah. You got the enter sign on the wrong door. It says enter on that door.
It says enter with the arrow.
Yeah, not really.
That hot mic actually, this hot mic actually works for the conversation.
I mean,
oh, sorry about that. I'm getting
look where God put the urethra and the vagina relative to each other to look at the greater master plan. So I wouldn't say entrances and exits placement is a strong argument one way or the other.
I thought it was brilliant. Dude, listen, this dude is a boss. He was working it into his everyday life, hot micing a great point. Yeah. I mean, with the exit and entrance signs right next to each other, right? Don't you think it would take like in my opinion, right? Like it would take like a trust with somebody, a relationship with somebody to go near those signs, right? Like it's pretty gross, I think. If it's like somebody you don't know.
Well, you can think of it as gross, right? But that's the whole point of it. If you're a heterosexual male, right, you can't think of doing a homosexual act. I certainly can't, right? Now, the fact that two men can actually think of that means there's something there, right? I mean, you don't just wake up one morning and say, you know what, I'm going to go sleep with a dude. That doesn't happen. So it's got to be something in the genes, something in whatever, the chromosomes, whatever the hell you want to call it, that makes that happen. There's no two ways about it. I don't think it's a choice.
It can't be conditioned, you're saying? Like, there's no possible way that trauma from your childhood, like your grandmother making you shower with other boys or something, none of that could possibly lead to it?
Yeah, I'm not saying no. Would you say the majority of that is? I just can't see it.
Well,
I'm sure if somebody was abused young or whatever, or was led to that, whatever, but as a majority of gay and lesbian people, just can't see. They were all abused, all of them.
Well, then why would the majority or like the LGBT community be wanting to read their books to little children and to present this to little children if that wasn't the case? Obviously,
Well, that's
they have
something
an
different.
idea.
Yeah, this woke shit. Yeah, I'm totally against that. Don't get me started on that. That's a whole different kettle of fish, as they say, right? We're talking about just gays and lesbians that they were throughout history. I'm not talking about this crazy new freakaloid woke movement. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, I hear you, but it kind of like if you're going to allow for the gays and lesbians, like arbitrarily, like yeah, you could do that, on your own time as an adult, but not teach it to the children. It's like you don't really have an argument because you're just arbitrarily drawing a line. You're saying it is okay, but it's not okay for certain ages or something. It's like maybe it's just maybe no one should talk about their sex life in public. Period.
Alcohol and
How about that?
driving.
Yeah, it's somewhat indecent. I
Substance
think.
consumption.
So like my take on it is kind of like this. It's that like abuse can be conditioned into people. Like you have to understand what like every human is looking for connection, and it's a lot of it's instinctual and natural to know what connections are right from wrong. But for some people, they're more open to connection, and they need affirmation from their parents and their community to help them know the difference, of between a right and wrong connection. Some people are more prone to abuse or open to abusive ideas than others. There's
Prone to
people who
being
marry.
abused, like it's
Yeah,
more their fault than other people's.
That too. Well, some people are more prone to being abused, and some people, they'll marry a doll. They'll marry a dog. Like there's people out there they're attracted to anything, and it's honestly up to the people in their community and foremost their parents to affirm what's beneficial and why. And I think that's So you're going to find people who like anything. It's not just gay. Like there's a connection problem happening right now. It's because we're losing the definition of what's appropriate, and we're not affirming those things into a society. So abuse can be normalized, and we need to have a societal correction right about now.
I think it's the perversing, right? It's perversing the relationship. Just like SE has talked about. So you remember how you talked about in order to destroy a civilization, what do? You make them like sexual degenerates, right? And that's what you see.
Okay, hold on. Gay people do not become gay because of abuse. I guess none of you have ever met a gay person or been around an actual gay person, okay? But in case you didn't know, homosexuality goes way back, way back. The Romans were into that. The Greeks were into that.
My brother-in-law is gay before
these are things that happen. You saying that gay people are only formed by abuse is
No, I didn't say that specifically. I didn't say that. I just said
that's what it sounds like. We're talking about
okay. Well, then you have I never would make a claim like that. I would never make a claim of everything and everyone, and this is the one reason, because that's just logically bankrupt. So for you to make that assumption might mean there's something wrong with your logic as well.
Well, think about this. SC Montreal, you said that you can never imagine being a homosexual. Do you think that it goes both ways? In other words, a homosexual could probably never imagine. You should be able to empathize with the position.
Yeah, that's my whole point, brother. Yeah.
Right.
That's my whole point. I pick up for gays and lesbians all the time.
No, I know,
every single time.
I was reiterating the point to kind of further substantiate the fact that gay people are just gay, right? They're just gay.
Yeah,
they don't.
A lot of homos have sex with straight women, dude. Happens constantly. What are you talking about?
Of course, but that doesn't mean that they're not gay. They'll probably do it because of pressures from their families, from their
Okay,
cultures,
tell
from
me one
society.
straight man that has had sex with another straight man, because that's not a straight man, bro. I don't know if you understand the whole
Have you
concept.
ever heard of gay for pay? Are you familiar with that? It's a porn.
That
It's a porn.
person's just gay, bro. That's
You
not
can
gay for
perform
pay.
an
They're
act
just
and
gay,
not be
period.
into the act, right? Like,
Well, I'm just giving you one
performing the
example.
act does
That's
not
porn.
define the
Yeah,
attraction.
perhaps you have never heard the argument that a $20 bill is a $20 bill, sir.
Jeez Louise, that's what they're getting at, huh?
As far
No,
as
but the
the
point.
animals go, right? If you put whatever animal you're having, your example is, if you have a female animal in estrus, would those two male animals still be gay, or what would happen?
Unnamed animal
That's a good
species or
question.
32, I don't know.
Because
So
I
if you
believe
put a
it's
female,
chemically based. Yeah.
so if you put a female
Not all
in
animals to go into
estrus,
estrus.
is yeah, I haven't heard any great evidence that animals are homosexual. Apparently, people haven't seen a female animal of the same kind being put in there. That's an estrus.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just chalk it up to it's due to trauma, abuse, and probably chemical castration. I would say that's it.
Tell me
That's
you're
an
an idiot
incomplete
without telling me you're
conclusion.
an idiot.
Yeah, on your behalf. You're just saying it because, right?
Sometimes in rare occasions, I've seen it happen when, in regards to, like if say your father's name is Chris, and then the Chris has a daughter, and names them Chris, they start to identify with like the father, and the same thing can happen with the boy. So I've seen it in rare cases that way as well.
I would assume you haven't done a lot of research like myself, but there's people that study this topic for a living, right?
Yeah, and whatever they think that's opposed to what I know, they're just wrong. It's due to either abuse or chemical castration, and sometimes, like I said, the outliers would be just like the affirmation that you ought to behave, according to these characteristics. Like you dress your girl up like a boy all the time, and then it's like weird, because you want him to be like your little son you never had.
But what do you base your conclusion on that it's a chemical castration is a highly likelihood, and otherwise it's abuse? Like, are you just guessing?
No, azatrine, dude. It turned the frogs gay.
We educate our children on what sex is and what it's for, right? So it's not like they come out the womb wanting to have sex. So you got to understand that there's teaching involved, and all of these chemical things and all of these other things you're speaking of. Would that choose them to act on the behavior, to choose that behavior? I mean, because you have to choose that behavior to act upon it, right?
I mean, can you choose to love someone?
Yes.
Or do you just love them?
Most certainly.
So you're saying that love is something that you decide to do, and it's not something that you just.
You're not married, bro? You're talking like I'm a single dude. Are you not married?
No, I've been married and I'm in a long-term relationship now. So I mean, that has nothing to do with it. But the point is that you don't.
You don't choose to love that person.
No, you just love them. You feel love. Of course not.
Okay.
Define love. What is love?
Be honest with yourself.
What is love?
What do you like to eat? You like pizza?
So to understand what love is, I think that would be a very deep conversation if you're going to speak about what love actually is, because there's different forms. There is different forms of love.
But I think you understand what
the terms that you're using, and
actual feeling.
Tell me what you mean by the word love.
The feeling of love. When you actually love someone. When you love pizza. You decide to love
a feeling? Is love a feeling?
Yes.
And is that all it is?
You can show someone love.
Love
that's
is an action. Love is
no,
not
that's,
a feeling.
That's different. That's distinct.
Lust is a feeling, my friend. Lust is a feeling. Love is not a feeling. That's an action.
You love pizza.
I would say I lust after pizza.
Okay, just so you can win the conversation. Is that why?
Oh, you want him to be like, I love tacos, and that's your that's no try do it.
If you
You
do you choose to love
past.
tacos? Do you choose to love tacos, or do you just love them because of the flavor or whatever reason? That's a feeling. That's not
Can
a
you
choice.
define love? What
And love. That's what we're speaking of, right? The act of having sex, having relations, and then we're talking about love. Now, what kind of love are you describing? Please describe the love to me. Tell me what it is, besides a feeling.
I'm not talking about the action. I'm talking about love, the feeling that you know when you feel it because you love someone.
How do you know it's love? What does it feel like? Tell me what it feels like.
That's a good question.
Butterflies? What is it? Is it butterflies in your stomach? What's the feeling? Tell me what the feeling is.
That's actually a good question. That's a good question. I would say it's a combination of things. I can't describe it, but I think it's mostly chemical responses in my brain.
Yeah, why did you object to my my idea that it could be chemical interactions? Now that you think that's all love is.
No, you said chemical castration. Did you not?
Okay. Yeah.
That's different. That's different, right? Okay.
Okay.
No, all I'm
I
saying.
didn't know that was like you had that basis in your next argument, but yeah.
Well, I don't know how we kind of got derailed a little bit, but I think if you want to go back to what I'm sorry, the guy.
No, I don't. No, go ahead. You carry on. I just thought it was
okay.
Kind of stuck out.
I'm driving, and I think you asked me what love is, what the feeling is. That's a good question. I don't think I can answer that accurately, other than I just think that there's a distinction between love, the action of showing someone love, and the feeling, the noun, I guess you would call it, of love, of what it actually is. I'm not sure.
You have no basis, so you have no basis of your claim. You don't know what it is.
I can describe.
Yeah,
it.
he married someone. The guy doesn't know what love is, but decided to get into a marriage covenant with a woman.
Yeah, because I love them, right?
No, you obviously didn't. You're not married to her anymore, bro.
Well, listen, I mean, to be fair, not being able to like deliberate on what you mean or express what doesn't mean that you don't know what something is.
Yeah, I can.
Marriage is for life.
Like the sort of, it's sort of like describing gravity, and I know this is a different subject. I can describe the effects of it and kind of how it behaves. I don't know exactly what causes it, right? Like I don't know what love, like how it manifests itself. But I know that I don't choose to do it. I know that I feel love for someone.
Would it be like an act of self-sacrifice, do you think? Would that be accurate?
That's different. See, that's a distinction. I think that's where you're coming in, which is fine. I think
That's not the emotion of feeling of love.
No, I think actually showing the action of love is related to the feeling of love, but there's a distinction, right?
That would be lust versus love, yeah. You're saying the feeling would be lust. The lust would be like that physical attraction at first sight that you have, that when the woman gets to be 75, that's going to go away, right?
No, I mean, I think you can show your fellow man love by helping them when they're almost about to struggle and drown into a river, and you sacrifice yourself to save them. That doesn't mean you love them and want to be with them and date them, right?
But that would be a form of brotherly love, right? And so you described it as being self-sacrifice. So now when it comes to marital love, wouldn't that be a self-sacrifice as?
I don't think that I choose to be with someone to self-sacrifice. That's what you're saying. Of course, it comes with it, right? I mean, I think for people that you love, you choose to sacrifice because you love them. I might be getting bad service.
Yeah, if you have plumbing issues, I wouldn't hire one of those people to do anything with their plumbing.
Yeah, sorry, I might have lost service. I didn't know if there was someone said something different, but I think that's really kind of all I have on the subject. To be honest, I think it got derailed a little bit on the subject of love, but I think you were describing something different. So I don't know if you want to go back that direction.
Yeah, we were talking about Luca and evolution.
Okay.
Want to know what love is?
Or do we all agree that there's? I'm driving, so excuse me if it's noisy. But do we all agree that there's different forms of love, and what kind of love are we describing? And
I think so.
Can we at least agree on that?
Yeah, I can agree on that for sure.
They're like
can you tell me what the different forms of love actually are, and then we can have the conversation about the sexual relation afterwards.
Again, I'm driving too, so I can't recall the other guy that brought up brotherly love just a second ago. I mean, that could be a form. No, I mean, it sounds like you probably have a lot of that's probably an area that you've looked into more. So you probably could speak on the matter, I guess. And I'd be happy to hear what you had to say.
I can't really understand what you're saying. It's kind of choppy for me, but are you the same guy who was equating chemical reactions to feeling or love? Are you equating all those things together? Or?
No, I don't think so. I don't have a huge. Can you hear me? By the way, it's going out a little bit for me, but I want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, you coming through now?
Okay, thanks. I don't have a lot of study in the area, but I was just inserting my 2 cents about the feeling of love, and whether or not it's a choice. I believe that it's something that you really don't have a choice in the matter. I believe that love just happens. So that's kind of where my argument was coming from. But and I would relate this to something that takes place inside of me, right? Like, and I would call that chemical, but I'm not really like arguing whether or not it's chemicals, but I'm certainly open to hearing what you have to say about it.
So when you're speaking about you have no choice in this love, right?
And the love that I'm describing, yeah.
Speaking about brotherly love, or are we speaking about love that's going to include the sexual behavior? What are we speaking about? This is what
North. North. Can we also make a distinction in the difference between love and lust, like Toro was getting at earlier? Thank you.
Yeah, that needs to be done also. But before we even get to that, we need to define what love actually is, and the different forms of love, and then we can talk about whether you have a choice to have sex with the same sex. That's what we need to get to.
I think what I'm describing is an overall feeling of how you feel about somebody that you want to be with, right? Like I don't know how else to really frame it. I don't think I think that lust is a different thing. And I think that did I drop out? Can anybody hear me?
I'll be able to step out in a few, but I keep hearing the word feeling come up, and that doesn't suffice.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to elucidate, but I think that my service is shoddy. So maybe you can go through your what you're gonna talk about, and I can try and pick up when I get better service, or someone else can step in.
So when you love someone, do you perform selfish behavior? I mean, when I look at the behavior that you're speaking of, the same sex thing, I see selfish behavior. I see you putting what you call a partner in danger. It's very dangerous. Not only is it very dangerous, but it's very selfish behavior. And I think when people started telling you or speaking earlier about having offspring and what that sexual behavior is intended for and how to progress as living beings, I think you're regressing. So it's not going to be a. I think SE said it, or someone said it earlier when they said you left the natural use and you're doing something unnatural. And I don't know if you know much about plumbing, but like I said, I wouldn't hire one to do any plumbing work for me because they have some plumbing issues, man. A lot of plumbing issues.
I just disagree. I don't think that this conversation is going to be productive, to be honest. But I simply disagree on the basics.
I think people are born loving the same sex in a sexual manner, or do you think they learn that by their environment and by being taught that by others? How do you think that comes about?
I think that there's a combination, but I think it's mostly genetic. Allele frequencies, etc. Gene expressions. Yeah.
Okay, well, that would be like saying.
Well, this is the question I would pose to you.
It's kind of like saying it's in your genes to be an alcoholic, so the baby's going to come out and he's going to start grabbing a fifth of liquor and acting on that behavior.
Do you have any desire to sleep with the same sex?
No, I have no desire to do that. No.
Right. And that won't change, I imagine, right?
No.
It doesn't matter if the environment becomes all men. Maybe an institutionalized, right? But I don't
no
think
one is born wanting to have sex. No one is born wanting to have sex. Not
right.
one.
I didn't address that. Look, I didn't address that because of course not, right? That's you made that point, and I should have said yes. I don't believe people are born to love. They have an instinct, and then maybe they have an instinct towards their father and their mother, right? But I think love is definitely something that your brain has to develop.
A person can have all kind of issues, whether they have chemical imbalances or whatever. But you ultimately choose to act on behavior. People restrain themselves. There's things that I would like to do, but I restrain myself from doing because I know it wouldn't benefit, right? And so the behavior you're speaking of is very dangerous to what people call their partner, and it's very selfish behavior. When we look at this realm we live in and how things act, what reality actually is, and if you got a child coming from a mother and a father, then that's the natural use, and you had a benefit. You had a child, and now this child you're saying is born with some genetic issue that they're going to be born homosexual. Is that what you're saying?
No, of course not.
Okay, so is it learned behavior?
I think I told you that it's a combination, but it's mostly genetic.
So it's mostly genetic and not mostly learned behavior. So I would say that it's the exact opposite. It's mostly learned behavior due to the fact that you have to learn about sex. You have to learn about reproduction and where you came from. You learn those things. So all of the people who are actually, participating in this behavior, I think that you could easily say that they have learned this behavior and seen it from others. Not only people, but the animal kingdom also. Animals learn just like people learn. And so they'll do things that are unnatural. And I think I heard SE or someone say that, to do self-destructive behavior, which we've already described, this is a destructive behavior. And it's a very selfish behavior at the very root of it when you just look at reality. And
when you say destructive, do you mean just not productive?
When I say destructive, I mean actually life-threatening. I don't know if you know what happens in that kind of behavior with a male and another male, but it is very it can be very destructive. You do understand that, right?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not going to get into the gory details of preparations and and bleeding and all of these type of things and what you're actually doing. I think it's common sense to understand what can happen, and I think it's common sense to understand that it's a very big plumbing issue, if you get my drift. A very big plumbing issue, right? You're not going to drink from your sewage pipe, are you?
Do you remember the question I posed to you about whether or not you would choose to sleep with someone of the same sex, and you said no, you would not, right?
And I said I would not choose that because it is a behavior that you have to choose to act upon. Yeah, I would not choose that behavior.
But do you have any desire to?
No. Now, if for example, I started rejecting reality and the natural use of things like a hammer, a drill, a piece of wood, the creator and procreation, if I rejected those things, right, and I continue living my life rejecting what is the natural use of things, not only am I going to destroy a lot of things, but I'm not going to be beneficial for anyone around me, not even the animals. So can you see that? That's kind of common sense, right?
Well, I think you're assuming a lot with that statement. But I wanted to ask you one other question.
Well, natural use would be an assumption if you can procreate. You understand how we procreate. I'm procreate. You understand that. So that would be the natural use. And what would be the unnatural use? Is something
what about people that are celibate? What about people that choose not to procreate? What about people that can't procreate?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat that. Just speak a little slower and away from the mic so I can hear you.
I'm wearing headphones, but do you think that there is a difference between what you're describing and people that say, for instance, cannot procreate, or choose not to procreate, or choose to remain celibate?
Whether you can procreate or you choose not to procreate is besides the point. The reality is we do have people that are procreated, and those people who choose not to procreate, they were given birth to, so they actually came from a male and a female, and they would not have been here if it wasn't for the male and the female and the natural use of each of those people. So that's very, very easy to understand, right? That anything other than that would be unnatural, and not only unnatural but unbeneficial, right?
So are you saying that gay people have a desire to actually? They don't have a desire to sleep with people of the same sex, and they just do it for another reason. They do it because they just choose to be bad.
Well, there's many reasons. It's like I said that people can have learned behavior and they can try that at a young age without living a whole lot of life and having experience. But other people who have lived a long life and experienced many things and seen the reality they live in, they actually come to that point after rejecting, like I said earlier, rejecting the natural use of things, rejecting the creator. And that's what happens. The creator hands them over to a useless mind. So they take the natural things and they use them unnaturally. And so I think that, the creator speaks, he speaks to that, and he tells you what kind of people they are. Those people are covenant breakers, backbiters, haters of God, haters of so many things. And so when you see people who choose that behavior, I've been around for quite a long time, and I've never met a person that chooses that behavior that seems like they have it all there. I'm not sure about you, but I haven't met one that I don't think has some kind of issue with either God, their parents, or something of that nature.
I know a lot of gay people who are 10 times the person you are. You're just a hateful human. That's it.
Is it your position that straight people have it all together?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is it your position that straight people have it all together?
No, it's not my position that straight people have everything, all ALL together, but it is my position that straight people do have that one thing together, that they're straight, and they use the things for what they were intended to be used for and not the unnatural use, which is damaging to both partners and very selfish.
Do you disagree with anal sex and consensual straight relationships?
Anything that could damage your partner, anything that's selfish, and when I say selfish, I'm not sure if you're catching my drift, but if
Would you agree that vaginal sex could be damaging to your partner?
Yeah, there's many different things that can be damaging in many ways, but those we're going to get into a completely different topic if you want to start talking about that. So I'm not actually going to go there because if there's no consent, yeah, I'm not going to get into the non-consensual straight sex and how that can be damaging. I'm not going to really get into that.
No. That's not where I was going. That's not where I was going.
Well, tell me where you were going with.
I think there's a delay on
being very damaging to the female or the male. Well, what are you saying? In what way?
I think that vaginal sex can be just as damaging as anal sex. Both need to have precautions taken.
In what way? Give me an example. Give me an example.
I think probably tearing of the skin. I don't know. I mean,
9 months later, a baby comes out.
So
yeah, that's a good one.
Now are you speaking about people being rough and this being non-consensual, or both people being involved?
No, of course not.
I mean, we're going to get into.
Yes, I said consensual. I said consensual.
Okay, we're going to get into the weeds here. So I'm just going to use common sense for the moment, and I'm going to tell you that the homosexual behavior is damaging and can be very damaging.
But you did.
And if you don't know that, I'm not going to get into the gory details. You can actually, look into it yourself. Because I'm not going to speak about that, online.
Yeah, we can back out of this. But I did want to see if you would answer my question on whether or not you would agree that consensual straight sex, or I want to know what your position is on anal sex for straight partners that's consensual. You sort of floated your answer, and I'd like for you to answer it directly.
My answer is simply this: it's not okay with me, nor do I think it's okay with the Creator, nor do I think it's okay to do that to your partner. It's a very selfish act, not only for the man to do that, but there's so many different angles to look at when you're speaking about that. But it's still an unnatural use. It's unnatural. There is no benefit to it. There's more so damage than there is a benefit to it. And that's what I'm saying. The damage outweighs the benefit. So if we're going to look at reality and see how we all got here, it was not from homosexual practice. We all got here. You got here from the natural use. That's how you got here, right? So you didn't come out of anyone's anus. Nothing like that happened, right? So
but you would agree that there's
looking at basic common sense. It's unnatural, it's dangerous, and it's selfish. And it doesn't prolong people living on the earth.
But would you agree that sex can be for both recreation and for procreating, and they don't have to be? They can be delineated by, say, you want to have sex and you don't want to have a kid, and you take proper precautions to not have a kid, or do you disagree with that altogether?
Can a man and woman recreationally have sex? Yes.
And what I mean by that is,
should they have anal sex? No, not in my opinion. No.
Okay, but we don't have to get into the topic of birth control, but you would agree that if you're doing it for recreation with the intent of not having a child, that you could take steps to prevent it, and that would be perfectly okay with consensual straight partners. Is that right?
Depending on what steps you take, depending on whether you're going to create life and then destroy that life the next day, that would be wrong. that again would be the unnatural and the detriment of a life. That's what that would be. And not only that, but when you start talking about sex and promiscuous sex and all the people having sex, and these type of things, there's a reason we have brothers and sisters meeting each other and falling in love and then having children that have issues. And it's because of all the promiscuity amongst mankind today. People sleeping with each other's wives and things of that nature, which is just completely unnatural also.
I think I was just describing boy meets girl, falls in love, right? Just typical relationship.
What is love? How does he fall? What does that mean? These words have no meaning to you other than I want to get to the sex gratification.
No.
They have
That's
no meaning.
how can you draw that conclusion?
Because based upon what you've been speaking about for the past 20 minutes, it seems to be all about, the sex part is all about the love part, and it's all about falling in love, and you have no choice. Same sex is going to have sex with the same sex, and that's just ridiculous.
No, I didn't even mention sex once. All I said was love. It's very hard for me to reconcile love being a choice. I think the act of love is different. That was what I said earlier.
How did he fall in love with the girl? Walk me through it.
I mean, by experiencing and learning who they were and just enjoying them, right?
A crackhead experiences a great experience when they smoke crack. Does that mean they should smoke crack and that's love?
Well, I was just describing, I think I was just giving a very condensed version of how someone could fall in love, right? I don't think that if you're equivocating on experiences that are similar, like bringing the same conclusion, and that's not my position.
Well, what is the experience? You have to walk me through the experience. Tell me what the experience is and show me how that equates to love.
It's very hard to describe what the feeling of love is. Okay, I mentioned that I'd be open to hearing other people speak on the matter that or give their opinion, like you've been. I think you've been trying to get to, and we kind of got off track. But
when you say the feeling of love, you keep going back to the feeling. Do you think love is just a feeling, and you think is that 90% of love? Is that love in complete form is feeling? Is that all it is feeling?
No, I think it's chemicals. I think that the feeling comes from the chemicals.
Do chemicals make you feel a certain way?
Of course.
Okay, so are the chemicals the feeling? Or are the feelings the effect of the chemicals? What are you saying?
The feeling is a result of the chemicals. Yeah, absolutely.
So the feeling you get is a result of the chemicals.
Yeah. Have you ever had an aspirin when you had a sore arm, and it made it feel better because of the chemicals? They did stuff. That's sort of what I'm describing. Chemicals that exist in everyone. They interact in different ways, and the best that I can understand.
Love is chemicals, and there's no choice.
I think that it is brought about by chemicals, but the experience of love is something that is unique to different individuals, I guess. It sounds like you're trying to. You can make your point. It sounds like maybe like you're pulling teeth, and I'm like trying to pull away from you, but I'm not. So like if you want to try to say like that it's not feeling, that it's not chemicals, then that's fine. But that's how I can best describe it. I don't know that I don't know that love really can be defined as sort of a base term. I think it's almost like the word truth or something, right? Like when you ask what someone means by that. Like
when you love your brother, is that chemicals?
What do you mean by love? Are you saying just feel love for your brother?
That's exactly my question. What do you mean by love? There's different forms of love. So I'm not equating love to sexual behavior. I'm not equating love to sex.
No, I know. I don't think you are. I don't think you are.
Okay, so I've already, stated my position is there's different forms of love. You have
When
a
I love
brother,
my brother.
right? So if you have a brother and you love
Yeah.
him, is that based upon chemicals? Is that the love you have for your brother? It's just chemicals and you have no choice. You love your brother. Are there people who hate their brother?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's of
Why?
course that's true.
Is it because of chemicals?
Chemicals, I guess. Yeah,
Chemicals?
I guess I would have to stick with chemicals.
You wouldn't say that there was any choices that were being made by the brother that caused you to not love the brother?
No, see now that's where the difference is. I think that you're making a mistake when you say choices that caused you to hate, right? Hate is not a choice. Hate
I didn't
is
say
something
that.
that
Hate is a choice.
That's not what I said.
well
I
my
said
point is this.
if you do not love your brother, right? If you don't love him, now if you do love him, you believe it's just chemicals. But if you do not love him, then what happened to the chemicals? Was it because he made choices that were that made you feel some kind of way to not love him? Could there be choices that he made? What are you basing not loving your brother on? Is it chemicals also, or is it things that the other things that have happened that you experienced with your brother?
So when I was a kid, I used to absolutely love ketchup. I put it on everything. As I grew up, I grew to love different things. I still like ketchup. I don't love it. And I would say that the way that I love ketchup or don't love ketchup anymore is something that I don't choose. It's something that I don't really have a desire for. So I think it comes
there's
back
a
to desire,
language.
which is chemicals.
I think there's a language problem. If we're speaking about loving ketchup, and we're speaking about loving our brother or our family or loving our spouse or loving the same sex, do you equate all those things to just chemicals? Is that it? Because if that's it, man, I don't know, man.
I think well, do you say that do you disagree that desires are you disagree that desires are not related to chemicals?
Well, all desire does not come from chemicals, and the acting out on that desire, the acting on it, actually performing the behavior, is totally different from just the chemicals. It involves more than just chemicals. There's a choice being made. But I would say
do you have a choice to desire
when you desire things, we also have to take into account that there is a creator. You had a mother and father, and that's where you came from. And if there is a creator and he has a natural use of things and you're using them unnaturally, it is very easy to understand that what he has said about people who leave the natural use and reject him, he will hand them over to their own desire and desires of unnatural uses. So they just completely destroy themselves, and there's no coming back from that, right? I mean, if the creator hands you over to a useless mind, do you think that there's any hope that you could repent or turn away from that if the creator himself handed you over to it? I don't think it's worth talking to people who reject the creator, reject reality, reject procreation, reject natural uses of things, and they promote the destruction and the non-beneficial actions. I think it's a terrible thing, man. But we got to that point where people have a completely useless mind. So there's no basis for the things they say or the things they believe or act upon.
I guess to answer your question about ketchup, yeah, I desire ketchup a lot less than I used to. I used to absolutely go nuts for ketchup, and I'd love it. Right, I really truly desired it. I didn't have a choice necessarily to desire it. I think similarly in relationships we desire one another. I don't think that that's a choice, and it sounds like you are disagreeing with me.
Saying acting upon the desire is a choice. The desire,
the desire itself,
the desire you have, like the desire I have to, if I have a desire to slap someone across the face because they did me wrong or something, I can restrain myself. I do have a choice to hold my composure, right? So I do
desire itself,
choose
you
not
don't have
to
a
act
choice,
upon.
right?
I do choose not to act upon.
That's what I'm saying.
Those desires. So there are desires that people have but they choose to act upon those desires. And once you lose that, ability to choose to act upon something, and you believe that you have no choice, I believe that the Creator has probably handed you over to a useless mind.
Do you have the desire to sleep with a woman who's I presume that you're either married or you're in a relationship? Do you have a desire to have sex with that person at some point in your life?
If you're married to a woman and you're a male, of course you're going to have desire to have sexual relations with your wife. Yes.
Yeah. And do you believe that gay people have desires to sleep with one another, for instance?
Yeah, but that's the unnatural part that you're skipping over.
I believe what happened is the desire came from somewhere. Just like when I was taught about the male and the female coming together to have myself, I was taught about the love of a woman and a man and what that produces and how it's beneficial. Yeah, but when you speak about other people's desires, I've already made a distinction. There are some desires that people have that are completely unnatural, and they're taught behaviors because it gratifies them quickly. And those desires and those people that act upon that kind of behavior to be, gratified in that way and to put other people in harm's way, that's just stupid, man. I'm just telling you, it's really stupid.
What if both people consent to, I don't know, something that they're willing to, that they say, hey, we're going to do this act, and we are gay men, for instance, or gay women, and we are willing to accept the responsibility of anything, any harm that we might do to one another. We'll take precautions. And by the way, I think that what you're saying is extremely rare if that happens between gay couples. But for the sake of argument, just follow my example, and that they have the desire to be with one another, and they have the right to be happy like other humans. I would assume that you would agree that everyone has a right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, etc. And they're not harming one another. They choose to accept responsibility for any harm that they might do to one another, just like straight couples do when they sleep together. How is that different?
When I look at people who speak about the condition of things, like, and they don't produce anything, and then you're speaking about those kind of people, you know what I'm saying? I live in reality.
It's about reproduction. It's about reproduction.
Yeah, North.
Well, that's
the natural versus unnatural is probably where he's going.
Yeah, I think I understand. I understand where he's going.
And how old are these people? And
consensual adults, whatever you want to call them, 30-something.
Okay.
Whatever.
So now, this example you're giving, was there any learned behavior, or was it all chemicals? I don't want to keep just reciting the same thing over and over, but I think it's pretty obvious that this is a learned behavior. Not only a learned behavior, but desires
aren't learned.
It is not obvious at all.
No, well, desires that we have, they're not learned behaviors. Like you're trying to say that they're all learned
desire. I'm not speaking about desire. I'm speaking about the action. Acting upon the desire, which you have a choice, right?
Yeah.
You have a choice of whether you're going to listen to this chemical imbalance that you have or you're not, right? You have a choice. So the acting upon the desire is what I'm speaking of. Now, I can't do anything about what 2 35-year-old men want to do with themselves. I'm not going to tell them not to do what they're doing. I'm going to tell them it's wrong, and I'm going to tell anyone who's standing by it's completely unnatural. And it's dangerous.
But how is it destructive?
And it's destructive. I told you I wasn't going to get into the gory aspect of it and what actually happens, but I would tell you it's also destructive in the way that you're not producing anything. You're not producing what you're intending to produce. Yeah, you're not doing that often. So there's many different angles that we can look at, but some of those things when we start looking at them, those are things I really don't want to speak about online.
And that's why I asked you if two adults could take precautions that are straight individuals consensually have sex for recreation, not to procreate. You said that's okay. So I don't understand how that's different.
No, I said a married couple can have recreational
sex. How about
sex.
two men that are married?
That's okay. That's okay
Yeah.
for a married couple to have recreational sex. I said
For the
it's
sake of
not
argument.
okay for it's not okay for people to run around being promiscuous, having sex, and then choosing another partner and another partner and another partner. And
that's not
this
my
is how
argument.
we have brothers and sisters meeting, and you can see how that would be a detriment to society, the promiscuity, because you would have people of the same family having children, and that's very detrimental.
So two straight people that get married and they don't want to have kids, are they being harmful to society by not reproducing?
No, they're most certainly not.
So what's the difference?
The difference is when we include all the different aspects, like the creator, what the creator wants you to do, you know, what is the intended purpose for the thing that you're speaking about. These are things that need to be considered, and the benefits and all of those things, the procreation. But when you're saying a man and a woman get together and they do not want to have children, well, there are times when you probably shouldn't have children. And I think that, the creator speaks about when there's a time of trouble, it's going to be terrible for the people with child and to those who get stuck in those days. So it wouldn't be beneficial for you to have a child in a time of trouble or a time of war. That wouldn't be beneficial for you to be trying to make a child when you know war is going to be lasting more than 9 months or 2 years. So there's different things to consider when we're speaking about the reality we live in. We can't just say, oh, it's okay because they're consenting and, it's not hurting anyone else. Well, how do you know it's not hurting anyone else? When you see two homosexual men together, that's something you have to explain to your child what it is, why it's wrong, and all those things. So it's detrimental to other people because you're taking time away from them because you're doing something that's completely unnatural that now I have to explain to the child that learns what sex is by me teaching them. It's learned behavior. So it's a learned action that you choose to act upon, but you have to learn about it first, right? And
So
if you have children that are like, just born in the wild and they come out and they're just mounting everything, it's unnatural, man. And that child and all children have desires to gratify themselves immediately. That's basically what people are born in this world wanting to do. And they have to be taught what the natural thing is versus the unnatural thing, what's beneficial, what's detrimental. And these are things that we could, speak about, but it'll take a long time to speak about every different aspect of it. But it's
is it your position that homosexuality is entirely learned behavior? Is that what you're saying?
I think I made it clear that it's not just entirely learned behavior, because
is there a genetic role?
People do have desires, and if something feels good to you, and let's say, what can I use as an example? I don't want to be too graphic. If something
how about how
good,
Christians love to
right?
judge everybody? That would be a very good example.
Well, I make judgments every day, and I judge every matter. It doesn't matter if you're a Christian, a non-Christian. I'm going to judge the matter. I'm not the one condemning you. I'm not the one putting you to death and executing you, but I am going to judge the matter. And when you have a position, you are judging. So your position is a judgment also, just as my position is a judgment also. So the judging, I have no issue with. You can judge me all day. I can judge the things you say all day. In fact, I hope you do that. It shows some modicum of intelligence. So getting back to the ways that people come to this behavior, like I said, it's a rejecting the reality they live in, rejecting the creator, rejecting the natural use. Not only that, but just the rejecting the creator. When you start out doing that, You really can't ask someone anything if you don't believe they are and you reject them. You will not get an answer, and that's very clear that the Creator has stated that, and it's just common sense. Anyone can relate to that. If someone isn't listening to you, they're rejecting your existence. You're not going to give them an answer if they ask you a question. I think that's easy to understand. So the worshiping of the creation and the gratification and all of these things involving all of your time and investing it in things like that, and rejecting the natural use and the reality we live in, it's going to lead to you doing things that are very detrimental and unnatural. It's going to lead you to a useless mind, which is good for nothing.
And so basically what you're saying is the way that it's different is because it makes you do bad things, and that's basically what I'm hearing. I'm not trying to be condescending.
What is the it that makes you do bad things that you're saying? I'm saying what is the it?
The difference between, I don't know, two men and a man and a woman that choose not to procreate. The difference between the two scenarios where neither are procreating.
The difference between the two is one is doing a natural use and one is doing a unnatural use.
Well,
and the unnatural
let's just say that they choose to be celibate, right? So there's really no, we're not really using.
We're not talking about celibacy. We're talking about acting upon a desire and it being a homosexual desire, and why that would be detrimental to not only themselves but to society.
I have a question.
Really what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on celibacy.
So what's your like kind of like definition of like a gay man? Is it a person who only wants to have sex with men? Is it a person who's had sex with men? Like what's your definition of a gay man?
Who are you asking?
I think it's pretty much common sense in here that when we're speaking of a gay man or a gay woman, we're speaking about someone who has sex with the same sex or wants to have sex with the same sex, and we're speaking about acting upon the desire. We're not speaking about the desire and that's it. We're speaking about acting upon the desire. So when you say a gay man, that would be a man who's having a relation with another man of the same sex.
So if a man had a relation with another man, and let's say that guy was Christian and he was lost, and then he repents and never has sex with another man again, is that man gay?
If a man repents of behavior that he chose to act upon, yeah, if you learn behavior, like I said earlier, if you learn those types of behaviors and you think that's what's right, and then you come to the realization of the Creator and you do not reject him, and you actually repent, and you turn away from that behavior and you do not act upon that behavior, then you're not a gay man currently. If you turn away from it, you wouldn't currently be a gay man present tense, right?
Oh, and so let's just say like that happened, you've repented, but you still have desires and you still have thoughts, but you're not acting on them. Are you a gay man?
If you're not acting upon the desire and you have turned away from that, but you still have a recalling of a memory of something. Now,
this isn't just a memory. This is like new stuff. He sees like this is new, not just a memory. It's new things that pop in this dude's head. But he's trying to live a Christian life, but these are the desires that are going through his head.
That would show me that he's rejecting the Creator again, because if he's married and he's rejected this, repented of it and moved away from it, and he's got married, and now he's having thoughts about men that he sees walking around, he's not a Christian. So he's not even a Christian if he's doing that. If he's having,
saying like you can't control your dreams, you know what I mean? You could
yes, you can. You most certainly can. Yes, you can.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think some people have lucid dreaming abilities, but I would say most people really couldn't. I'm just saying, like the guy, it's not like he's like in the office, sees some dude goes by and like gets all flustered and stuff, but like he's just repetitively having these thoughts, and they're not the memory; it's a new thing. And the question is, like,
all of the thoughts that you have are not just your thoughts. Like, you can be influenced from outside forces. When I speak about God, if there's a God, there's an opposition, and you can be influenced. We know that, we can give subliminal messages to people, make them think about things, and we can do that as men, right? So there are other things at play here that we're not considering. But
I understand what you're saying in that regard, but what I'm saying is this, and like I said, we kind of go through the whole case and like keep it like together. This individual fell to temptation of his own desires, right? Repented, got married, not acting on them, but these desires are coming back to him. You're saying
he's not holding his thoughts captive. He wouldn't be holding his thoughts captive, and therefore he wouldn't be living as Christ. So if he wants to live as Christ, he needs to put others above himself and not just be thinking about gratifying himself while he's a married man and he sees some dude walking by that he thinks is fine, right?
Well, yeah,
So,
and I may have made it as colloquial as that, but like kind of like what I was saying was like this guy's like literally like he's having sex with his wife, he's doing all these things, but he still has that thought. He's still that like it's just in his head. I'm not saying like he's like on Grindr and swiping right and stuff like that, but like he is acting in accordance with your God, and you're saying that this person is not a Christian because he has thoughts that are put in his head. Like you said, it could be subliminal, it could be from the media, it could be somewhere else. But these thoughts are put in his head, and he's doing everything he can to control it. And your statement to him is he's not a Christian.
no, we're kind of walking past each other. And what I'll tell you is, I heard you say he's seen some guy in the office and he got all flustered. Is he continuously looking at this guy? Is he turning away? Is he turning away? All of these different things, these second by second, minute by minute, we would have to look at. You're just giving an example, and it's not really based in any kind of reality that you're presenting to me. So
I specifically said he's not doing that, just to make the case and point that like this isn't some like lustful type behavior. I specifically said he's not doing that behavior.
If he's desiring it, he's already done it. That's the problem.
I said that. I said that he had sex with a guy prior and repented. Remember?
I understand, but you don't get what I'm saying. You said that he is desiring this currently. He's already walked away from it. Now he's desiring it and having the memories of it, right? And what I'm telling you is, if he's desiring that, then
North, can I ask a clarifying question?
Are we speaking about just a memory, which if you have a mind, you're going to have a memory, or are we speaking about memories and dwelling on those memories and then having a desire based upon the experience of that memory? Because if that's what we're speaking about, then the desire to do something to the same sex that's walking by while you're currently married would not be Christian according to Christ. And it would be just as bad as performing the behavior, because you're desiring it, and that's what your thoughts are, and you're not holding your thoughts captive. So it's leading to a useless mind. Is what it's leading to. Useless body, useless mind, just useless everything.
Okay, and so like I said, like the whole story, you have an individual who committed sin. He repented from that sin. This individual is not lusting after the same sex anymore. I said he randomly would have a dream. You said you can control your dream, so he went somewhere else with it. But
yeah, you can control your dreams, right? If you control your thoughts, see, a lot of people can't control. Let's stick on this for just a minute. A lot of people who cannot control their dreams, they have issues. They are not holding their thoughts captive. They are not in charge of their mind, and they're in danger. And that's what I'm telling you. And it's, to me, it's common sense. And to me, I've had the experience. I know how to control my dreams. So I know how to control my thoughts, whether I'm asleep or whether I'm awake. I know how to control my actions. I know how to control my thoughts.
Some people have, it's called lucid dreaming. Some people have that capability. Some people do, some people don't. I would say the majority of the people don't. but what I'm saying is, it's, you know, you have this individual committed the sin, he repented. This individual is not actively trying to have these thoughts go into their head, but they do, and this individual is.
Does he desire it, or does he just have thoughts of memories popping up in his head? Or are these things not memories and he is desiring to have sex with some new guy that's walking by? What is your example?
I would as the hypothetical, I would say if the thoughts are coming in his head, he could potentially desire it. So I would say the answer would be, if the thoughts are in his head, then I guess potentially he's desiring it.
Yeah, he's not holding the thoughts captive, right? He's not holding his thoughts captive. He's not in control. He's out of control, therefore out of his mind. Therefore, he's in danger of a useless mind. If there are times when he has control of himself, and then there are other times when you have no control of your thoughts, you're in danger. It's very easy to see. You're in danger.
Okay, and so, and like I was saying earlier, remember the whole story. He already is predisposed. You said there's genetic components to this, so there's potentially a genetic predisposition to this behavior.
There's no genetic predisposition to be a homosexual. No, I never said that. That's not the case.
You said
a person can be effeminate based upon, you know, certain things that you're speaking about and the environment they grow up in. A male can most certainly be effeminate and act like a woman and have those same mannerisms, but to act out upon a desire, or to actually have the desire to act upon that desire, those are two different things, man.
And but the genetic component of seeing the same sex and becoming sexually excited, that could be a genetic
component. What is the genetic component?
I don't know, but I don't know the actual genetic component, but that's what I'm saying. That could be a genetic component, correct?
When you have no basis of what the genetic component is that's actually causing this behavior or this desire or these thoughts.
Okay,
then,
so
then
there's a genetic
you're
component for
speaking to speak.
male. If there's a genetic component for male-female attraction, would you agree that there's one there?
But I agree that there's a genetic component for attraction.
For males and females,
Attraction,
yes.
like what I'm looking at, if it's pleasing to my eyes, is that what you're saying? What would that genetic component be, sir?
I think he's saying a sexual desire, sexual attraction.
Yes, the sexual desire.
A sexual desire. When does that happen?
So specifically to the question that was asked, do you think that there is a genetic component that males have when they see a female that would attract them to them?
I think it's in the code of man and woman to do and act upon the natural. Yeah.
Okay. So here's a potential genetic component based upon that feature. This individual's genetic thing that makes that happen, it's broken, in the words that you would truly want to use, probably. And when they see a male, they get the same result that they get when you see a female. Can you accept that?
Which one of those has the issue? There's clearly an issue, right?
So
there's a distinction that you're making, and the distinction that you're making is one is going to, choose based upon this genetic, whatever it is. You haven't even told me what it is yet. But
I said what it was. Remember, it was the same genetic component that would attract the male to the female.
I heard what you said, but you haven't told me what that is. You haven't actually pointed at it and told me what it is.
We agreed that it existed. So I don't have to sit there and tie it down, and I didn't want to. That's why I wanted to come to that agreement with you. So you do not agree that there is a component genetically that attracts males and females. Do you agree with that? I don't know that.
Attracts in what sense? Eye pleasing?
Sexual attraction. Sexual attraction. Sexual attraction.
Are you speaking of erections? What are you speaking of? Is it pleasing to my eyes, or does it give me an erection? What are you speaking of?
A combination of both.
Okay, so this genetic okay, both. We're speaking of both now.
Combination of both. Yes, you see this individual, and you think,
And
and there's
the pleasing to my eyes. What's the genetics part on that? Can you explain that to me?
so the pleasing to your eyes genetic part would be that males select females based upon physical attributes that they present fertility. So
And
there's
is that the same across the
colorations.
board? Is that the same across the
Not
board?
across the
So it's
board.
not the same genetic
Not across
disposition
the.
that
They don't
so
seek the same
let
features.
me
The
say
same.
this.
Hold
Let
on.
me say this
No.
really
The same
quick. No,
features are.
Let me just say
Okay.
this real quick. It was the same genetic disposition that you gave for a man looking at a woman and feeling a certain way, and then you gave that same genetic disposition to the homosexual that looked at the same sex and felt the same way. So those were the same, but now
Hold
it's
on.
different.
No. I don't know what you're saying at all. I don't know what you're saying at all. So let's kind of start over, okay? So I asked you if you thought that there was some sort of genetic mechanism that made males attracted to females. You said yes, and then you were getting into like what it is, and I was just trying to get to the agreement because if you could say that same mechanism, and you can even use a word you would love, but that mechanism is quote unquote broken, and the reaction that individual gets as a male that they would normally get in your terms from seeing a female when they look at another male, they get those types of stimulations and responses. That's where we are, I think.
We're at body types. You were speaking about the body and the male being attracted to the
So yeah, pleasing eyes. There's that.
male. If the male is
pleasing.
attracted to the woman for specific, things about her body, can you tell me what those are? And how we can actually get some evidence of that? Because I see, I see males choosing all kind of body types. So
Yeah. So can we first define a time frame in which we want to make these selections in? Because if we're going to speak about modern day, if we're going to speak about ancient days, it would be two completely different types of selections. But one of the major ones that were selected for was breast size. That's something
it's genetic. It's genetics, right?
No,
you said it's something genetic, but it's going to change from today.
Breast size was something that across almost every ethnic group was selected for because of the presentation of fertility.
Selected, so someone made a choice.
That's actually there's a correlation between malnourished men having a preference for big tits over like big ass. Whereas if they were not malnourished, they would have a preference of a big ass and wide hips because that's actually more associated with childbearing abilities and stuff.
So I heard the word selected, and so you're making a choice to select one. So let me just finish. So you select one over the other, and it's all based upon the body type, right? It's all based upon how big the breasts are, how big the hips are, and all of this.
Those are factors.
Is this a selection being made by society? Is it being taught to people that this is the only way to do it, man? She's got to have those wide childbearing hips, and she's got to, have some big breasts. That's what you got to have, or you're not going to have life. You're not going to sustain life. Is this learned behavior? Is this behavior that just is genetic, and does that change over time, and why? And what is this genetic mechanism that you're speaking of that?
Okay, so one, I'm not going to. So do we not agree that there's a genetic mechanism that attracts men to women? Because if we don't, then I'll just get off that topic. And if you do, we can stay on this topic. It's not about me.
We're just speculating at this point. I mean, because if you're saying that's what it is, but you can't tell me what it is, we're just going to agree on something that neither one of us are going to sit here and describe and actually give evidence for, then we're just speculating. But if we're going to use common sense, we can say that men have chosen women with big breasts and wide hips, and though that relationship didn't work out, maybe she cheated on him or he cheated on her, and they both remarried. And guess what? The male married this girl with a flat chest and a flat rear and a narrow waist.
Would that be learned behavior?
No, that would be a choice. That would be a choice that the person made. They just chose a different person. So it's not just based upon this chemical that's telling you to make this choice. You don't have any choice. You have to go for the large breast.
You're not so
There's
so
nothing.
you're
There's
not
nothing.
hearing what I
The
said.
same genetic mechanism you're speaking about for a homosexual is the same genetic mechanism that you equated to a male and a female, and the male choosing the female with big breasts and so on and so forth. And I'm
No,
just telling you that that
this is
can
the
be
problem. So
easily
this is the problem with the whole
refuted.
conversation. You asked me another question and I was answering the other question, and now you're conflating the entire thing to try to do something. But that's not what happened.
No, I'm just telling you that you're contradicting your own position when you're speaking about
you
different
are purposely contradicting the competition by jumping left and right and moving goalposts. I was trying to get on a common framework with you on a genetic mechanism that men and women have. I thought we agreed on that mechanism. I said that mechanism in someone could be quote unquote broken, and they could now have these feelings towards when they see women and men, they now have these feelings. You said, oh, so what do men see? I said, breast size is one of them. So now you're like, oh, so now dudes see breasts. No, that's not what I'm saying. That is an aspect of that brain structure, that neurotype. So on the other person's neurotype, it wouldn't be them seeking this. It wouldn't be that same type of outlook, essentially, for the information that's being sought. So you're the one who's very confusing. But like on top of it, like you're moving the goalposts to try to manipulate this into something to where you can make a blanket statement like the one you just made.
What was the statement I just made?
I think basically what he's saying is that he wants to.
What was the statement? Just 1 minute. What was the statement I just made that you thought you just refuted? What was it?
I never said I refuted anything.
What was the statement I just made that you clearly were speaking on, and you said it was based upon the statement I made? What was the statement I made? See, when you're contradicting yourself so many times,
No. I'm just
about love, when you're speaking about love, when you're speaking about love, when you're speaking, just give me a second. When you're speaking about love in the conversation, we were speaking about love, we were speaking about desire, we were speaking about thoughts, we were speaking about dreams, we were speaking about the mechanism that is the same for the homosexual to be in love with a homosexual as it is for a man to be in love with a woman. These are all things you were speaking of. But now when it comes to
listen. What he's
stated, and I'm making all of my statements are based upon our conversation that we've been having. And so nowhere am I jumping left, nowhere am I jumping right outside of the conversation. I'm still in the conversation that we were having. You just want to look at one little part of something, and you don't want to consider the parts that have already been explained to you.
No, I'm not.
I think what he was saying was that he was trying to circle back to what you guys started, where it got derailed because you were starting to sort of partition the conversation into smaller and smaller segments without kind of looping back to the main point. His main point is that if there's a genetic disposition where males can be attracted to females or females can be attracted to males, could there be a genetic disposition for males to be attracted to males using a broken, as you would call it, I think that's how he put it, what would be considered a broken genetic component, but therefore still genetic? Could that be a mechanism that could cause males to be attracted to males, or similarly females being attracted to females?
What is this genetic mechanism?
You agree that it exists, so it doesn't matter.
You
agree that it exists. You agree that it exists, so it doesn't matter. There is a mechanism.
I did not. I said we are speculating at this point because you haven't told me what it is. You haven't said what it is, right? You haven't given any evidence for it.
You said that this is, to quote you, you said something to the effect that the creator, you believe that the creator placed it inside of us to have an attractive, something to that effect, to have an attraction to the
creator made it to where you could feel pleasure. Now you can feel pleasure whether you put your erection here or there, you can feel pleasure. But what's beneficial is quite different. What is the natural use is quite different than the feeling that you receive. Those are different things. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So I really don't. I don't understand what you're saying this mechanism is. I would like for you to tell me, just name what the mechanism is. Just name it and claim it like these prosperity.
Why do you try providing evidence for flat Earth, dipshit? You can't.
I think what I'm sorry, I didn't see what the other guy.
Let me tell you.
This is what happens when people get out of their mind, bro. They freak out, and then you have other people who reject God. They come in and they just freak out, man. And they can't control themselves because they have a useless mind. That's terrible.
Did you realize that you were taught about religion? It's not natural, is it? Is religion natural? You're
you don't even know what you're speaking. You don't even know what you're speaking of.
I'm useless, right? Is that what you're going to tell me? You're going to tell me I'm useless. That's all you're going to say to me.
Yeah,
why do you provide some actual evidence?
Was useless. The thought
you don't provide any evidence.
One at a time. One at a time.
Malachi. Billy.
Hold on. One at a time.
When you have someone come in and just yell over people and then call people names,
preaching, man. All you do is preach all the time.
I want to respond. I would like to respond to what the guy said. He said I learned about religion, right? Now I don't know what I don't know what he means by the word religion. Just like I don't know what the other person meant by love, and we really never got into the different forms of love. But it's clear we don't want to look at reality, because when we speak about religion, and you're speaking about who I am and what I'm professing. Do you think I'm professing religion? Because if you do, you'd be quite ignorant. And the thought you just conveyed to me would show your ignorance. Is that what you think I'm professing is religion?
We haven't been talking about religion for the last hour at least. This has just been feelings. We're talking about feelings and love and homosexuality.
When everything Nort says comes back to the Creator's plan, that is religion. I mean, I don't know what
that's not religion. Religion.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not religion, Bjorn. Bjorn, you're misinformed about what religion is. Wow. Sorry, Bjorn.
Religiously, he acts useless. Religiously,
yeah, you look around and you think this is all a big accident. Bjorn, you think this is all a big accident?
Saying no, I don't. You get put into a useless mind. You use Bible quotes.
I believe in a creator, but I don't believe in your creator. I'm a Gnostic, so I believe the creator is evil. How about that, Malachi?
Oh, you don't have any choices.
The children of the corn is calling you.
Here's another one that doesn't have any choice about what happens, and there's nothing that's
Billy Graham.
There's everything that happens. Well, it's the creator, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you keep talking about him all the time.
People who reject the creator blame people who reject the creator constantly, religiously blame the creator when they don't even believe in a creator, but they blame him for all the woes that they themselves have caused.
I told you I did.
It's the complete useless minds that people have today. It just shows. It's just very evident how useless the mind is.
Yeah, your mind is useless. Good job. Yeah.
Is it Rennie Zanzini? I guess I'm saying that right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what it's coming down to is that North is not going to take a position about a mechanism that we both thought he agreed existed, and he's sort of kind of handcuffed himself. It sounds like, so he's not gonna take that position anymore. So I don't think that it's going to go anywhere. Is that right?
I just want to see evidence for the position of the man who said that he had this mechanism, this genetic mechanism. I would like to see evidence for that, because what I see that there is encoded into all of us beings, to actually feel pleasure, regardless about how your erection is. I'm not going to use the words, but regardless of what you're doing with it, it's probably going to feel pleasurable. But is it something that you can't control, or is it actually a choice to act upon that?
You think you can control all your dreams, right? Rain Man?
Yes, most certainly.
Or whatever you call yourself. You realize that that's idiotic to say that, right?
It's idiotic
because your subconscious, when you're dreaming, you can't even remember all your dreams. You do know that, right? You think you can remember all your dreams you have? Are you that stupid?
Are you that
dude?
stupid?
Come on, man.
Are you
think
serious?
you can remember every dream you have? Are you honestly, man? This is Anybody here can tell you you're wrong. Somebody else want to tell him he's wrong?
No one's wanting to.
I mean,
no
am I the
one
only one
said
here?
anything about remembering every
That's not
dream you
stupid.
had.
You're
Listen,
wrong, Wolf. You're wrong.
useless mind. Please listen, useless mind. No one argued that you remember every dream. What was
That's what you
argued
said.
was that what was argued was that you could control the dream that you're having in the moment. So if yesterday I had a dream, I controlled that dream. Tonight, if I have a dream, I will control that dream. My thoughts will be what's in control. My mind is what's in control. There can be suggestions brought into my mind, but those suggestions are going to be.
Well, why don't you prove flat Earth now?
No, this is the thing, though. You have to understand. I asked you a question specifically. Would you agree, based upon basically what you were saying about how the Creator put it in us, that there's a genetic component? That's the question I asked you.
There's the component of There's the component of having pleasure in actions. Now, one action may be the natural action, and you may feel pleasure. The unnatural action can also give pleasure, right? But both of these things are not to be equated because one of them is beneficial and one of them is detrimental. And so you can have the immediate gratification and the pleasure, just like a crackhead can smoke crack and feel pleasure, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean
a lot about that, right?
It doesn't mean it's beneficial because you have a feeling of the crack that you're smoking. It
that
doesn't
has
mean
nothing to do with what we were talking about,
that
though.
the feeling equates to love, and that the feeling equates to I can't make a choice.
Do you realize that has nothing to do with what we were speaking of, though? Like nothing you said in that entire soliloquy has
Everything I
anything.
said has everything to do with it. We were speaking about love, thoughts, feeling, actions, whether you can control the action, whether you can control who you love or not control who you love, choices of who you can love and who you can't love. These are all things that are part of this conversation. And I said in the beginning, when you start looking at the different aspects of what the topic you're speaking of, you're going to get lost. You're going to contradict yourself. And you're not going to have a good day when you speak to me.
You're the one who's contradicting themselves, because you specifically said that the Creator has put something in us to be attracted to the other sex. That's why it's natural. I thought that you were being colloquial and you were speaking of some sort of genetic component. So
Did
I
the
asked.
Creator put something in you to be attracted to the same sex? No.
Okay.
No, the Creator didn't put something into you to make you attracted to the same sex. So I think I'm very clear about that, right? So it's not the same thing. We're not equating these same things. So this thing that you think that I'm telling you is the thing. Name the thing. What is this mechanism? Tell me what it is so we can actually get into it. If we're not going to explain what the thing is, then we need to look at the different angles. We need to look at the different aspects on the topic.
The thing was a genetic component that made
What is
males.
the genetic component? Name it. If you're not going to name it, let's stop talking about it, because both of us are speculating about what it is and how it works.
Stop talking about it in your argument in this case as well, because you're saying the same thing, that there's some sort of natural genetic type component towards these actions.
I just said we should stop talking about it because it was your original claim. It was a speculation. You had no evidence. You had no name for it.
It wasn't a claim.
You had no way to explain about what happens. You had none of those things.
It was your claim.
It was your claim. You said
it wasn't.
It was a genetic mechanism. You said that.
So do you think that the Creator has?
Person I was speaking to, you clearly said that.
Do you think that there's a? Do you think that the Creator placed something in males to make them, quote unquote, naturally attracted to females? These
I don't think it's worth discussing. I think that if you want to discuss it, maybe you should be very clear about what that is. What is it?
You're the one who made the claim that the Creator put something naturally in males to make them attracted to females. That's your claim.
I think you heard me clarify very clearly that I believe we would both be speculating, and I believe that you have been
you're
created.
Speculating as well.
I think that you could understand that what I said was You were created to feel pleasure. Okay? You do understand that's what I said. And you do understand that my position is we move away from this genetic mechanism that you can't name, and neither have I named. I haven't named the genetic mechanism. I haven't told you exactly how it works. You haven't told me exactly how it works. So let's move away from that.
Would you deny that you've
Let's just go
invoked that
all the way
genetic
back to
mechanism?
love. Let's go all the way back
Would
to
you
love.
deny that you invoked that genetic mechanism?
Voices and see if you can talk about those things.
Conversation. I have a question for you. If you claim that God made a natural order and men therefore are attracted to women, would it then not be true that the devil would want to invert that order and make men attracted to men or women attracted to men based on your logic?
That's not my claim.
Anyway, what about hermaphrodite? When you say what's a mechanism to where a boy or a girl could love the other one or like the other one, regardless of whatever's going on, it would be a person that is male, female. What are they supposed to love? Only a hermaphrodite.
You're either a male or you're a female. You can't be both because you can't.
No,
You
you
can't
can't be a
impregnate.
Hold on,
A
stop.
hermaphrodite cannot impregnate theirself. You're either a male.
No. You ever met all the hermaphrodites in the world?
You're either a male or you're a female because there is no person on the earth that has impregnated themselves.
When have you inspected all hermaphrodites? Tell me the first one to the last one you inspected to make sure.
Tell me the first hermaphrodite that you know of that has impregnated themselves.
That's what I'm asking you. You name
That's what I'm asking you, right? Because there is no such thing. You can't impregnate yourself.
Your feelings?
There is no such thing.
Because you say so. What about Adam and Eve? A rib, you dumb bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Your own book says you can, motherfucker.
Second, D-Mock,
You see how useless that is? You see how useless that is? What about Adam and Eve?
You're discounting God there, you communist.
From what? A hermaphrodite is supposed to love what? Boy or girl if it's both.
What's a hermaphrodite?
It's not both. A hermaphrodite is not both.
Hang on, please can I address D-Mock?
There's another useless mind.
Please, everyone, can I address D-Mock?
There's one of those that work and the other does not.
Please, D-Mock. North, can you please let me ask D-Mock a question? D-Mock, when Adam had his rib removed, is that what you're saying the Bible says? Because the Bible does not say that. The Hebrew word is side. The whole half of Adam was taken to make the woman.
That sounds like a hermaphrodite split into two, like two hermaphrodites and one picked girl.
Sounds like a useless mind to me. Sounds like a useless mind that thinks that there's a hermaphrodite that can impregnate. So when you come in, you call people dumb bees and this and that, and you bring up Adam and Eve, and you just yell and you make nonsensical arguments against something you have no idea about.
So
how many hermaphrodites have you examined? It's
how many Adam and Eve have you examined?
You have a very useless. I can speak just as loud as you.
You need to check the Hebrew roots of the word that was used for the rib. It's never used anywhere else in the Bible. It's always the side.
Then we got Finding Nemo, where a guy, boyfish, and a boyfish, the dad has to find the son. So
Finding Nemo. Here we go. We're Finding Nemo now.
No, please. Please, Mike.
Let's just derail the whole topic and let's just be useless for
the Please. D-Mock, are you a atheist communist? Just out of curiosity.
No.
Fuck, another derailing. I'm trying to stay on topic, you guys.
Never met your mom. Go ahead.
Please, D-Mock. No. So the Hebrew. No, stop, man. Can you guys not control your fucking selves? Fuck, man. No, Adam is the word that was removed from Adam was his side. So, like, it's not rib. Stop saying rib because it was never translated by the Hebrews as rib. It's always side.
What's that mean? What's the mechanism of side?
Right, I'm with you, D-Mock. I just want everybody to understand it wasn't rib that was removed.
No, I used that afterwards. After you told me that, I said the word side 4 times after. I never said rib again. But I'm just saying, like this Finding Nemo, There's things that are one thing to be the other thing. There's things that are asexual in nature. And this gentleman keeps talking about male, female having this idea to you. I don't think anything controls what it's fucking made as or what it has the ability to do when it naturally does whatever.
No one said that. No one said it. No one claimed that.
Okay, so
You're
we
just
all agree
arguing
on
as a
that,
straw
right?
man. You're
Now
building
here's
a
the
straw
thing.
man.
Well, here's the
Here's
thing,
the thing. You just build a straw man. You're going to continue to talk about
man,
useless
stop
things.
talking over me, you fucking loser.
Just going to derail the
Loser.
conversation because you're speaking.
No, that's what you're doing, talking over people because you don't want to hear their side. One-sided bias, bitch. We don't want to hear your
I don't want to hear
side.
your side when it's biased in the beginning when you come in and
your
make
side.
stupid,
1 out of a million.
stupid arguments.
1 out of a billion. 1 out of a trillion. Shut up.
Oh wow, that's a compliment. I appreciate it, man.
Oh wow, thank you.
Oh wow, oh wow.
Thank you, little God.
You're the same guy that thinks hermaphrodite. You think it's both.
Anyway, you don't know
what is it, a male or a female? I don't know. Does it ejaculate? I don't know. Is it a male or not? I don't know.
You only know what you believe.
Itself? I don't know,
You
man.
read books and you believe
Have you
it.
examined all of the hermaphrodites?
You don't have to examine. You don't. You just read a book and then you know it all, weirdo. Shut up.
That's just a stupid comment to make that I just read a book. That's the most ignorant. That's one of the most ignorant claims you've made today. Is that I just read a book. It's one of the most ignorant
question, you fucking weird bitch. Have you met a real life hermaphrodite?
Are you a hermaphrodite that doesn't know which you are? Is that the problem? Are you a hermaphrodite that doesn't know which you? Do you think you're both?
You got fucked up?
Do you think you're a man and a woman? Do you think you're a man and a woman?
Hermaphrodite. Why are you
You're
mad?
either one or the other.
You mad?
One works, one doesn't.
He's a boy girl, and he didn't want you guys to know that he loves boys and girls. And
if you're a hermaphrodite and you don't know
your butts of Virginia,
you're either one or the other, you're either male or female. You can't impregnate yourself. You know that, right?
Stupid.
You know you're not impregnating yourself, right?
Read a book,
I don't care if you're a hermaphrodite. I'm not speaking against you. If you are, that's fine with me.
No,
but you're not here. You're not. If you were born with both organs, that's fine with me, man. But you're going to choose the one that works. You're not going to self-impregnate. So are you a man or a woman?
Everybody was born as a hermaphrodite with the Y and X chromosome. So let's talk about hermaphrodites, you weird book reading motherfucker. So now you don't believe the book.
I'm talking about getting pregnant. Can you get yourself pregnant?
Yeah, you get yourself pregnant. Now you're
Can you get yourself pregnant?
About getting pregnant now.
Can you get yourself pregnant?
Not the
Can you get yourself pregnant? You got to answer that question before we move on.
Are you a hermaphrodite?
Can you get yourself pregnant, hermaphrodite?
Hermaphrodite? Yes,
you can. Hermaphrodite. Can you get yourself pregnant, hermaphrodite?
Yes, you can if you're a hermaphrodite. Yes.
Can you get yourself?
You can put liquid in your own Virginia.
Any hermaphrodite has impregnated
your own
yourself.
liquid in your own Virginia in the
Has there
jungle.
been any case where any hermaphrodite on this earth has impregnated yourself? Oh, maybe not because you haven't examined all the hermaphrodites. No, one hermaphrodite has gave birth to a child based upon the sex they had with themselves. Not one hermaphrodite has had a child with themselves.
You okay?
This is like the movie Dumb and Dumber.
Are you going to choose? You going to choose what you are now?
I don't know who you're talking to.
Are you going to continue to say that you're both? You're both male and female.
How many studies for how many years?
How many babies did you have if you're male and female at the same time? Tell me how many babies you had.
I said the word. Now you know what they do and know what they are. Now you don't know. You're fucking weird. Stop saying shit when you have no clue what you're talking about. You just believe shit out of a fucking book, no matter what you're talking about.
There you go again with reading stuff out of a book. You're making ignorant claims.
There you go talking over my fucking sentence before I can finish it within 2 more words, you bitch.
Well, stop saying things that are stupid, man. If you would stop saying things that are not based upon reason, you have no basis to say the things you say.
Drop in the bucket. Drop in the bucket, not original boy.
A drop in the bucket. I appreciate it, man. That's a compliment. I am a drop in the bucket. You're right. You're exactly right. I'm not the whole bucket.
For yourself, book boy.
I'm just a drop.
Yeah, you're just a book. Shut up.
I'm not 2 drops at the same time, though.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
You can't be male and female at the same time, can you? That's just not possible, is it?
I didn't know you were God. I didn't know you made people and everything, you dumb fucking weirdo.
You didn't know people made people? You know, a male and a female get together and they have a child. You know what doesn't have a child is a hermaphrodite. A hermaphrodite by itself cannot have a child, but a male and a female together, they can have a child. But a hermaphrodite, male, not going to impregnate themselves. They're not going to have a child. You understand that, right?
A sexual object is a hermaphrodite.
I'm glad you understand that a hermaphrodite cannot impregnate themselves now. I'm glad you have been informed today, and today you know. So the more you know, you know.
There are
That's
bees that
awesome, man.
bees that will sting your ass and leave a baby in you. You fucking retard. So that you're not even a bee.
Well, you just say all kinds of stupid
things,
things, don't you?
maybe a caterpillar, cockroach.
A caterpillar and a hermaphrodite is the same thing, and they can impregnate themselves, and you don't know because you haven't examined all the hermaphrodites. And a hermaphrodite never had sex with herself to produce no child. What is wrong with you? You got a reprobate mind too. You got a reprobate mind too.
No, Demite had a good point. He asked, "What are
He said a
hermaphrodites?"
hermaphrodite can impregnate themselves. He has
No. He had a good point at the beginning. He brought up hermaphrodites, and who are they supposed to be attracted to?
No, the point is he has no good point because he thinks everything I'm saying is based upon what I read in the book, and he thinks hermaphrodites can have sex with themselves and produce a child. That is the most ignorant thing I've ever heard anyone say. And then he says, I don't know because I haven't examined all the hermaphrodites. And, I make people now. I didn't know you make people. All the things that he has put forth have been ignorant claims and just derailing.
I don't think that was his first point, though.
Derailing the whole conversation. Derailing the whole conversation. We've gotten completely away from love. We've gotten completely away from controlling your thoughts. We've gotten completely away from choices. We've got completely away from the mechanisms. We got completely away from all of the topic to speak about this nonsense.
Just let him make his point real quick, North. He had a good point at the beginning, which I think got overlooked.
Let's hear the good point.
Hermaphrodites attracted to. They are male and female. Who are they supposed to go with?
They have male and female organs, but they are not male and female, nonsensical person.
Who do they go with?
If they were male and female at the same time, they could impregnate themselves. Useless conversation is what you're trying to have. And it's completely useless because you're saying they're male and female because they have male and female organs. This is not what we're speaking of.
So they have a pussy and a dick. You're saying they're not human now. So now they're not human. So now they don't exist and they're not human.
No, that's stupid. They can't impregnate themselves, stupid, because someone born with both organs is never going to be able to impregnate themselves because they're either one or the other, because one works and one doesn't. The one that works, that's what you are. If you have sperm and you can impregnate a woman, then you're a male, regardless if you have a vagina or not.
Fascinating as this is, can we do another topic?
Yes, we can.
Let me make this very clear. Let me make this very clear. This needs to be made very clear for you. Very clear.
Well, you're clear.
A hermaphrodite that has a penis and a vagina. If the penis works and he can impregnate, if the hermaphrodite can impregnate a woman with his penis and his sperm, then that's a male, because that person is not going to be able to have a child with their vagina. One works, the other doesn't. You're either one or the other. I don't care if you're born with both. That doesn't make you both. Just because you're born with both organs doesn't make you both.
Tell us every time which one works.
That is so stupid. So stupid.
Tell us which one works.
I don't know if that's the case, but what if none of them work?
That's a good point.
What if they both work?
That is actually a good point. Something that we could speak on.
That's a good point. Also,
so what would they be if
neither work? Look, if you're born with both, you have issues. If neither work, you have issues. People are born with people are born with just male genitalia and they don't work. So female are born and they have female genitalia, they don't work. What's your position?
Try to answer the actual question though. If neither of them work, are they male or female?
If neither of them work, you would have to see why one is not working as opposed to the other. I would have to know more information. You can't just say that they have. No, you know this. Listen, you're not listening.
I'm listening. What other information
you can't make the argument because they have both and they both don't work, therefore you're lost. No, we have to study this. You have to give me an example. Give me an example, just like someone wants to show me a hermaphrodite having a child by themselves. Show me the example. Give me the mechanism. Give me the example of the child that came from a hermaphrodite. Give me the example of the person born with both genitalia and they both don't work. Just give me an example, guys.
Can you stop repeating
saying
yourself?
a bunch of useless things is not a good argument. Just saying useless things is not an argument.
Repeating yourself over and over again is not useful. You said more. You would need more information. So
So, in order for me to find the example, what's the more information that you need to know?
There needs to be examinations on both on the person.
Okay, but what
as to why one is not working, because one should work. Do we agree that there are hermaphrodites and only one organ works, that you could either the male organ works where you can impregnate a woman or you can carry a child? Do we agree on that? Let's agree on that.
I honestly haven't looked into it that much, so I can't say one way or the other.
Stop having a position. So stop interrupting the conversation, because the conversation is about whether this guy came in yelling and said a hermaphrodite is both.
I'm bringing up relevant points. So if neither of them,
you're wasting time. You're wasting time.
It's completely relevant. If neither of them work,
wasting time. You're derailing the conversation. First conversation was derailed. Now the one that me and the gentleman was having when he was really speaking about a hermaphrodite being both male and female. Having both the organs doesn't make you male and female, because you're not going to impregnate yourself. You're just derailing the conversation again.
Hang on, North. Can we move to another topic?
Yeah, please, man, because this is just useless.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
North, is this your first time? Was your first time disagreeing with Dimmock?
I tend not to listen when people come in and just yell over people. I tend not to listen, but I disagree with him vehemently. If he's saying that a person born with both organs.
All right, so
he's telling you someone born with both organs can impregnate themselves. He has issues, man.
So the answer to can we move to another topic apparently turned out to be no.
I got something.
What's the topic? What do you want to speak on?
I don't know, just not this.
I'll go on mute and you pick another topic.
I know.
Wonderful sound of silence.
I know.
Can I just say, like, wow.
No one has defined love. No, let me just
say,
prove your
it
flat earth to
doesn't
me.
matter if you're black, white,
boy.
Asian, or anything. You're all people. And now it seems like you're saying, like, hermaphrodites are people too. And, like, you know, like, it's nice. It's nice to see
we
that.
haven't. So out of this whole time, we haven't described love, what love actually is, the different forms of love. There's so many things that we just walked right away from, and we didn't even get into it, right? And it was just a lot of people saying a lot of things with no evidence, and no basis for even saying the things they're saying. So I'm going to
no
evidence. Topic. That's cool with me, man.
Listen, yeah, well, I forwarded it back to this chat from yesterday, and I spoke with Demock about it, and then I think another guy, but maybe North. You can take a look at the end chat. Maybe I can post it over an Omnipresence text chat also. But I wanted to remember. Yeah, I know we're not going to get anywhere, Demock, on this one, but I wanted to see what
you don't want to get another view. You just want to look at your cartoon one way. That's
you didn't address my evidence.
27 miles away. You get 27 miles away to see what your porch looks like. You guys are fucking weird. I've never met any weirdo that does this dumb shit. I really haven't.
All I asked for was, could you explain the arc?
Explain what? You're fucking weird nothingville? You're on flat earth, you fucking weirdo. No curve that you can't measure outside. You can't measure curved water. Not just 8 inches worth, nowhere. Just 8 inches deviation. Show us what the fuck that looks like. Don't make it up. Don't say it's not there. Don't say we're off by a mile. Show us what the fuck that is physically. We'll go from there. You guys have the burden of proof on what the fucking Earth curve is. You say you have the math. Don't say no. Cartoons ain't
no. That's evidence for you to produce. I produced this, and I'm asking.
The Earth is its evidence. Why do you not trust the Earth? Why do you think the Earth is lying to you about itself, about its topography? Please tell me.
Well, that's why I'm presenting this photograph. You guys can look at it again.
It's not Earth. It's not Earth's topography. If you want to go to art school and talk about how to take camera pictures about fucking nothingville, then they'll teach you. But if you want to measure the Earth, survey the dirt, you'll have to go outside, get a whole bunch of cups of water, fill them to the fucking brim, put them everywhere, get them horizontal, and then you'll see.
Can you give me 90 seconds just to fill?
Oh yeah, talk about Dr. Seuss and cartoon picture books. Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. All right. Green eggs and ham coming right up. All right. So if you look at this photograph, North or anybody else that's entertained by it, I've got a photograph here. It's from Mage 2 experiment by Mr. Sensible. This was done a couple years ago now, but he sent a helium balloon up on an apparatus. Went up almost 38,000 meters before the balloon popped. All right. Couple things to note. This is a rectilinear lens, the main lens that you're looking through, and it's just before the balloon pop. But what you'll see, I actually included a slider that you can go to the actual website to see it back and forth, but this is just a screenshot. At the very top, there's a yellow, excuse me. At the very top, there's a yellow string. It's a physical string that's attached to the apparatus in front of the camera lens. At the very bottom, not the very bottom, but the bottom half of the lens, there is a blue string. You'll notice that there are red dots that I drew in a photo editor software called GIMP, just to show what a straight line looks like.
You got the zeniths and the coordinates to that from where
so
you
the blue,
are.
the blue line and the yellow line, they're both taut, so they're pulled taut across the lens so that you can see what a straight line in physical space looks like, and you can compare that to the lens to make sure that the lens distortion is either there or not there, or to what extent it's there. If you notice on the bottom, the top line is pretty straight. There's very, very small deviation, if any, from straight. But on the bottom, there's a slight arc downwards of that string. So the string is slightly off straight, I guess, if you want to say that. It's not as straight as it should be, and that's from the lens distortion. If you look across the, just above that, there's another red line that's pulled straight across, and I drew that from one edge to the other to show you what straight would look like. And if you look in the actual other image, you'll see that it's equidistant, like on the saturated image, which is on the left. It's about equidistant underneath where that the light blue shading is. I tried to line them up perfectly.
The boat with that horizontal line.
The question I have is that on flat Earth, what I would expect to see is there should be less lens distortion the closer you get to the middle of the camera going up. So you can see there's slight lens distortion on the bottom line, causing the string to look slightly arced in the downward position. What I would expect to see closer to the middle, up where the dark blue meets the light blue, I would expect there to be maybe even less of a downward concave arc, if you will, and if not almost entirely straight. But what we see is the contrary. We see an arc in the upward trajectory. What you'll see is that the atmosphere is depicted in almost dark blue on the left side, which is the higher contrast, higher saturation. On the right side, you can kind of see where the horizon sort of blends with the atmosphere beneath that. But overall, my position is that there is an upward bulge towards the middle. On the edges of the picture, there seems to be it seems to be more of a down from that arc. So there's a bulge in the upward position, which is contrary to what I would predict if I was making a prediction based on a flat Earth. And my question is, how can you explain the upward arc? It was a video.
Is there a video that comes with it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then when you say there's a curve, do you mean because the left and right messed up smudges, or do you mean because curved above a horizontal?
My position is that it's curved because that we're high enough to where we can actually see what we expect to see in terms of the Earth curve based on calculations.
What do you expect to see?
Say what now?
What do your calculations look like? I didn't know calculations had a look to them. I thought calculations were numbers on a paper. So when you write 529 square pi r cotangent sine 125 minus negative equals, that shows.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. We can do
retard. That doesn't show you
Walter
curved anything.
Bisland's advanced Earth
Are
curve
you okay,
calculator
brother?
can show that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I want to hear someone else's opinion because we're obviously diametrically opposed.
So when you
to
get
each
your
other.
zenith and your angle to co-altitude and your angles to your zenith, where are you putting your tangent line at? Show us on that video.
What am I seeing whenever I go from left to right?
Nowhere
like the
to put a
left view
tangent.
and the right view.
Nowhere to put a tangent. We're
The
looking
left
for the
view,
zenith and
all right, so
tangent.
the right view is the original image that I took from the timestamp. I actually posted that above, but it's the timestamp at 8321 for this link,
You're
which
looking
I
at a
will
mountain
reshare.
for all we know, or Antarctica from the view, trying to fool us. Like, look at that hump in the middle, Timmy. Where's your coordinates? Where are you at?
And the
Where's
left side is I just bumped up. I went to curves and I made it to where it's high contrast, so you can better see the colors.
Okay, I got you. The left is adjusted. I do see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If
when
you
you look
actually
in the
click
sky, can you get your coordinates from this video, from this film?
if you click the link, I'm sorry, Demok, I'm not sure your question is like. If you click the link that is it's like a CDN link, I think. Hold on, let me look. If you, yeah, Snooze is resharing it, so I got lost. Give me a sec. Yeah, it says cdn.nightlab, KNIGHT lab.com. That's the actual slider, like JavaScript that I created. So you can actually slide. You can slide it. Okay.
Yeah, I was. The red dots are the straight lines. I get that.
Yeah.
I just find this very interesting. I wish. An altered image, like you have to really be looking in the right image.
Yeah. There, I'll grant that it's hard to see at face value, and I did just catch it at the right frame, and I kind of keyed to what I thought was the best frame that you could kind of see the difference between the two straight lines or the two strings that are pulled in front of it. But it allows you to kind of see the shape better and kind of visualize it, I guess.
What is because I'm not smart, what is 37,000 meters in like feet?
It's a good question.
I know it's like 3.3 feet times that. I don't think. Hold on, let me grab this.
Like 112,000 feet, supposedly.
It's like what, 37 kilometers. So basically, 37 kilometers is, if you double it, nearish double it. So what, 70 miles up? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Then this is clearly this is
36.
No, 1.6
Also,
miles. 1.6
to help with
miles.
this, to help with the scale, I posted an AutoCAD drawing to scale of, and the Red Bull space
airplane's
shuttle
around 35,000 feet.
The,
It's around 5,005 miles.
I'm almost done. Yeah, I know. I'm almost done.
There you go. So that's
The Red Bull space jump was about 39,000 meters also. So
okay,
you know, you can
Hey,
kind of.
I have a question for the AutoCAD guy. AutoCAD guy, can you use your AutoCAD to get us an angle using one straight line and one curved line in AutoCAD? Does it allow you to do that?
Yes.
If curve is basically like, you know, an ellipsoid or a circle, then I would need to use the radius, and then I would judge the tangent from the perpendicular of the radius, and then I would use that to determine the angle from that specific point to the other point.
So that's a no.
No, that's a yes, and I just think no, that's a yes, and I just explained.
No,
how.
because you're not actually using one straight line and one curved line to create an angle.
You
That's
don't need
not
to
what
do
you're
that.
doing.
You don't need to do that.
Why are we talking about that? Yeah, that's interesting. We don't want to talk about that. Thank you.
Rob, you understand what
my failed deflection. Sorry.
You understand what a tangent line is, yes?
Oh, I understand 100% what a tangent line is, but that wasn't my question.
I know, but I'm trying to figure out if you're repeating Nathan Oakley derp or if there's some other question.
Just asking a question.
Yeah, but
to the AutoCAD guy. Thank you, Omnivore.
Well, okay. I think I suspect Nathan Oakley's stupidity, and I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, you can take an angle of a straight line intersecting a curved line. You sure can.
Think you're all purposely misrepresenting my question, but thank you.
Well,
Thank you
back to
for
the
that,
curve. Yeah, back to the image that the guy's asking questions about. I mean, obviously the horizon in that image is curved like we expect it to be.
This reminds me of like many years back. In order for you to take an angle from a straight line to a curved surface, how do you do it? What do you have to do?
You take the tangent at that point of intersection and you take that angle.
Don't you have to draw another straight line? For the angle?
Yeah, at the point of intersection. Yes,
Thank
and
you.
then that would be the angle. That would be the angle at the point of intersection. That's just the way it is. I don't know why it's a problem.
Well, it's not. It's not a problem. It just you just said that you have to draw another straight line and take the angle from there. So you're not actually taking the angle from that curve to the straight line. You're actually drawing another straight line, so then you can take the angle.
I would say that's
Basically all it's doing is you're expanding the point of intersection so that you can actually see to take the angle.
So the reason why I was asking why that was the case is because Nathan Oakley, in a paroxysm of stupidity, claims that you can't take elevation angles on a globe, which is ludicrous. But for some reason, people believe him. Some people believe him. So
yeah, that doesn't even matter in elevation angles. You're taking an elevation angle to a star. It's just the angle of intersection between your line of sight to the star and the horizon. Doesn't matter what surface you're standing on.
So
and when we do the angles, we are not using horizontal. We are using zenith typically.
Well, that's for celestial navigation, but I can take an elevation angle to the top of a tree on a curved hill, and it's perfectly legitimate. So, for some reason, people buy Nathan Oakley's Nathan Oakley's formulation of retardation. It's just not very smart, and that's what I was trying.
Sounds like you just got a hard on for Nathan Oakley. I never brought up Nathan Oakley with my question to the guy about AutoCAD, but thanks, Omnivore.
That's okay. That's okay. Like I said, I can read minds over the internet sometimes, and
And what am I thinking right now, Omnivore?
Oh my God! Oh, brain bleach, midget porn. No. All right. So
that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking Omnivore is a fucking disingenuous prick. Is what I was thinking.
Demons.
Okay, but the point is, I was trying to figure out if you were asking a question to assert.
Yeah. What was my question, Omnivore?
If you could take a angle between the.
What was my question to the AutoCAD guy?
If you could use the tool to take an angle between a straight line and a curved line.
Can you in AutoCAD?
With a tangent, yes. Without a tangent, I don't know.
Okay, thanks. So you don't know. You just wanted to interject your Nathan Oakley bullshit on me.
No, Rob.
That's what you did, Omnivore. That's what you did, Omnivore.
Just so we're clear, everyone knows that there is a context to this conversation, including you. You know this too. Okay?
True.
And we all have heard this dumb claim before.
You can get a straight line and another straight line and make an angle, but you can't do it with a curved line? Yeah, that's been around for a long time.
So
thank you.
Anyway, as a result, I am, the idea that you're gonna, just asking questions, let the context, not admit to the context that you're using. I will call that out. So, you could also say, well, yeah, that's my context, and I don't think you can get elevation angles on a globe. And then we could discuss that. But if you're not willing to say that, if you're not willing to own that position, then, I guess that speaks for itself.
Hey, if the Earth is a sphere, like you guys all claim, and you can take elevation angles, then yeah, if the Earth is a sphere, you can make elevation angles on a sphere. However, I still need you guys to provide the sphere part. Thanks.
So that is the context. Yeah. Okay. So, do you think you can take an elevation angle?
Answer my question then.
What question is that?
Where's the sphere part?
Well, the sphere part is in all of the measurements that we do over any kind of a large enough area that we have tools sensitive enough to detect them. So, for example,
but they put micrometers on water
wait a
levels.
minute, Rob.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
no. You ask a question.
Yeah,
I'm
got
going to
you.
answer.
I got you, omnivore.
You don't got it. You don't got nothing. The answer to your question is reciprocal zenith angles, Rob. So if you can explain reciprocal zenith angles, then we're on to something. If you say, I don't know what that is, and
Nah, I'll just accept your reciprocal zenith angle definition. Thanks.
I won't, because he doesn't have a ball and a scar and a lab to show us what the fuck he's talking about. Put the reciprocal zenith angles on a real sphere and put of a globe that actually matches reality. Then after you fucking do that, then we'll know what you're talking about. Then you'd be like, oh, I can take a point from a light in the sky to a
bring
point
it home,
on the
Zenith. Bring it home. So reciprocal zenith angles, just so everybody knows, have nothing to do with lights in the sky.
Or
people hear zenith and they think, oh, it's measuring to a star. I know the answer to that.
No,
just a minute, Dema. My Papa Florf told me that when somebody mentions measuring to a star, we talk about lights in the sky and the shape of the ground. But alas, that's not what you're doing with reciprocal zenith angles. Try again.
What are you doing with them on a ball? Step one, be the ball, right? Now show us what the ball would do.
Yeah. All right.
No, not yeah. We'll beat your ball.
Demok, you're not. You don't know how to discuss.
So why would the ball lie to you, omnivore?
You don't know how to. You don't know how to discuss this stuff.
Well,
what
you don't know how, because the demonstration is how you demonstrate. Not fucking saying words like, you don't know how to make apple pie. Mine's better. No, that ain't helping you. Make your fucking apple pie in front of us, loser, or shut up. It's just a platter of things. They are. What the hell is this eat on a ball?
You're paying $4.50 a gallon for gas.
Everybody goes silent without a ball and reciprocal zenith angles on the ball. And in that picture, I don't even see any stars. So you're right, you ain't gonna be using those stars because there ain't none there. So in his picture, he wouldn't find
I shall. Hey, hello guys. Hello everyone.
Hey there. What's going on?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
I'm good. You are skeptical. Do you have a position on Earth shape?
Obviously, Earth is flat and stationary.
Flat and stationary.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Do you have any thoughts on why mechanical gyro compasses work?
I don't just man, just don't. For me, Earth is flat. It's very clear. It's obviously flat.
Okay, but if Earth is flat, how do the mechanical gyro compasses work?
See, hold on. Don't buy into freaking gyroscopes. Just don't buy into these freaking made up things. So, all for me, the best evidence that you cannot deny, which is that water always like seeks its own level. You cannot deny that. That's for me. You completely debunk the globe. The Earth is flat, man. It proves. It clearly proves.
So we don't know why mechanical gyro compasses work.
I don't need anything, man. I don't buy into all these globe bullshit. So only if Earth is flat, that's it.
How do we know that? I mean, what makes us think it's made up? They're used on ships everywhere to navigate.
Don't, man. You cannot curve water surface, man. Water surface is always level. Sorry, man.
Okay, so I mean that's fine. I was just wondering.
Exactly.
So
for me, I can't. I would never change. I would never change my position. I would never change it. That's it.
You would never change it.
No. Of course. For me, that's yeah. That's for me. This is absolute knowledge. This is absolute evidence. It's not even right. It's absolute evidence. That clearly proves the flatness of the Earth.
Yeah, there's no waves, right, in water.
Oh, dynamically, if you think
waves don't exist, right?
No, man, I don't think waves. Of course, waves exist. Of course, there are forces.
Yeah, so are waves level?
Forces. No, man. Just hold on. Statically, we're talking statically speaking. Statically meaning, water statically seeks its own level. So the default position is water is static. So if you start exerting external forces, obviously such as wave and this, then obviously it keeps changing, but it always go back to its static state, which is water is level. You know what I mean? Don't buy into that.
So tides do not exist.
What do you mean tides do not? Those are for me. That's just external forces. That's all I can say.
What causes these forces?
External forces like gravity of the moon, or what for external forces create tides?
Nah, for me, that's clearly external force. Whatever force, I don't know. But for me, water seeks its own level. That's it. It's always level. That's it.
But even on a calm sea, you have tides, and the tides are not everywhere the same. So it obviously is not flat.
Regardless of those tides, and that's what for me. Those are just forces, right? Exerted onto the default position, i.e., static water, because it does not move, right? It's flat, it's level.
So
if you exert something on a flat surface, then it changes, right? It keeps changes, then it goes back to its natural state. Natural state is static, it's flat.
If it's not moving, then what's causing the forces then?
I don't care about the forces, man. That's for me. That's that's secondary. I don't buy into secondary questions. For me, the primary. You know what I mean? That's it. Earth is flat.
Okay.
It's obviously flat.
It looks flat. Depending on where you live, yeah.
No, no.
If you live by mountains and stuff, it doesn't look that flat.
It might be important to know why the water gets to flow to a level state. It would be nice to know why that happens.
You know,
gravity.
That's how God created it. That's how God created it. That's a natural law. It's a natural law. How things are.
Natural law?
You cannot change things.
That's not a physics
Hey,
thing.
obviously.
Natural law is a law thing.
So gravity pulls
No,
it
that's
down.
it's a God's law. That's how God, created things, man. How am I to
God's
change what
law?
God,
I think we can
what God
describe
made?
laws of physics, and we don't have to say they're natural or God. We just have to
Who
say they're laws
cares?
of physics.
You can change a label. You can use the label laws of physics. For me, that's God's law. If you're happy with the word label laws of physics, that's fine, man. It's the same for me.
Well, then you would have to accept that hydrostatic equilibrium is one of God's laws, and that defines
Hey.
how water flows.
Man, I'm telling you. So those are external forces again. So you cannot change. You cannot alter. You cannot alter God's laws,
Static
man.
water doesn't flow.
Okay,
But
it's not. We're not trying to alter God's laws. We're not trying to change them. We're trying to describe what we observe. Hydrostatic equilibrium is a relationship between the weight of the fluid and the pressure in that fluid. The weight of the fluid is proportional to the mass of the matter used. So we have pressure of the fluid and gravity. Those are the two things that are at equilibrium.
Yeah, cool story. Stop labeling your fucking beliefs. Water is horizontal at rest. Stop
So
talking about
skeptic,
flowing
why
water.
are boats going over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
That's for you to worry about, loser. Get a side view and it don't happen. It never happens with a side view, you fucktard.
The surface of the earth gets in the way.
Side view. We'll wait for a
We're not
side view.
asking you,
It's been 10
Demok. We are
billion
asking
years.
skeptical.
Evolution can't figure out how to make these guys do a side view. Fucking dumb evolution.
Why does the surface of the earth get in the way?
What surface? Give me a side view, you dumb cunt. Shut the fuck up. Quit saying there's a hill in your backyard.
Can someone hit the mute button, please?
Demok, don't do that.
100 miles away.
Demok, don't just shout out the insults. Okay, we're not, we're trying to keep people from doing that. I know you can do better.
Why does the surface of the earth get in the way of that ship?
Sorry?
It's going over the
Claim. That's your claim, weirdo. Go prove that.
Nice if a flat earther could tell me why the surface of the earth is getting in the way.
We don't have to tell you why you're making shit up, weirdo. Go prove it. Prove your fucking claim. Why you make claims about stuff you can't get a side view of? Your house exists, right? Go get a side view of it. If you can't, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Quit looking at the front door.
See, Demok, these people.
Well, I asked you a question, skeptical. Why? I asked you. It's not about what I believe. I asked you a question.
No. What I'm saying, what I'm asking you is, you guys, made shit up and trying to, think that you can prove it. You can't actually. You just make things up. Actually, everything. The globe is you call it the globe model. What is a globe model, man? What does that
mean? Skeptical, I asked you a question. I said, why is the surface of the earth getting in the way of that boat?
Why is the
surface of the earth getting in the way?
What surface? Where? Show us. Show us up close.
So I want to answer the globe model question real quick. Because people believe that some people believe that the globe model means like a little model of a globe. When
what
people
is a model, man? See, this is the point.
The globe model,
Go ahead.
What they mean is the collection of mathematical models and physical models, physics and math, that allow us to make predictions about things on Earth.
Chicken bone math. Chicken bone.
I'm almost done, skeptical. So we're talking about the predictive capability. When we talk about a flat Earth model, same thing. What kind of predictive capability? I know there isn't one. There is not a flat Earth.
Quit selling stories.
There cannot be, because flat Earth lacks the predictive capability.
You lack capability to think. You're just slow. You're all just fucking slow and can't act like you can't understand horizontal fucking water and how elevation only follows one attribute of vertical. Up, down, up, down. No globe, no curve equidistant. No one's ever demonstrated a curve equidistant porch, motherfucking sand dune, dirt hill, and now you guys want to separate all the Earth's dirt top from itself and say everywhere around everybody they can touch dirt. It's not the Earth curve. Then you zoom out and see a big.
We got it.
So you zoom out and see the Earth curve. You can't divide it from itself, but you guys keep doing that. Why?
I know. At some point you may want to couch your beliefs or whatever is going on in your head in a way that people can really respond to.
Here's a belief.
I don't know.
You don't have a model. You write down
so we do 100% have a model.
That helps you ball.
We do 100% have a model because we are able to make predictions. For example,
show me the fucking model.
When the sun will rise. So by a model, we're talking about
shit with nothing.
We're talking about math and physics.
You don't know stuff from nothing, do you?
At some point, you're going to find out that Demok is not worth having a conversation with.
Yeah, I know.
No stuff, guys have. We got some numbers, you guys. We got a number model.
So, for example, if I have something like the ideal gas law and the universal law of gravitation, I can derive the density gradient that we detect in the atmosphere, right? We can predict what the density of the atmosphere will be at any elevation very, very accurately based on, the physics of it. So, what?
Also, continue. Sorry.
Didn't hear that. Okay. So anyway, that's part of what we would consider the model. It's the predicted capability. So there is a model. It does make accurate predictions. It's not a toy model. That's not what.
Thank you for this. Everything is a good story, cool story being said. So that's the story.
I'm just explaining it to you since people ask.
How long have you been a flat earther?
It's not just a story. It's not just a story. It's something that we use to accomplish useful work. That's the thing. Because we don't have something from flat Earth that allows us to do the same kind of work.
See, let me give you, I think probably the problem here. The problem or the issue is, you guys, you are not capable to distinguish between the physical reality and what is taking place in your heads, because you think a model. What is a model? It's a conception taking place. That's all. It's happening within your mind. Okay. But for me, I want you to be a physical person to prove me the globe in reality physically. Bring it. You can't do that.
So
what would you do?
That's not. Hold on a second. What would you? This is an important distinction to make. It's not something that we're inventing a story about. It's not something that's just in our heads. We're describing with a mathematical relationship between measurable quantities the things that we do observe in reality. That's the model. We have things that are related to each other through some mathematics, and that relationship bears out in reality. So saying it's just going on in your head and it's not in reality means you don't know what we're talking about.
It's like, it doesn't mean that I don't. Of course I know, which means you can't prove it. I've been here. I've been debating the globes for ages now, and nobody has ever tried to prove this case. From this clear cut, they cannot establish connection between physicality and what is happening within their conception, within their mind. That's the problem.
That's literally what the physics describe. The physics describe the measurable relationships between things that we do measure to happen in reality. You can't come in and say, no, we can't connect the things to reality, because that's literally what we're describing, is something that happens in reality. Take the ideal gas law, for instance. It's a description of measurable quantities that are related to each other. That happens in reality. That's something that we described in our heads that happens in reality. Those two are connected.
Hold on. This is the problem. You cannot. This is unscientific. What I mean about it being unscientific, you cannot enforce what is taken in your head into reality. It has to be backward. You have to move. You have to let physicality to. You have to elevate physicality to conception.
That's exactly what we do.
That's what the gas laws are. That's what they are. We're taking what we see in reality and we're describing them with gas laws. That's what they are. We're taking what we see happen in reality and we turn them into gas laws. That's the thing we observed happening.
What are you doing, guys? You doing the opposite. This is the problem. If I say to you,
incorrect. I just described to you how that's wrong. I explained it to you in extreme detail. We take what we observe. We see a relationship happen. We create a law out of that observation of reality. You claimed we did the opposite. That means you don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I'm going to modify for clarity.
Let me finish my point here. If I say to you, you model, i.e. globe model, there's something wrong with that.
Why? What is wrong? Okay,
hold on a minute.
Very concise.
Let him finish his sentence.
Yeah.
I have to be very concise. Let me be very concise. Okay.
So what is wrong with that?
Of course, it's completely wrong. What I say. If again, you try to force conception onto physicality, which it has to be the opposite way.
Okay, so what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you think is going on?
What I mean about that, if I say,
wait. I'm modding for clarity here. So, what exactly? Give me an example of where you think that is happening.
Okay, for example, the ancient sperm square, right? That is in your globe based on specific measurements, right? So when I come to reality, I wouldn't.
No,
I don't find I don't come across that. Why?
That's not the case. No, it's not.
8 inches per mile squared was created as a rule of thumb for people who were trying to get a geometric, not an optical observation.
So
that rule isn't in the globe model. It is a rule of thumb created for people who are doing a purely geometric observation.
So I don't know if he's going to understand that. So we have examples. We have examples of measurements. In this case, elevation measurements of objects. Not stars, objects, where we know the height of the object, so we can tell how accurate the elevation angle measurement is, right? Because we know the lighthouse is six feet tall, we can take the angle measurement, take the arc tangent, and if it comes out to 64 feet tall, then we know that we were off by 2 feet, right? So we have collections of these measurements, many, where we know that using 8 inches per mile squared, which is the globe hypothesis, is more accurate, gets you closer to the real measurement of the lighthouse than the elevation of the lighthouse than the flat hypothesis, which is no deviation from the horizontal over distance. So in those cases, we're not applying the 8 inches per mile squared because we think it's a globe. We're applying it because it is more accurate.
We also don't apply it to optical observations. So if you're not looking at the lighthouse to use the 8 inches per mile squared rule, that's not what that's for. Optical observations will include the typical conditions of the atmosphere.
So the reason that you don't use 8 inches per mile squared is because that's from right at sea level, which means your eyes are going to be butt up against the ground, and that's not how you view things.
Yeah, because if you're at any elevation, then the 8 inches per mile squared drop in your distance is not gonna occur right away. It won't be for a certain distance depending on your elevation.
So if your face is pressed into the sand, then maybe you can use it.
So
no, wait a second.
You can actually take 8 inches per mile squared. You can actually take 8 inches per mile squared and account for observer elevation with it. It's two applications of the same rule, one in reverse. But the way that flat earthers use it is wrong.
Well,
it's a deviation from horizontal. So if you are at 2 meters, wait a second. If you, okay, go ahead.
The point is, at 100 foot of elevation, the 8 inches of drop that would be hidden wouldn't start at your ground point. It would start a
8
certain
inches per
distance
mile
from
squared
you.
has nothing to do with hiding. 8 inches per mile squared is drop from horizontal. If you're at 2 meters over sea level, observer's height, and you see something that is, for example, 10 meters height, you would reduce this 2 meters, and still you would have the lower 2 meters of that observed thing is dropped 2 meters down in 1 mile distance. It has nothing to do with obstruction. It's just drop from horizontal.
Snooze, hold on. You can actually account for observer height, as Flat Earthers Arcili was actually trying to allude to, if you apply the 8 inches per mile squared rule twice, but one of them is in reverse. What he said was the drop starts after the horizon, which is fine. So just real quick, Snooze and everybody, really, 8 inches per mile squared is irrelevant anyway because we look through air and air changes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, skeptical. My question to you was: we see the surface of the Earth is getting in the way of that ship. So why does that happen?
Hold on a minute. Earth is flat. That's it. Sorry, man.
Well, we use the geoid model and the elliptical model, and then make orthometric measurements to measure the ground. So those are 2 Earth models that we combine to create accurate results.
Right, and I still want an answer to that question at some point, skeptical.
What we say is because the Earth is getting in the way, and the horizon line, seems to agree with that. That's what it looks like from the ground. So we consider that the globe model, if you will, is the default position. So if anyone comes along and says that it isn't, then the burden of proof then is on them to show how it isn't. I think that's our position, right, chaps?
Yeah. Last time I brought this up, though, it was you can't prove your belief, and I was merely asking what skeptical's opinion is.
Yeah, I was interested by the statement, you can't prove your belief. You can't, or skeptical, don't want to pick on you or anything, but I've heard that where there's people will say, I've talked to people and they can't prove this or they can't prove, whatever. But I'd like to know what you qualify as proof.
It's because they believe in biblical cosmology, so God told them everything, and that's all, and they don't know everything because they're not God too.
Yes, sometimes that's true.
He already said about God, so
he mentioned,
that's what I know.
We're still trying to figure out what Bev believes in, don't we?
Bev can't answer the simple question if elevation follows horizontal line or not. He avoids it like the plague.
Don't think he believes anything, man.
So the other thing is that the objection to the model, the objection to the fact that the globe has a model. I'd like to talk about that for just a second. So we have 2 ideas. One is that one has a model, and one of the other ideas has no model. So we have a battle between model and no model. So it's information and no information. So a tendency is
or getting something. Or getting something done and not getting something done.
Yeah. Making observations that have predictive capabilities, or having something that has predictive capabilities and something that has no predictive capabilities. So although it's easy just to be really, really critical of the flat Earth position, it's really not even in a position to be criticized because it doesn't. The flat Earth position is that they don't take a position. If you ask pointedly, you'll get the answer. We don't know. We don't know what the Earth is. It's a not a position.
Not only no capabilities, but it also inherits the fact that a giant global conspiracy amongst countless fields of knowledge, like in science.
It's absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary for flat Earth. That's true. Whereas the globe doesn't require elaborate, massive, elaborate conspiracy to be true. We just require measurements to be accurate.
There's a meme for that. Yeah, there's a meme for that. There's a list of things that have to be wrong in order for flat Earth to be true, which has a whole lot of stuff in it. And then the other side is the list of things that that would have to be wrong in order for the globe to be true, which would just contain flat earthers and nobody else.
Yeah. So again, if Mr. Skeptic is listening, I'd like to again say that the globe basically is the default position. Can you agree with that, or do you have another position on that?
No, it's
globe.
What do you
mean?
So again, you're saying the globe is the default position?
Yeah.
No, obviously, no, obviously.
I mean, we see globes in the sky all the time.
Yeah.
We measure it that way.
Yeah. So, and we were talking about this yesterday. I just sort of came to the realization that the having the burden of proof, you've got a very, very high bar to proving not globe.
The default position is the globe.
Say again, mate?
Not the default position is I said the default position is the globe, not the opposite.
Yeah, the default is the globe, and then the competing idea is flat. So then it's incumbent on flat earthers then to really step up to the plate and give us a reason to believe that our default position is wrong.
Well, wait, there is one concave guy, but he never provides any
Yes,
evidence for concave.
yeah, it's a concave.
And he just avoids concave.
He is.
Yeah.
He knows it's not even worth talking about it.
He's insufferable.
See, I'm fine with saying the default position is that we don't know something until evidence is provided. So that I mean, that's when I start listing things like flight planning is only done using a globe. That's when I mention things like mechanical gyro compasses can't work on a stationary Earth, things like that. Then what we have to get from flat earthers is something comparable. Can we do anything with flat Earth knowledge?
Yeah.
If it's a short distance, it works well for short distances, but not long distances, no.
Okay.
My question is, how can you be sure of measurements when the atmosphere shows so many distortions?
Well,
we can
that's
do a
why
lot of
our
measurements that don't.
are made with a degree of accuracy.
Right, and we can do a lot of measurements that don't.
With all the distortions, you have accuracy.
No, he has. What he said was that. What he said was the measurements themselves have a measure of precision, a level of accuracy in the measurement themselves. Each instrument declares exactly how accurate it can be.
In is saying something inside. But you're using something outside of you.
Measurements are done both inside and outside. I hope you are aware.
The left hand is not seeing what the right hand is doing.
Both hands are using the instrument, which declares how accurate it is.
That's a reference to charity.
Charity is a buying off of your guilt.
A philosopher we have in our midst.
I was also going to mention that we can do measurements that don't involve variations in the atmosphere, like distance between 2 points on the surface of the Earth. The distance between New York and Chicago isn't going to change based on what happens in the weather. The weather doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah. True. Very true. May I ask, Mr. Skeptic, are you listening?
Yeah.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm busy, but yeah, you can go ahead.
Are you from where you're from in UK?
No, I just forget. No, I'm not in the UK.
You're not in the UK? All right.
No, I'm from the UK now.
Oh, you sound like you're from UK. Pardon me.
Do you think latitude and longitude give you specific ground positions? Skeptical?
I can't change my position. Obviously, Earth is flat and stationary. So.
Okay, I just asked you if latitude and longitude give you specific ground.
No, I don't care about what people say. I don't care about all these unscientific, man-made supposed proofs.
Man-made. We're looking at reality, man. But also, it should be that you have a position. It should be that you have a. It should be that you have a position that's open to changing based on evidence that you receive. Ideally, that's what most people should have.
For me, what I qualify as evidence has to be physical. Has to be grounded on physicality.
So yeah, I'll get to that. I was gonna ask you
For me, the globe is fiction, right?
Well, skeptical.
But the distances between places are not fiction, right?
I can agree. Like latitude and longitude are made up like coordinates, but like they're based off of like geometrical features, like a sphere and like a center point, right? Like, can you agree with that?
I just wanted to reflect upon, I want everybody here, right, to seriously reflect upon you believe really, because if you say
your name is skeptical. Your name is skeptical, so you're being true to your name.
Well, what I'm saying here, right, just try to ponder over what you think, what you're saying. The globe. You know what a globe is actually? It's a round. Just imagine it's like a ball, right? A basketball.
Yeah.
Right?
I guarantee you, everybody on the globe side has thought about the Earth as being round. Yeah.
Yeah, we're there. All right.
Of course, no. Because that's again supposed. What do you mean? That's how you always depicted supposedly by the NASA, by all these global fake agencies. Space, like.
So you say,
hey, brother, I got an idea.
It doesn't require an agency.
Wait, I got an idea. You want one you can see, right? You want something you can physically see, right? So I want you to go online and look at the weather report wherever you are in the world. And in it, it's going to give you a time for sunset and sunrise. And if you go outside and look at that exact time, the sun is going to set or the sun is going to rise. And that is calculated based on the rotation of the Earth and where we are during our orbit. So There's a factual thing that is done with math and gives you a very simple thing to look at. Did the sun come up at the time they told me, or did the sun go down at the time they told me?
You know, man. But forget about that.
Skeptical. You don't think that? I'm just sorry. I'm just still confused about like the whole latitude and longitude. Like, you don't believe in celestial navigation. You don't believe in the like. I'm just confused now.
The Earth, right? Water always seeks its own level. That's it.
Yes, that's called not addressing the question.
This for me, that's evidence, so you don't deny that. So you know what I mean.
Yeah, do you have any evidence for that?
What do you mean? Don't have evidence for that?
That water is flat. That water is flat. Have you? Do you think you can? Where do you think you can measure that water is actually flat and not curving?
Anyway, man.
No.
I stated my position. My position is very clear. So
Gotcha.
Earth is flat and stationary. So.
Okay.
It's a circle too, right? A flat circle. Can't just be
Well,
flat.
we here and all around the world, we go from the default position of the globe, and until such times as we see a really good evidence that it isn't, that it is a not globe, then we'll stay with it being a globe, and we will function, all of us, as in that reality. So if there's a debate, then there's the debate's only going to happen really when we get the good evidence and talk about pondering or reflecting. When I set out to do, when I first started looking into flat earthers, I set out to honestly go within myself and say, can this be correct? Can this be true? What would have to be true for this to be the case? And I struggled with that for a couple of days, just to make sure that I wasn't being fooled. So, well, it was 2017, I think. So it's been a while, hasn't it? And I went so far as to ask flat earthers in person and talk to them about it face to face. That was an interesting experience. What do you think, chaps? I think it's dinner time, right? Yeah. I always have to keep scrolling and make sure that Demak isn't talking when it's quiet like this, because I haven't turned down.
I was just thinking when he was talking a few minutes ago. Oh, maybe not everyone has turned him down so easily.
Sometimes I'll turn Demak down, but everyone else is up, and sometimes it gets really quiet, and then I can't tell when that's the case. And sometimes I'll just hear silence, and then I'll hear, "No, Demak, no!" And there's that people will, because it's been Demak talking for 17 minutes straight.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, when he takes a breath, everyone jumps in and just the 17 minutes of pent up anger. Yeah, you idiot!
I absolutely hear you.
Great. Now I've got sunrise, sunset in my head. The song.
I think no flat earther yet has told me how they figured out that water is flat.
Yeah.
I mean, water seeks its own level. I'm fine with that. I go with that, but that's not flat. But if you ask them, so how did you measure that water is flat? Yeah, it's flat. Yeah, but where did you measure? Do you have any evidence? Do you have ever any? Have you measured it on a pool, or what do you think will be the deviation between globe and flat Earth on a pool, or any idea how much millimeters
come up
will
with
be curved over like an Olympic pool if it's super flat?
I've thought of the idea of one of the Great Lakes. So go up to Michigan or wherever, Illinois or something, and go across, make observations across one of the Great Lakes. You should be able to. She'll be able to prove it that it's flat across that.
I mean, Jesse has actually made this experiment, in my opinion, quite nicely, so that everyone basically that is on a very long lake can reproduce it by just putting like 2 tripods with a flashlight on top on the shore on the water level, measured the height of the flashlights consistent over the water in basically a line of sight, and then go just on the other side, same height, look through a telescope, and you see that the middle flashlight is a lot higher than the far away one. But the only response is nah, or you didn't level the tripods, or something like this, which is totally pointless at that point. You don't need a theodolite for that. You don't need nothing for that. Just 2 flashlights, 3 tripods, and a telescope.
I remember what it was. Exactly. Yeah, Jesse's experiment was very good, very thorough.
Yeah, and so simple.
Didn't someone try to say yesterday,
the Great Lakes,
like as an expansion, like water needs a container too? Kind of like the same argument for gas needs a container. Wasn't someone trying to make that yesterday, or was that just Denmark badly?
I don't know. The whole container thing is I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Water needs a container. It's like the oldest evidence in the book.
No. I don't want to try. He's left now. I didn't want to react. Some of the stuff is like, it's just from 2018, 2017 stuff. He's saying he's been talking to people for a long time, but is still, down there talking about water finding its level. I mean, move on, man. What else about water can you tell us? What else about the Earth can you tell us? Okay, so you think the water finds its level. Have you proven that? And if you haven't, then that should be your baseline. Start there, and then move on from that. But don't keep saying that. 6 years, 7, 8 years afterwards.
Well, it's
same like the flat is the default. So why the heck should flat be the default if everything else is balls?
That's why I say what you do is, I've learned a few things. One is, if you say globe is default, if you start with that, start from that. Don't let them say that flat Earth is default and then say no, globe is default. Start by saying that. Open with that, because they don't have a good way of combating that. Because it is. If you're one flat earther in a room of 100 people, the default is globe.
No, there's no such thing as a default. There is.
I mean,
I know.
But you could say like I have a lot of evidence for white swans. So a white swan is basically the default, and now we have to search for black swans.
No, that's not how it works.
No, it is how it works because
it isn't.
we wait a second because we know white swans exist. So that's the only thing that we know yet.
Yeah, all it's doing is
we
pulling
know
the it's sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say we know round objects in the sky do exist. We know they rotate.
Flat objects exist.
We know they have. Yeah, I was talking about the objects in the sky. We know they have faces.
But
so
we're
that's
not talking
that's
about
the fact that
objects
we
in the
know.
sky. We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, but we.
All right. So if you want to be
I have not
pedantic,
seen.
it's
I
the,
have
the
not.
globe model is the globe model is the current default model because
No, there's
if
no
you want
such
to say
thing.
it's
There's
the
no such
current
thing.
default.
No,
it's the current
it's not.
default.
There's no such thing as a default.
Let's hear the explanation why. Then let's hear that.
I'm not saying overall default. I'm saying current.
It's reality. It's not the default.
It's been proven
reality.
countless times. We have pictures of it.
That's why
we
it's
have
not the
videos
default.
of it.
Yes,
It's
yes, we believe that, but before we have evidence.
Yes,
right?
that's why I said it's the current default. That's why I said it's the current.
Before you have evidence, there's no default. You just don't know. Right?
Which is why I said current default position in an argument.
We're not talking about the current that.
Yeah, the default is you don't know.
I am.
That's what.
Yeah.
I am.
Listen,
we're having fun with the word default.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
have a
agree with that.
shoebox.
Yes.
I have a shoebox. What's the default? I have a shoebox. What's inside of it? What's the default of what's inside my shoebox? What's the default?
I don't know because I don't have
isn't
the
one.
evidence yet. Yes,
There isn't
because
one.
I don't have the evidence
You
yet.
don't know.
My point is we do have evidence of the Earth.
That's
and
not
we
what
have
we were
pictures of it.
talking about.
That's what I was
talking about which is the
clarifying.
default.
I was
Brenda.
clarifying.
Christ, what's wrong with you?
Brenda, you are interrupting constantly. Could you maybe stop and
Because
make
of
the
the
calm
stupidity.
discussion?
Okay.
Brenda,
Glober stupidity. Glober stupidity.
You're just interrupting again. We had just a calm discussion. If you want to join the discussion,
I
that's
don't care
fine.
if you're calm. If you're calm in your stupidity,
Wait
who
until
cares?
someone talks. If you
let
do
me
not want to join in a calm discussion, then you can go away. That's also fine. But just don't destroy it.
Please let me explain why I said that earlier. Why I said about default. If you go to a planetarium, I've been to a planetarium, and they're amazing, absolutely. But the planetarium essentially is a flat, circular room with a dome over the top. That's a planetarium. So you sort of can see why a flat earther will claim that is the default position. It looks like a flat circular land with a dome over the top. You go outside, it kind of looks like that. Right. But the way I wanted to do it in this instance, I'm just trying it out, different ways of talking to people about it. But this instance, I wanted to try out a way of just saying that the globe is the default, not the circular flat land with a dome over it, and see what the reaction is and see where that goes. That's all that was.
What you should try is just approaching it logically. A proposition is neither true or false until you have either a reason or evidence for declaring it true or false.
Okay, let's call it not default, but the obvious first choice or first hypothesis.
Yeah.
If you see a lot of evidence for one thing, your first hypothesis is that the other thing that is similar or behaves similar is the same. That's your first observation. Then you can try to disprove that. You can try to falsify. You can try to falsify that claim. So if you see, wait a second. If you see our everyday behavior, like sun arcing above us, we clearly can see, or the clearest evidence is, which I would say the default position, because we can observe that on other things, is that the sun is actually doing an arc around us. It's staying equidistant because it does not change in size. It is arcing around us. This would be basically the default assumption from don't interrupt. That would be the default assumption because you can equalize it to other observations that we know how they exist. So if you then try to analyze it and check if the sun actually arcs or not, you can try to falsify that. But still, you come to a
And he
default
goes on.
assumption or default conclusion, and that's
Another
the
5 minutes?
closest.
Do you
that
need
it
another
is.
5 minutes? How about 5 more minutes? Could you talk
Yeah,
for
how
5 more
about
minutes? I bet
you stay
I
a little
bet you
bit
can.
patient
I
and wait
bet you
until
can
someone
talk
is
for
done?
5 more minutes.
All
I bet
right.
you can.
Yeah, I didn't talk
Okay.
for 5 minutes.
Let me just get in one thing, and then I actually have to head. So my one thing here is, in a conversation like this, when you're talking to people who believe these things that we consider very, very silly, and they are, but one way I'm trying to get this around in my head is to show skeptic, right? Okay, I'm trying to show him that I understand, that we understand, or I understand his position. I see where he's coming from, and then I looked into it deeper, and this is what I concluded, and that makes it a reasonable conversation then, and then it doesn't turn into a shouting match. If you immediately go in that flat Earth is stupid, and if you believe it, you're stupid.
I don't think
then
it's stupid.
All right.
I don't think
Then
it's stupid at all. I think it's a reasonable conclusion. People can look out.
Okay, so we're in
and see
agreement.
that
All right,
the horizon appears to be horizontal. The ground appears to be flat. There appears to be an expanse, right? An arch, an expanse like a spreading, right, above you. That's the reasonable. That's what it looks like. It took people a long time, actually, to figure out that the Earth was a globe. It took the Greeks a while, and there was controversy.
So we agreement. That's good.
No, we're not in agreement. The default actually, number one, logically, there is no default, but observationally, most civilizations throughout all of human history have thought that the Earth was flat and local, and that the sun disappeared. It went into the underground.
Yeah.
And the evening and came out of the underground and during the day, right? And the sun was either their god or the son of their god or something like that. That's what they thought. That's what people thought. They didn't. Nobody
but
thought.
none of them were stupid enough to think that the sun is actually curving above us. They all could obviously conclude that the sun is arcing over us.
What's the difference
Saying
between a
that the
curve and an arc?
sun is circling above us is stupid.
So I will never use the word. I will never use the word default again, at least not in your presence.
No, you should use the
I'm
word default.
talking about ancient flat earthers that know that the sun stays in the same distance and makes an arc above us and then goes under the earth and then comes up again on the other side. And they knew that the moon is a physical object. That is what they thought. They were not dumb.
No, they thought they were gods, and that there's another god, Ketu, who ate the moon, and then there's a dragon that ate Raku or whatever, and all those things.
Yeah.
All those things. That's what they thought, and they thought that there was an underworld, that the sun traveled through the underworld, right? All those things. Those are all what looks like to happen, kind of, because they never traveled.
Would it make you?
They never traveled far from their home. Up until the 20th century, most people lived within a couple miles of their home for their entire lives. All people in the world hardly ever traveled more than a few miles from their home. It was a big deal, right, to travel to the nearest town, right?
No one is objecting that.
Right.
But even 4,000 years ago, people were not thinking that the sun comes along us and then moves away from us again. No one was thinking that. Because it's an absolute dumb conclusion. Because the sun stays the same size all the time.
So my objection, the reason I get agitated is because there's such a thing. It is because you're not thinking. The logical first step is that there are no default truths about a proposition. A proposition just by itself is neither true nor false. You either have to deductively prove it's true, or you have to give evidence for it being true. And in the face of that, there simply isn't any such thing as a given first default truth value to any proposition. You've got to get that in your heads. You've got.
And I do disagree. I do say, and I say with that, if you know one thing and you see something that looks obviously the same, the default is that it is the same. And then you try to figure out if it's different.
No.
That is the default as a human. It works like this.
But he's saying your observation is the evidence to create a position. It's not like, so I get what he's saying. Like,
well,
if
it's initial.
Like the default is, yeah, the default position. Like, I understand there is no default position, especially if you're going to have like a debate with someone and want to set up like, okay, like if we're going to have a debate, let's not set up a default position. Like,
yeah.
I feel like a better word would be the current consensus is, or something like that.
I'm fine.
But if you say current consensus,
but that's
if you say current consensus, they just say that you're going with the mainstream. That's the problem with saying that.
That's a step after the default. That's a step after the default.
It's a more honest use of the English language. It's like saying, "May I go to the bathroom?" versus "Can I?" Like, the correct word should be consensus, not default position. I kind of get what he's going with.
Right. So right. And it puts you in a better position. You can admit, for instance, it looks flat. The horizon looks flat.
No,
and then you can, yes, it does. And then you invite them. You say, let's look into it and let's check and see. Let's do an observation and experiment. Let's take a look and see if it actually is flat. Then you've invited them in. You've encouraged. You've given them something. And you're encouraging them to come with you and investigate the truth of the matter. But if you just say, the default is it's a globe, then you've shut them off and you've shut off future collaboration. That's part of the reason why it's kind of important.
There's been, I understand that, but there's been very little. There's been very little collaboration. Very little collaboration. They're not interested in collaborating with us.
Also, the only thing I would say, hang on, Brenda. The only thing I would say is, like, if you want to talk about what it looks like, I can see any object go over a hill and see it disappears bottom up. And I can see that with the horizon clearly. So to me, like, when you say like, oh, it looks flat, no, it doesn't. It looks like it does the same thing that any other hill does. It looks like it's an object is being dropped over as it goes over a hill. That's to me what it looks like.
So
And I can absolutely not understand that anyone who lives close to the seashore can actually say that the horizon or the water looks flat, because you can basically on any beach see that you have often the horizon coming in, and you still can see land behind the horizon, close to the shore. So if you look along the beach, you see like dunes or something like this behind the horizon, but you see the horizon kind of arcing around you, and you also see ships appearing behind it. You see land masses behind it, partially obstructed. You can go up the dunes, and you see ships again that you have seen before, not anymore. I can clearly not understand whoever have been on the seashore thinks that the Earth is flat.
I haven't.
I've driven a boat. I've driven a boat on a bay. I've driven a boat on a bay and seen towers like from power plants, and I've been able to count how many lights I can see going down the tower from the boat. And then I went to that actual position and seen how many lights are on the tower, and I can see that, oh wow, I could only see the top 2 lights.
That's all evidence that you're bringing it. I just want to say that I've never been to the oceans. I'm 2,000 miles away from either ocean, either side. I'm smack in the middle of the United States. The only large body of water I've been to is Lake Superior. That was once or twice, right? So I don't have that opportunity. A lot of people don't have that opportunity.
Landlubber.
Can I offer a resolution here? Shape of the Earth is a scientific matter. Therefore, it usually doesn't have a default position. When someone tells you it has a default position, he wants to bait you into the flat Earth assumption.
Science does have a default position. What are you talking about? It's empiricism.
That's not
Not true.
That's not a default position.
Yeah, that would be the default position
Not
of
true.
science, philosophically.
Okay, wait, Tor.
But real quick, flat earthers are silly. Are you saying that the Earth first goes up and then down in front of you, like a hill?
Oh God, you're so stupid.
Okay,
No,
so
okay, let's not do that.
We were talking about something, and I want to hear Brenda and Red Clown and the others.
No,
Did you call me Red Clown?
I agree. Red Cloud, he said. I think.
Red Clown.
No, actually, I'm sorry.
His name is
I misread it. I misread it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's got a pretty heavy accent. It's...
Sure you did. Sure you did. Go on. All right. Who said he?
So what I'm saying is, I don't know. The molecule of carbon, it doesn't have a default position. For you understand my point? Stuff doesn't have to have binary or default position when it comes to scientific questions or matter.
There's some flat earthers who would say the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question.
That is also true.
Well, they certainly didn't derive it using the scientific method. We can say that. But anyway, I got to run. Thanks, everybody. And I will
I'm sorry I get upset. I'm sorry.
That's right. That's right.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's really fine.
Okay.
I was experimenting with just saying that, and I
get it, Brenda. I get where you're coming from. It's just.
And by the way, guys, both on the flat Earth and a ball, the horizon would look flat if you would see it in when it's a straight line of sight. So it's that is not confining any shape.
What do you mean if the horizon is on line of sight?
If there's no distortion in the atmosphere.
No, that's not true. If you're on higher elevation, the horizon doesn't look flat anymore. If you're very close to sea level and you look out the sea, you can barely see any curvature. If you're up in elevation, for example, on a mountain close to the shore or on a plain or so, you can clearly see that the circle is curving.
I don't know what kind of images you saw, but there are many high above the Earth observations where the horizon is flat. So
no,
I don't consider that any proof at all.
Okay,
so,
that's fine. But if I've heard that again, I've heard also that from some globers that they say there is no left-right curvature, which is just not true based on your perspective. So if you are higher in an elevation over a ball and you look to the horizon, your angle of looking is basically a cone. You always look down to the ball and it's a cone. And a cone, from the center point of the top of the cone, you always see a circle. You see a circle curving around you. And that circle is not flat. So you cannot just tilt your camera right and left on one line. You have to tilt it around that curvature. And if you are very close to the surface and the horizon is very close to you, this angle of the cone is very flat. But as long as you go higher, this angle on the tip of the cone is getting steeper and steeper and steeper. And you see more and more curvature.
If you're on a ball.
Yes, on a flat Earth you wouldn't, because there would just go into infinity or into blurriness.
Let me talk. If you're on a ball, you're on the top of that ball, right?
Yes.
From your position.
Yes.
So if you look to the north, to the south, or to west of the east, the horizon should always be at the same point.
But not horizontal.
Because on a ball, in any direction, it curves away in the same way. So the point of the horizon should always be at the same height. All around.
Imagine trying to do a 360 panorama and with the camera, right? You've got a perfectly flat, level, horizontal, center of the frame, horizon, and you take a picture every 20 degrees around you, and you try to stitch them together. The edges of each one aren't going to match up because each one will be slightly a few pixels lower than the center of the image, even though
and is that then the shape of the Earth, or is it what happens looking through a lens?
No, this could be you could spend $20,000 on this lens with no distortion.
You must be very far away from the Earth to see it curve.
As long as the horizon is centered top to bottom on the frame, there won't be any barrel or pincushion distortion effects on that line straight across. It looks straight across, but then you try to match them up and they aren't going to match.
Oh, hello, John. What's up?
Snooze. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm just waiting for the doc in the office here, so I'm listening to the convo.
Okay.
I would also add, Snooze, when they say water's level, like, ask them when is it level?
Yeah, it wasn't the claim like large bodies of water at rest are level?
Yeah, but when?
You mean like daytime or where?
I mean, I just don't understand. Like, there's low tides and high tides, so when is the water level?
Not even
Yeah, but that
that. I
doesn't
was thinking the
count.
other
You're
day
unfair.
that like I just opened the pool a couple weeks ago, looking at the pool and the reflection of this like sky past it. And every little wave, every little ripple you could see. And then what could possibly make waves on water settle down to calm if it's not gravity, or like how would density do that in there? That's mind-boggling.
I try to ask flat earthers why they clearly see and feel magnetism and experience and also acknowledge that, but say gravity is super fake. And it was just not possible to get a response. The only response, in my opinion, basically is because if gravity would be there, then a wall ball would be possible. Therefore, it must be fake.
Yeah, there's
no logical explanation whatsoever why gravity couldn't be real.
Yeah, they have to keep gravity fake so that satellites can't be real, so that space is fake, so that satellite evidence can be dismissed, and then they can make up whatever they want.
Yeah. I mean, the space one is anyway weird because no one is that is by on a healthy mind is claiming that there is an absolute vacuum. And in my opinion, the logical like conclusion is pretty clear. So you can measure weight of air. You can measure it. If you have a vacuum chamber, it's pretty easy to measure the weight of air. If you just measure the weight of a Coke bottle that is open in the vacuum chamber and you pull the vacuum, it has a specific weight. And if you then release the air again inside into the bottle, then you close the bottle, then you pull the vacuum again, the bottle will be heavier. And the difference between the open bottle and the closed bottle with the air inside is the air on atmospheric pressure. And you know that everything is pulled down, even air, even helium in a vacuum chamber is pulled down. There is not such a thing like an upwards bias or so. So we know now for a fact air has weight. We know that if you put something that has weight on top of something else, that creates pressure on that. So it compresses air. Like if you have air in a syringe, you can push on the end, you can push it together, you make it more dense. And if you now stack air on top of air on top of air, you get a pressure gradient. So clear why it happens. And you can measure that pressure gradients with your phone at home. You can go a few levels up. You don't even have to do that. You can measure it between your ceiling and your floor. But still they stick to the situation, it needs a container. Some of them say, okay, the container can be infinitely far away as long as there is a container, because they somehow repeat that record that someone has said there needs to be a container. Why? With which logical explanation is the container? They don't know. And no one of us claims that there is no air or no pressure at all where the satellites fly. But still.
even if there's no physical material capable of being that container.
I still feel like we fall into their trap too often by talking about anything other than the fact that the sun is always the same apparent size.
Yeah.
And a flat earth sun is always way above the horizon. I mean, you just do the math. The flat earth sun never gets anywhere near the horizon.
Well, I think one of the problems they run into with the vacuum and their containers, a lot of flat earthers don't understand that vacuums don't suck. They think that the vacuum creates the suction force, not the pressure pushing into the vacuum. It's a big problem with that.
I was just going to bring that up.
There's so many misconceptions. As I said to Brenda before, what I mean, like with the, for example, like the default position or the default conclusion or the closest conclusion with the sun is that the sun arcs. I totally get geocentrism. Absolutely no-brainer for someone who's living here on Earth, thinking that everything above us arcs around us.
Hey, about that brain stuff you
Give
guys
that
are talking
everyone.
about. So about that brain stuff, when you guys leave a cup of water outside, does it evaporate?
Depends on what weather you have outside. Sometimes it gets more full.
Sometimes it freezes.
Yeah, but
solid.
let's say it's nice outside, nice summer day.
If it's dry outside in the air, it does
and
evaporate. If it's not dry out there, it doesn't.
I'm curious where you're going with this. So yeah, it evaporates.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you think that the lower pressure of outer space, would just readily take in all of the gases of the Earth?
The atmosphere.
Well, see, that's the issue that you run into is the forces involved. Since vacuums don't create no suction force, but gravity creates a pretty good pulling force. Even though flat earthers don't believe in gravity, I'm going to have to invoke it. Basically, really the only I know, but listen,
I'm not talking about
gravity pulling down, and since gravity is basically the only force pulling down, even the things that would evaporate do not have the energy to escape that gravitational field. So even the stuff that evaporates gets drawn right back down to the surface, or pulled back down. You don't have enough energy to escape out of the Earth's gravitational
You can
field.
demonstrate that.
Oh, we definitely can demonstrate that evaporated water stays often close to the ground if you have fog, for example.
If you have what?
Fog.
And no, I can't demonstrate it to answer you. I'm just telling you what the science is.
Yeah, it would just seem to me that the low pressure of space would siphon off the gases of the Earth.
No, the low pressure of space gives
high
room.
pressure of the
Wait a
atmosphere
second.
is siphoning off the water.
The low pressure of the space gives room for gas to expand to it. So again, it's not sucking. So there is just free area where gases can go, as long as the kind of wish or tendency to go there is not opposed by any other force. It's the same like if you have some magnet holding something up, that's below the magnet is space where the metal can go, but the magnetic force is holding it up so it stays there. And that's the same with gravity.
Okay.
The weight of the air.
I understand that's
weight.
the claim. I'm not ignorant to the idea.
No, air has weight. Because it has weight, it is pulled down. So air has also the tendency to expand. So these two forces, the pulling down and the expansion tendency, are equaling out so that the air actually takes some room.
Gases, so air, have vectors in all
actually,
in any direction. So you're only
roboting.
So you're only weighing the downward vector.
Well, the simplest way that I look at it is you have molecules that bounce off of each other, and they have to have enough energy after colliding with the molecule to escape the gravitational pull of the Earth. So they might start on the ground, gases like hydrogen, if it escapes. It's got enough energy and enough buoyancy to get high up into the atmosphere, but then it has to have enough energy from bouncing off of other molecules to be ejected out of Earth's gravitational field, or at least ejected far enough to get entangled around the moon or around something else. And if it does not have enough energy, it'll just be pulled back down to the
There's an
Earth.
escape pressure. Got it.
Yes.
There's an escape pressure. So
that's what I mean with the tendency to expand.
Anyone else want to get in?
Similar to the glass of water. Their water vapor pressure is part of what sets that.
Hey, let that Riggs guy talk. Yeah.
I think flat earthers are silly wanted to get into. I think now's the time.
Yeah, you were talking about like evaporation and like the air pressure. Like, yes, that is what's causing it to evaporate. If Earth had a greater air pressure at surface level, then water would evaporate slower. So that's what part of it. What you're talking about evaporation, like the air pressure, wouldn't that make the water dry up in the water glass? Yes, that's exactly what happens.
Okay. So we've established that the property that I'm talking about exists, except that they're due to gravity, is an escape pressure that you must overcome. Now that is something that's unestablished, but there's also a degree of evaporation, which even your team says takes place, right? They say that there's a certain amount of air that does escape within a small percentage, right?
Yes.
Now, it would just, even though it would be a very small amount, I mean, I don't know how you guys are recouping any amount of lost gas. But either way, I really think that once you create that off-gassing, that there would be the factor of siphoning that would take place. And I know that people would say, oh, well, why would siphoning be part of the deal? But if siphoning requires, like, let's say you siphon through a straw or something or a tube, it requires the walls. But in your model, the walls are the gravity. So, like, the open containment is the wall. So siphoning could still be a thing. Could siphon off of the full surface of the Earth, especially, I mean, it's surrounded by low pressure. There's literally nothing stopping it.
So if the Earth,
once you start giving that exchange, I just don't see how it couldn't cause a catastrophic off-gassing.
But again, if you talk about siphoning, you are always talking about you are creating some kind of suction, or you creating some kind of room where the surrounding higher pressure pushes into. And we do have that. We have the gases compressed down here. They have a tendency, so the molecules have a tendency to push against each other. So they want to expand. The room between these molecules want to get wider, but they are held back by gravity. So why should they suddenly ignore gravity and just go into the room if this is at the moment equaled out? So all the weight of the gases are pulled down by gravity, plus the tendency of the gas molecules to be apart from each other is pushing against that, which is exactly causing our pressure gradients.
And the only thing that would make air like leave the atmosphere and like actually leave our atmosphere is if a solar wind was to apply enough force to overcome the gravitational force, and our magnetic field disrupts that.
Or we would superheat our atmosphere and it would get hotter and hotter so that there is more energy in the molecules pushing against each other.
Yes.
That would also cause it to expand and work against gravity.
Yeah, we have a gradient of static electricity rising in height, giving every gas particle more potential. Needing more room.
That hasn't what?
That's a new take. I haven't heard that one before. Nice. You get bonus points for creativity. Solar wind right now is 437 kilometers per second.
If we're always taking solar energy and we're always off gassing, how is it that we're not running out of these things?
So the one thing is
we
that
should be superheating. How are we getting rid of our heat if we're surrounded by an insulator? And how are we maintaining our gases and liquids if we're constantly being
that very process
the
is
one
what
thing is
causes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just want to say that the one thing is the good thing with this insulator that we have is that we are just not all dying once the sun sets. Because if there would not be any insulator, we would basically just radiate suddenly all our existing heat out into the space, and we would freeze to death. But because we have our atmosphere, we are still alive in the morning when the sun comes again. Also, because of our atmosphere, because it's an insulator, we are not burned to death once we are on the sunny side, because some of the radiation is kind of reflected by our atmosphere. However, one of the problems of our atmosphere nowadays is that the insulation can be a little bit too high, and we are collecting energy on Earth. That's why it gets warmer at the moment. Regarding the escaping gases, the most gases that are escaping are very small particles. For example, hydrogen, helium. These gases have typically their origin in the under the Earth's surface. For example, due to decay of other materials, Earth is producing helium and hydrogen and so on. And typical helium and hydrogen collection happens due to on oil reserves in the bottom, and so this is a lot of the gas that actually escapes because it's lighter, therefore it's higher, and the rest of the atmosphere that gets lost is so tiny that it basically, realistically, over the next, I don't know, million years doesn't make a real big difference.
Just real quick, Rick, before you say respond there, I just want to say that process of the sun sending heat and stuff, and that's what science says causes the currents in the ocean. It's hotter at the equator, it's colder at the poles, and that current helps carry that energy, the heat energy, to the poles to where they can cool off or be dissipated. It's the Earth it has cycles and systems that science says is what it does. I keep saying science says because obviously I can't prove any of this. I don't even know how to do the experiment.
Okay.
I mean,
I've heard you. You go ahead. Your turn.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, as far as currents, there's a whole lot of factors that go into it, including underwater currents and stuff like that. Like, I agree it's due to the sun and like its effects, but there's multiple effects. Multiple things affect currents.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep things simple.
Okay. Anyone else?
That's fair.
Okay. All right. So in my experience, whenever there is an insulator or like a vacuum, or they've got these what's this called again? Yeti cups and ice chests and whatnot. You got the foam in there. It's basically like a really good insulator. Like these Yetis have a vacuum section inside of them with the steel. Typically, steel is a pretty good transfer of energy, but because of the vacuum in there, it stays pretty hot or cold or whatever. I have trouble believing if we're storing any amount of energy that we're not becoming some kind of superheated object. I don't care if there's an atmosphere or a magnetic field or anything. Like, I'd really need to see some sort of demonstration that would maintain like a lone body with an atmosphere or some kind of magnetic field that continues to maintain its temperature while suspended in an insulator, which doesn't continuously gain energy.
Right? You can directly test that at home. You can test that at home.
Boys.
Well, I'm. Is this Riggs speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Riggs, it's Jack Stone. Hey, look at the Cube battery. So the problem is that the very thing that you're discussing. There was this company by the name of Cube that makes these Cube batteries that were going to try to run New York substations based on all this retained energy through vanadium. I don't know if you know the vanadium technology for battery. Anyway, they tried it. The problem is exactly that they cannot create stasis with it. It's always overcharged.
Yeah.
They need to discharge it. So they cannot do it. Anyway, it's there. They've been doing it for 20 years, trying to achieve the technology through vanadium. It's called Cube. Go look it up. It was big in New York, but it failed. They cannot store the amount of energy. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
Okay.
That's
Riggs,
what I was thinking. I just don't
add-
see them. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
No, I would like to respond to your question that you would like to have a demonstration.
Let me just.
Y'all need to let Riggs go.
Insulator. What?
Can I just add something, Snooze?
Riggs has been trying to get his point out for a while, and everybody keeps cutting him off.
No. He was explaining this insulator and that he would like to
I don't
see
even
in
remember
reality.
what I was going to say, but yeah, I was trying to finish my 2 points and then let you guys talk again, but whatever. We can stick on this one. It's a good one. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I'm with you, like the thing, like, yes, there would have to be something that would be expelling energy, otherwise, as the sun's energy came into our atmosphere, unless it was also somehow some energy leaving, the Earth would just eventually keep adding heat and heat and heat. I can grant you that, but the thing is, in the flat, if you have your model that involves an actual physical container, you would have that same issue, because even in your model or whatever you think, I do think you think the sun does produce heat. Yes.
Riggs?
Yeah, I missed the last part. Sorry.
Does the sun produce heat or light, Riggs? Is what they're asking.
Does sound produce heat or light?
No, does the sun produce heat or light?
Basically,
it's got radiation, it's got light, it's got flares, it's got all kinds of shit.
My point is,
but where is the heat generated that the sun provides?
Well, the sun provides radiation, but the matter is what it gathers the heat, and we have the matter.
Yeah, Riggs gets it.
Okay, let me make my point more succinct. The flat Earth would have the same problem as the globe Earth as far as energy leaving the system and being produced in the system.
Okay. So I would like to respond to you, Riggs, if you're listening. If not, then it's also fine. Okay. So you ask for a real life example where something that is in an insulator does not store the energy somehow magically infinite and gets hotter and hotter and hotter. You can try that at home if you like. For example, if you have a heat lamp and you put let's say a foam ball, which is a pretty good insulator, right, on a rotating I don't know, axis or so, and you rotate it slowly, and you put a thermocouple or something in the inside of the ball, and you shine with the heat lamp on that ball that is rotating, you will see that the thermocouple or the temperature in the inside of the ball will rise to one specific point. And then it will stay at that temperature because you will reach an equilibrium between the energy that is shining on the ball and that is at the same time radiated from the backside or from the surface of the ball in all directions again. So you have a specific amount of energy coming in from the sun, And at the same time, you have the same amount of energy radiated in all directions of the Earth. And that's why you get in the inside of the ball, in the inside of this insulator, a stable temperature. Until you have reached that equilibrium, the temperature will rise, but then it will stop rising because you have an equilibrium. It's same like if you put a chicken in the oven and you or on a grill and you rotate it, the chicken will never have, I don't know, 600 degrees as the coal below. It will always be cooler because it's directly radiating heat away.
Okay. I mean, I understand you believe that, but we're talking about an inherently different, like atmosphere. So, like the pressure of space. It's not equivalent.
Pressure
I can't even replicate the pressure of space. So, like, I understand that the amount of temperature or equilibrium would be different at different distances, because I believe in the inverse square. What's it called? That property of it. I understand that, but yeah, I still think that because there would be no place to dissipate, I think it's kind of a flawed idea. It's not realistic because we don't have an example of it. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have anything like that other than this place that you say is prevalent and everywhere except nowhere that we can find it. Like, kind of like how, sound doesn't transfer in a vacuum. Like, nobody really understands that because we don't live in a vacuum like that. It's not natural. Nature, as far as we can tell, abhors a vacuum. It's not a natural thing.
What do you mean by nobody understands that specifically?
Nobody inherently understands the kind of pressure that you guys invoke. It's not
like they don't experience it and thus can't intuit.
No, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean to say. If that's what you guys would rather me
Stop it,
say.
Riggs. Stop it. Your incredulity doesn't mean shit.
I mean, I understand that your brain might experience this type of low pressure.
Like, incredulity is the only real big word NASA still knows, and he uses any opportunity to use it.
Yeah, you and Riggs are full of it.
Yeah,
And you say,
say incredulous again.
Right now, all Riggs is saying right now is no.
What do you got for an example there, Paige?
This whole thing about nobody understanding vacuums is bullshit. We
What
understand
do you
vacuums
got
quite
for an
well.
example?
I'm just saying it's not it's not innate to our being. People don't experience
it actually is.
that property.
It actually is.
Because
You
it's
just
not
have to
natural.
get off the planet. You just have to get about 10, 20 miles away from the planet.
Hey,
Straight up.
NASA, I asked you a question a few years back. How long would it take man to leave the Earth and travel to the moon again? Do you remember what you said?
5 days.
5 days from now. So it wasn't in 2024. It's now going to be in 2025.
2027. It looks like.
Oh, 2027 now. Okay. Prior to that, do you remember being asked years and years ago when you predicted it to happen?
Well, if they would stop cutting the funding to NASA, it might happen.
Oh, funding. Do they print the money out of thin air with no asset value attached? Just
Stop it.
preconceived?
We don't need to talk about this more.
Oh, we don't need to talk about that.
No, we're not
so
talking
they
about.
print,
We're talking
they
about
print
financing
money out of
NASA.
nothing. The Federal Reserve prints the money.
We're talking about financing NASA, not printing money. We're not going to talk about the Federal Reserve.
Well, all that tax money
We're not going to talk about the Federal Reserve. We're not going to talk about the tax money.
Why not? It's never ending. $52 million a day, right? $52 million a day, and that's not enough.
Which how much? How much is the federal budget? Is that?
$52 million a day, right?
How much is the federal budget?
You're gonna say it's money. It's not technology, right?
How much money? How much percent? What percentage of U.S. budget is that?
The first go-to is it's not the technology we don't have. It's money.
What percentage of U.S. budget is that?
So if I was Rockefeller and I owned just shit, do you think I would worry about money or the technology?
What percentage of the U.S. budget?
Don't want to answer, do you? So you're the same robot that you were years ago. The same excuses.
I ask you a simple question. You haven't answered the question. What percentage of the U.S. budget is NASA?
Oh, there you go. So at the end of the day, you know that man can't leave Earth. You just keep saying they
Well,
can.
actually, it does. There are 13 people in space right now as we speak.
So in 5 days, they're going to the moon. Man is, right? Are they bringing women this time?
There are 13 people in space as we...
Oh, they're giving up on the moon. They're going to Mars now. It's farther, it's harder, but we can do that. Fuck the moon.
So, but wait a second. The first thing that NASA's
Data, by the
repeatedly
way.
over and over.
Good to hear your voice.
Likewise, buddy.
You haven't told me what percentage of the budget.
So again, the go-to answer for you is monetary and not technology. Interesting. So you still hold the same position you did about 5 years ago.
Yep.
When I asked you the same very question, it has nothing to do with the technology and everything to do with money.
Hey, to be fair, I still hold my same position from 5 years ago, Data. We can't hold that against paid NASA shield.
What is that?
Well, that he still holds a position from 5 years ago. I don't think I've changed many of my positions in 5 years.
Well, no flat earthers changed their mind ever.
Are you sure?
Well, that's not true. Then now they can see that.
Well, that's not true. We had to change it to get off the ball in the first place.
And that the sun does not set in Antarctica.
That's when you got in that car accident or mom dropped you on your head or something. That's really not your fault.
Rob, was it your position 5 years ago that the sun never sets in Antarctica, or that it does set in Antarctica?
It was just as relevant to me 5 years ago as it is to me today. Thank you.
Yeah, bullshit.
Of course, you have to another
bullshit on that.
Another denial.
Hang on, he wants to call bullshit on me not giving a fuck whether the sun is up in the air for 24 hours in Antarctica.
Yeah, except that can't happen
That
on the
still
flat Earth map.
doesn't.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You want to let me respond to the guy or no?
Very good.
Because
I don't know if it could happen.
Bullshit. I could give a fuck. It doesn't change the fact that water levels work.
Yes,
and that's on the Earth. That's not up in the air doing stupid shit.
Yeah, well, water level
I'm
is
calling
called
bullshit on
water
the fact that
called
you
by
never
gravity.
claimed that you didn't have any claims about Antarctica. I'm calling bullshit on that.
Oh, you
5 years
go
ago.
find me one. Go find me one, guy. Go find me claiming 24-hour sun in Antarctica did this or that.
What's the furthest you've ever done a water level? Come on, Rob.
400 meters, and that's all I needed.
100
Thank
meters.
you.
Wow. So the whole Earth is 100.
I said,
it's
hey,
flat.
why don't you listen to me? I said 400 meters.
Oh, 400 meters. So
Fuck,
the whole world
man.
is
You
flat.
guys just don't want to hear me.
So it's been level over 400 meters.
I never said the Earth is flat. I just accept the label of flat earther. I live in the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains are flat. Paid NASA
Oh
shield.
God, here we go. Here we go with Bebtardism
Fuck's
again.
sake. Yeah, here we go. I just want to play
Give me the
word
Bebtard
games.
thing. Come on. Oh, say they're mountains and valleys. Come on, Bebtard.
Well, it's
Yeah, too bad you can't attack my argument. You just want to attack me. That's cool.
Oh no, I mean, come on. Let's pull the string now. Give me the whole Bebtard thing.
No, how about you address my argument? Tell me how a water level doesn't create a horizontal plane.
It doesn't. It creates a level. That's why they call it a water level, not a water horizontal.
Where can I see this? Where can I see this level curve? Where can I see this level curved when I build a house?
Right.
How big is your house?
So
400 meters.
I use a mathematical system called Euclidean geometry when I build a house.
No, you're not.
This is independent of optics or your feelings, right? How do I build that? How do I build that house? What instrument do I need to use Euclidean geometry?
If I were you, I would hire a contractor, one that knows how to do math and not do it yourself.
You don't have an answer. So 13 days are going to go. 13 days again. 13 days from now, they're going to go to the moon, or they're going to go to Mars, right? And that's what you're claiming?
I didn't say that. You did.
Oh, well, you said they're going to go to the moon?
You built houses?
In 2027.
Hang on, you say you built houses?
No, I'm saying to build a house, you use Euclidean geometry.
Yes, but you can't use Euclidean geometry, so.
No, you said that you. No, hang on.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. When you build a house, No. Listen carefully.
I did
when
listen.
you build a house, you use Euclidean geometry.
You said that. I know that I know you don't want other people to talk, but you said specifically that you use Euclidean geometry to build a house.
I built sheds using Euclidean geometry. I haven't built a full house, no.
You built a shed.
Sheds, yep. Gate ramps, sheds, all kinds of stuff, always using Euclidean geometry.
Did it require a permit where you needed a survey that required elevations?
Tell me when you don't use Euclidean. Let me know.
Tell me when real. Tell me when real engineers don't require surveyors to give them a benchmark elevation based off of a geoid and a spherical Earth.
Go ahead and show me the math. Post it in the chat.
Post what in the chat?
You just invoked a geoid, so that you're invoking a mathematical system. Go ahead, show it to me. You realize a geoid is a mathematical system, right? It's not actual reality. It's a mathematical system.
No, it's reality.
A geoid's reality, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Where can I see this geoid in reality?
It's the Earth.
Oh, so they don't use a mathematical system relating to a geoid to get a geoid?
I don't know what that means.
It means they use mathematical second or third order measurements after they use Euclidean geometry to measure.
So
I posted the geoid for you. That I posted the geoid for you that I use.
Awesome. Now show me where it's applicable in 1 acre of land.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
In 1 acre of land.
Do you know
Yeah,
what?
show me how the geoid affects the mathematics over 1 acre of land. Break it down for me, and then show me it in reality.
Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
Reciprocal means you have to have two positions of parallel lines to get reciprocal angles to match or to show difference.
No,
So the
reciprocal
question
just means two sides.
Sure. Between the 2 points, you have to have parallel lines. Are they parallel between 2 points?
No,
that's just
the word reciprocal just means from two sides.
Yeah, so you can have a right angle, and then you have a line that intersects that right angle, and the two angles between on the opposite sides of that would be reciprocal angles.
None of you have done. None of you have done it. You have no idea what you're talking about. If the two lines are parallel, if the two lines between 2 points aren't parallel, then you're not doing it right.
No, that's not
still talking.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, well, where are you getting this from?
Euclidean geometry.
Right, that's exactly right. And you're wrong about how it actually works.
Okay, if you think so.
Well, so here I will show you someone that are measurements that our very own Schubel, licensed surveyor.
He uses Euclidean geometry, buddy.
Yep.
That's all you need to know.
No. So if you don't understand this is your chance to learn. So look in the chat.
What is second order and third order measurements in surveying?
I don't know. Look in the
Please
chat.
shut the fuck up.
No, look in the chat, guy. Come on. You think you got something? Take a look in the chat.
It's all first order measurements. Then you have to invoke a model. And it's a mathematical equation that you imply either a logarithmic value or you like to invoke the 8 inches, right? Which is bullshit.
Nope, Jack. No. I can educate you on this. Look in the chat, look at the picture.
What second order and third order measurements in surveying?
I don't know.
Then please stop talking.
No, because you don't know either. So
they are mathematical models. Your first order measurements are Euclidean. Then you add in a secondary equation based on air. Now it's either air of the instrument, Air of the instrument, yes.
Nope.
There's always
Nope.
instrument air.
Nope.
Or you've already given preconceived coordinates based on a model that you're trying to match up.
Nope. So
I shouldn't say preconceived. I should say, or you've been given coordinates that you have no idea where they come from.
So you are as wrong as anything. So I want you to look at the picture. Can you look at the picture?
If I use Euclidean geometry for 10 miles,
can you look
and
at
then use it
the
for another
picture?
10 miles? Actually, let's do
Okay.
this. If I use Euclidean geometry for 1.5 miles, and then I move another 1.5 miles, and I use Euclidean geometry, and then I move 1.5 miles all the way up to 10 miles.
If you
And
run away from the question,
I've only done Euclidean geometry, which means I've only developed elevation profile information off of a parallel or a level flat baseline. That's the only way from point A to the 10-mile distance. I run a parallel line to get proper elevation angles. If you don't believe me, I'm going to get some evidence. 1 second. Give me a second.
Okay, well, I gave you a picture to look at, and apparently you're afraid to look at it. And I don't really blame you for being afraid to look at it, because this is actually done by Shoebill, who, you know, if we can get him in here, he can walk you through it, or I can. I'm perfectly capable. And, you know, you'll learn something, and you won't like it. But, you know, I'm sorry about that, but that's, you know, that's what happens when you base yourself on on thinking that you know better than the people who actually do this for a living.
Is Shubu licensed?
I do know much better than you for certain. I'm just going to present evidence that backs up my claim. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Is that what you do for a living, Omnivore?
It's not what I do for a living. It's what Shoebill does.
I do it for a living too.
Yeah, because he
I'm not
said that's what he does for a living?
Yep.
Well, I do it for a living too. I'm just not licensed.
I have a hard time just taking people's word on the internet.
Yeah, I that's fine. Like I said, I can explain it to you.
Omni, can you explain it for us then?
Hey,
Sure.
What are the odds
I
you have
think we're not be able to,
10 PhDs in your server?
Absolutely. Wait. Taking back Eden asked me to explain it. I'm going to explain it. So, if you see the picture at 7 minutes past the hour, Eden,
What is second order and third order measurements in surveying?
post it in the chat. Do you see, Eden, do you see the...
What is second and third order measurements in surveying?
He already answered
They think you don't know what it is, Data.
He doesn't know.
You
He
now.
doesn't know, and yet he's going to educate us. Please stop talking.
Stone. You can post whatever you think it is in the chat, your source for it. That's fine. I'd like to see it. And you can then I can explain reciprocal zenith angles, and you can tell me where these mathematical models are being used. Okay? You can do that. So Eden, are you going to pay attention to this?
Yes, I think it'll be great for everyone in the room.
You just invoke zenith angles, right, which will require a 90-degree. Plus, if you're going to invoke a zenith angle, you're going to take that particular angle and minus it from 90, and then you're going to get a linear distance to the subpoint of where you've measured your zenith angle from. And in case to get the 60 nautical miles, you have to invoke a radius.
No, we're not doing the 60 nautical miles.
Well, that's what you get. To get any kind of zenith angle, you're doing any star navigation. If you get any star navigation, you're going to take the angle, minus it 90, and then multiply it by 60 nautical miles to get a linear distance to the subpoint.
I'm not. No, I'm not. No,
that's objective.
I'm
That's
sorry. I'm
objectively
terribly sorry.
That's objectively what you do.
That's not how this works.
That's objectively what you do. The funny part is you're going to run into two parallel lines between the 2 points.
Can somebody mod this?
Yeah. Let the man talk, you loudmouthed motherfucker. Holy shit. Go, Omni.
Okay. Yeah. So, Jack, buckle up. Eden, please pay attention. So, you see the picture. You see there's two vertical. You see those two red lines marked vertical? Or the two red text marked vertical?
Are they on a sphere?
We don't know yet. Do you see those?
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
Yep.
Okay. So each theodolite has a bubble level in it, a very precise one, and that establishes plumb at that location. All right. So that gives us our vertical or our plumb. Now, what happens is we point one theodolite, the one that's lower down on the left, at the one that's further up on the right. Okay. And what we're going to try to do is get the elevation of that point on the right. So we point the lenses of the theodolites at each other, or as close as you can get based on the distance. and you take the zenith angle. Now, Stone, is Stone still here or did he run away? I guess he ran away. So the zenith angle is measured from the vertical down to the crosshairs. All right. So you can see that one of them is 88 degrees. The one on the left is 88 degrees, 57 minutes, and 58.2 seconds. And the one on the left, because on the right rather, because it's higher up, is 91 degrees, meaning that it is more than 90 degrees because it's at a higher elevation. 9 minutes and 55 seconds. All right. So what we're doing is we have these two vertical lines, but they're not parallel. When we add up those two angles, they don't add up to 180 degrees. Do you see that, Taking Back Eden? That is a question to you.
Yep.
Okay. So we're not referencing any stars or anything in the sky. What we're referencing here is the fact that each one of those tools establishes its own vertical, and that when we point one at the other, we have reciprocal verticals. And when we add those together, if all parallels on the Earth, all verticals were parallel on the Earth, then it would be a flat Earth. But they're not. The raw measurements from these instruments tells us that those two vertical lines are not parallel. And Stone would have really loved this. It's too bad he ran away. But the amount that the two angles added together is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, which is what we would expect.
Again, you're wrong. You just invoked a model, a mathematical model. That's what you have to realize. You just invoked a model by claiming 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. I'm going to give you something.
No.
Here's fact. Here's the fact. Here's a fact. It actually doesn't change 1 degree.
You ran away, and you didn't hear what I said. You avoided the explanation.
You don't even know what second and third order is, and then you're invoking land surveying. You're a pathetic individual, and you're a liar. So again, if you're going to keep invoking the nautical miles, you invoke a model. You literally invoke a model, and you don't even realize it.
Let me.
First order versus second order just refers to the accuracy of the survey. First order survey.
Wrong again. The first order is Euclidean. Then you add a second order, which is a model. Then the third, fourth, and fifth order are all about the third order, fourth order, and fifth order, all mathematical precision.
Almost done.
In other words, you can't determine what footing you're living on unless you apply to these models, which are.
Can somebody mod Jack for a second? Jack, just hang on. Don't run away again. Okay, good. So Eden, so Jack is wrong. He's not correct about this. Look at the picture I put in at 16 minutes past the hour. Do you see that, Eden? That's a question to you, Taking Back Eden.
I'm gonna take a look right now. Thank you.
Okay, take a look. Let me know when you see it, because otherwise, this will be wasted effort on my part.
And I just want to correct Jack about.
Let me finish it. I will finish and step back. I realize you're probably better at this than me. Flat earthers are silly, but let me just finish this so Eden, you see that line along the bottom, 91 degrees, 0 minutes, 23 seconds, and 91 degrees, 20 minutes, and 47 seconds along the bottom?
I do.
Those are reciprocal zenith angles taken from two mountain peaks. And if you add up those two angles, those are zenith angles. This is in the American arc of the parallel, the triangulation. They are about 180 miles or so apart, and they cut the difference in the sum above. It comes out to about 182 degrees, which is exactly what we would expect on the sphere. But what Stone is completely wrong about is that we use the sphere to get that measurement. No, this is the measurement taken from the instruments.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Yep, go ahead.
And well done on your explanation. Thank you very much. So question number one, Omni, is If I was to repeat this observation day and night, would I get the identical results?
So you should. Yes.
Okay, and my follow-up is
Better question for him. Better question for him. If I'm using an instrument that has a 10, 20, or 30 times optical resolution, am I going to end up with the same elevation value, the same information? Oh, really now? Okay.
Yes.
So if you're measuring a mountain peak 180 kilometers away, are you using an optical instrument or straight mathematical system of Euclidean?
You're using the theodolite.
Yeah.
The
So it's
theodolite
optical,
has
right?
has an ocular in it.
So it's optical, right? So here's the difference. A mathematical system such as Euclidean geometry isn't identical to an optical system that uses Euclidean geometry. Do you know why that is?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean, when you invoke Euclidean geometry through optics, you're not actually using the true mathematical system of ratios that you could build a house with. In other words, you have things like refraction, right? Light is not traveling straight anymore, it's bending. So you can't invoke a mathematical system without calculating for errors. But not only that, you have several errors with the instrument itself, with calibration. You have to reduce the error, plus you have to accumulate, let's say, a standard deviation due to refraction in your calculations, which is always riddled with errors.
Okay,
This is why I don't entertain your arguments anymore, because it's so pathetic. It's so cringe. The fact that, let me finish. I'm almost done. The fact that you're invoking long distance observations with an instrument not designed to do so, and then when I ask you an intellectually honest question, in other words, if I change the optics 10, 20, 30, you tell me that I get the same angle, which is not true. In fact, the more higher strength of optical device you get, the more resolution you got, which means you get a better angle. And if that's the case, the elevation changes. Yes, it is, because it's based on math. So if you have a correction in the elevation due to higher optics, the distance to it or the height of it's going to change, right? Because that's how it works when you change optics. The stronger the resolution, the better information, the more accuracy. It's no different than a map. If I measure a map in millimeters or centimeters, one's going to be more accurate than the other. So your pathetic example, it just means you guys are fucking either dumb or agents. And I'm just going to write about it again, man. This time it's different. I got one question to ask you. This is my final question to ask you. Are you a Marxist communist?
No, I am a capitalist.
That's fucking stupid.
No, anybody supporting Marxism is stupid.
What's the margin of error? What's the margin of error that refraction would cause?
Again, you still haven't gotten the point, have you? You're invoking a mathematical, pure mathematical system called Euclidean.
What's the margin
You're invoking a pure
error?
mathematical. You're invoking a pure mathematical system that actually runs into errors once you use optics and you use the system together. Because Euclidean geometry and optics.
What's the margin of error?
Let me finish. Euclidean geometry says parallel lines can converge, but our optics show things converging, which means you can't truly apply them simultaneously. There's going to be errors.
Yes,
you cannot. No, there's a limitation to it. There's a limitation to it. There's a limitation to it. The tools have limitations. The tools have limitations. The tools have limitations. This is why land surveying is done 1.5 miles in each sections. They're not done over 180 fucking miles, you morons. Give me a fucking break. Shut the fuck up with your lying bullshit. You guys got to get a better argument.
All right, so guys, thank you. So Jack, this was, well, he ran away again. So what was
he left again? He's just a troll on me.
Did you have further questions, Eden?
Thank you, Omni. Actually, I think you did raise them, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you want to know what things that he was wrong about there? Because he threw out a bunch of claims.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay,
I'm just at the link.
So first off, it's true that if you can get every time you get a more accurate measurement, you will get a more accurate value of the height or of the length. Like if I use a caliper to measure the length of a piece of wood that is calibrated to the micrometer, I'll get a more accurate measure than if I use, a standard ruler. But the fact that I can have a more accurate measure of something doesn't mean the wood is changing length, and it doesn't mean that the measurement using the tape measure was illegitimate. It's just not quite as accurate. So he's wrong about that. Secondly, the optics are not at all what makes these lines converge. And we don't correct this measurement. These measurements don't correct for refraction, and they don't correct for Earth curve. You don't have to do that with reciprocal angles because it's going through the same corridor of air either way. So, that's why it's the preferred method and has been for hundreds of years before GPS to get an elevation. It takes care of all of that. All right. So,
question. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, thank you, Omni. So, while we're looking at one theodolite to another, aren't we looking through a medium? So
it's a view. It's like a telescope lens.
Yeah. So in between, right? Isn't refraction going to change the? Isn't there going to be some sort of apparent location rather than the true location?
So there will be some effect of refraction. However, because it's reciprocal, meaning you're looking at it from one station to the other station and from that station back to the first station, you can calculate how much refraction is going on in your environment, but you don't have to apply any mathematics to correct for it because it's already part of those measurements.
Well, it's also when you do it over a very large distance, the amount of refraction is like negligible for like the actual results you see.
Well, right, and the people who were doing this thing in 1905 or 1850, when they were doing the American Arc of the Peril, were master surveyors using purpose-built equipment for this. So his claim that the tool isn't designed for this is just ignorance.
And I would also add, there's a way that you can set it up where the data collector will show you the raw data before the data collector will do the conversions for refraction and Earth curvature. So like you can set it up to where it reads you the raw angle of what it's locking onto the prism. But when you do but that's over short distances when it locks onto a prism. When you do these long distances, you're looking for the reciprocal zenith angle. You're doing it over landmarks that have known elevations. So
I'm gonna step back from this and I'm gonna help moderate. So Jack, you're gonna need to go back and forth with people. All right, you can't just.
I don't need to indulge bullshitters and people who don't know second or third order, or you use it invoking. Let me finish. You're invoking a bullshit example over a longer distance and telling you that you don't have to correct for refraction. You probably don't understand that Euclidean is a mathematical system, and that when you invoke optics, you're invoking you're invoking that light bends because you're using optics. And here's the difference: when you invoke optics, you invoke non-Euclidean geometry due to the fact that things converge but don't actually converge. So you can't measure apparent illusions. Do you understand? You can use Euclidean. Let me finish. You can use Euclidean as a tool to do your base, but then to apply it to optics at the end of the day, completely without any error correction, is ridiculous. Because every time you apply optics, you have to account for error. And here's the reality: the longer the distance, the more the error.
Okay, so for clarity, how do you apply corrections for the optics for reciprocal zenith angles? Go.
What device are you using?
A theodolite.
You're using a theodolite to measure what zenith angle?
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, you're measuring. What are you measuring? What's in the zenith you're measuring? What is it? What are you measuring to?
You didn't hear the explanation. You don't know the answer.
I don't care. I just want to know what you're measuring. What is the angle that you're measuring to?
Why can't you answer his question, Omnivore?
I'm moderating for clarity, and I'm going to mute him if he.
Yeah. So wouldn't you answer his question for clarity?
Guy,
when you're measuring,
Rob, I explained this in detail to Eden. Taking back Eden, were you not listening for the past?
Again, listen again. You're claiming you're invoking a zenith angle. What are you measuring? Give me an example.
You're measuring the angles of the plumb lines at two different positions.
Again, what are you measuring though? If you're taking, okay, so what you're doing is you're using a plumb line and then you're measuring that plumb line from a distance using optics?
No,
because that's how they used to do it, right? They used to measure that. Now, here's the thing. In getting your calculation from your zenith angle, are the two lines parallel? Are you invoking a flat earth to get the measurement?
That's the thing.
Because your first order shit, the first order shit you do is invoking a flat earth.
Okay, Jack.
You're invoking a flat earth.
Jack, I am muting you. We're going to go back and forth for clarity. I'm not arguing with you. Flat earthers are silly.
This isn't a back and forth. This is just mute him when you don't want to hear what he has to say.
He's talking over everybody, and he punched out when the explanation happened. Rob, you should be able to answer his question.
Again, you're measuring what? You're measuring a plumb bob. So when you measure it to the... Oh,
No,
you're not measuring a plumb bob.
No,
What angle are you measuring?
Measuring one theodolite to another.
Man, look at you guys. You guys are talking over each other. I don't even have to do it.
Yeah, it's not him. It's you two. Not if you want to point theodolites at each other. That's how you do reciprocal zenith angles. Is you point theodolites at each other.
Yes. Did you not hear the Olympiad?
Holy shit, man. You guys are fucking weak, man. You guys got to get a better argument. It's so cringe, it's not even funny.
So this was the preferred method for getting elevations for hundreds of years before GPS. I posted the picture again, Rob. Can you see this in the chat? Rob.
Get a new argument. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You didn't even know what second or third order measurements are. And then you're invoking zenith angles by negating the fact that both lines between 2 points are parallel, treating the earth as flat. The fact that you guys don't even acknowledge that, it's intellectually dishonest. That's why I don't have time for it. And I'm pretty harsh and pretty coarse because you're full of shit. You're literally full of shit people.
The reciprocal zenith angle test doesn't invoke a flat or a spherical earth. It's just
it
pure
doesn't.
metric.
That's correct. So, Rob, can you see the
Holy
picture?
shit! You guys again are being intellectually
Where does
dishonest.
the sphere come from then?
No.
So
where does the sphere come from then?
Can you see
from
the
your
picture
calculations after the first order
No,
measurements, right?
No, Rob, no. For the love of God, please look at the picture.
Again, your picture is false. It's based on a false premise over longer distances. The fact remains your practical first order measurements, you treat the earth as flat between 2 points. This is just objectively true. That's why you have second and third order after it. The fact that you're not intellectually honest enough to even admit that just is wasting my time. So it's already documented. So that's why I ask you. That's why I ask you, are you a communist? Are you a communist Marxist? Are you?
Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking piece of shit. You know, all you're doing is babbling. You want babbling. Nothing you say makes sense.
Look at this mental retard. Look at this guy.
Rob is simping for this guy. Rob,
yeah, seriously, this guy's just
simping for this guy.
Random shit.
You
think he knows what he's talking about?
So, Rob, I want to explain this to you. Okay, can I do that? Rob Keane.
Sorry, I'm just listening to you all spiral. It's fucking hilarious.
You should enjoy it, Rob. I have a great time. I have a great time making them spiral because I prove that they're really bad agents with a really bad argument.
Can you see the picture,
Rob? Make anybody spiral, you dumb shit. We're just laughing at
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. His asshole is pretty tight. You got a tight little asshole there, guy talking.
Their argument is.
I'm sure you like tight little assholes, bitch.
Their argument is hinging on a drawing.
So this is a measurement
picture. It's a drawing.
So Rob.
Thank you. Good job. No, Omnivore, I'm not engaging.
That's why I don't indulge these retards.
Trying to win this argument with a fucking drawing.
Rob, I get that you think
it's
that
a fucking drawing, Omnivore.
It's not a drawing.
Whatever, man.
It's a measurement that Schubill took. And we have thousands and thousands.
No, it's a drawing. You're showing me a drawing.
So you can go out and take this measurement.
You know what
yourself.
schematics are? You know what schematics are? That's a drawing too.
When you're going to build one of your houses,
but is the schematic the building that got built?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Rob, that's such a stupid argument. Every single survey that you see is a picture, is a drawing.
So this is Cope. So Rob,
from first order measurements.
Rob, this is a first order measurement.
No, it's not. It's a drawing.
It's the record of a first order measurement. He didn't just sit down and draw this. This is all.
You didn't even know. They don't even know what second order or third order is. For you to invoke a sphere, you need to evoke a model, which means it's your second order. To get more precision, anytime you take two parallels and you divert them, or you don't have two 90 degrees because one is tilted due to a sphere, you're invoking a model already.
No, you're
that's
not.
what you are, buddy. The fact that you don't even realize it means you're stupid as shit.
Jack, yeah, okay. So Rob, do you think that you are intellectually or emotionally strong enough to go through this argument with me? If you're not, I will not try to force it on you. You don't have to take a hard look at this. But as somebody who seems to think that Jack Stone is saying anything of any merit, I would, I don't think I can actually talk to Jack. I do think I might be able to talk to you, Rob.
Take us through it.
Okay, again?
Well, look even closer. So are you saying that they take a 90, they look at another theodolite in the distance, and so what's the conclusion? That the theodolite in the distance is lower, so they're tilting down?
Okay, so do you see? Okay, so you're looking at the picture, right?
Yeah, we'll look at. So it's an orthographic view in a sense, right?
Well, that's how he drew it. But what happens is there's people standing at each station, each one of those dots. All right, the black circular dots. You see those?
Yeah, and so they start with a 90 degree. So they have a 90. That's one part of the formula.
At each dot you have a plumb, which is given to you by your bubble on the theodolite.
Is that 90 degrees, your plumb?
Yeah, it's straight up and down vertical.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh God,
Now,
you're misconstruing it.
On a flat Earth, those lines.
Oh, you're invoking a model again. Why are you doing that?
Well, because on a flat Earth, we would expect those lines to be
you're
parallel.
invoking a model again. No, you again. You're setting yourself up for failure. You're claiming to know you're claiming to know what to expect on a flat Earth.
Jack, you don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand what you're talking about.
I don't understand, y'all. Again, you agents are terrible.
You really don't
understand.
Just
So
let
I'm-
Omnivore get his words out, and then after he gets it all out, then you can respond. But at least let him get it out.
Okay. So hold up. So Eden, hold up both of your index fingers so they're pointing straight up in the air about a foot apart. Okay. That would be the plumb at station A and the plumb at station B. All right. Now, one of them, the one on the right, is at a higher elevation up on that hill. You can see the brown line there that represents the terrain. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
So you move your hand on the right slightly up a bit, a few inches up, to represent the fact that you've got these two plumb lines on those. Now, when you point the theodolite at station A at station B and the theodolite at station B at station A, you can get a zenith angle. That is the measurement from straight up down to, because you put the crosshairs on it, down to the other theodolite. So you do that for both of them. So what that's going to do for the one that's on the bottom is it gives you an angle of 88 degrees. It's almost so straight out horizontal, perpendicular to vertical would be 90 degrees. You follow me there? If it was directly straight away from you, it would be 90 degrees. The zenith angle would be. But it's not quite 90, so it comes to 88 degrees and 57 minutes.
So, okay, thank you. So when they're adjusting the theodolite, that's the value that it will read, right?
Yeah, so I put the crosshairs on the other theodolite, from my theodolite to their theodolite, and then that gives me the zenith angle.
How are you achieving the crosshairs at distance?
So I'm looking through 40 times magnification or 42 times magnification lens, and it has a crosshair on it, so I can see a guy in a bright orange jacket standing with the other theodolite up on the hill, and I can see the tripod for the other theodolite, and I can see the unit on the top. If I'm close enough to see the lens, it'll light up brilliantly in my viewfinder.
Oh yeah,
okay. But otherwise, I can just I can see the block on top of the tripod, so I can point it at that. Yeah.
I have a question for Omnivore. Omnivore, if this is true, I'm gonna have one question. It's an intellectually honest question. Many have answered it before you. Many in this actually particular debate have asked it. Glober and Flat Earther, here's a question for you to test your intellectual honesty. Can you have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal line on Earth?
Equal points of elevation on Earth will be part of.
Can you have equal points of elevation creating a horizontal line on Earth?
Horizontal.
No, because the elevation.
Okay, so here's some answers. Rumpus said yes.
Nope.
Rumpus said
No,
yes.
they cannot.
All right, so I don't look.
I
Okay,
tried to get them to make one 400 meters, and they said it's impossible because of tool error.
Exactly, right?
Okay,
So here's who else said yes. Professor Phil said yes. Brenda said yes. Emerald said yes. Solaria said yes. Zinder said yes. Come on said yes. Scott Mackey said no, you could not do that.
Jack, hang on. We'll address that in a second. I'm taking back Eden's question. Come on.
I'm not looking to engage with you. You're obviously full of shit because you don't know what second, third order is. You invoke a drawing, and then what you're doing is you're appealing to humiliation and appealing to the stone to think you win an argument. The fact is you're wasting your time here with somebody like me because I know your argument. I know the flaws in your argument. You're full of shit, guy. So the fact that you should go home tonight.
Okay.
You humiliated yourself. Data. Thank you for being here.
So, Rob, you had a chance to show that you could do this. You bowed out. Eden, however, is asking the right questions. So you just pay attention.
Of course he is. Eden's great. Thanks for being here, Eden.
Yeah, he's doing good. So, okay. So
Thank you.
What was the question?
Oh, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, we were able to spot each other. And like you said, we can notice that there was, we were able to target the crosshair.
I'm measuring the angle from over my head, straight up from my head, down to pointing my finger at the other theodolite. So you see that line between them, the black line that says 17,828 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be theoretically that's the line between them. That would be 90 degrees. In other words, I'm sorry, that's not 90 degrees. That is the angle between those two. 90 degrees would be a line that doesn't appear on that, which would be perpendicular to each vertical. Okay. So the one on the left, 88 and 57 minutes, is very close to 90, meaning that crosshair from my theodolite is really close to where the perpendicular horizontal would be coming from that theodolite. The one that's on the hill on the right is 91 degrees, meaning that it views the theodolite on the left as below its horizontal, meaning it's more than 90 degrees. So it's from the vertical down to where it's pointing at the other theodolite, and that's 91 degrees. When you add those together, you get an excess of 180. If those two vertical lines were completely parallel, you would get 180 degrees, but you don't. So, that, and you don't have to correct for, there's no correction for Earth curve in here. That's not done in this. You don't apply any, mathematics to correct, and you don't correct for refraction. That's also not done with this technique.
Is this okay? So what we're looking at, is that considered raw data?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just have a quick question. That what I would really like to see this observation where we had it filmed and maybe time lapse was maybe set to 4 times, and then we can see how it if these targets remain on point throughout the day and throughout the year.
Okay. Well, I know that these measurements have been done hundreds or thousands, millions of times. I mean, every surveying project where they've tried to get an elevation, using theodolites has done this technique. So it's 100% something that is a commonly done thing, and there's thousands or millions of these in hundreds of reports of land surveying. So,
okay. And my last follow-up question is: let's say if there was a variable that was considered in this simple formula, would that account for maybe any sort of factor why there appears to be this need for a downward tilt?
So there could be a Taylor variable, right? Some variable that we are not accounting for, that we're not aware of.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not aware of it, and we get correct elevations. So Shoebill is here. So Jack Stone, Shoebill is a certified surveyor, licensed surveyor. So he's the one who took this measurement. So feel free to talk to him.
Omni, can I just add something real quick?
Sure.
So just like look at the chat real quick. This is like a very crude drawing, but like this is like the trap that the guy was trying to say with two elevations creating a horizontal line. It is technically possible because you could have two elevations as like, and then the distance apart from them could create a straight level line, like depending. It is possible. It's just it's like a trap.
I agree. It's probably I would agree. It's probably possible. What I was thinking was
welcome to Flat Earth, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
But and I'm also going to post like 3 more pictures real quick. So this would be assuming with. So this is how the reciprocal zenith angle would look on a flat Earth at equal elevation. This is why it's a good experiment, because this is assuming a flat Earth also at different elevations. And then this is what it looks like in reality when we do it. Even at, like, this is the thing, different elevations do not affect the experiment. And this is why.
Yeah. So Jack, you can talk to Shoebill, who does this professionally. Did this professionally. I think he's retired now. So you can, you can try your luck with him.
Intellectual honesty question for you, buddy. Do you sometimes use a logarithm in your measurements?
No.
You don't. So do you invoke a geodesic radius?
The data collector does the measurements for us. We like
exactly. Like I already told. Like I already told them.
Surveying today.
Like I already told them.
Surveying today.
Did not use a data collector. Did not use a total station. I used an analog theodolite and wrote the numbers down.
And you did. Can you tell me what you calculated for instrument error?
Yeah, the standard deviation of the zenith angle was about 1.2.
Wrong. What's the instrument's deviation? Not your angle, what is the default for the instrument that you use? What's the model number and the default for instrument error that's in manual?
Wild T2, 1 arc second.
So 1 arc second is the error. Why do you have an error?
Because there's about 5 or 6 channels of error in a measurement. You have the instrument, you have the micrometer, you have the eyeball, you have the weather, and all summed up, multiple measurements, multiple days, all come up within plus or minus 1 or 2 arc seconds.
Sure, plus or minus. So you're doing a distance of 1.5 miles in each section or more?
Oh no, it's a single length. I don't know which measurement you're looking at.
1.5 miles or more. What do you do?
I do it for all distances.
So you don't. You only do 1.5 maximum miles. Why is that?
No, hold on. I do not just max out at 1.5 miles. Where did you get that?
You don't, do you? Okay, so what's the longest distance you do?
Well, in the examples I've been bringing forward, I have a 27 mile, I have a 25 mile, 24, 23, 16, 12, 10.
Why do you do the longer distances knowing well that over longer distances you get more error? Why do you do that?
Because the resulting error, all cumulative, is about 2 feet in elevation change over 27.7 miles. Very high accuracy.
Okay, so it's not high accuracy. You're full of shit again. You have to account for error, which is based on either a supposition or a presupposition. So here's another question for you. When you're using your optical device, do you get a better angle when you increase optical resolution?
Yeah, the target resolution is improved slightly.
Therefore, you get better elevation information, correct?
Yeah, that's why I use the.
Okay, so there you
but
go.
I
So
use-
just the last guys, listen, the last guys talking said no to that. Again, proving my point. Yes, you did. Proving my point, you're full of shit. Because once you increase optics, you increase resolution, which means the point that you see in space that you're measuring isn't actually the point you're seeing in space. It's just limited to the tools measurement. This is why it's ridiculous that this guy claims 27 miles. It's 1.5 miles in subsections up to 10 miles. The fact that you're claiming 27, and then you're trying to be honest with all the errors and saying,
I'm
you never
sorry.
full shit.
You're telling
Are you
people how they do their job. Yeah.
Are you
You're doing
speaking?
a great job.
Hold on. Are you speaking from your? Are you speaking from your own experience?
I studied planar surveying, you monks.
Yeah. Are you
real quick
speaking
for
about
clarification? For clarification.
No, hold on.
How
It's
many?
just me and him.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
know, but
speaking
just
for-
for clarification, I want to know something.
Okay, well then, you
in
talk
this
to him.
image.
Why don't you argue
No,
your
I want to ask you,
experience?
Shubil. I want to ask you in this image right here that the Omni's been sharing with the group. I haven't said anything. I've been listening, but I'm just curious. How long is that distance from station A to station B? All right, that's all. Thank you. Go ahead.
Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the reciprocal zenith at 11 and a half miles?
Yes.
Yeah, that one. That's only 11 and a half miles. Yeah, the error there was less than a foot. Yeah, there was because that was simultaneous
Are you
reciprocals.
sure? Are you sure? If I went to a 50 optics or 100 optics, would my my information be more accurate? Would that feet actually maybe even reduce now in error, or would the error increase?
No, there would be an immeasurable amount difference in that.
Meaning the assumed drop that you claim is causing by Earth curve is indeed actually the error of the instrument through the distance of the atmosphere. Thank you.
No.
That's
why it's literally in your fucking textbooks.
that
you
is the whole
monk.
point. That
It's
is the whole
literally
point
in
of
your
science.
textbooks. That's why you don't measure large distance with a fucking 50 optic lens. It's ridiculous. It's 1.5 miles up to 10 miles, and then you invoke second and third order measurements. I studied planar surveying. I studied geodesics. I know the math and models. You guys are full of
Apparently you
shit.
don't. Apparently you are not speaking from experience. I am licensed in the state of California. I've been doing it for 35 fucking years.
Buddy. You think that the Earth is a spherical body, but you have no way to prove it. And you're trying to convince me of something you have no proof of. It's ridiculous.
Well, the only proof I can bring is field experience and the notes. I brought the receipts. I don't know what more you think
already
you're gonna
destroyed. You already destroyed the two guys prior to you because you were intellectually honest, which I do appreciate. Thank you.
Not so. But okay.
And by the way, you ask Omni if the angle will change if you increase the magnification, and he said no, because that's correct. The angle will not change. It will only be
the
more
angle
precise.
does change again.
You
It
said
does
you
change.
shut up. I'm talking now.
How does it get more
You
precise if
said
the angle doesn't
that you will
change?
get a
How does it
better
get more
angle,
precise
and
if
there
the
is
angle
no
doesn't
thing
change?
like a better angle.
How
It's
does
just a
it get more precise
accurate
if the
reading.
how
not
does
a
it get more
changing
precise?
angle.
Shubil,
Now
can I
there's
ask you a
no
question
such
real
thing on
quick?
the no such thing as refraction on the globe model anymore.
Hold
So
on.
what happened to the refraction on the globe model? Where'd it go?
Hold on.
Oh, it's present without a doubt. That's the whole point of simultaneous reciprocal.
That right, Jesse, that's the point. Yes.
Shubil, do you mind dropping down to the 1v1 real quick? I want to ask you a question. I'm going to be trying to take my test in December for the FS exam.
I guess.
Please. I just want to ask you just one quick question.
The reality is when you change optics, your elevation angle changes. You get more accurate information. You actually get to know the height. When you're measuring in long distances, you have to account for more error. Shorter distances, more accurate. Higher optics, more accurate. That's just objectively true.
It doesn't only just change the distribution and precision of the number you get. You know, if you measure a 40-degree angle, for example, it'll be 40.001 or 40.01, depending on how close you can zoom in.
The angle changes. As soon as you change the degree, the measurement changes of height.
but it's going to be zooming in on the same value, right? That
It
it's
doesn't.
like,
No, again, that's not objectively true. Objectively true is once you change optics, the angle changes. It gets more precise. Therefore, you get better accuracy. That's why you don't measure over long distances. You don't want that. You want 1.5 mile sections over 10 miles. That's how you do land surveying. Thank you.
Well, that's your belief. However, I think
Dude, I literally went through the course. I literally went through the course because it was a job I was going to do. And here's the thing about flat Earth data, by the way. I went to pilot school to figure this out, and I studied planar surveying to figure this out. This is why I know more about you fuckers when it comes to second and third order, because you don't acknowledge it. Even Pecker here, I haven't even asked him yet. What's second and third order? You know what he said? Well, we have a machine, and which I already stated, the machine already has pre-coordinates for you, and you're measuring the points based on a geodesic system that's given to you. You use non-Euclidean though, which is cognitive dissonance because you're using Euclidean and invoking non-Euclidean in a mathematical equation.
Yeah, right. So I get that you think very much of this course you took, but I don't think
anybody studying and anybody want to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it counts for more than decades of experience actually doing it.
Here's another intellectually honest question for you. You're invoking curvature over 27 miles, right? That's true, right? You're invoking curvature. You're saying I do two zenith angles between two theodolites and I get curvature over 27 miles. That's what you're invoking. Or better yet, over 180 miles, correct?
That's one measurement. That's
okay. Awesome. Now I fly a plane.
Hold on. Hang on, buddy.
I fly a plane 500 miles from point to point to point.
Yeah. You're a pilot, right? No,
listen. I'm asking you intellectual honesty questions. You claim over 180 miles, you invoke curvature and you show a drawing. But then I ask you, I fly 500 miles from point to point. Why don't I account for that curvature? Explain. So Nasha Schill, now hold on. Nasha Schill has an answer for this, and I'm going to read you his answer. Okay, this is why I wrote a book. So I can read back the answers that come from you people.
You're not gonna read out an answer. So the reason why you don't have to account for it when you're flying is because elevation is measured from mean sea level, meaning that it is a curve. You don't have to nose down. That is like, I don't know, Pilot 101. I don't think you actually did go to pilot school. And I definitely know you're not a pilot.
So you didn't answer the question. So you didn't answer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you NASA Paige Schill's answer. Okay.
I know. I realize that Rob Keane is a big fan of the way you're behaving. I'm not sure why, but apparently he is. But
you need your permission to behave nice to people who are bullshitters. You guys are intellectually dishonest. You don't deserve respect.
You can behave better than that if you want to remain in the conversation.
You don't deserve respect while you lie and obfuscate and try to.
You can behave better than that.
I'm not going to give you any respect, you little bitch. How's that? Because you're not acting with intellectual honesty or any type of anything. You're just spouting nonsense to people who do the job that you claim to know about. So just shut up.
You can wet the bed. Here's what
Microsoft Flight Simulator is not a pilot.
Here's what Paige NASA Schill said. It's too small of an aircraft to detect anything. It's not high enough. You need a bigger plane and longer distances. So if you're telling me that Paige NASA Schill would back me up and the Earth is observed a stationary planar at 500 mile distance, and you're claiming you're measuring 2 foot drop over 27 miles, you have to realize how retarded you people sound.
It's not a 2 foot drop. It's a deviation from the horizontal. These are different things.
A 2 foot dip due to curvature, right? Not refraction, but curvature, right? You guys sound retarded. So who's a communist Marxist here?
Keen, why are you a fan of this guy?
Jack, I have a question. You said you went to pilot school. You're a pilot, so how do IRS systems on planes work?
You're talking about infrared light. Invisible light?
No, there's a reference system,
You
jackass.
know what an IRS system is? If you're a pilot, I would say.
He's not a
or
pilot.
INS.
He just stayed at
Not
a
ringing the bell. It's not ringing the bell. The inertial reference system, or the old ones, the inertial navigation systems.
Yeah. So dead reckoning, right? So do you want to talk about dead reckoning in this system? Because they rely on dead reckoning. That's how they fundamentally work. They need dead reckoning to work. Would you like to explain how dead reckoning works with the system you just invoked it? And I'm allowed to forget. I haven't been pilot school. I haven't been pilot school in about 10 years, so I forgot a lot of shit. But at the end of the day, that system that you just invoked uses dead reckoning. Would you like to explain how they teach dead reckoning in pilot school?
The F-22 does not use dead reckoning, my friend.
Are you claiming talking over each other? Anytime you're going to invoke a system, it uses Euclidean geometry. That's what they teach with a plotter. That's what they teach you in course. You're using Euclidean geometry and a 60-to-1 rule. I don't remember everything in pilot school. It's been literally fucking 10 years since I've been there. And I was learning how to fly small light craft 150 Cessna. And I maybe got 14 hours under my belt over a 8-year period. So I'm not a professional pilot. I've always established that. But the fact is they do not count for rotation or curvature. Objectively true. That's it.
So how do they work? Do they use gyros, or do they just
dead reckoning
use
dead reckoning is really important. You just invoked the
with a
system.
compass?
Let him finish talking before you try to chime in with your answer, please.
I think he jumped out, or what? Run? Oh no, there you are. So dead reckoning is like the navigation without external information, like speed, direction,
Does it use non-Euclidean, or does it use
Jack, hang on, man.
So the question is, how do these systems determine their position, for example? How does an IRS be
Are you talking about your orientation, or you're talking about your GPS location? What are you going to invoke here?
No GPS involved at all. How do they determine their
how would you know your location if you didn't know your position on a map? When you program your number, you already get it from a book because you're at a fucking airport, moron. If we're in the middle of nowhere, you're going to use dead reckoning. How do you do dead reckoning? You need Euclidean geometry. You need a 60-to-1 rule, which is all Euclidean geometry. And then you account for drift, not due to Earth curve, but due to wind drift.
No
Interesting,
apologies.
huh?
Pause. No apologies. Pause. You need to listen.
I don't need to listen. You guys are full of shit.
Explain how the GPS works. Explain how dead reckoning works when you're in the middle of nowhere. You have no idea where the hell you are, but you still know how to get home. Explain that.
You have no instruments and you're on your plane and you have a heading. Well, usually you're going to have a map and understand. You're going to try to locate your map based on.
Listen,
you're going to basically try to locate your position based on land topography, 1, and via heading number 2, and how the distance. Hold on, and how long you've traveled between one. You want me to answer you, right? You fucking mung. So here's the thing: when you're leaving one position, right? You have to have dead reckoning. You have no instrument. You have.
I would be very careful how you speak to me. Do you hear me, Mark?
You are.
Be careful how you speak to me, Mark.
War, you mung.
This is a fucking war. You fucking mook.
All right, let's not get. Come on, let's bring the temperature down.
What's going on there?
All right,
you monks and mooks.
Come on.
So an IRS system can determine its latitude without.
You can kick me out if you want. Don't tell me what the fuck to do, Sasha. You're not the boss of me. You understand? You're not the fucking boss of me.
No one's kicking anyone out. No,
I was saying don't insult Josh. I was saying they shouldn't insult you.
Yeah, just no one's kicking anyone out. We just don't need to be insulting each other. Like, I will mute motherfuckers for that shit.
If anyone's going to kick somebody out, Stone, it will be me.
No, please moderate. Censored.
Such princesses, man. Holy shit.
I will ask, though, I don't know. And Snooze, were you done with your IRS inquiry with Jack? Go ahead.
Hopeless. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask, because he did talk about dead reckoning. Are you familiar with land navigation and how we use dead reckoning, Jack?
Yeah, so time is involved. Time over distance is important. It's been a long time since I've even practiced it, so I'm going to probably lose the information. The whole point of me mentioning it is because you don't rely on any instruments. In fact, actually, that's not true. If you look at the main system that does optical gyro, they actually invoke the dead reckoning. The dead reckoning is very fundamental in accuracy, because from the point of position they take off to the point where they're in space, they have to use dead reckoning as the first order of measurements to get the accuracy. As far as me being a pilot professionally, I never claimed to be. I just went to school. I tested some claims. I have about 14 hours. I lost a lot of material as far as understanding, but we always used Euclidean. We used a plotter. That's how we got around. And then 500 miles, not really that far in a small plane, between points. So you don't really treat the Earth as a spinning orbiting ball. There is no curvature. It's planar as can be, which matches your map. So just objectively true, those are things. I'm not saying the Earth is a sphere or flat. I'm just saying objectively true. That's what we observe. Everything outside of our senses, you can invoke whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
Okay, so your brain is firing off, like all the synapses are firing off. I get it. But my question was when it comes to dead reckoning and land navigation, not an airplane, right? Because dead reckoning is a navigational technique, right?
It uses Euclidean geometry, yes or no?
Well,
yes,
hold on.
it does. Stop lying. Again, you're being intellectually dishonest. They literally use Euclidean geometry, straight lines. That's what you use on a map. You don't use anything but.
That's what they do in your data. They lie, but you got to get that's the fun part.
First of all,
let me just ask you a question.
The fun part. I get it. It's part of the character too. But I'm trying to get other things because when people get involved.
Let Verdak go ahead.
Yeah. So Jack, when we're talking about land navigation and dead reckoning, are you familiar with the 3 types of norths when it comes to land navigation?
Like I said, it's been a long time, so I do know that even in the new the other one, not the RAS, but the other internal reference frame system, they actually use dead reckoning, which is reliant on Euclidean geometry. This is just the first order. This is just first order, dude. This is just first order shit. Everything after that is second and third order.
I know, but you're still in a plane. I'm trying to bring you back down to earth. Do you know what the 3
It's not going to change my mind. Objectively true. I've been up in a plane enough. Objectively true, I've been in a plane enough to know that the Earth doesn't rotate and have spin or have curvature. I've been in enough aircraft to know this. Or do you understand? It doesn't matter what you invoke. It doesn't matter what you invoke mathematically. It doesn't matter what you invoke verbally. Objectively true, the Earth is treated as a stationary planar Earth. I can show you documentation that even proves that. But it doesn't matter what's outside of our senses because you can't prove it and I can't prove it, but you want me to believe what's in your fucking mind. And I'm going to tell you right now, I won't.
I'm actually going to tell you that you can actually prove this yourself if you're willing to listen.
Been in an aircraft, buddy, multiple times.
No,
the Earth does not have a curvature or spin.
Let him go,
objectively true.
David, just let him go for a second.
Yeah, get on the plane for a second. I want to bring you back down to earth. There's 3 types of north. There's true. There's grid, right?
Yeah, you're talking about an arbitrary.
Whoa. This is not arbitrary. This is the reality we have. There's 3 types of north. Okay? And the way that you can actually prove to yourself that those 3 types of north exists is you take out true north. Just take it out. And then if you actually use a map, right, which is a flat representation of the Earth's curvature, the sphere, right? Because it's like taking an orange peel and then pressing it flat. If you do those calculations with a compass using dead reckoning, which you claim to know about, and all dead reckoning is shooting an azimuth and walking from point A to point B, you can prove this to yourself out of your fucking driveway. And all you have to do, depending on where you're at, on the planet, it's usually about 1 to 2 kilometers. And you can.
Yeah, so I'm going to educate you on something. Maybe you don't know this. Has there any map actually positioned under the North Pole?
Wait, say that again.
Okay, it's from the equator, and I move all the way to the North Pole. Has there been a physical measurement from the equator to the North Pole?
A physical measurement? What do you mean by that? Like walking it?
Well, if you want to invoke a model or a mathematical equation, that's not physical now, is it? My question to you is they measure the North Pole to the equator to be like 10,000.0004 kilometers or something like that. Here's the problem. Nobody has been at the North Pole or underneath it. There's nothing. So what I'm saying about every map that you choose, it's an arbitrary North Pole. This is why we have 3 positions of north. I'm gonna finish. That's just objectively true. This is just objectively true. You have floating stations in the north. Listen, you have floating stations at the north that maximum get about 600 miles from the North Pole. So there's actually been no measurement directly from the North Pole to the equator. This is just objectively true, whether you like it or not. I don't give a fuck. I've been studying the maps. This is just objectively true. So this is why you have 3 different. You have a geographical, which is the map, your true north, and then you got your declination north from the magnetic poles, which you rely on your compass. You're invoking now a compass. Do you think compass tell the exact truth of heading, or are there also errors in the heading for compasses?
Well, they know where you're going based on they point.
That's your answer. That's your answer. That's your answer. We'll know where we're going. Every map that we have has errors in it.
Hold on, bro. Like you can use and they actually have a declination diagram on these maps. Have you ever read one? Do you know what I'm even talking about? Because
so you didn't answer my question. So I'm going to try you again. Has there been any physical measurement from the North Pole to the equator? You still haven't answered my question.
Cartographers have been all over the planet. Yes.
Cartographers go from floating stations in the north. Nobody has ever measured from the North Pole to the equator.
There's no
physically.
Floating station. I don't know what you mean by that, but we know
the North Pole.
There are 2 poles,
okay,
right?
so listen. I'm going to educate you. I'm going to educate you. In the North Pole, there are what's called floating stations. Why are they called floating stations is because there is no solid land mass in the North Pole. The ice breaks up. You can only have floating stations. And the closest point to the North Pole is about 600 miles. So I'm asking you, has anybody been under the North Pole directly to measure the distance from the North Pole to the equator? And the answer is no.
Who cares?
That's science.
That's accuracy.
Yes.
That's science. Who cares? That's science.
The answer is actually yes, and it's actually
the answer is no. That's why you have floating stations, and what they have to do is they have.
Jack. But hold on. Yeah, it's Jack. It is a physical place. Like the poles exist. Okay. And yes, depending on the ice, it depends on if you're standing on there or you're in a boat. I get all that. It's not we put a station at the North Pole. But those 3 representations of north are how you do land navigation. And if you take one of them out, which is what you're suggesting, you will not get from point A to point B outside your driveway if you walk 2 kilometers. I'm telling you that as a fact. I'm asking you to try it yourself and then tell me what you find. All right, I'm done.
Okay, we got Shoebill back. So do you want to have a back and forth with
Here's the reality. The reality. Your instrument invoke errors. Your mathematical models are not based on reality. They're based on a mathematical presupposition of what's outside of your senses. This is why when you use a sextant or a theodolite, you're going to run into errors. It's because the Earth is very, very massive. The Earth is very, very... I'm almost done. The Earth is very, very massive. It's beyond our senses, the shape. This is why you have all of the models to begin with. It doesn't move. This is why you have general relativity. Do you understand? The fact is you're taking non-Euclidean information, you're taking Euclidean information and trying to combine it with optics, which is non-Euclidean. And then you invoke all these maps that are already wrong to begin with because the cartographers will use a set of instruments that will measure. Are they measuring by the meter? Are they measuring by the foot? Well, if they do so, the maps are inaccurate just based on that, or at least if you're going to compare the 2. So please spare me the shit. You're talking to Flat Earth Data who studied all of it. I'm not a genius. I don't know the answers to everything, but I can tell you where you guys are fucking wrong is you're not learning the ontological primitives of it all, or even understanding the crux of the argument, because it's not a new argument. It's hopefully going to help you think critically.
So you're going on.
Let me finish. I'm not saying that you need to believe what I believe. It's rather best to believe what you believe through experimentation and learning the ontological primitives of the arguments. The best thing you can do, because there's a lot of people who are full of shit, and I prove it daily by coming here. When I mark it down, I'll come back and I'll say the same shit and you'll change your position. But because it's a gag, because it's a joke, and because it's a psyop, you guys enjoy yourself.
Okay.
I'll give you an offer, Jack. I'll give you an offer. When we have time, hold on real quick, Taylor, and then I'll let you go.
I'd like to have him go
almost,
back and forth with Shubil a little bit if he's willing.
Yeah. I'll conclude.
Yeah, Shubil got an argument from somebody, and he's going to come back with another argument. At the end of the day, he was intellectually honest when asked. He proved the other two guys wrong, and I appreciate that. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you can treat the Earth flat when you measure. That's just objectively true.
It's just an offer for you. You give me an hour. We'll go into 1v1 chat or whatever. I'll show you what land
I use a
navigation
sextant.
is.
I go out with a boat. I go out with a boat. I can use a sextant over 100 miles, no problem, and pretty damn accurate. But here's the problem: even the sextant it's got me an error up to about 1 mile. I can refine the calculations, sure, but at the end of the day, I'm just using Euclidean geometry to find my location. So even with a sextant, you can do it. But because it's not perfectly flat, you have undulations, valleys, dips, whatever you got, you're not going to get a true linear path because the Earth isn't perfectly flat. Or, by the way, it's not a perfect sphere either, according to your model 3959. It's an oblate spheroid, so you can't even invoke the 8 inches per mile square because it's not a 3959 sphere. So it's just hilarious how you guys either are aware of it or don't know of it, but continue on with the same booklet argument. And I love it. At the end of the day,
Jack, you're just tiresome. You're not saying anything interesting.
I love it. I'm going to tire you out, and you're going to lay your head on the pillow, and you're going to go, holy shit, I may be wrong of what I'm saying, and that's all I'm looking for.
Taylor was trying again. Go ahead, Taylor.
I wasn't really. No, I'm okay.
Okay. I saw you cute.
I was just thinking because I was listening in
The argument that was brought up the other day was that guy's like reviewing a book he hasn't read. What a fucking piece of shit came out of his mouth.
You got to get a book then. You got to get it and use it for toilet paper. It'll be great. Much appreciated.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Okay, so you obviously.
Don't be angry that you didn't read the book. Don't be angry that you didn't read the book.
Did you release your book yet?
Hold on.
You've already
lost. Let's not talk over each other.
Lost what?
Were you trying to get in?
You're not in the book. It sounds like you lost.
If you have to go to a book to find an answer, you've lost.
No, it's my book, buddy. I asked you guys questions.
You've already lost.
I'm replying with your guys'
It's your
answer.
book, which means you made it up in your own head. You lost. You lose. You lie.
Oh, PhD
So-
told me that. He told me to reference the book. I had to go read his book to get his sources.
You should
And
get it.
his
It's very
information.
entertaining.
Is it in Amazon or what?
I don't
The
know.
Great Delusion of the 21st Century on Amazon. There you go. Just Google it. It'll come up. I think it's 12
Great
bucks. in
Delusion of
Canadian,
what?
8 bucks. Great Delusion of the 21st Century.
I've read it.
Yeah, look me up. Look me up. You'll find Kama Sutra and all this other stuff, expert in lovemaking and all that stuff. Those aren't my books.
Creepy.
So I don't believe what you say when you talk
It
about
doesn't matter.
putting books on
It doesn't
Amazon.
matter. You're new to this
Oh, it
argument.
doesn't
obviously.
matter. It
I've been
doesn't
around- I've
matter.
been
It
around
doesn't
here for about
matter.
10 years.
Yeah,
I've been
you're a
around here
piece
for
of
10
shit
years.
liar, dude.
Go get the
Burn.
book.
Pants on fire.
Jack, I
Go
have
get the book and prove me wrong.
Can I ask you something, Jack? Just now you said something about the globe not being a perfect sphere because it's an oblate spheroid.
3959
Profane
is a
stone.
3959 is a
Get out of your profane stone.
Yeah,
3959 is a false number because it invokes a sphere, but the Earth isn't a sphere. It has a 278 over 1. It has a flattening effect, which is a ratio of 278 over 1, which means that at a certain rate, it appears flat due to your spheroid, so you can invoke the 8 inches per mile square because the Earth isn't 3959. This is just objectively true, and I can show you the mathematics. But the problem is you guys don't go farther than superficial. You're just on the fucking. You're the foam. You're the foam on all the stuff. That's what you guys are. You don't go deep enough to go learn actually what they teach. You just regurgitate this lame argument. Get my book. I'll explain it to you. I'm not telling you the Earth's flat or a sphere.
I'm not sure if I
I'm
need the
telling
book.
you get it because you'll learn something about what you fucking think is right.
Thank you, fucking.
use it to start a
Here's
fire
what
in
I
my
was
fire pit,
thinking
maybe.
because you kind of interrupted me there. I was actually thinking because I haven't ever thought that the Earth is like a perfect sphere because we have the rain, we have mountains, we have valleys. So I'm not sure who the fuck you're talking to, because you talk to some individuals apparently who are deluded that they think that there is no terrain and the Earth is just a completely smooth ball. No one is thinking that. So what the fuck are you talking about?
3959 is not an actual real number.
Yes, and I already addressed that.
So there is no 8 inch per mile square, which means all of these arguments you guys have, 2 foot dip from horizontal, is based on 8 inches per mile square. So thank you again for proving my point that the double speak, the double think that you have is exactly why I wrote my book. Your double think and your communist neo-Nazi, whatever the fuck it is, whatever your agents are doing, your double think, I'm just recording it. It's ridiculous.
How am I a communist neo-Nazi now? Just because
I don't know. If you take on an ideology where somebody has to adhere to your beliefs,
you definitely don't.
If you want somebody to,
motherfucker, I'm a Jew. Who the fuck is you?
Are you an atheist Jew? Are you an atheist Jew or a Torah believing Jew?
Who the fuck is you? Stone. Who is your God,
buddy?
Who is your fucking God?
So there you go. So you are an atheist Marxist Jew,
You have no God,
right?
do you? You have no God, do you?
Right? That's what you are. You're an atheist Marxist Jew.
We are here to smash you to pieces.
Who said they were Jewish?
There you go.
Smash the stone. Smash, smash, smash the stone. Profane stone. No more profane stone. No more.
Appealing to the stone. Remember that
no
phrase.
water.
All you do is appeal to the stone.
He sat there, he insulted me. He sat there and he fucking called me lame. He called me stupid. He called me a fucking rapey. Fuck this guy. Send him to hell.
You the Jew?
All right.
Amen.
It's fine. Get it out.
Wait, is he? Wait, I want to know who said they were Jewish.
Person.
AE, are you Jewish? Is that what you said?
Said he's Jewish.
Who?
Joshua.
He says he's an atheist Marxist Jewish guy. Yep.
Name's Einsof. I mean, come on now.
Einsof. So you're into the Kabbalah, right? So if it's Einsof, you're into the Kabbalah. So you believe it's a sphere based on your religious book, right?
I am your God. There's nothing you can do about it. Bow down before the one you serve.
Einsof is not my God.
Or I crack your skull.
Jesus Christ, Lord, is my God,
your
brother.
Soul. I will drink from your skull, so help me.
Here's the best part about it.
You know I'm not messing around. I'm going to drink from your skull.
Always will win, and I'm on that side. You're not.
Every knee will bow and tongue
Oh,
confess
that's
Jesus.
funny. That's very funny. So who is your God?
You're a Pharisee,
Jesus?
guy. You're a
Your God is
Pharisee.
Jesus?
You're a Pharisee. You're a Pharisee. That's what you are. You're a Pharisee.
Do you know the 10 Commandments as a Jew?
Bastard.
Oh, come on. What's going on?
We're getting in buried territory here. Let's not insult each other.
There's good Jews and then there's Pharisees.
There's a couple of commandments. You shall not bear witness to a liar. You shall not bear witness to a false teacher, right? Don't call yourself a teacher.
Do you know the 10
Who are
Commandments?
you? You haven't gone through the trial. I don't know you. I checked your hood. They don't know who the fuck you is.
Guess what, buddy? At the end of the day, you're practicing the Kabbalah.
I don't have
which
to
means
guess.
some angel came into a
I
cave.
know.
Some angel came into a cave and gave the book of Zohar to you, right? And the Kabbalah itself from the Pharisees, from the Talmudic Jews.
No angel in the cave.
Are you
I was
sure?
never in a
Are you
cave.
sure? You're not going to invoke Metatron?
Nope. The book that was given to me was Enoch.
You're not going to invoke Metatron?
Nope.
The Shekinah. The Shekinah.
It seems like you know a lot more about it, Kabbalist.
I research.
Go off with your
I
head.
go
I got
to
a
the
slave
ontological
killer.
primitives.
So who's a Jew?
You understand?
Who's a Jew? You's a Jew.
I'm a Jew.
Yo,
I'm
relax.
a Jew
Come
lover.
on, dude. Stop.
I love Jesus Christ. He's a Jew. He's my favorite Jew, actually.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Oh, well, did you know that
come on,
Jesus
let's get
Christ
back on
was
track.
a Jew and he was not Christian? So are you following in
Jesus
his
Christ
way? Or are
is
you
my
following
Lord
in
and
the way
Savior.
of the
Jesus
fucking
Christ
country?
is made God flesh. He is the I am. This is what he
2,000
pissed
years
off the
ago?
Pharisees.
2,000
You got
years
it.
ago or
Amen.
46 years ago? 2,000 years ago or 46 years ago?
You'll find
How many?
out.
2000
Jesus
or
is coming
46?
back. You better repent, you
2000 or
Pharisee.
46? 2000 or
You know what?
46?
You know what Jesus said about the Pharisees? That they were the synagogue of
46.
Satan.
That you
You know
know
what Jesus
Jesus
said,
Christ
right?
Forty-six.
sent him into the kingdom.
2000
Den
or
of-
46. I've already
Den of
been washed
vipers.
clean. So continue to do everything you do. Continue. You're being watched.
Space is
Metatron after.
Dude, you think of being watched as threatening? It's ridiculous. Everybody's got a fucking cell phone, you mung.
God
It's
is
ridiculous.
watching you. I don't give a shit what man does.
It's ridiculous.
God,
I'll take a shit. I'll take a shit. I'll show you my pecker. I'll take a shit. I don't care. I'll call you a fucking weirdo.
Don't talk like that, dude. Come on, no sexual innuendo.
Can we have a topic change?
Yo, space is fake.
Space is fake.
Okay, guys. So can you not mute my friends? Like,
They're just yelling at each other, so I'll mute them.
well, Josh actually knows quite a lot about the Bible and all these spiritual texts. Like,
Okay.
he's actually very.
I know a lot
interesting.
about your mum.
Come on, don't do that. Either.
You're a fucking faggot, dude.
Come on, man. Now you thought.
Come on, look.
You shouldn't talk about his mom, dude.
Change of topic.
Look.
It's just people yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Change the topic.
Yeah, let's tone it down. I'm with him on this one. We can unmute everybody. It's all
Like your
good.
mom? Seriously? Are we in middle school?
Not the one bites.
No. Look. I put this in the chat. I get it. Like transgressions are going to happen, but insulting each other is not tolerated in here. All right, and emotions get high. I get it. There's going to be slip ups, but like fucking, we do our best to control the shit. Just fucking have a civil
Let's
conversation.
reset. Let's reset. I'm gonna unmute this guy, Joshua. I don't think he deserves to be muted for too long.
Yeah, and we got flat Earth and globe modders in here. There's flat Earth modders in here, and there's globe modders in here. It's just a community.
Is that Ruhif I hear?
Hey, Data.
What's going on, Ruhif? How's life treating you?
Oh, good. Can I show you something? Have you got access to a camera?
No, I'm not looking at anything, buddy. But anyway, how's life treating you good? No, dude, I've been through this argument. There's nothing you can show me, dude. Like, there's no point. I'm here to fucking just use all the material I get and bring it in here and have a fucking shit and giggles. Cause I'm just, again, I observe and report, man. It's fucking entertaining as fuck. So you're doing good. Life's treating you well. Are you doing the evolution debate now? You did?
Yeah, I'm helping out. Erica Gutsick Gibbon.
What?
Do you know Gutsick Gibbon?
Oh my gosh,
No.
Thor did a good video on her just the other day. Did you see that?
No.
James Thor? Oh my goodness.
James Tour did a video on Erica.
Yes.
Cool.
So how is life treating you? Like, how was the fucking exercise with the drugs and all that shit that we were last discussing? Is it working out? Are you changing medications or like, what's the deal?
I think I'm putting on some muscle, if everyone wants to know. Sure.
Okay, well, good. That's good. That's a good sign. Second question for you. Are you going to debate QE about evolution?
Oh, QE. Does he
think that'd be
actually want to
fucking
debate?
hilarious.
I think so too.
I would love to see it. I would come and join that, man, because I hear you're picking it up. You're getting into it as maybe 6-7 months ago you told me. You were doing more of the evolutionary discussion now. You're kind of getting off the flat earth, but I'm surprised to see you here.
Yeah. Genetics solely. Like the other stuff in evolution, I don't really care. So in that
genetics.
respect,
That's why you worship
Interesting.
Jesus. You should pray and be ashamed.
Any genes,
can we not?
any
Too
genes
funny.
yet with any new functions?
Say again.
Any genes with any new functions yet?
My argument from genetics is that the signature of common descent is in the genomes.
So it's not predictive, it's kind of like post-dictive?
What we expect to see from common descent is that non-functional areas of the genome or non-functional nucleotides will have a signature of common descent, and they do.
You got any controlled experiments?
It's data.
Okay.
No, that wasn't the question. Do you have any controlled experiment?
Yeah, I'm not talking about an experiment. I'm talking about the genome's data.
Yep, I know
Well, what are you comparing it against, though?
What do you mean? The data is the data.
Punnett square when it
There
comes
has
to
to be,
genomics.
like anything to develop a position, there has to be obviously a presupposition, like a predictive thing. So if I'm going to predict a result, right? So you're basing it on a presupposition and therefore making a prediction. And if it falls in line with the prediction, then your theory is correct. That's usually the fundamental principle of it all, right?
Yeah. It's confirming the theory. I wouldn't say the theory is necessarily then correct, but yeah, it confirms the theory and contradicts
Okay,
another theory.
Sure, exactly. So here's the issue: is what percentage has the theory? Because it's always based on percentage of probability, right? It's never 100%. So what are you accepting for a window of error?
No, it's not a statistical analysis. The tree that you get. So you know what a phylogenetic tree is, right? So you build a.
I do not. You have to tell me.
Data. Phylogenetic tree is like the tree of life, but you build it from blind data. All right. So under the presupposition that common descent happened, and that mutations persist, whether they're neutral or whatever, you would expect to see a certain pattern of similarities and differences in species that are otherwise similar. All right, so humans and chimpanzees are similar. Right, there you go.
Yeah. Sure, but what about epigenetics in the study? Did they account for epigenetics?
No, just look at the genomes.
Okay, so here's the thing about epigenetics. It's based on environment, right? You notice the body changes. You can see epigenetics in play, right? So how do they distinguish it not to be epigenetics versus an evolutionary, or in this case, what you're claiming, a biological, a biological thing that's making a choice, not based on its environment?
These particular nucleotides, or these particular amino acids, have been tested to see whether they contribute to the function. They do not. All right, so they're empirically neutral, yet they display the signature of common descent.
But here's an issue with the common descent. When you claim it, there has to be a transition between like a transition, like a pure transition. So there happens to be no linkage other than what you're referring to as a cause of transition. In other words, what I'm saying is there's human, then there's monkey, but there's nothing in between.
I would say there are lots of species in between, but it's not relevant to my argument. Just because you can't find the evidence digging in the dirt.
Well, it would add to your theory, right? It would be like a falsification of your theory, is to say, well, if I'm going to contribute it to a biological nature and have no preconceived instruction, it's only going to be responding on the survival mechanism, if you will. Therefore, there has to be some sort of evidence to show between that point and the next. I mean, logically, that's the way I look at it.
It's not a falsification because we haven't dug up the entire Earth.
Right. So there you go. So you have to. Right. Exactly. So you have to. Well, exactly. So you have no way to falsify it. Number one. Number two, there's nothing that.
You're saying there has to be a transition. I'm saying we haven't dug up the entire Earth. So the absence of evidence does not falsify a theory.
I'm saying that if you're going to have a species go from one species to another, right? Like a monkey turns into an elephant or something, right? Because that's what you're saying. Common descent comes from. Well, that's basically the argument, is that all things come from a common descent. Yeah. This is part of your. You familiar with Darwin's black box yet? Have you gone down that path?
Look, it would be a lot easier, Ruhif, if you just did say that, because that's the bit that Jack's ready to argue against. So can you just change your argument from what it is to what it isn't, so that you can argue against it?
I think monkeys.
Oh,
monkeys
you're a funny man, Monkeys well, it's common descent, right? Well, common descent means that all species come from one common descent, right? That's essentially the thing is there's nothing to show the transition between. You think that logically, if you were going to go from one state to another, there would be a transition of that state. But your claim is you haven't found that because you haven't dug up the whole Earth. That's what you said, right?
I'm saying there are hundreds, if not thousands, of transitional fossils, but it's an incomplete record and does not falsify the genetic record.
Well, then how could you establish a theory if you were not able to put all the variables in, right? It would seem like you were having holes in your theory.
The genetics speaks for itself.
Well, I'm invoking epigenetics, though. I'm saying that there's proof to show you that environmental. Well, I'm saying that you can see environmental change, or you can see a species change based on environmental conditions, and therefore the body. Like, I'll give you an example. If anybody's listening, here's an example. If I put my hand in water and the oil is removed from my hands actually become grippy, right? You would think that if this was an evolutionary standpoint, must have been trial and error in the species to develop it, because
the species itself would be like, wait a second, I can't grab underwater. So over thousands and thousands of years, now you have a human being who puts his hand in his water, his hand dries up, becomes wrinkly, you can grip things, right? See, I'm saying that's an epigenetic effect inherited through our, being human and being subjected to the environment we're in. Because I don't see how you can evolve that, right? There has to be some intelligent design. That's just my opinion, man.
You missed the point that these amino acids have been empirically shown, to not contribute to function. So they can be and are hypervariable.
Well,
and also
I'm saying
gaps in the archaeological record are kind of expected, especially with some of the crazy events that we've had with impacts. So I don't know. I would definitely factor that into I don't know, a theory or just analysis with this, because a lot of times people forget about that shit. And it's real. I mean, Meteor Crater, where I grew up in Arizona, is a perfect example of that. These things happen, and they affected ecosystems. The Younger Dryas theory is a great one. We know for a fact from the archaeological record that short-faced bears fucking were in America, and now they're gone. You know what I mean? So.
Anyway, Ruhip, if I run into QE, I'm going to see if he'll be interested in debating you for evolution, because I think it'd be good.
Okay.
I
would prefer flat Earth. I would prefer flat Earth with QE, because my evolution knowledge is basically genetics.
Sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not bothering with it at this point. I just I think all the research I did with flat Earth, and then of course the COVID shit. I'm not really going down that evolutionary path. It just doesn't seem logical to me that you don't have no intelligent design behind it. So I'm just going to stick with that until I have some headspace to learn it more. But other than that, I'm going to head out. I wish you the best, man. Take care of yourself. I'm glad you're gaining weight, and you're still married and all that. Keeping your
weight.
Pardon me. You're gaining muscle, which is good. Your marriage and kids are good and all that stuff.
Yep, all good.
Good stuff, buddy. Take care of yourself, man.
All right, thank you, Jack. There you go.
That's interesting. He mentioned because I said that I think, and I'm sure Dave too were there because I was talking to him, and I said I'd love to hear QE do some debates like that. The evolution stuff, because I know back in 2012 that's what he was doing before flat Earth and all that.
Yeah.
But the issue is it'd have to be a neutral platform, or so it'd just be
just yelling.
If you've listened, yeah, it'd be a nightmare. It'd just be like, "This is my citation. You're muted. You're a fucking idiot." And it's over.
Oh yeah, I went into whatever their Discord was, I don't know, a year ago, and literally, I'm just chatting, not even arguing flat Earth shit. QE comes into the room and instantly mutes me. I'm what the fuck? Yeah, pretty hilarious. But yeah, like I said, my evolution knowledge is very narrow to genetics. That would be kind of a pointless debate, which is why I prefer flat Earth.
Let's be real. There's not going to be any debate with QE. That never happens.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like
yeah, you're not very good at the flat
not even for
earthers,
Christmas or your birthday. It's not happening. You couldn't pay him.
Sorry to interrupt you there. He's not very good with the flat earth stuff. He gets it all wrong, you see. That's the problem.
Compared to Eugene, yeah.
What about versus James
gets it all wrong.
What about versus James?
I was just going to say that, funnily enough, Eden. Last time I went in there, I was listening because I still like Q. I still like listening to him. It makes me laugh. But he had the James Tour video on. You know the one I think I sent you. I certainly sent it to a couple of people. I sent it to Taylor.
DM to me as well.
Oh,
Andy, make sure you watch the last James Tour.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's his last. It's one of his last talks where there's not that many people in the audience. It looks like a university. There looks like about a dozen people at most in quite a big, Anyway, that's not.
I found it. Right.
The point is that I jumped into their server and I clicked on the video. I'm watching the video, and he's taking the piss out of James Tour. Like QE's literally ripping into James Tour, going,
"Why?
I can't remember the context of it, but he's like, this makes no sense, that makes no sense, and I'm like, holy crap! I look at James Toy, I think this guy knows what he's talking about, right? I mean, he's done
his
he's
last
got the
video?
awards of the yin yang, as long as you fucking like. So
Oh yeah, for sure. 120 plus patents.
yeah, he knows his stuff.
Over a
so.
dozen, 2 dozen companies, I think, with I think over $1 billion in annual revenue.
Did it have to
that's
do with
the
him
only
making
legitimate
claims?
thing he said.
Because I know he's big on the science, right? Like he likes to talk about the independent variable and all that shit. Is that why?
QE?
Yeah.
No,
What
it
was the
weren't. It
question,
weren't
though?
anything to do with that. I think it was something to do with probably mutations or something like that. Or what were they talking about? Damn, I watched that video as well.
Andy, check out the last James Tour video where he's talking about Erica. He invites Erica for a discussion.
Oh, I think there's Taylor. You should be able to help me out. There's some kind of side folding. Does that sound familiar? It's something like that.
She's not in here.
Issue. Oh, okay.
But I would love to hear Ruhif go back and forth with Taylor. She was just in here, but flatter data was coming. She's gone now. Maybe she can come back in here.
Yeah. If Taylor can demonstrate that she can understand the argument and present it, then you can talk to her about it.
What, you having no reference of anything and you just make shit up because Dirt says
that's it.
Dirt says number 153.
Demo, chill out.
Dude, why do you keep telling me to chill out when I just say word? If I said the alphabet, would you be like, don't fucking teach people the alphabet, Democ? We don't want them to learn anything.
All right, go ahead, Timo, and then I'll cede my time. You go ahead.
Okay. Earlier we went over all this stuff on a cartoon, 2 curves on a cartoon piece of paper. Line those 2 curves up with Earth somewhere, and then we'll have a fucking ball game to play.
All right, but that's not the topic, Demo.
I've got a quick backpedal to QE. Has anybody ever had a conversation with him that doesn't revolve around a constant stream of citations being required from either side, where you can actually discuss?
Hang on. I've got a video directed towards QE from a couple of years ago where he had citations that said science proves things. All right. And I said, no, it doesn't. And I went back to all his citations, and all 3 of his citations had been corrected to say that science does not prove things. I'll post in the chat. Give me a minute.
My favorite citation that he posts is about imaginary numbers, complex numbers, and how they
the power of
real
not
because they're
knowing
imaginary.
anything. I'm so sure I don't know this and have no proof this is a tree. I'll never bet my money it's a tree. I'll never prove that. It's so sad.
Rip, I was going to ask you, like in those, like in your analysis when you're looking at the genome, do you think there was intervention with it? And the only reason I ask that is because, like, I don't know, I've gotten into really in-depth fucking readings about like hieroglyphs and then archaeological discoveries, but also like architectural similarities, across the globe, which, whatever, pyramids or, and then like how like archaeology is like explanation that there was no advanced civilization, 12,000 years ago, fucking obviously got blown up with Göbekli Tepe. So like when you're looking at it from the genome perspective, do you think there was any intervention there? I mean, I'm very well versed on the evolution, between, Pithecus and all these other ones, but just curious.
The answer is no, I don't think there was intervention, right? The usual argument is, the eye was too complex or, whatever was irreducibly complex needed a little tweak from God, all right? The way I look at it, but the way I look at it is most of life has an explanation, right? We understand why this happened or why this evolved, right? And it just feels disingenuous to say, oh, God must have intervened at this point because I can't think of how this could have evolved. It just seems
So
weak.
what do you
I
think?
gotta,
What
hang on, I'll be
intelligent,
back in.
smart thing with memory intervened? Does
I don't know. I'll
evolution
be
have
back.
memory?
Demo,
Yeah,
let him.
I'll be back
memory of
in 1 minute.
evolution. It can't
I'll be
remember,
back in 1
right?
minute. Demo, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay, well, we want to talk about the memory of the genome or the memory of evolution, to not be able to remember what to evolve to or from, because it has no memory, because kids don't remember a fucking thing from when before they were born, or being like they don't know anything. You have to teach them everything. So if evolution was real, you wouldn't have to teach a kid shit. They would teach themselves from the memory they had anyway, and they would just be getting smarter and smarter like a fucking robot. You guys are just describing the programming ability of a robot to fucking stick a chip in the other baby robot's head and already have it programmed, and then it has the ability to go from there and take all that and process more information and add it to the already pre-information basis. Now, we're not like that, because what the fuck is the memory of evolution? Tell me.
Such a good point, Demok. RIP evolution.
I mean, are you a robot? Are you a robot chicken? Are you a robot chicken, duck, goose, mallard, piece of grass, dirt, turkey, human ape? Yeah, okay.
I guess I am.
That was
Yeah, you can
brilliant.
interface like Elon Musk. He's the key to evolution. You're going to be evolved to be AI. Plastic, yes, plastic pieces. Evolve into plastic bones. Rubber skin, sensors for nerves. Steel and metal. Well, they won't let you use real steel. You're going to use some fake junk shit that'll break.
I mean, really, what's the difference between sex robots and the women today? They're all prostitutes.
Hold on a second. Hold on. All right. So, Ruhef, just to unpack that. Like, so no intervention. What about the gaps in the archaeological record? Like, when you're looking at the genome specifically, right, in these sequences, because like one of the challenges that we have, right, like the fauna, like the mass extinction event that happened in Northeast America, right, is a high, like this has created like a debate on where the origin of the human species came from, right? Because if what Younger Dryas theory, proponents are, proposing is in fact what happened, like comets hitting the ice shelf fucking just erase everything, which is why we have gaps in some of the archaeological record with the evolution of the human species. So with that, I'm just curious, do you see gaps associated with that, or is there like a clear lineage between Australopithecus, like all these ones, even I forget what the small one that I think it was in Australia that they discovered. But just curious on your takes on that in your research.
He left. He said he'd be back in a minute.
Ah, fuck. Damn. It's a good question for him.
5 years ago.
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, like I'm a Christian, I think, and Lion and I have debated this, back and forth. I think God might have actually used the timelines that he wanted, and we just didn't write it down very well,
Well, do you know
I
what the
want to learn
cosmic
about
period is?
perpetual, never-ending memory capability. Where do we store all our evoluted memory, as when we were a rock, a duck, a dinosaur, a chicken, a bee, a bug? Like we were every species from a zillion. There's like a zillion different memories we have in our DNA, right? For like, where's all that memory? Like we know how to be a bumblebee, and we know how to be an ant and a turkey and an elephant and a giraffe, right? It's in our evolutionary memory base, right? I mean, where'd it go? Where the
No,
fuck to go? How do we
Demo,
erase it?
Species, man.
you're being
Do
disingenuous.
what?
Demo,
No, I'm wondering what
species,
memory is. How do
Demo,
you
The fuck?
evolve a non-memory that doesn't exist, and what
let
is
me
memory for
just
evolution?
respond to you real quick, okay?
Go ahead.
You're being disingenuous when you say that.
No,
Like it's
you are.
Think about it, Demo.
No, I'm not. I'm fucking 1,000,000% on point. You're not a robot. You don't have a memory that never fucking fails, or you can keep remembering something. So evolution must have broke something down for you and de-evolved your ass.
I don't know where you get that from.
What is memory? You don't know what memory is. You have a problem here.
Well, memory, like we have cognition.
What is it?
Dude, we are literally born.
Dude, what is memory?
Well, listen. We don't remember like being a baby, right? And there are certain memories, and there's
I
plenty
don't
of.
know what you remember.
Well, there's plenty of studies that are done.
I'm trying to figure out what memory is right now, buddy. We're not going to declare before we figure it out. What is memory? Let's go over this.
A recollection of fucking events in the past. That's all.
Events that never happened or events that did happen.
Well, I guess that would be kind of, depends on the brain. I mean, because memories can be artificially generated in the brain. They can be. So I'm not sure what your point is.
Where does evolution allow your memories to come from? Where does evolution have memory? The thing called evolution is supposed to remember what to evolve from. It's supposed to know a shape or form or information to evolve to. Where the fuck store its memory?
So I get what memory. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like there are certain things that they can attribute to evolutionary theory about like, our eyes being in the front, right? Because we were predators, right? And then if you look at Australopithecus,
we were plants and dirt. We want the memory of a dirt, then the memory of a plant, then the memory of a fish, a memory of a shark, a whale, a monkey, a dog, a giraffe, a mosquito, a bee, a turkey. We need to compare the memory of evolution along the way.
Well, I don't. I think you're flawed in that perspective.
No, I think you're flawed. If your evolution doesn't have memory, it can't work. You know that, right?
I'm not saying I'm an evolution.
If you're flawed, then I get what you're saying. I get it. I get you, Verdak. Believe me, I get you. But you're wrong. But I get you. I get what you hope for. You don't know what memory is, and neither does evolution or nobody else. So until you can describe what memory's portion or a point of contingency of memory for evolution, what that mechanism is for evolution's memory, you don't have evolution or memory.
We can see this consistently in species around the world.
See what? See what? This? What's the word this mean? We're looking for memory. The word memory, not the word this. What does memory mean?
Just
How
listen.
do you hold it in your hand?
Hold on, real quick. Like dolphins killing a white shark, right? They know, like these species have been around for however many years, depends on what you want to believe. But
So if you see a white shark, you got to kill it, right? Because you used to be a dolphin, but you also used to be that white shark.
That's what
dolphins. What's your fucking problem? So you have a memory breakdown. So you are the dolphin that's eating the white shark. How does that work out?
Did you guys hear about the two dolphins that decided to play duos and start capping and clapping all of the white sharks everywhere?
Yeah, like I mean, this is a thing that's observed. Like it's not like it's fake. You know what I mean? Like I don't get it. I don't know what you're saying. To argue against it, like we came from.
We know you don't. You have no evolution. You have no ability to evolve because you have no memory. You have to have memory to store information, to know what to do from anything to even move or fart or shit, or to have any fucking form of intelligent process. You have to have memory, son. And if you don't know what that mechanism is for evolution, you're fucking sunk. You and Ruhif. Ask him. Send him a message.
Amoeba.
Say, Ruhif, help me, please. I need magic memory mechanism. What is that? What stuff is memory for evolution? What's that material?
Plasma.
I haven't been listening, Demo. Sorry.
Plasma.
Plasma. Yep.
Well, show me a jar of it, and what can it remember?
Plasma. I don't know. Go
Blood
up in a
plasma?
balloon.
Blood plasma?
Well, I mean, I want to see all the chips that are made out of it.
What
all the
chips are
memory
made out
banks
of?
that are put in your computer.
There's no
made of
memory
plasma.
banks made out of blood plasma.
I
You
want
can't
a
make
Jell-O
memory banks
plasma
off
ball.
blood
Listen, I
plasma.
wanted to, dude, I just want a
Pennywise.
plasma ball to record everything.
You clown.
How does it record? How does plasma record?
Hey, don't demock me, demock.
How does plasma record memory?
Don't demock
Show
me,
us.
demock.
Where does it record memory at, and what portion of itself? What's the mechanism? Let's quantify this.
Up your ass is where.
So you lost evolution now because you don't know what memory is.
Hey, that
So
was your
evolution
route.
is
Hey,
sad.
that was your route, not
Evolution
mine.
doesn't know, no intelligence for evolution, no ability to
That was your
indulge in
route, not mine.
no action for evolution because no memory.
Let's just let's play nice. All right, let's not. Come on, no insulting each other. Come on. All right, so Dima, what is your definition of memory that you're coming from as an argument saying that
You don't know what memory is for evolution is my argument. You're claiming evolution. I'm claiming evolution has no mechanism to be evolution or to
Can I
have
finish my
information.
question? Can I finish my question,
I would
please?
say define
Yeah, but I just answered
memory.
it, didn't
Go
I?
for it.
What's
Well,
the
no, you didn't.
mechanism of evolution's memory? That's the only thing I'm asking you for, buddy. I'm not answering no dumbass questions that don't make no fucking sense.
What kind of
You're looking
information
for
are
the
you
claim
talking
that
about, you
Ruhif
jackass?
just made. We were taking we were making a statement on the Ruhif statements and the other guys' statements of evolution, and the last 20 million guys have been in here and been wrong. What is memory? Evolution people.
Information.
Information of what? Show me it. Show me how you weigh it or
Of
touch
what
it.
had occurred.
How do you store it?
That's
Where?
exactly what it is, verbatim.
What are you
By
storing it on?
definition. Do you have a better definition? I'd like to
You don't know what the
please
fuck you're
demonstrate
talking
it.
about. Saying a word is not showing me the physical mechanism of memory, stupid.
I'll
Let's
show you
go.
the physical mechanism of your memory, and I
That
won't
didn't make
want
any
nothing to
sense,
do with
weirdo.
that. That's all
So
you, buddy. That's
evolution
all
doesn't
you.
have the
That's
ability
all
to
you.
remember.
That's
They
all you.
don't know
That's
what memory
your
is.
problem, not my
You
problem.
cannot describe evolution for
If
memory.
you can't,
Memory,
hey, if you
evolution
can't come up
can't
with it,
describe the
if you
genome
can't
of
come up with
memory.
it and go,
The
oh,
genome of memory does not
okay,
exist. What is
then
the
that's
genome of
your
memory?
problem, not my
What
problem.
is the dirt's memory? The dirt you came from. I want the memory from its DNA.
Well, the dirt would be Mother Earth, right? So that would be a vagina, which would be the womb.
All right, we're not going to do this. We're not going to argue back and forth. All right.
Yeah, when I see that dime piece, that piece of money, every time you see money, you know false teacher.
Ruhif, you're back.
Yes.
Yeah, so I didn't catch you were leaving, but my original question was about gaps in the archaeological record associated with, megafauna extinction in North America and how, I mean, just to summarize it, like potentially comets came down, melted the ice caps, wiped everything away. So I was just curious, like in the genome, do you see gaps like that? Or is it all like pretty linear and you can explain it based on your analysis?
No, 'cause we're only looking at the genomes of modern day animals or modern day organisms.
Oh, gotcha. How far back are you guys going?
I'm not
We're
going
not
back
looking
at
at
all.
anything modern day.
Yeah, I'm looking at modern day genomes.
So modern day.
No, don't get me wrong, buddy. I was saying I'm not looking at anything modern.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second. When you're saying modern roof, what are you talking about timeline wise?
Like genomes in the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years.
1656.
Okay, I thought you guys were going back farther. That's my bad. I didn't know. That's my fault.
I'm trying to help Erica with this most recent paper. Do the pain in the ass.
Can you summarize the key findings
of the most recent paper that I'm helping Erica with, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
So they've released telomere to telomere genomes for pretty much all the great apes. And they have done basically a linear comparison of the genomes chromosome by chromosome. And the numbers that they get are around, like 85, 90%, whatever, on all these different comparisons, which is different to the 1 or 2% or 3 to 5% that we usually give. So I'm trying to figure out what this comparison method is doing, and then use that same method on, pairs of organisms that creationists would consider related, right? Because obviously they're going to say, we're now 15% different to a chimp, therefore we're not related. But then, rats and mice are now 20% different using that same method. So that's all I'm doing. But it's a pain in the ass. Like it's a massive, massive job.
Yeah, even like human mice with I call them human mice, but mice with human genes. Yeah, I don't know. I've read about it. I've never been in there. It's just very interesting. So just being generally inquisitive. That's all. I don't know. I see like the gaps in like, and to be like completely transparent, like I'm a Christian. I think actually God like made the earth over billions of years, and the solar system and the universe. That's kind of how I view it. Like he's just like this grand old guy that's in the design. And then when you look at the archaeological record, you can kind of surmise that. And then, with impacts that came from, either outside the solar system or within it, So I don't know. It's the gene studies though, like that they're coming out with, like it almost seems like they argue for that and they argue against it, right? Which is the pursuit of science. Which one is the truth? So, just food for thought. But you're doing good. You guys are doing God's work.
Oh, thanks. Oh. That's a good question for Andy in the chat. Are evolution and God mutually exclusive for you?
Did he ask me that? I'm not in chat.
No, Bjorn asked Andy. I don't think Andy responded, but it's God either way. No, it's cool. All right, good question.
We've reached rock bottom. We're reading the chat. Yeah. Roofy.
I don't want this freaking Flat Earth Data and Joshua to go rambling at each other about the Jews and that sort of shit.
Oh, I love Data. I love he's got some great ideas about.
I just wanted to piss people off, get their trigger, and get them alive. I love doing that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, Data's awesome. I like the fact that, like, he was talking about the flat Earth is a psyop years ago, and I was in complete agreement with him. Like, I think it is too.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute. I'm trying to get this lid back on my honey jar. It's kind of hard to put on, sticky.
Okay. Yeah, just for Bjorn, I see it as the sort of, that's the source of all intelligibility, isn't it? That's so, the source of truth as well, the source of morality. So without that source, you're fucked. Basically, you've got nothing. Your whole worldview is what's it based on? What's it grounded by? Fuck all.
Yeah, I mean, and I try not to like talk too much because I am a mod here, right? But like Andy, like for me, like I look at flat Earth as like an insult to God, and like it wouldn't make sense that God created this universe that we could all make these measurements and like have this path of discovery. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like if God was the actual creation, like none of that makes any sense. It's not a simulation. It's not a flat Earth. Like it's literally what it is, and He gave it free will.
My dad gets it.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you think a guy, fucking another guy up the arsehole is an insult to God?
There's different schools of thought on that. I am not one that fucking goes into the bedroom of anyone, and I will